Reverend Insanity Chapter 61 to Chapter 117. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight was like a gauze, shining on Qingmao Mountain. Every time the treasure brass toad leapt, it would cover a distance of 100 meters. Because it was leaping forward, the steep and narrow mountain path could not restrict or obstruct it. Jiafu and the rest sat on the treasure brass toad, leaving the Guyue village and rushing back to the caravan. The wind whistled in their ears, and their vision shook along with the treasure brass toad's leaps. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces, and everyone was silent. Jiafu's expression was as cold as ice. After a while, one of Jiafu's confidants couldn't help but ask, "Master, what should we do? Jia Jinxing is dead. How will Master explain this to Master when he returns? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jiafu shook his head, but ignored him. "Do you know the story of Renzu?" The aide was stunned, not expecting Jiafu to reply like this. He did not know how to reply at this moment. Jiafu continued, "Renzu had the rules and rules gu, and captured all the gu in the world. He gained strength, but lost wisdom. Right now, there were 3 gu left in his net. He opened it and saw that these 3 gu were attitude gu, belief gu, and suspicion gu. Renzu was not willing to let them go, so these 3 gu could only make a bet with Renzu. As long as Renzu opened the net, they would split into 3 directions and escape. Whoever was caught by Renzu would be subdued. Tell me, what did Renzu catch in the end?" The aide seemed to understand, and replied, "It was the attitude gu." "Do you know why?" Jiafu asked again. The aide shook his head. Jiafu chuckled. "That's because your attitude says it all. Whether father believes or suspects, I have already expressed my attitude. When Jia Jinxing went missing, I immediately started investigating in the caravan, and once I found any clues, I rushed back to the Guyue village without stopping. In the village, I risked being attacked by the Guyue tribe to confront them. I did not even sit down, and to verify Feng Yuan's words, I even used the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. After returning to the clan, I will hire the god of arrest and invite Tai Shuelun to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jinxing is dead or alive, as his brother, I have already done what I should do. My attitude has already been made clear. I've already thought it through. I don't need a scapegoat. I'll just go back honestly because I really didn't do it. If he found a scapegoat, he might fall into Jia Gui's trap. If I can find someone to take the blame, he can naturally find someone to reverse the verdict." The confidant was secretly surprised. "Master, do you really suspect young Master Jia Gui?" "Humph, who else could have done so well if not him?" Speaking up to this point, Jiafu's face twisted, and his eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. "Previously, I didn't do that to him because of our brotherhood. I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." What he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching him from afar. Feng Yuan stood on the hillside and watched quietly. The moon tonight was beautiful and bright. The golden full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the mountains and earth. Nearby, the green mountains were lush and the grass was lush. The entire mountain was filled with pine, cypress, and fir trees, as well as the Qingmao Mountain's unique Qingmao bamboo. Large patches of dark green water poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed to the foot of the mountain. The mountains in the distance were continuous, blurring into a dark shadow under the moonlight. The winding mountain road meandered down like a sheep's intestines. Sometimes it was blocked by the forest, but it continued to stretch out. Jiafu and the others rode on the treasure brass toad and advanced along the mountain path. After continuously leaping, his figure was finally covered by the forest. Although the mountainous terrain did not restrict the treasure brass toad's speed, it was still able to reach the treasure brass toad. But Jiafu did not dare to recklessly pass through Qingmao Mountain. If he barged into the beast nest, even with his rank 4 cultivation, he would still be in a difficult situation. Therefore, following the mountain path was the most appropriate choice. Not long ago, Feng Yuan had been watching the caravan leave with an umbrella on this hillside. Now, he was standing here again, watching Jiafu leave. The trouble of killing Jia Jinxing has finally been solved. His eyes were deep, and his heart was calm and tranquil. Ever since he killed Jia Jinxing that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. he was very clear that he had no foundation. If the truth was revealed, Guyua's tribe would definitely sacrifice him. But if he kept hiding it, the paper would not cover the fire. A brilliant lie was a mixture of truth and falsehood. There was truth in the falsehood, and falsehood in the truth. He had to divert the trouble. This situation was like a chessboard with two opposing sides. On one side was Jiafu's caravan, and on the other side was Guyua's tribe's village. In this game, whether it was Guyue Bo, the academy elder, or Jiafu, they were all chess pieces. Even he, Fang Yuan, was one of the chess pieces. To protect this chess piece that represented himself, he could only make use of the opposing sides and find an opportunity in the gap. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had started to plan. He first used the two guards to put on a good show on the stage set up by the academy elder. He then hid the existence of the liquor worm to arouse the tribe's curiosity and attract the attention of the higher-ups. At the same time, he asked the academy elder to investigate in secret. Next, he robbed his classmate to show his impulsiveness, unruliness, and dissatisfaction with the tribe, showing weakness to the higher-ups of Guyue. Then, he calculated the days and waited for Jiafu. During the confrontation, he showed his childishness and panic, which invisibly led everyone's thoughts. He let them discover the truth themselves. Finally, he made use of the conflict of interest between Guyue's tribe and Jiafu to make the academy elder, who had been investigating him, testify for him. The bamboo gentleman was a small accident, but he was still a rank 4. Under the suppression of the spring-autumn cicada, the bamboo gentleman ironically became the best proof for Fang Yuan. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan explain the origin of the liquor worm perfectly, he also pushed the blame to the innocent Jia Gue, while he escaped unscathed. The academy elder was left behind. It seems that Guyue Bo wants to interfere with the academy's affairs and cancel the suppression on me. With his style, he does have the magnanimity to do so. But his true goal isn't me, his main motive should be Guyu Fangjing. One of the reasons why I made a big fuss was to cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Guyue Bo does not show up, Guyue Mo Chen and Guyue Lian will make a move to protect their reputation. As for Jiafu, he should have already determined that Jia Gue is the culprit. The fire of revenge is already burning in his chest. Hehe, I am really looking forward to it. After my interference, the fight between these two brothers will immediately escalate. I wonder if the Gu fighting tournament will be brought forward. Right, there is also that divine investigator Tai Shueleng. Tai Shueleng, humph. Fang Yuan muttered these two words in his mouth. After a while, he smiled lightly. In the righteous path, this person is quite a character. It is a pity that he is very busy with work. It will not be easy to invite him just because of this matter. If Jiafu wants to make his stance clear, he will definitely invite him. However, it is hard to say when. It will be at least 2 to 3 years later. In 2 to 3 years, he would be at rank 2 or even rank 3. At that time, his life would be a whole new world. The night wind blew, and the fresh mountain air was fragrant. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling refreshed. Looking into the distance, his field of vision was wide. The mountains were like a painting, and it was peaceful under the moonlight. The bright moon shines on the pines, the clear spring flows over the rocks. Fang Yuan recited, and could not help but think of a fable from Earth. A group of monkeys chased after the moon. When they saw the moon in the well, they wanted to fish for it. The monkeys at the back would grab the tails of the monkeys in front, and the monkeys in front would grab the tails of the monkeys in front. Just like that, the monkey at the front would finally touch the water in the well. When it stretched out its hand, the water would shake and the moon would scatter. The people of this world were often like this. When they saw the shadow of the moon, they would think that it was the real moon. Little did they know that it was only the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, and the moon in their hearts. In this life, I wish to become the real moon, to leave the heavenly mountains, to play with the clouds and seas, to reflect the past and present, to walk above the dark heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear, and his pupils reflected the beautiful green mountains. On the hillside, a skinny youth stood silently. A golden moon, like a disk, hung high in the night sky. It had existed since ancient times, traversing through the night sky, and faintly imprinted the youth's tiny shadow on the blue stone. P.S. Today is the last day of the 3-river list. Everyone who has 3 river list votes, don't waste them, vote for me. Based on the current situation, it seems that today will be the 5th night. I am working hard. The night sky in early summer was beautiful. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sparkling stars shone with a moving light. The sandalwood crickets took the place of the dragonpill crickets. They sang lyrical songs in the grass, by the mountain streams, and on the branches. The Guyue village was lit up with lights, as if reflecting the starry sky. Green bamboo buildings stood tall in the night wind, and under the starry sky, there was a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. Feng Yuan was not in the village, but had snuck into the secret cave in the rock crack. He half knelt on the ground, his right hand on the screen wall, his palm emitting a ball of blue moonlight. On the screen wall, the original image had disappeared, and it was no different from the surrounding stone walls. If not for Feng Yuan clearly remembering the location, who would know that the flower wine monk's inheritance was hidden under the screen wall? On the night of a month ago, the screen wall changed, and the flower wine monk's secret treasure suddenly appeared. The screen wall first showed the flower wine monk's blood-soaked body, threatening to leave behind an inheritance. Then there was a line of words in blood, reminding people that if they broke the screen wall, the cave would appear. After that, the words disappeared, and the power of the photo-audio goo on the screen wall was completely dissipated. The screen wall also returned to being a normal mountain wall. Although he knew about the flower wine monk's inheritance, Feng Yuan did not have the time to explore it. Because of this accident, he killed Jia Jinxing on the spot, and that night he was busy cleaning up the scene. Then, to deal with the upcoming interrogation, he carefully set up a trap, and his activities were limited to the village. Until Jiafu left, the academy elder stopped the secret investigation. After more than 10 days, the rumors died down, and Feng Yuan secretly snuck back here. The bronze sea in his aperture slowly descended, and Feng Yuan mobilized waves of primeval essence, pouring it into the moonlight goo in his right palm. The moonlight goo emitted a ball of gentle moonlight, and the moonlight flickered continuously. Under its effect, the stone wall was continuously shaved off, and large amounts of stone powder fell. This was Feng Yuan's exquisite control of the moonlight goo. When he first opened the stone, he used this method. Compared to stone opening, this method was rather crude. However, this method was a little too gentle when it came to breaking through this thick stone wall. This was the 6th consecutive day that Feng Yuan had used the moonlight goo to grind the stone wall. There was already a thick pile of dark red stone powder on the ground. Logically speaking, the soil of Qingmao Mountain was all green mud. However, the soil here was strangely crimson and emitted a dark light. Fortunately, with this source of light, Feng Yuan did not need to prepare a torch. To avoid arousing suspicion, Feng Yuan did not use any tools. Iron hammers and pickaxes were undoubtedly more convenient for him to break through the stone walls, but this way, the sound of the wall breaking would echo in the summer night. Regardless of whether it sounded weak or loud from the outside, Feng Yuan had to put an end to these suspicions. Details often determined success or failure. For Feng Yuan, being cautious was more of a habit than a virtue. In his previous life, he had been careless, but he soon learned a painful lesson. It is often said that the older a person is, the more timid he becomes. Actually, it wasn't that he was timid, but he was cautious and patient. After 500 years, the word cautious had been engraved into his bones. Huff. Breathing heavily, Feng Yuan slowly stopped the infusion of primeval essence. He sat down on the ground, he was really tired. The entire image wall that was half a person's height had already been grinded away by him by 3 inches. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, moving his shoulders and stretching his legs. Because he had been squatting for a long time, waves of numbness could be felt from his legs. Dong dong dong. Feng Yuan clasped his fingers and knocked on the stone wall. Hearing this sound, he was slightly happy, knowing that the stone wall was getting thinner. He then closed his eyes to calm down, feeling the situation in his aperture. There was less than 20% of the green copper primeval sea left. Continue to work hard. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth and stretched out his right hand again, touching the stone wall. The aqua-blue moonlight continued to shine for a quarter of an hour, and Feng Yuan's movements suddenly stopped. He moved his right hand away and happily found that there was a small hole in the stone wall. He immediately stood up and kicked with his foot. With a swoosh, the hole immediately expanded to the size of a bamboo basket. Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. He felt a stifling air gradually spreading out from the entrance of the cave, before spreading into the secret cave. The ventilation of the secret cave was not good, so Fang Yuan thought for a while and chose to drill out of the crack, returning to the outside world. After a long while, he finally turned around. The stifling air in the secret cave was much better than before. Fang Yuan continued to widen the hole, sometimes using the moonlight goo, sometimes using his hands to pull, and sometimes using his feet to kick. After a while, he finally widened the hole to a size where he could easily enter. Looking from the hole, there was a straight tunnel that slanted downwards. The tunnel was not wide at the start, but it got wider the further down it went. When a person entered the tunnel, they had to bend their waist and lower their head, but when they reached the latter half of the tunnel, they could straighten their bodies and walk with large strides. The four walls of the tunnel were also made of strange red soil, emitting a layer of dim red light. This allowed the scene in the tunnel to be clearly seen. But the tunnel was very long, extending beyond his field of vision. Because of the angle, Fang Yuan could not see what was at the end of the tunnel. He stood at the entrance of the tunnel and did not immediately step in, but squinted his eyes and stood on the spot. Strength inheritance was different from inheritance. Inheritance referred to the things left behind by a goo master after he died. The person who found the inheritance would usually obtain all the things on the corpse at once. Strength inheritance referred to the goo master who was on the verge of death, did not want his own path to be extinct, or to benefit his descendants, or to leave a final mark in the world, and so on, and so on. Taking the flower wine monk as an example, the reason why he set up this inheritance was very clear. It was to nurture an avenger, to help him take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the person in the future could pass these tests, they could obtain all sorts of benefits. The person who passed the final test would mean that he or she had obtained the complete strength inheritance. According to the division of the strength inheritors, strength inheritances were naturally divided into righteous and demonic inheritances. Righteous inheritances were usually designed to test the person's character and character. Those who failed midway would not have to worry about their lives. Demonic inheritances were complicated. Demonic cultivators were often crazy and stubborn, or cold and emotionless, or they killed people like flies, and could not be judged by common sense. Some demonic inheritances were designed to test one's mind. There were many riddles, and many people would be stuck in it for their entire lives, thinking hard but to no avail. Some demonic inheritances were extremely simple, just a secret room with goo worms and yuan stone placed inside. Some demonic inheritances were extremely cruel, and failure midway often meant death. What's more, some demonic lords' inheritances were simply lies, and were a huge trap in itself. They followed the principle of harming others without benefiting themselves, and even before they died, they would try their best to set up a trap for others. This inheritance of the flower wine monk, what kind would it be? Fang Yuan pondered. He had his previous life's memories, and he was very clear about many famous demonic inheritances in the future. But this inheritance was not discovered by anyone in his previous life, and he knew nothing about it. Logically speaking, the possibility of it being a trap is not high. Otherwise, the flower wine monk would not have designed this image wall. But would there be a trap? Fang Yuan picked up a piece of rock and threw it into the cave. The rock bumped against each other in the tunnel, and quickly rolled out of Fang Yuan's sight. He could only hear a series of sounds echoing in the tunnel. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. The result of throwing the rock to test the road seemed to be safe. But he still did not enter the tunnel, and instead took out some stone powder, and evenly scattered it near the entrance of the tunnel that he had just opened. At the same time, he sprinkled a thin layer at the entrance of the secret cave stone crack. Then he drilled through the narrow stone crack at the entrance, and left this place. In an extremely hidden bush a few hundred meters away from the riverbank, he found the green bamboo wine that he had brought with him this time. He opened the wine jar, and fiercely drank a mouthful, and then purposely spilled some of the wine, wetting his clothes and making him smell of alcohol. Carrying the wine jar, he returned to the village. When he reached the dormitory, it was exactly midnight. If he often did not return for a night, it would arouse suspicion. This was very good, going out in the first half of the night, and returning in the second half of the night. When he was looking for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had already done this. With a previous record, this kind of behavior was not out of the ordinary. The stars disappeared, and the sun rose. The night was silent. The dazzling morning sun lit up Qingmao Mountain. In the academy, the elder was explaining the main points in detail. Tomorrow, we will choose the second goo worm to refine. Everyone has the experience of refining goo worms, so this time we can consolidate our experience. As for the choice of the second goo worm, everyone needs to think carefully. Combining these few days of cultivation experience, as well as your understanding of yourself, make a comprehensive consideration. Normally speaking, it is best to pair it with the vital goo. A goo master's first goo worm was called the vital goo. Once chosen, it was no doubt the cornerstone of development. After that, the second goo worm, the third goo worm and so on were all based on this cornerstone to determine the specific direction of the goo master's cultivation. Hearing the academy elder's words, the youths could not help but ponder. Only Fang Yuan was snoring on the table. He had worked hard for half the night yesterday, and after returning to the dormitory, he continued his goo master cultivation, nurturing his aperture. The sky had just brightened, and he only started to sleep. The academy elder glanced at Fang Yuan, frowning slightly, but did not say anything. Ever since the clan leader Guyue Bo had said those words to him, he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Fang Yuan. What goo worm should I choose? Many students could not help but look at Fang Yuan as they pondered. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan already has a second goo worm. Yes, that is the liquor worm. To be able to get a liquor worm after cutting open rocks, his luck is too good. If I had the liquor worm, I would also be able to advance to middle stage first, right? The thoughts in the minds of the students rose one after another. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. Ever since that day, after the interrogation, Fang Yuan's liquor worm was also successfully exposed. The origins of the liquor worm did not raise any suspicions. While the clansmen were relieved, they were also deeply moved by Fang Yuan's luck. Why don't I have such good luck, sigh? Guyue Qing, who was also a C-grade talent, sighed in his heart. A long time ago, his grandfather had gone around asking people to purchase the liquor worm for him. Unexpectedly, even though he was the successor of a branch bloodline, Guyue and Fang Yuan got it first. Compared to Qiqing's lament and jealousy, Fang Jing, who was also the vice chairman, was in high spirits. Big brother, I will definitely surpass you. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said in his heart before looking away. These days, his eyes are shining, filled with a surging passion for life. His cheeks were rosy, his forehead glowed, and even his steps were brisk. The academy elder saw all this and immediately understood that clan leader Guyue had already begun to secretly teach Fang Jing. Of course, this kind of preferential treatment couldn't be said out loud. The academy elder turned a blind eye to this. It was night time again. Fang Yuan squeezed into the secret cave again. Ring ring ring, a hare was struggling violently in his hand, and a bell was tied around its neck. This was a hare that Fang Yuan had caught on the mountain, and the bell was naturally tied by him. After a day, the stuffy air in the secret cave had completely dissipated, and the air was fresh. The tunnel entrance was wide open, and it was silent inside. Fang Yuan half squatted on the ground, and first carefully examined the ground. He had scattered stone powder on both areas last night, and this thin layer of stone powder was not eye-catching. The stone powder at the entrance of the tunnel is still in its original state. It seems that during the time I was away, no unclean things crawled out of the tunnel. There is a footprint at the entrance of the secret cave, but I stepped on it just now. It seems that no outsiders have been here. Fang Yuan observed for a while and relaxed. He stood up, and used his strength to pull off the dead vines on the wall. Then he sat on the ground, using his legs to suppress the hair, and used his free hands to rub the vines. Normal goo masters wouldn't know how to do this, but Fang Yuan had too much life experience. In his previous life, there were many times when he was poor, and couldn't even afford to feed his goo worms, and they all starved to death. For a period of time, he only had primeval essence, but no goo worms. He was like a mortal, and even living was difficult. Out of desperation, he learned to rub straw rope, weave straw shoes, straw hats, and other things to sell, in exchange for some yuan stone fragments to barely survive. Now that he was rubbing straw rope, Fang Yuan's memories surfaced again. The bitterness and suffering of that time turned into the silent smile on his face. The rabbit under his legs struggled from time to time, and the bell rang. A pair of lovers lingered for a long time, and thousands of twists and turns. Slowly, over the years gathered together. There were twists and turns, and entanglements. Rub straw rope, isn't it experiencing life? In the secret cave, the red light was dim, and youth and vicissitudes intertwined on Fang Yuan's face. Time also seemed to stop here, quietly admiring the young man rub straw rope. Ring ring ring, an hour later, the wild rabbit quickly scuttled into the tunnel, and the bell on its neck rang. In a few breaths, it was out of Fang Yuan's sight. The straw rope in Fang Yuan's hands was tied to the wild rabbit's hind leg, and now it was being dragged by the wild rabbit as it rapidly swam outwards. After a while, the straw rope stopped moving. But this did not mean that the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. It could have been killed by the trap, or it could have stopped halfway. Fang Yuan began to pull the rope back, and as the rope gradually tightened, he tugged hard. A force immediately came from the other end of the straw rope. Next, the straw rope continued to swim outwards. Evidently, the wild rabbit on the other side was suddenly pulled by the force, and in a panic, it started to scurry inwards again. This repeated several times, and the wild rabbit seemed to have finally reached the end of the tunnel. No matter how Fang Yuan tugged at the straw rope only tightened and loosened. Maybe the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel, or maybe it had fallen into some trap and was trapped. It was very simple to verify the answer. Fang Yuan began to pull the rope, but how could the wild rabbit resist his strength? Eventually, he used the straw rope to forcefully pull the wild rabbit out. The wild rabbit continued to struggle on the other end of the straw rope, but the straw rope was made from the wine sack flour goo and rice sack grass goo, and although it had withered for many years, it was still very tough, and could not be compared to ordinary straw. The wild rabbit once again jumped back into Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan carefully inspected the wild rabbit, and seeing that there were no wounds on its body, he let out a breath of turbid air. Currently, it seems that this tunnel should be safe. With this result, the wild rabbit lost its use, and Fang Yuan crushed it to death, casually throwing the corpse on the ground. He could not let this wild rabbit go. Animals also had memories. If it came back here again, and attracted outsiders like the liquor worm, it would be terrible. He took a deep breath, and after a few tests, he carefully stepped into the tunnel. Although there was a wild rabbit to scout, there were many traps that were specifically targeted at humans. A small animal like the wild rabbit could not be triggered. Thus, Fang Yuan had to be on guard. The tunnel was a straight line, extending diagonally into the ground. And the deeper he went, the wider the tunnel became. When Fang Yuan first entered the tunnel, he had to bend his back and lower his head, but after 50 steps, he could hold his head high and chest out. After another 100 steps, he could swing his arms left and right. The tunnel was actually not long, only about 300 meters, but Fang Yuan spent a whole hour before he reached the end of the tunnel. Along the way, he was very careful, exploring with each step. When he reached the end, he was already sweating profusely. There is no detection goo worm, this is troublesome. Fang Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and after confirming it was safe, he calmed down and carefully looked at the end of the tunnel. With this observation, he was stunned. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge rock blocking him. The surface of the rock was smooth, and it protruded towards Fang Yuan's direction, like Jiafu's round belly. It was this huge rock that blocked Fang Yuan's path forward. Other than this huge rock, there was nothing beside Fang Yuan. Could it be that because of an accident, the middle section of the tunnel caved in, causing a blockage? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. This was a very likely possibility. Before the flower wine monk died, he urgently created this inheritance. He used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to hastily create a tunnel in the mountain. The tunnel led deep into the mountain, guiding the inheritor forward. However, hundreds of years had passed, and this tunnel could not withstand the corrosion of time. At some point, a section of the tunnel had fallen into disrepair, and collapsed. In life, all sorts of accidents would happen. If this is really the case, then wouldn't I have to stop here? He walked forward and touched the rock. This huge rock that blocked his path, just the exposed surface area was as big as a door. One could imagine the thickness of its entire body. Feng Yuan could use the moonlight goo to grind away the rock wall, but to grind away such a huge rock, he would need at least a year or two of hard work. Looks like I need to use tools, like pickaxes and shovels, to break open the huge rock. But if I do this, I will inevitably expose many traces. Some knocking sounds will also be heard. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan frowned deeply. He was considering the risks and benefits. If the risks were too high, he would rather give up on this inheritance. After all, if others found out about this secret, not only would his previous arrangements and hard work be wasted, his life might even be in danger. The sun rose slowly, it was a new day. The students lined up, all excited, standing in front of the academy's goo room. Today was a good day to choose the second goo worm. Feng Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage, so he had the priority to choose, so he stood at the front of the line. Behind him were Guyue Mo Chen, Guyue Fengjing, and Guyue Qing. Creak. The goo room's door was opened by the guards, and Feng Yuan was the first to step in. Although the goo room was not big, it had a world inside. The surrounding walls had small square holes, big and small, and inside were all kinds of utensils. There were stone basins, jade plates, cages woven from grass, and pots made from purple clay. All kinds of goo worms, all rank 1, were stored in these utensils. To feed these goo worms, the academy consumed thousands of yuan stone every day. Feng Yuan looked around, and found that many utensils were empty, with no goo worms. The goo worms in the goo room were only replenished once a year. When choosing their vital goo, most of the youths chose the moonlight goo, and now there was no moonlight goo in the goo room. There were no windows around the goo room, only a small skylight on the roof. Sunlight shone in through the skylight, forming a rectangular golden spot on the floor of the goo room. The first time Feng Yuan entered the goo room, he had a target, and he chose the moonlight goo. But now, he only had a few targets to choose from. But these targets depended on whether there were goods in the goo room. Feng Yuan walked along the left wall, looking carefully as he walked. After 5 steps, he paused. In a square near his shoulder, there was a copper bowl, and in the copper bowl was a goo worm. This goo worm looked like a bedbug, flat and wide, with a small head and an oval body. Its whole body was yellow, emitting a copper-like metallic luster. This was a copper skin goo. Close combat goo masters often chose it. The academy's martial arts instructor raised such a copper skin goo. Once it was activated, its body would turn yellow, and its defense would increase greatly. Feng Yuan had broad horizons, so of course he wouldn't be interested in such a goo worm. He continued to walk forward and saw another rock skin goo. The stone skin goo was similar to the bronze skin goo, but its body was gray, like a work of art made of stone. After the 6 rock skin goo, there was the iron skin goo. Iron skin goo and copper skin goo were very similar in appearance, with only minor differences. It stayed quietly in an iron bowl, not moving at all. His entire body exuded a cold, steel-like light. There were clans in human society, and there were also clans among goo worms. The 3 goo that Feng Yuan saw were all from the same series. They had similar appearances and functions. Iron skin goo, copper skin goo, stone skin goo, jade skin goo. If there is a jade skin goo, I might as well choose it this time, Feng Yuan muttered, a trace of anticipation rising in his heart as he continued to walk forward. But he was destined to be disappointed. After the iron skin goo, it was a bunch of beast skin goo. Jade skin goo and beast skin goo were also from the same series as the bronze skin goo. But their values were very different. Beast skin goo was the most common, its market price was slightly lower than the stone skin goo, but there were many ways to advance, and it could be refined with many other goo worms. The jade skin goo was the rarest goo in the series. Its market price was second only to the liquor worm, and when the price fluctuated, it would be the same as the liquor worm. Feng Yuan took a look, but did not find the jade skin goo. He was not disappointed, but smiled in relief. Guyue village is only a mid-sized clan, and the academy's goo room can only be considered mid-level. Asking for the jade skin goo here is a bit high. At this time, the left wall had been inspected, so Feng Yuan changed to another wall and continued to walk. This wall had the most longhorn beetle goo. Like the skin goo, the longhorn beetle goo was also a large clan among rank 1 goo worms. They looked similar, with a long cylindrical shape with a slightly flat back. Most of them were black, emitting a metallic luster. A pair of antennae were extremely long, longer than the body, and when their strong jaws opened and closed, there was a kacha sound, like they were sawing wood. Thus, some local goo masters called them sawing tree men. The first thing that entered Fang Yuan's eyes was a brute force longhorn beetle goo. Its body was the color of red iron, and its pair of antennae were thicker than a normal longhorn beetle's antennae. Every short distance, there was a bamboo joint. This brute force longhorn beetle goo was very popular in the market. Some time ago, in the caravan that came to Guyue village, there were people selling this brute force longhorn beetle goo in large quantities. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master temporary huge strength. It was known as the strength of a bull, and could be maintained for 5 breaths of time. But it had 2 flaws. One was that every activation consumed too much primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage required 10% primeval essence. If converted to initial stage, every use would require 20% primeval essence. The other was that there were repercussions. If the goo master's physique was weak, using this goo too much would cause muscle strain, or even rupture. Usually, only goo masters with strong physiques would use it. With Fang Yuan's small physique, there was no need to think about it. Fang Yuan also knew himself, and walked past the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and continued to look. Eh? This goo is not bad. His footsteps slowed. This was a yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. Its body was slightly slimmer than the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and its body was dark yellow. Its pair of long antennae did not have bamboo joints, and were yellow at the root, gradually turning black at the tip. The brute force longhorn beetle goo could temporarily give the goo master great strength. This strength was explosive, and could only be maintained for 5 breaths. But for the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo, it could grant the goo master endurance, greatly reducing the goo master's stamina consumption, and could last for 15 minutes. At the same time, there were no repercussions. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo had a high market price, comparable to the moonlight goo, second only to the jade skin goo, and even lower than the liquor worm. Fang Yuan looked around, and there was indeed only one yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. This goo worm is not bad, but it does not match my direction. Fang Yuan shook his head, and gave up on this goo worm. Soon, he walked to the corner of the wall. He had already finished looking at the second wall, but there was nothing he was satisfied with. The goo worms in the goo room were only of this level, and there was not much hope of getting anything good or surprising. Fang Yuan turned to the third wall, and continued looking. This wall had the most boar goo. Boar goo was also a series of goo worms. There were flower boar goo, pink boar goo, black boar goo and white boar goo. The pink boar goo had the lowest value, and almost no goo masters chose it. Because it only had one ability, and that was to gain weight. After the goo master injected their primeval essence, the pink boar goo would modify the goo master's body, causing the goo master to gain weight. No matter how small or skinny the goo master was, it could turn into a chubby fatty. There were only 2 or 3 pink boar goo in this goo room, as if they disdained to collect and feed them. The flower boar goo had the most, dozens of them, lining up in a row. These goo worms were all spotted, either black and white, black and pink, or white and pink. There were even a few that were black, white and pink. The flower boar goo's effect was similar to the brute force longhorn beetle goo, temporarily increasing the goo master's strength. The brute force longhorn beetle goo was known to have the strength of a bull, while the flower boar goo had the strength of a boar. The flower boar goo expended the same amount of primeval essence as the brute force longhorn beetle goo, but it could last for 10 breaths of time, twice as long as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. Moreover, because the goo master's strength was smaller, the side effects were naturally not as severe as the brute force longhorn beetle goo. The flower boar goo is the most common goo, and is sold the most in the market. Its market price is only half of the brute force longhorn beetle goo, and it can be said to be cheap but good. But in the boar goo family, the remaining 2 goo are worth a lot, even more than the jade skin goo and the liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with thought. A black boar goo or white boar goo was sold for 600 yuan stone in the market, and was often bought by people the moment it appeared. The black and white boar goo's ability was to modify the goo master's body, increasing the goo master's strength from the roots. Although the brute force longhorn beetle goo could give the goo master the strength of a bull, it could only last for 5 breaths of time. If the strength was too much, the goo master would not be able to handle it, and there would be strong side effects. The black and white boar goo increased the goo master's strength bit by bit, accumulating over time, but as long as they had it, it was the goo master's. Even if the black and white boar goo died, the strength would still remain in the goo master's body. Because of this, the black and white boar goo's prices were higher than the liquor worm. Most people thought that the liquor worm's value was slightly lower than the black and white boar goo. The liquor worm could only refine primeval essence, and in an intense battle, the goo master's primeval essence could be easily depleted. For the rest of the battle, the goo master could only rely on his fists and legs, and his own strength. This was the value of the black and white boar goo. It was even more reliable than the liquor worm. If I can refine a black or white boar goo, that would be pretty good. Feng Yuan was just thinking about it. There was only one yellow camel longhorn beetle goo in this goo room. How could there be rare goo worms like the black and white boar goo? He strolled around, looking at all the goo worms, but there really wasn't any that he wanted. Finally, he found a little light goo at the corner of the room. There were a total of 5 little light goo in the goo room. This goo had a very peculiar shape, like a 5-pointed star, and was only half the size of a fingernail. This goo was mainly used in conjunction with the moonlight goo, and was one of the most commonly seen support goo worms. Feng Yuan chose this one, and it could be considered passable, at least it was in line with the direction of development in his heart. Feng Yuan is out. After so long, he's finally out. I wonder what goo he chose. He has the liquor worm, and this is already his 3rd goo. I'm afraid he can't afford to raise it, hee. Feng Yuan leisurely walked out of the goo room, and the students stood outside for a long time, somewhat restless. It's my turn. I wonder if Feng Yuan chose that goo worm. Gu Yue Emochen saw Feng Yuan come out, and hurriedly took big steps into the goo room. He looked around, and immediately found the only yellow camel longhorn beetle goo, and could not help but be overjoyed, immediately taking it away. Soon after, Feng Jing also walked in. I have the moonlight goo to attack, what I lack is a goo worm for defense. Gu Yue Feng Jing considered for a long time, and finally chose a bronze skin goo. Gu Yue Emochen was the 4th to enter the goo room. I need the ability to dodge, so that in future battles, I can hit others, but others can't hit me. This way, I will be invincible. He looked left and right, and finally chose a dragonpill cricket goo. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell. This was a hidden courtyard in the Guyue village. A tall locust tree with lush foliage, its thick and wide canopy was like a jade canopy, covering the entire courtyard. The moonlight was gentle like water, passing through the leaves of the locust tree and spilling into the courtyard. A gust of wind blew, the leaves rustled and the shadow of the tree swayed. Under the shadow of the tree stood 2 people. Clan leader Guyue Bo looked at Feng Jing with a gentle gaze. Feng Jing, today you chose the 2nd goo, I wonder what it is? Reporting to clan leader, today I chose a bronze skin goo. Guyue Feng Jing stood up straight, his face filled with reverence as he answered. Guyue Bo nodded, muttering, not bad, you chose well. Guyue Feng Jing stood in front of Guyue Bo, his body tensed up nervously. Hearing Guyue Bo's praise, he did not know how to respond, and could only smile. Lord Clan Leader, I chose randomly. You think I'm praising you randomly? It's not. Guyue Bo stared at Feng Jing, a faint smile on his lips. You know, from the choice of a goo worm, you can often see a person's nature. You chose the bronze skin goo for defense. Paired. With the moonlight goo, it is 1 for offense and 1 for defense. This shows that your nature is pure and honest. In this world, 1 for offense and 1 for defense, 1 for righteousness and 1 for strangeness, 1 for yin and 1 for yang, 1 for softness and 1 for toughness, this is the way of the king. And Guyue Mabe chose the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. This goo increases endurance and can fight for a long time. This shows the Mabe's tenacious nature. As for Guyue Qing, he chose the dragonpill cricket goo, increasing his dodging ability. This shows that he doesn't like to attack forcefully. He's smart and good at currying favor, but at the same time, it also shows his weak side. Guyue Fangjing was dumbfounded. He had never thought that he could see so much logic from such a simple matter. He couldn't help but look at Guyue Bo with even more respect. Clan leader, what gu did my brother choose? Fangjing suddenly thought of Fang Yuan and immediately asked. Guyue Bo laughed, your brother chose the little light gu. Using this gu to support the moonlight gu can make the moonblade attack stronger. This shows that his temperament is radical, aggressive, and easy to go to extremes. Indeed, Big Brother seems to be like this, Fangjing murmured softly. Guyue Bo saw Fangjing's expression and memorized it. As long as one was in a high position, he would definitely have something special about him. Although Guyue Bo and Fangjing had not interacted face to face for a long time. But Guyue Bo's sharp and experienced gaze had already seen through Fangjing. He told Fangjing that Mabe and Qiqing's choices had their own deep meaning. It was to help Fangjing analyze these two, looking forward to him defeating these two and establishing his position as a leader with a great aptitude. But Guyue Bo wouldn't say it out loud, and wouldn't directly instigate Fangjing to do something. As the clan leader, every word and action had political attributes. If he directly instigated Fangjing to deal with Qiqing and Mabe, if these words got out, it might be misunderstood as the clan leader's political intentions. If that was the case, the impact would be huge, and internal strife within the clan might even affect the entire village. Another point was that Guyue Bo also hoped that Fangjing would be able to understand his intentions on his own. He spent time and effort to personally groom Fangjing, not to groom a rank 4 or 5 lackey. A lackey without political wisdom was a double-edged sword. He wanted to groom the future leader of the clan. I helped Fangjing analyze Mabe and Qiqing's temperament, but he didn't realize the deep meaning hidden within. Instead, he asked me about Guyue and Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that Fang Yuan had left him with quite a bit of trauma, but he was still in his rebellious phase, and it was understandable that he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan. Sigh, if only Fangjing had Fang Yuan's wisdom. I've seen many youths these years, but in terms of political wisdom, Fang Yuan is definitely number one. It's a pity that he only has C-grade talent. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart, but the smile on his face became warmer. He took out a gu worm from his pocket. This is jade skin gu? Fangjing saw this gu worm, and his eyes brightened, calling out softly. Guyue Bo said, compared to the copper skin gu, this jade skin gu is much more outstanding. Not only does it consume less primeval essence, its defense is also stronger than the copper skin gu. Fangjing, do you want it? Clan leader. Fangjing was shocked, and he looked at Guyue Bo, stammering, of course I want it. If you want it, I can give it to you. Guyue Bo's smile became gentler, but as the clan leader, I have always been fair and just, I can't just give it to you for no reason. So, I have a condition. Fangjing nodded his head, his eyes wide open, what condition? The smile on Guyue Bo's face disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. I want you to be the first to break through rank 1 and reach rank 2, becoming the first in terms of cultivation. And this jade skin gu will be your early reward. Advance to rank 2? Guyue Fangjing showed hesitation. He had just advanced to rank 1 middle stage, after middle stage was upper stage, and after upper stage was peak stage. But now, Guyue Bo wanted him to become the first rank 2 gu master. Why, are you afraid? Then this gu can only be given to others. Guyue Bo pretended to take back the jade skin gu. Guyue Fangjing was agitated by these words, and immediately became hot-headed, shouting, no, I promise you. I will defeat everyone and become the first rank 2 gu master. That's more like it. Guyue Bo showed a warm smile again, and placed the jade skin gu in Fangjing's hands. In his heart, he thought, Fangjing, oh Fangjing, I know you have a low self-esteem, but this low self-esteem is harmful to your growth. And the best way to get rid of this feeling of inferiority is to succeed. You have a great aptitude, advancing to rank 2 is your greatest advantage, and it is also the easiest success for you to achieve. You must work hard. If you fail even in this, I will be too disappointed. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered the secret cave in the rock crack again, going to the end of the tunnel. This time, he did not bring any iron spade, shovel, iron hammer, or any other tools, but carefully observed his surroundings. The night before, he suffered a setback here, and on the way back to the village, he felt something was wrong. Today, in the dormitory, after using the spring-autumn cicada to refine the little light goo, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and realized something was amiss. This huge rock blocking the way, isn't it too smooth and round? This is man-made. That is to say, the flower wine monk purposely set up this huge rock to block the way. Why would he set up such a barrier here? Fang Yuan showed a pondering expression. He observed his surroundings again. The ground in the tunnel was flat, and the top was a dome. The walls on both sides were made of a single piece of red soil, emitting a dim light. Eh? When his gaze swept across the ground again, he found something suspicious. The ground next to the huge rock blocking the way had a dark color. This color difference was not obvious, and in such a dim light, if one did not observe carefully, it would not be easy to notice. Fang Yuan squatted down, and touched the ground with his hand. Immediately, he felt a damp sensation. No wonder the color was so dark, it was because it was wet. But this tunnel was dry. Where did the water come from? Fang Yuan used his finger again, and rubbed the damp soil. He found that there was indeed something wrong with the soil. It was very loose and soft, not as sticky as dry red soil. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. His experience and intuition told him that there was a high possibility that the flower wine monk's key was hidden here. And this key was the key, to allow Fang Yuan to continue moving forward. Fang Yuan began to dig the soil. The soil was very loose, and it did not take much effort. When he dug an inch into the ground, there was a special fragrance that seemed to enter Fang Yuan's nose. This fragrance is rich and luxurious, but not vulgar. It seems elegant and refined. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved, and he thought of a possibility, and his hands moved even faster. As he dug, a dark gold light suddenly appeared from the soil. It really is this. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and his hands became more meticulous. He carefully dug the surrounding soil, and expanded the hole. After a while, a dark gold flower bud that was buried in the ground appeared in front of him. It was 2 inches deep into the ground, and was the size of a regular stone mill. The surface of the flower bud was as fine as silk, and the dark gold color made it seem quiet and mysterious, yet noble and elegant. It really is the earth treasury flower goo. Fang Yuan saw this, and let out a long breath of turbid air. He was not in a hurry to open the petals, but sat on the ground to rest for a while, wiping the soil off his hands. Then he slowly stretched out his hand, and gently opened the dark gold petals. The earth treasury flower goo was like a combination of lotus and cabbage. Its petals were one after another, tightly stuck together, thick and smooth to the touch. Fang Yuan peeled off the petals one by one, as if he was peeling off rolls of silk. And this large dark gold petals, once separated from the main body, quickly dissipated. It was like pieces of snowflakes, melting in the air. After Fang Yuan peeled off the outer 50 to 60 petals, the flower bud's volume was reduced by more than half, and the flower core was exposed. The petals in the flower core were smaller in size, and their thickness was also thinner, and the texture was softer and more delicate. It was not like silk, but more like a thin piece of paper. Fang Yuan's movements became more and more gentle, and after a few breaths, he successfully peeled off a petal. The petals became more and more transparent. After a while, Fang Yuan peeled off a paper-like petal, and he stopped. Right now, the earth treasury flower goo only had a thin layer of petals left in the center. These petals overlapped with each other, wrapping into a fist-sized ball shape. The petals were translucent, and as thin as paper. The inside of the petals was filled with a golden liquid. In the middle of the golden nectar, a goo worm was sleeping soundly. Fang Yuan concentrated, but he could only see a blurry image of this goo worm, and could not tell what kind of goo it was. As he got closer, his breath hit the flower core. The ball in the flower core immediately trembled, and the golden liquid, wrapped by the petals, also shook lightly. Goo worms would starve to death without food, and only a small number of goo worms could seal themselves. To preserve goo worms, goo masters thought of many ways. The earth treasury flower goo was one of them. The earth treasury flower goo was a one-time consumable goo. Once it was planted on the ground, it could not be moved. Its food source was very simple, earth energy. As long as it was planted on the ground, with enough earth energy, it could survive. It only had one use, and that was to keep other goo worms in the flower core, immersing them in the golden liquid. This golden liquid could simulate a sealed state to a certain extent, causing the goo worms immersed in it to fall into a deep sleep. The flower wine monk planted the earth treasury flower goo here, and the goo worm in the flower core should be left for the inheritor. Fang Yuan stretched out his finger, gently pinching the remaining petals, and carefully tore a hole. The golden liquid flowed out from his finger, like soybean oil. As the golden liquid flowed out, the flower core slowly shriveled. Fang Yuan rubbed his fingers, twisting open the extremely soft petals, and took out the sleeping goo worm. This was a very cute ladybug. It was only the size of a thumb's nail. Its entire body was milky white, and from its back, it looked like a circle. Its head only occupied a small part of the circle, and the rest was its fat belly and shiny carapace. Its 6 tiny limbs, also milky white, were hidden under its belly. White boar goo. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with joy. P.S. Everyone's support is so great, I can't play around. 3 Rivers number 1, 5 a.m. over, fulfill your promise, and let the demonic path rise. These days, the temperature was getting higher and higher. At noon, the scorching sun shone brightly, wantonly spreading its passion. The caravan left, and the inn's business quieted down again. Fang Yuan stepped into the dining hall, immediately attracting the attention of the waiters. A familiar face immediately ran over, a flattering smile on his face. "Ah, young master, you're here. Please come in and have a seat. Give me a jar of wine, a kilo of beef, and a few side dishes." Fang Yuan stepped into the dining hall, walking towards his usual position by the window. The waiter's face showed a difficult expression. "Young master, I'm sorry, the last time the caravan came, the shopkeeper sold the green bamboo wine. Now we don't have this wine here." Fang Yuan nodded, not surprised. "Then give me a jar of rice wine, and tell the shopkeeper to brew more green bamboo wine this year. I want to order 100 jars. As for the deposit, you can calculate first and report to me." Now that the liquor worm had been exposed, and no one was suspicious, there was no need to worry about buying wine. "Okay, I will definitely pass on your words. Young master, you can rest assured." The waiter patted his chest, his tone confident. Soon, the wine and dishes were served. Fang Yuan ate and drank while looking out the window. The hot weather, coupled with the fact that it was time to eat, there were few people on the streets. The sun shone on the ground and the lush green bamboo houses. Some barefoot, muddy mortal farmers walked in front of them, carrying shovels and shoulder poles. Obviously they had just finished their farm work and were rushing home. 2 children, in front of them holding a small windmill on a bamboo frame, ran quickly with their little legs. The ones behind chased, crying. It seemed that the urchin in front had snatched the windmill. At this time, 2 young goo masters, wrapped in green belts, walked quickly, looking like they were in a hurry. "Scram, don't block the way." A goo master pushed the farmer in front of him. The farmers hurriedly evaded. "Humph!" The 2 young goo masters walked over with cold arrogance. Fang Yuan watched, his eyes slightly absent-minded, a part of his mind already divided into the aperture. In the aperture, the water membrane flowed silently, the green copper primeval essence sea surged with waves. The liquor worm was bobbing up and down in the primordial sea. Sometimes it rolled around comfortably, and sometimes it completely curled up into a ball. The spring and autumn cicada fell into a deep slumber and hid itself. The round white boar goo flapped its wings and flew in the sky, circling around. The white boar goo and the black boar goo were equally famous, both being rare rank 1 goo worms. Their selling price in the market was even higher than the liquor worm. However, although they had the same function and appearance, their future advancement paths were different. The black boar goo and the green silk goo fused to form the rank 2 black mane goo, and the rank 3 steel mane goo. As for the white boar goo, the best way to advance it was to fuse with the jade skin goo to refine it into the rank 2 white jade goo, and then to the rank 3 sky canopy goo. The steel mane goo could make a goo master's hair as hard as steel needles, combining both attack and defense. The sky canopy goo causes the goo master's skin to be as hard as white jade, and at the same time reduces the effects of attacks like moonblades. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with faint joy. Obtaining the white boar goo was only one aspect. What truly made him happy was the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. The white boar goo can increase strength, and the flower wine monk also set up a huge rock to block the path. It seems he wants me to refine this white boar goo, and when I have strength in the future, I can push the rock away and continue moving forward. This should be the first test. Following the flower wine monk's intentions in setting up this round, I can deduce that in the following inheritance, there will definitely be a second and third round. The most important thing is that I can be sure that this strength inheritance he set up is not a huge trap, but a sincere one. With this inheritance, I can reach rank 3 even faster, and leave this Qingmao mountain to roam the world and gain the upper hand. What did a Gu master need the most when cultivating? The answer was only one word: resources. If Fang Yuan wanted to cultivate, he needed resources. But the clan's resources were limited, and if he wanted resources, he had to fight for them. Not only did he have to fight for them, he also had to win in the fight. To him, the more he fought, the more he won, the more his trump cards would be exposed, and the more people would be afraid of him. When the fear accumulates to a certain extent, it would form a suppression, stopping him from moving forward. Fang Yuan killed a family servant. Why didn't the Mo family pursue it? He robbed all his peers. Why didn't the elders punish him? Fang Yuan rebelled against the clan, not entering the system. Why did the clan leader choose to tolerate him? It was all because he was weak, a C-grade talent. They were confident in their strength, and disdained to kill the weak. Under the clan system, haggling with the weak Fang Yuan was not only shameful, it would also make people feel that he was cold and heartless, ruining his social network. Weakness was Fang Yuan's current protective umbrella. But as he continued to fight for resources, Fang Yuan's performance would become stronger and stronger. This would make people focus on him, fear him, and rope him in. No matter which camp Fang Yuan chose, he would be suppressed and restricted by the other camp. And the restriction and suppression would slow down his growth. Fang Yuan was very clear of his current situation. His current situation was very mysterious. It seemed like he had offended everyone, but in reality, he had offended no one. But as time passed, as his cultivation increased, this conflict would arise and intensify. Fang Yuan knew that this conflict would intensify sooner or later, but the later it intensified, the better it would be for his growth. Therefore, the flower wine monk's power inheritance had appeared at the right time. With this power inheritance, he would have an invisible resource. With this resource, he would be able to leave the system, walk his own path, calmly cultivate, and secretly accumulate strength. Once he entered the system, he would have to choose a side. Even if he didn't fight, he would definitely be affected by politics and faction wars. Once he entered the system, he would be a chess piece. He had to first become a qualified chess piece, only then would others be assured to use him. Only then would he have the chance to climb up, and when he climbed up, he had to be careful not to be used as a sacrificial pawn. Fang Yuan knew this process all too well. No matter how smart he was, he couldn't do anything about this situation. This was the rule. Most importantly, he only had C-grade talent, and to the clan, there was no desire to invest in him. Often, he would be treated as a sacrificial pawn. Therefore, the best path of development was to develop alone. That way, most of the competition could be avoided. In the hearts of the village's higher-ups, the image that they had painstakingly created could be maintained. In this world, it's easy to do things in the dark, but hard to do things in the open. With the flower wine monk's power inheritance, I can cultivate in secret, accumulate strength, and not attract attention, and not be suppressed. But the robbery and extortion still have to continue. If I suddenly stop, it will arouse suspicion. At the same time, I also need Yuan stone. Fang Yuan thought about his future plans. He really needed Yuan stone. Other people of the same age would start to refine and feed their second goo worm. But he had refined the little light goo, and obtained the white boar goo. He had a total of 4 goo worms. Previously, when he fed the moonlight goo and the liquor worm, he consumed almost 1 yuan stone a day. Now, when he fed the goo worms, his daily consumption of yuan stone was slightly more than 2, adding on his cultivation needs and living expenses, he would need at least 5 yuan stone a day. 5 yuan stone was enough for a mortal family of 3 to live on for 5 months. Although he had hundreds of yuan stone on hand, it was not enough for such a long-term expenditure. More importantly, the Gu Master's expenditure would increase in the later stages. Especially after advancing to rank 2, every time the Gu worm was combined, it would require a considerable amount of money. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan was deeply worried. Yuan stone was a problem. Just by robbing and extorting his classmates and his savings, he could only delay the outbreak of this problem. Other than that, he had another problem, and that was the feeding of the white boar Gu. The food of the white boar Gu was pork. The word boar meant pig. The food of the boar Gu was pork. The black and white boar Gu's appetite was huge. Every 5 days, they had to eat an entire adult pig's meat. In this world, the price of pork was not cheap. Mortals would only slaughter a pig during the new year, to get some meat. Without the large-scale breeding techniques on Earth, the price of pork and beef was not something mortals could afford. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain's terrain was steep, and the living area was small. How much space was there to rear livestock? The mountain people lived off the mountain, and the river water. The occasional pork that the mountain people could eat were mostly wild boars hunted by hunters. Looks like I have to hunt personally from now on, and kill the pigs for meat. Fang Yuan's eyes shone. Just by buying pork from the village, firstly, it would waste yuan stone, and secondly, it would attract suspicious gazes. Even if you loved to eat pork, you wouldn't eat it so frequently and in so much quantities, right? If he hunted personally, not only would this problem be solved, it would also ease the financial pressure. Waiter, bill please. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not hesitate any longer. After paying the bill, he walked out of the inn. The academy was on holiday these few days, and the goal was to let the students refine the second Gu worm. Fang Yuan decided that he would make use of this time to go out of the village and find out the situation, then kill the pigs for meat. In the endless mountain forest, Fang Yuan carefully moved forward. Sunlight shone through the tall trees, creating a patch of scattered tree shadows. The grass around his feet was lush, wild flowers blooming. His ears were filled with the chirping of birds, or the sound of flowing water. The further away from the village, towards the outskirts, the more dangerous it was. Thus, Fang Yuan was even more careful. The wilderness was extremely dangerous. A Gu master had to have at least rank 3 cultivation to be able to explore the wilderness alone. But this did not mean it was safe. Many rank 3 Gu masters died in the wilderness, and even rank 4. Fierce beasts, poisonous insects, man-made disasters, and the occasional bad weather, all caused the loss of life. However, the wild boar that Fang Yuan wanted to kill appeared near the village. Otherwise, the mountain hunters would not be able to catch wild boars occasionally. Every once in a while, the clan's Gu masters will move out to clean up the surroundings of the village. This kind of environment is considered safe for a rank 1 middle stage Gu master like me. But I still have to be careful. Wild beasts and Gu worms are mobile. Fang Yuan used his previous life's experience to search carefully. Time passed slowly, but Fang Yuan did not find anything. Damn it, MT Cyan Spear is still too big for the current me. I don't have a detection Gu, and I am not familiar with the environment here. Plus the village's surroundings are cleaned up regularly, it is too difficult to find the wild boar. Go to the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's search was fruitless, so he changed his mind and headed towards the foot of the mountain. Qingmao Mountain had 3 big villages, Guyue Village, Xiong Village and Bai Village. Xiong Village was at the front of the mountain, Guyue Village was at the waist of the mountain, and Bai Village was at the back of the mountain. Other than these 3 villages, there were tens of villages at the foot of the mountain, and mortals lived there. The 3 villages divided these villages, and became the masters behind the scenes. Once they lacked servants, they would choose from these villages. But they would not choose Gu masters. To nurture Gu masters, they would only nurture their clansmen. Even though they knew that among these mortal villagers, there were people with cultivation talent. Although the ratio was small, they still did not take them. In this world, bloodline and kinship were extremely important. Holding power in the hands of relatives was the foundation of a stable family policy. Many mountain strongholds, in order to expand their scale, would recklessly bring outsiders into the clan. In the end, it would lead to the outflow of power, which would lead to internal strife. As a result, they would either fall into ruin or decline. No matter which world it was, the foundation of political power was always the military. This was the truth. And the army was a mechanism of violence. It was power. Only with power would one have status and authority. Of course, the family system wasn't the same, and there would be new blood. Every year, there would be outsiders marrying into the family and getting rid of their slave status. The children they gave birth to would be surnamed Guyue, the new generation of clansmen. It was as if a stream had been drawn into a deep pool. Do not underestimate this stream. Without it, the pool would be stagnant and would rot sooner or later. With it, there would be living water, and the deep pool would slowly grow. Fang Yuan's former personal maidservant, Xianxia, had this idea. She wanted to climb up the social ladder and break away from her slave status. Fang Yuan went down the mountain. After walking for half an hour, he could vaguely see smoke rising from the bottom of the mountain. After walking for a while, he saw a village in the distance on a wide hillside. It was situated next to a small river. The nearby villages were all under the rule of the Guyue mountain stronghold. Although the vicinity of the village was not as safe as around the mountain stronghold, it was cleaned regularly. If mortals could survive in such an environment, it was naturally acceptable to Fang Yuan. On the mountain road close to the village, Fang Yuan keenly discovered traces on the ground. His past experience told him that this was the trace of a wild boar. Chase. Fang Yuan's spirit was lifted. He followed the trace and gradually went deep into the mountain forest. Green moss covered the dark stones, and ancient cypress trees formed a large forest. Under the scorching sun in the summer, the mountain forest seemed even more serene. The lush bushes suddenly moved. A few mountain deer that were eating the rich wild grass immediately raised their heads. They stared cautiously at the grass and their ears twitched. The grass that was half the height of a person suddenly separated, and a young man came out of the grass. This young man had pale skin, short black hair, and wore simple linen clothes. It was Fang Yuan. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The few wild deer were startled. Their 4 slender and vigorous legs suddenly moved. They jumped and jogged. In an instant, they rushed out and disappeared from Fang Yuan's sight. These wild deer are all female deer. Their fur can be cut and made into warm fur coats. Deer meat is also food for some goo worms. If it is a male deer, the antlers are even more precious. Some golden antlers are even necessary for goo worms to advance. The wilderness was full of danger, but it also contained rich treasures. Fang Yuan glanced at the direction where these wild deer escaped and retracted his gaze. His goal this time was the wild boar, not these wild deer. He continued forward. Buzz buzz buzz. Such a sound came from ahead, causing Fang Yuan to stop in his tracks. Beehive. He looked from afar and saw a beehive hanging on a tree. The beehive was huge, about the size of a wicker basket. It was a grayish-yellow color. Dozens of bee soldiers flew around the beehive, and there were worker bees entering and exiting from time to time. There is honey in the beehive. Honey is the food of the bear power goo. Thus, the Xiong village needs a lot of honey. This beehive is only a small beehive. The probability of it producing a goo is not high. If I had a goo worm like the bronze skin goo, I could risk being stung by the bees to collect the honey. Unfortunately. Fang Yuan thought to himself. In this world, not all insects were goo. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of laws. How could they be so cheap? In a swarm of insects, only the insect king was a goo worm. But this also depended on the size of the swarm. If the size was too small, there would be no goo worm. Take this bee swarm in front of him for example. Because the swarm was too small, the probability of it having a goo was not high. Fang Yuan circled around the beehive and continued forward. The traces of the mountain boar became more and more obvious. Fang Yuan knew that he was getting closer and closer to this wild boar. He became more and more careful. Wild boars were also very dangerous. Wild boars were not domesticated pigs. If an adult wild boar fought with a tiger, the tiger might not win. In this strange world, wild beasts were not simple. This situation. When Fang Yuan finally found the wild boar, it was lying in a big pit. At the bottom of the pit were sharpened green spear bamboos. The wild boar was stabbed by the green spear bamboos, and blood was flowing out. Looking at the blood in the pit, this wild boar had been in the trap for at least 15 minutes. But this wild boar was still struggling with all its might. Its mouth was puffing and howling, and it still had a lot of energy. This trap was obviously set by a hunter. I didn't expect to pick up such a bargain. Fang Yuan smiled, but his expression was serious. These traps were also a threat to him. If he fell into this trap, he would probably die in 15 minutes. Although the surroundings of the village were cleaned regularly, hunters often came here to hunt and set up many traps. Some traps could be recognized, but some were designed to be hidden. If Fang Yuan did not notice, he might fall into it. This mountain is all over, and any corner could be set up by hunters. But hunters would often tell each other the location of a trap when they set up a trap. Looks like I have to find an old hunter and get him to tell me about the traps here. Also, with this information, I won't have to find a needle in a haystack like this. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. This was the disadvantage of not having a detection goo. However, it was not easy to find a good investigative goo worm. In a short period of time, if he had information from hunters, he would be able to deal with it. Thinking like this, Fang Yuan turned his wrist and a moonblade flew out, easily hitting the wild boar. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the entire moonblade sank into the wild boar's neck, instantly creating a thin and long wound. Then with a poochy sound, a fountain of blood spurted out. The blood that spurted out caused the wound to become bigger and bigger, and more blood spurted out. The wild boar howled, struggling like it was dying, but its movements became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan watched in silence, his face calm. The wild boar's life was gone. Its eyes were wide open, and the muscles on its body were still twitching. Warm blood filled the pit, and the thick smell of blood assaulted his senses. Live or die, this is the main theme of nature. He sighed in his heart. At this moment, faint voices could be heard. Brother Wang Er, in our village, no one is better at hunting than you, especially wild boar hunting. Your family's old man Wang is the king of hunters within 100 miles. He is famous, who doesn't know him? Yes, Brother Wang Er, you have inherited old man Wang's legacy. Hunting a wild boar is naturally a piece of cake. Brother Wang Er, why didn't little sister come with you today? After the flattering voices, a cold and hard voice sounded, humph. How can hunting a wild boar show off my skills? Today, I'm going to kill 3 wild boars for you to see. Also, Gooden, don't think about my sister, or I'll beat you up. Gooden said, men and women should get married, is it illegal for me to like Wang's sister? Plus, it's not like I'm the only one who likes her. Which man in our village doesn't like her? Brother Wang Er, you're already 19 this year, it's time for you to get married and have kids. That cold and hard voice sounded again, humph, as a man, how can I be greedy for such a little beauty? One day, I'll walk out of this Qingmao mountain and travel the world. I'll see the world, then I'll be worthy of being a man. As he spoke, 4 young hunters walked out from the forest. The leader was tall and lanky, with a bow and arrows on his back. His muscles were bulging, and his eyes were bright. He had a sharp aura. When he saw Fang Yuan, his brows immediately furrowed, shouting, Which village are you from? How dare you try to take advantage of me, Wang Er? Get lost. Scram? Fang Yuan heard Wang Er's words and laughed coldly, waving his palm forward. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the eerie blue moonblade shot out quickly. At the same time, he kicked the ground and rushed towards the 4 hunters. Goo Master? When the hunters saw the moonblade, someone immediately shouted in shock. The moonblade was already flying towards them, and they quickly scattered to dodge. Puff. One of them could not dodge in time, and his right forearm was hit by the moonblade. Immediately, the bone and flesh separated, and his wrist and half of his forearm fell to the ground. Aha! He laid on the ground, screaming in pain and fear. His left hand was like an eagle's claw, subconsciously grabbing his right arm tightly. The front of his right arm continued to spurt out scarlet blood. Soon, the ground was dyed red. Spare my life. We did not mean to offend you. The other 2 Goo Masters saw their companion's tragic state, and their faces turned pale, without a trace of blood. They quickly knelt down, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. "Humph, a bunch of useless things, what are you afraid of? Isn't it just a Gu master student?" Only Wang Er remained standing. Fang Yuan did not say a word and attacked. This made him shocked and angry. He spread his arms back, and with a movement of his waist, he held the bow and arrow on his back in his hands. "Stop, if you come any closer, I will shoot you." Wang Er retreated as he knocked an arrow, roaring at the same time. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. This Wang Er was a bit troublesome. When a normal person saw a Gu master, which one would not be afraid? But he could maintain his composure, which showed that he had some guts. Swoosh. Another moonblade flew out, shooting towards Wang Er. "You don't know how to appreciate favors." Wang Er snorted coldly, and his killing intent rose. His footsteps slightly shifted, and he dodged the moonblade, shooting an arrow at the same time. The arrow flew quickly, with a swoosh, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lowered his body and head slightly, dodging the arrow. He continued to rush forward, quickly closing in on Wang Er. Wang Er was very courageous. He immediately threw away the bow and arrow in his hand and raised his fist, which was as big as the mouth of a bull, and brazenly met Fang Yuan. He was tall, with a broad back and a thin waist. He was at least half a meter taller than Fang Yuan. The sun shone from behind him. Fang Yuan rushed towards him, his face shrouded in a layer of shadow. In the shadows, his eyes were like a wolf's, seething with killing intent. "No. Stop." The two hunters, seeing that they were about to collide violently, cried out in terror. "Die." Wang Er's eyes emitted a ferocious glint, and the muscles on his face contorted. He was both malevolent and insane, like a bloodthirsty wolf. His two fists, one on the left and one on the right, struck at Fang Yuan. Whoosh. His fists were fast and heavy, bringing along a gust of wind. Fang Yuan watched as the fists grew bigger and bigger in his eyes. His expression did not change, but he suddenly took a wrong step. Swoosh. At this critical moment, he dodged the fist, forcefully twisted his body, and rushed to the side of Wang Er's left hand. Wang Er laughed sinisterly, waved his fists, and immediately chased after Fang Yuan's back. But at this moment, a dazzling ray of sunlight shone into his eyes. His back was originally facing the sunlight, but when he suddenly turned his head, the dazzling sunlight shone on his eyes, causing him to feel a stinging pain in his eyes, and his vision turned white. Fang Yuan sneered, his body somersaulted in the air, dodging Wang Er's fist, and at the same time, swung his right hand. Chi, the third crescent blade flew in the direction of the sunlight. Wang Er's hair stood on end, and he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. He hurriedly tilted his head, and in the next moment, the blue crescent blade flew past. "Brother Wang Er, be careful." "Did you dodge it?" The two hunters kneeling on the ground, at this moment, forgot to beg for mercy, and stared with their eyes wide open. The dazzling sunlight shone on their faces. At this moment, time seemed to have slowed down. The surrounding sounds also seemed to have disappeared, and the world was silent. The afternoon sun formed a white background, and in this background, Wang Er's figure was simplified into a black shadow. He leaned back in the air, his strong body raised in an arc, like a drawn bow, full of masculine beauty. He slowly tilted his head, wanting to dodge the attack of the crescent blade. The crescent blade flew in the air, like a snail. The blue light, under the illumination of the sunlight, seemed as if it did not exist. The white background, the black figure, and the blue crescent blade, these three formed a dazzling stage that condensed life and death in an instant. The crescent blade flew over. The black figure that represented Wang Er followed the momentum and slowly fell. He seemed to be safe and sound. Phew! Seeing this, one of the young hunters let out a breath of turbid air. "We dodged it." The other hunter was already cheering in his heart. But at this moment, a small piece of the black figure's head was separated, and blood-red liquid, along with the separation of the black figure, splashed in all directions. The blue crescent blade gradually dissipated in the air. As for the black figure, it was like a broken bough. The power it contained instantly dissipated with a loud bang. In an instant, it turned into a sad but beautiful leaf that floated silently on the ground. The pupils of the two hunters suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, their mouths slightly opened, wider and wider, until they reached their limit. Splat. Bright red liquid splashed on the two's faces. The two touched with their hands, it was blood. They suddenly woke up. In their perception, time had suddenly returned to normal, and they could hear the noise again. There was the sound of birds chirping, the sound of flowing water, and the screams of their companions grabbing their broken arms. "Brother Wang Er?" one of the hunters shouted, his voice full of fear. All along, Wang Er was their leader. "He's dead." The other hunter let out a sorrowful cry, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. "Brother Wang Er was our strongest hunter. Just a moment ago, he was still talking and laughing with us, and the next moment, he died. We shouldn't have angered the Gu Master. How can we mortals be a match for a Gu Master?" The two hunters were shocked and terrified. For a moment, they were like two statues, kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan crawled up from the ground. Just now, in order to avoid Wang Er's punch, he flipped in the air and lost his balance. After shooting a crescent blade, he fell to the ground. But this flip was worth it. If he was hit by Wang Er's punch, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. After all, Fang Yuan did not have any defensive Gu worms, and his body was still that of a 15-year-old. Now that he stood up, other than the slight pain from his shoulder landing on the ground, there was nothing else. This Wang Er is very strong, even stronger than that Mo family slave, Gao Wan. If a normal student met him, they would definitely lose. Even a rank 1 upper stage Gu master would fall to his hands due to carelessness. Fang Yuan looked deeply at Wang Er's corpse. During the rank 1 period of a Gu master, outstanding mortal martial artists were still a threat. This Wang Er was indeed a good fighter. His arrows were fast and stable. Just based on this, it was comparable to a crescent blade. Even the crescent blade's attack was slightly inferior, not as wide as his bow and arrows coverage. His punches and kicks had also reached the peak of a mortal. His muscles and bones were strong, and he was ruthless and ruthless. With Fang Yuan's current small body, he could not take it head-on. If it was any other student, they would definitely lose. But Wang Er's misfortune was that he met Fang Yuan. The moment he appeared, Fang Yuan noticed the bow on his back and immediately deduced that he could not fight long range with him. The crescent blade's attack range was only 10 meters. The bow and arrow's attack range was much further than the crescent blades. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up on long-range combat and quickly closed in, assuming a close combat stance. Wang Er had no choice but to give up his bow and arrow, wanting to fight close combat with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan did not want to fight close combat with Wang Er. He cleverly used the angle and the sunlight to create a flaw in Wang Er's defense, and then shot out the third crescent blade. He had already advanced to middle stage, and using the liquor worm to refine his primeval essence, the crescent blade's attack reached the level of an upper stage Gu master. At such a close distance, and with Wang Er's blurred vision, hitting Wang Er was inevitable. But this Wang Er is really capable. I originally wanted to decapitate him, but at the critical moment, he relied on his senses and reflexes, forcefully dodging most of the attack, causing my crescent blade to only slice off half of his skull. Life and death is the main melody of nature. All beings are equal, all beings have the right to live, and all beings have the possibility of being killed. In life, there may be nobility and lowliness. But in the face of death, what is the difference between a person's death and a pig's death? It's just death. Fang Yuan took one last look at Wang Er's corpse, sighing in his heart. The trees were rooted in the mountain soil, extending their emerald green hands towards the sky. Thick and solid tree trunks faced each other from afar. The luxuriant branches and leaves crisscrossed in midair. Surrounded by these trees, there was a wooden house. The wooden house was made of thick and solid tree trunks, revealing an honest and solid feeling. The wooden house wasn't built recently, but was a bit old, so the surface of the wooden house was covered in moss, and some of the tree trunks even had tender branches. The wooden house was surrounded by a tall bamboo fence made of green spear bamboo. There were vegetable fields in front and behind, and in the middle of the vegetable fields was a well. At this moment, a young and beautiful girl was fetching water from the well. Although her clothes were extremely simple, it couldn't hide her face. She was about 16 years old, with a pair of big black eyes, black and white clearly defined, pure like crystals. The sunlight shone through the overlapping lush leaves and shone on her face, making her skin look like white snow. It also showed a kind of transparent blush and warmth. Her black hair drooped mischievously, covering half of her cute earlobes. Her pink lips were pursed, biting her pearly white teeth, and her face showed that she was trying very hard. She laboriously lifted the bucket filled to the brim, from the depths of the well. He took another deep breath and moved the wooden bucket to the gray brick floor beside the well. Phew! The girl puffed up her pink cheeks, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and used her white hand as a fan, fanning her cheeks. Hearing the sound of the wooden bucket falling to the ground, the door of the wooden house creaked open, and an old man walked out from inside. The old man's hair was a mix of black and white, and his face was full of wrinkles. Although his old eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life, they would occasionally flash with a sharp light. He was like an old tiger, although old, the tiger's might was still there. "Girl, this bucket is too heavy, I already said to let father carry it. Why are you secretly watering the vegetables behind my back?" The old man looked at the girl beside the well, his face revealing a loving expression. "Father." The girl called out sweetly, "You came back so late from hunting yesterday, you should have slept a little more this morning." "It's just a bucket. Look, didn't I just bring it up? You always like to show off." The old man's tone was helpless, but his eyes were filled with love. He strode to the well, reached out a hand, and easily grabbed the bucket of water. "Come, little girl, I'll water the vegetables with you." The air was filled with the fragrance of wild grass and flowers. The summer wind blew over passionately. When it brushed past the treetops, it turned into a wave of fresh and serene air. On the vegetable field in front of the wooden house in the mountain, his daughter used a ladle to scoop up water and carefully watered the vegetables. The father was in charge of fetching water, and the two buckets took turns. The warm atmosphere of a family permeated the small space. After a while, the old man stood beside the well, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and sighed deeply. "Sigh, I'm getting old after all. I can't lift it anymore after a few times." The young girl turned her head and smiled like a flower. She said angrily, "Father, you finally know. You're already so old, and you always like to show off. How many times have I told you, let second brother go hunting? At your age, you should lie at home and enjoy life." He he he. The old man laughed and nodded, "With your second brother's ability, it's indeed enough for him to roam this mountain forest. Especially his archery, it's even better than when I was young. But there's one thing I'm worried about. He's too wild, and relies on his strength to fly." Sigh, young people love to fantasize, and more or less have this problem. "Father." The young girl dragged out her voice. The old man laughed even more happily, and joked, "Yes, and you. You're not young anymore, it's time to find a husband. Father will look for one for you. Our daughter is unique in this area, you don't have to worry about not being able to find a good family." The young girl's face suddenly turned red, and she was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything. The old man looked at the sky, as if he was looking at a beautiful future. He sighed leisurely, "When your second brother suffers a bit and restrains his temper, I'll stop and never go up the mountain again. I'll find a good husband for you, and watch you get married and have children. It's best if you have a big fat boy. Hee, I'll be satisfied with taking care of my grandson. A person's life is really not easy. As a hunter, how many of them have a good beginning and a good ending? Sigh, the companions from when we were young are all gone now. There's only me left." "Father, you're wrong." The young girl smiled and consoled, "What do you mean there's only you left? Don't you still have us?" Hee. The old man laughed and was about to speak when he suddenly heard movement, and turned around. The bamboo fence door was kicked open from the outside. "Your old man Wang?" Fang Yuan's face was cold, and his eyes were eerie. He held a lump of moonlight in his right hand and walked in first. The old man was shocked. Seeing the moonlight in Fang Yuan's hand, he quickly knelt on the ground. "This old man greets Lord Gu Master." "Old man Wang, your son dared to offend me. I've already killed him. Bring his corpse here." Fang Yuan looked down at the old man kneeling on the ground, and went straight to the point. He had just finished speaking when two young hunters walked in from outside the fence. One of them was in front, and the other was behind, carrying Wang Er's corpse. Seeing this corpse, old man Wang's body trembled. Second brother. The young girl screamed mournfully and immediately rushed over, pouncing on Wang Er's corpse. Her face was instantly covered in tears. Sister Wang. The two young hunters saw the girl of their dreams crying in front of them. They couldn't bear it and wanted to persuade her, but they couldn't say anything. Old man Wang, I heard you're a hunting chief, the most famous hunter in the nearby villages. You're so old, but you can still hunt in the mountains, and every time you hunt, you get a good harvest. That's good. Fang Yuan paused for a moment, and then continued with a blank expression, now draw me a map, indicating the location of all the traps in the nearby mountains, as well as the distribution of wild beasts that you've observed over the years. If you draw it, I'll forgive your son for offending me. If you can't draw it, humph. These villages were under the control of the Guyue stronghold. The villagers in these villages were all serfs of the Guyue clan. Now that Wang Er had offended his superiors and offended his master, according to the clan rules, his whole family would be implicated. Old man Wang's body trembled again, and he almost fell to the ground. To him, this kind of blow was too big and too sudden. Murderer, you're the murderer who killed my second brother. You treat human life as grass, and now you're here to denounce me? I want to avenge my second brother. The young girl shouted, her voice full of hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. She suddenly rushed toward Fang Yuan. But she was still on the way, when a figure suddenly rushed out and blocked her. The one who blocked her was not the two young hunters, but her old father. Bastard! Old man Wang let out a low roar, swung his hand, and with a slap, the young girl fell to the ground. Your second brother is already dead, do you want to die too? Do you want me, your father, to live the rest of my life alone? The old man said this, tears flowing down his old face, and his whole body trembled violently. Father! The young girl was beaten awake, her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was full of pain, unwillingness, grievance, pity, hatred, helplessness, and all kinds of complex emotions. The old man turned around, facing Fang Yuan, his knees went soft, and he knelt on the ground again, and his forehead touched the ground, deeply kowtowing at Fang Yuan's feet. His voice was choked, trembling, Lord Gu Master, my son offended you, and indeed deserved to die. I will draw a map for you now, please be magnanimous, and spare us. Fang Yuan's expression softened a little, and he looked down at the old man, don't worry, as long as you draw it truthfully, I will definitely spare you. But you better not lie to me, if I find any suspicious points, your lives will be in danger. I understand, I understand. Hunter Wang kowtowed non-stop, Lord Gu Master, please allow me to go back and get a pen and paper. No need. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and looked at the two young hunters who came to threaten him, ordering, go to the house, find me a pen and paper, and bring it out. Yes, Lord Gu Master. The two young men's legs trembled, but under Fang Yuan's deterrence, they did not dare to disobey. Lord, the pen and paper are on the square table in the kitchen, old man Wang said from the side. Fang Yuan's gaze faintly flashed, but he did not speak. The two hunters broke into the wooden house, and quickly came out with a pen and paper. The paper in the southern border was made of specially made bamboo paper. The paper was very hard, and the paper had a faint green color. This kind of paper was suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. If it was Shan paper, after 7 or 8 days, it would be wet from the humidity. The old man held the pen and knelt on the ground, drawing black lines one after another. Some were curved, some were straight. He drew more than 10 pieces of bamboo paper, and after a while, he presented the bamboo paper to Fang Yuan with both hands. Fang Yuan glanced at it, and split the bamboo in half, handing it to the two young hunters. Take a look, see if there is anything wrong. Every time you find a mistake, I will reward you with a yuan stone. P.S. Just like the prologue said, this book is very evil. Just treat it as a pure story, there is no need to put it into reality. There is another problem that needs to be clarified. The story of Renzu is a dark line, written not to educate everyone, there is no need to do so, nor is there the effort, nor the capital. It is only a representation of the world, a description of the world's foundation. At the same time, through this myth, it will throw out a part of the setting of the book. The story of Renzu will be used throughout the book. Everyone can just take a look. If you don't like it, then just skip it. Again, there is no need to be too immersed in the book. As long as you enjoy it, that is enough. Don't put yourself in the wrong place. If you do, you are just looking for trouble. Of course, this does not exclude those who are masochistic. Haha, the two young hunters held the bamboo paper, their hands trembling, and their eyes glowing faintly. This is Hunter Wang's life's experience and effort. Hunters like us, although we communicate, we also communicate about the location of the traps. But we don't tell them about the distribution of the beasts. The information on this bamboo paper is the information accumulated by hunting leader Wang's ancestors. So there's a herd of wild deer in this valley. Haha, if I kill this herd of wild deer, I won't have to worry about food for at least 3 months. Ah, there's a nest of mountain bears beside this stream? That was close, I hunted near here last time. Write it down, write it all down. This precious information could be said to be a hunter's rice bowl. Often, it was not the experience of a generation, but the blood and lives of their ancestors and fathers. As for Old Man Wang's family, they had always been hunters for a living. When it came to Old Man Wang, his ancestry had reached its peak, and he was publicly recognized as the #1 hunter. The information in the hands of such a person was naturally the most detailed and accurate. The two young hunters examined the bamboo paper for more than a quarter of an hour, flipping it several times. Only when Fang Yuan urged them did they reluctantly return the bamboo paper. During this time, Old Man Wang kept kneeling on the ground, his forehead touching the ground to show his respect. The young girl was still lying on the ground, dumbfounded. No problem, Lord. The positions of the traps on the bamboo paper are all correct. The two replied. Lord Gu Master, this concerns the lives of me and my daughter, I would never dare to lie to you. The kneeling Old Man Wang quickly shouted, kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Not bad. Fang Yuan shook the bamboo paper in his hand, and suddenly changed the topic, but I don't believe it. Old Man Wang jerked his head up as if he had been electrocuted. He saw a dark blue moon blade growing larger and larger in his eyes. Chie head flew up, blood splattering. Ah! Lord, this. The two young hunters were caught off guard by this turn of events, and their faces were filled with shock. Father! The girl let out a shrill scream as she threw herself at Old Man Wang's headless corpse. But halfway through, a crescent blade shot over and hit her right in the face. Plop. She immediately fell to the ground, no longer breathing. A thin red line slowly appeared on her beautiful face, from her forehead to her lips and chin. The red line widened, and scarlet blood slowly seeped out, flowing down half of her nose and half of her lips. It flowed into the black soil and dyed half of her face bright red. On the other hand, the other half of her face was still as delicate and beautiful as before, white and rosy, and when reflected under the blue sky, it seemed crystalline and translucent like a work of art. Not bad. Fang Yuan glanced at the girl on the ground and nodded with satisfaction. Using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence, the Moonblade could cut goo. Now, using rank 1 middle stage primeval essence to activate the Moonblade, it could break bones and even cut steel. Sister Wang. A young hunter witnessed the death of his sweetheart with his own eyes. He immediately collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Lord Gu Master, please spare our lives. The other hunter saw Fang Yuan turn around and stared at them, and was almost scared out of his wits, kneeling on the ground with a plop. Get up, go in and search. Fang Yuan said coldly, I know that every hunter's house would keep a beast skin map. On it is the terrain, the location of the traps, and the distribution of wild beasts. If you find it for me, I'll let you live. Yes, 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 we will search now. Lord Gu Master, please wait a moment. The two crawled up in a flurry and stumbled into the wooden house. Sounds of rummaging could be heard in the wooden house. But after a while, the two young men searched through the wooden house, but could not find the beast skin map. Lord, please wait a little longer, we will find it soon. The two young men's faces were filled with fear and panic. Their actions became more and more violent, and the table, bowls and chopsticks were smashed by them. Damn it, where is it? Come out quickly. They mumbled, trembling nervously, and their eyes were bloodshot. Useless things. Fang Yuan slowly walked into the wooden house. Lord! Lord! Spare us, sob sob sob. The two young men trembled like they were electrocuted, and fell to the ground, crying and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not care about the two kneeling on the ground, but looked at the wooden house. There were 4 bedrooms in the wooden house, a living room and a kitchen. All the furniture and decorations were piled up like garbage, as if they had been looted. Fang Yuan walked slowly, and his footsteps made light thudding sounds on the wooden floor. It has indeed been rummaged, but it shouldn't be. Almost every hunter has an animal skin map, passed down from their ancestors. Generation after generation, the maps were constantly engraved and modified, recording the distribution of the beasts and the layout of the traps. This is a hunter's livelihood. How could it not be? Fang Yuan's eyes were dark, and he kept thinking, moreover, I just tested Old Man Wang, and deliberately let the two young hunters into the house to search for the paper and pen. Old Man Wang immediately called out the location of the paper and pen. He should be worried that the two young hunters would find the animal skin map. The animal skin map must be in this wooden house. Fang Yuan looked around, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His eyes fixed on the fireplace in the living room. The fireplace was connected to the chimney, and was used to warm the house in autumn and winter. There were still some black charcoal left in the fireplace. Fang Yuan walked to the side of the fireplace, and slowly squatted down. He casually picked up the iron tongs leaning against the fireplace, and turned over the charcoal that had been burnt black. Most of the charcoal still retained the shape of a wooden stick, and its texture was very brittle. With a little force, it would break into 2 pieces. After a while, Fang Yuan suddenly found a piece of charcoal. It was very hard and very heavy, unlike the other charcoal. He used the tongs to take out the long piece of charcoal, and threw it on the ground. The charcoal on the surface immediately broke into countless black pieces. Then the bamboo tube inside was revealed. When the two young hunters saw this, they immediately let out a low cry of surprise. Fang Yuan picked up the bamboo tube, found the cover at one end, and opened it. With a slight tilt, he poured out a map inside. This map was much heavier than the stack of bamboo papers, and was made of a white animal skin. The animal skin map was very large, about 1 meter long and half a meter wide. On it, there were black, green, red, yellow, and blue lines, which outlined a complex topographic map. Fang Yuan's eyes swept over it, and he was slightly surprised. This map covered a very large area, and some of the corners were very far from the village. As a mortal, it was really not easy for him to explore these places. His eyes focused, and he found the distribution of 5 wild boar herds on the map. 2 small wild boar herds, 2 medium wild boar herds, and 1 large wild boar herd. In the center of this large wild boar herd, there was a red cross drawn with a line. Seeing this cross, Fang Yuan could not help but sneer. On his bamboo paper, there was absolutely no such cross. The two young hunters also looked at the bamboo paper, and did not find anything wrong. This was because their knowledge was limited, and they only knew a few places. This red cross was already far away at the corner of the map. From this, it could be seen that Old Man Wang was cunning. This animal skin map was the reason why Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang. He needed this animal skin map to hunt wild boars, but how could he be at ease when it was drawn by someone else? This way, a map that was personally obtained was more reliable. In his previous life, what kind of words had Fang Yuan not heard before? Just because of the word scram, it was not enough to make him kill Wang Er. When he heard the conversation of the 4 people beside the trap, he immediately had the intention to kill. Killing Wang Er would reduce the resistance, and he would be able to obtain this map more smoothly. Then why not kill him? Fang Yuan did not kill for the sake of killing. Killing was just a method. This method could solve the problem more directly, so why not use it? Old Man Wang also had to die. Even if he could let go of the hatred of his son, Fang Yuan could not. Didn't they know the saying, if the roots are not removed when weeds are cut, they will grow again when the spring wind blows? What, you said that killing the innocent? Haha, no matter what world it was, as long as one lived in this world, there would be entanglement of cause and effect. How could there be innocent? If a man killed a pig, was the pig innocent? The big fish ate the small fish, and the small fish ate the shrimps. There was only a food chain in nature, and there was no such thing as innocent. In this world, anyone could live, anyone could die, and no one was innocent. The beast skin map was very thick, unlike a folded piece of paper that could be easily carried around. Feng Yuan could only roll up the beast skin and put it back into the bamboo tube. He then tied the two ends of the bamboo tube with hemp rope and carried it on his back. The two hunters stared at the bamboo tube, their eyes showing unavoidably greed. They were not idiots, they knew the value of this map. Although Gu masters did not care about this beast skin map, to mortals, especially hunters like them, it was a treasure. This was something passed down from the Wang family's ancestors. For old Wang to become a famous headhunter, this map definitely had a lot to do with it. This was a true family heirloom. Let me ask you, is there anyone else in old man Wang's family? Feng Yuan's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. The two youngsters kneeling on the ground, upon hearing Feng Yuan's words, shuddered. Thinking of their current situation, the greed on their faces faded away and was replaced by fear. No more, their family is all dead, Lord Gu Master. Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but over 10 years ago, she was killed by a wild wolf that invaded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 boys and a girl for old man Wang. But the eldest son, Wang De, died on the mountain while hunting 3 years ago. There is no one else in the Wang family. The 2 young hunters hurriedly replied. So it's like this. Feng Yuan squinted his eyes. He looked at the 2 kneeling on the ground and knew that they were not lying. Life and death were in his hands, the possibility of them lying to him was very small. But he still asked, "You are not lying to me?" "We dare not lie at all, Lord." I remember. Old man Wang actually had a wife, Wang Da's wife. But after Wang Da went missing, the wife also died of love. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial. But I heard that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by old man Wang. My lord, you killed old man Wang, which is a good thing for the people. Another person hurriedly echoed, that's right, that's right. Actually, sir, we have long found this old man Wang to be an eyesore. Humph, what's so great about it? It's just that it's better at hunting than us. They were clearly all mortals, but they made it seem like they were special, moving out of the village to live here. As juniors, we sometimes wanted to ask him for advice, but he chased us away and forbade us from appearing near the wooden hut again. Feng Yuan listened quietly while nodding. Although the 2 of them began to belittle old man Wang in order to save their lives, it was not difficult to detect the resentment in their mouths. Feng Yuan guessed that the 2 youngsters were just pretending to ask for their hunting experience. They were probably coveting the beauty of the Wang family's daughter. As a result, he was discovered by old man Wang and was taught a lesson several times. There's no need to say more about getting rid of the tyrants and bringing peace to the people. The reason I killed this time was because I coveted this beast hide. I am quite satisfied with your performance, you can leave now. Feng Yuan's tone softened, and at the same time, the right hand behind his back shone with eerie moonlight. The 2 youngsters kneeling on the ground heard Feng Yuan's words and were pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sir, for sparing our lives. Sir, we will forever remember your generosity and kindness. The 2 of them were crying and snot, their foreheads knocking against the ground, producing a light thudding sound. After kowtowing a few times, they immediately turned around and left. Although Feng Yuan was younger than them, after they personally witnessed Feng Yuan's style of doing things, they were incomparably terrified and did not want to face Feng Yuan again. Wait. At this time, a voice suddenly came. The voice had just finished speaking when a Gu master jumped down from the treetop with a swoosh. You can't leave, explain everything that happened here clearly. The Gu master who jumped down was wearing a dark blue tight suit with a red belt. In the middle of the belt was a metal plate, and on the metal plate was carved a big 2. This rank 2 Gu master had a skinny body and narrow eyes. His wrists were covered with arm guards, and his calves had sturdy leggings. His whole person exuded a sense of competence. Commoner greets Lord Xianxia. The 2 young hunters had just stood up and wanted to leave, but upon seeing this Gu master, they immediately knelt down again, prostrating themselves to the ground. They all knew this Gu master, he was the Gu master stationed in the village. Every year, in order to strengthen their control over the surrounding areas and prevent other forces from infiltrating, the Guyue village would send Gu masters to be stationed there, at the same time strengthening the border defense. This Gu master called Jiang He did not care about the two hunters kneeling on the ground, but looked at Fang Yuan and asked coldly, "I am the Guyue village's Gu master, Jiang He, and you are?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly and stretched out his right palm. In his palm, the moonlight Gu was emitting a ball of moonlight. The Gu master Jiang He saw the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm, and his gaze softened. The moonlight Gu was the symbol of the Guyue clan, and it could not be faked. "This matter is simple. Old man Wang's second son offended me, and I killed the whole family in a fit of anger. The two of them can testify for me," Fang Yuan confidently admitted, pointing at the two young hunters kneeling on the ground. Fang Yuan spoke the truth, and the two hunters hurriedly nodded without a trace of hesitation. Jiang He was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly, "Good kill. A mere serf dared to offend the master, he deserved to be killed." But immediately after, he changed the topic and said with deep meaning, "But Junior, you making things difficult for me by doing this. Although this old man Wang lives alone here, they are still the villagers that I am responsible for. I was sent by the clan to be stationed in the village to protect the villagers and guard against them. Now that you have killed these people, the population of the village will decrease, and at the end of the year assessment, the clan's evaluation of me will drop." Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, and he immediately knew that this Jiang He wanted to extort money from him. He laughed and said directly, "What's so difficult about this? Senior, just report it as it is. Just say that I killed the whole family, and it has nothing to do with you." Jiang He heard this, and his eyelids twitched. He was secretly angry that this Fang Yuan did not know how to appreciate favors, and his tone became very serious. "Then I will handle it impartially. Junior, if you are not afraid of the clan's investigation, then report your name. I will record it in detail and truthfully submit it in the report." His words were very threatening, and if it was any other teenager, they might have been scared by these words. But Fang Yuan saw his weakness, and immediately said, "Senior, just report it as it is." "Right, my surname is Gu Yue, and my name is Fang Yuan." "So you are Fang Yuan?" Jiang He's face was obviously surprised. "I have recently heard my younger brother talk about you. You beat up all your classmates, extorted them in public, and every time you get 60 yuan. Stones. Every time my younger brother talks about it, he is envious of how easy it is for you to earn money. Also, you unexpectedly got a mudskin toad and a liquor worm in stone gambling. Your luck is really enviable." "Right, my younger brother is Xianxia, you should have met him long ago." "So it is him." Fang Yuan nodded, and admitted, "Indeed, every time I buy moon orchid petals, it is from Xianxia's shop." "Ha ha ha, if that is the case, then we are acquaintances." "Forget it, I, Jiang He, will take responsibility for this matter." Jiang He said this, patting his chest with his hand, putting on a look of righteousness. He was taking advantage of the situation. How could he really report this matter? After reporting it, the clan's evaluation of him would still drop. He might as well sell a favor to Fang Yuan, and as for the death of old man Wang's family, he could just report it as a wild beast attack. Who told this old man Wang to be so unconventional, moving out of the village and building a wooden house here to live in solitude? Jiang He was not afraid of this matter being exposed. They were just a few mortal slaves, and their lives were as cheap as grass. If they died, then so be it. Even if the clan found out he was hiding it, they would not care about such a small matter. "It is just that, Junior, you have not left the academy yet, and do not have my Gu master clothes. Otherwise, when that Wang heir saw this clothes, he would know your identity as a Gu master, and why would he offend you? Junior, you are a smart person, don't you think so?" "Hee hee." Jiang He said again. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Jiang He's words were subtle, but in fact he was warning himself, don't run out of the academy to wander around, and in the future, it would be best not to kill people and cause trouble in the area he was in charge of. "Then thank you, Senior, for your advice." Fang Yuan cupped his fist and bowed, saying goodbye to Jiang He, and directly left. In the dark night sky, the moon hung high up like a silver plate, shedding moonlight like water. In the summer wind, the dense forest lightly stretched out its thick green leaves, and the waterfall flowed, but it could not cover up the noise of sandalwood crickets. Fang Yuan stepped on the lush green grass, quietly approaching a wild boar. This wild boar was burying its head, huffing and puffing as it dug into the green mud on the ground, looking for worms in the grass and mud. Wild boars were omnivorous animals. Not only did they eat worms, they also stole bird eggs, and were good at preying on wild rabbits, mice, and even venomous creatures like snakes and scorpions. Fang Yuan slowly approached this wild boar from behind. Under the bright moonlight, the wild boar's gray and black fur could be clearly seen. Its body was strong and sturdy, its limbs thick and short. The mane on its back was long and stiff, and its ears also had sparse fur, standing upright like needles. It was on all fours, and each foot had 4 toes, but only the middle 2 were on the ground. Its tail was thin and short, occasionally swinging it to chase away the surrounding flying mosquitoes. Suddenly, it stopped digging into the soil to eat, and raised its head. At the same time, its pair of erect, pointy ears quickly trembled a few times. Although Fang Yuan stopped in time, this wild boar still discovered him and quickly turned around, letting out a warning growl. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Wild animals were not like domestic animals, they were all very alert. Especially wild boars, their sense of smell was very sensitive, and they could often find well-hidden nests. Even if this wild boar did not hear anything, when Fang Yuan was within 100 meters, it would be able to smell Fang Yuan's scent, and similarly sense Fang Yuan's presence. Although Fang Yuan now had 5 goo worms on him, the spring-autumn cicada, liquor worm, moonlight goo, little light goo, and white boar goo, his equipment was not reasonable or complete. If he had a chilok goo that could conceal his scent, and a silent steps goo that could conceal his footsteps, he would be able to silently get within 10 steps of the wild boar. However, with the addition of these 2 goo worms, Fang Yuan would have to raise 7 goo worms. The consumption of yuan stone would be too great, and it would be difficult to support. Ordinary goo masters could only feed 4 to 5 goo worms of the same rank. Thus, goo masters often did not move alone, but formed groups of 5, with at least 3 people. Within the team, there would be someone in charge of scouting, someone in charge of advancing, someone in charge of attacking, someone in charge of healing, and someone in charge of defending. Fang Yuan did not stop and continued to approach the wild boar. The wild boar growled, a lock of white mane visibly standing up on its neck, a symbol of its agitation. Finally, when Fang Yuan approached and broke the bottom line of the wild boar's heart, the wild boar's front legs dug the ground 3 times, then it opened its strong 4 legs, lowered its head, and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Its upper canine teeth were exposed, flipping upwards, forming 2 snow-white fangs. Under the moonlight, the fangs shone with a cold light, piercing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any defensive goo worms. If he was pierced by these fangs, his stomach would be pierced, and even his intestines would be pierced. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Moonlight goo. Fang Yuan's face was calm, and with a thought, the moonlight goo residing in his right palm immediately absorbed primeval essence, emitting a faint blue moonlight that reflected the moonlight in the night sky. The wild boar rushed over, and Fang Yuan's right palm met it head-on. With a swoosh, the moonblade flew out, hitting the wild boar's face, and immediately blood splattered. The wild boar howled in pain, and turned its anger into motivation, charging even faster. In the blink of an eye, it was only a few steps away from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nimbly leaped to the side, rolling on the ground and flipping sideways. The wild boar rushed straight past him, and with a bang, it directly hit a small tree behind Fang Yuan. The small tree was only as thick as an adult's arm. After being hit by the wild boar, it immediately suffered a devastating blow, and the entire tree trunk broke apart, growing into 2 sections. Fang Yuan stood up, quickly approaching the wild boar, and at the same time, his right hand continuously swung the moonblade. The faint blue moonblade drew a straight line in the air, shooting towards the wild boar. On the wild boar's black and gray fur, several thin and long wounds immediately appeared. The wounds were very deep, and scarlet blood continuously flowed out. Fang Yuan used his high-grade primeval essence to activate the moonblade, and could instantly cut through the hardest bones of the human body. But on this wild boar, it could only cause flesh wounds, and could not harm the bones. A small wild boar was already so tough, and the harsh living environment of this world was evident. The wild boar growled, and once again rushed towards Fang Yuan. As it ran, the bloody wounds on its body continuously tore open, and the boiling hot blood flowed out like it was free. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, and with another flip, he dodged its attack. Although the wild boar was tough, and had a fierce momentum, it had a weakness, and that was its weak ability to change directions. The faster it was, the harder it was to change directions. This way, almost every attack would be in a straight line. As long as the Gu master was brave and careful, it was not hard to dodge. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Every time the wild boar rushed over, Fang Yuan would swing his hand a few moonblades. This added new wounds on top of its old ones, and the angrier it got, the more blood it lost. After a few times, its movements slowed down, and its roars revealed a sense of weakness. Little Light Gu. This time, Fang Yuan not only activated the Moonlight Gu, but also mobilized his primeval essence, injecting it into the Little Light Gu. After the Moonlight Gu was refined, it stayed in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a light blue crescent pattern. After the Little Light Gu was refined, it also stayed in his right palm, forming a milky white pentagram pattern. At this time, dark green primeval essence was injected into the two Gu at the same time. The Moonlight Gu emitted eerie blue moonlight, while the Little Light Gu emitted a milky white light. The milky white light blended into the moonlight, and the originally small moonlight immediately doubled in size. Go! Fang Yuan slashed with his right hand, and an enlarged moonblade flew out. The moonblade created by the Moonlight Gu alone was only the size of a palm. But with the help of the Little Light Gu, this moonblade doubled in size, and its attack power also doubled. Swoosh, the moonblade hit the wild boar's neck, and instantly sank into its black-gray fur. Then it flew out 3 to 4 meters from the other end, and quickly dissipated in the air. Poochie, the wild boar stood on the spot, and froze for a moment. Then, blood gushed out like a rapid scarlet fountain. It fell to the ground, half of its head cut off, and was washed away by the gushing blood. Only a small piece of skin and flesh remained. A thick stench of blood assaulted his nostrils. Fang Yuan did not dare to delay, and pointed at the wild boar on the ground. The white boar Gu that was residing in his aperture immediately turned into a milky white light, and shot into the wild boar's body. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, his face filled with nervousness and vigilance. Although the beast skin map indicated that this area was relatively safe, but there were always accidents in nature. What if a fierce beast was attracted by the stench of blood? After a while, the white boar Gu flew back shakily. The wild boar had already lost more than half its original weight, and only its gray fur was left, as well as its innards. As for the wild boar's meat, most of it was eaten by the white boar Gu. But the strange thing was, even though the white boar Gu ate pork that was 1,000 times bigger than itself, its body size did not change at all. Not even a drop of blood was on it, and it was still in that milky white ladybug form. After eating this, I'll come back 5 days later to slaughter the boar. Fang Yuan kept the white boar Gu, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he took out a knife, and cut off the 2 tusks of the wild boar. On the wild boar's body, there were 3 things that were worth a bit of money. The first was the pork, the second was the fur, and the third was the tusks. But now, the wild boar's meat was almost all eaten up by the white boar Gu. The fur was also full of cuts from the moonblade, and even if it was taken off, there was not much meaning. Only this pair of tusks had some value. It could be used as food for some Gu worms that ate teeth, or as an item for some Gu worms to advance. Fang Yuan hid this pair of tusks in the secret cave in the rock crevice, and returned to the academy dormitory. He did not sleep immediately, but sat cross-legged on the bed, and started to cultivate. In the aperture, the primeval sea rose and fell, the tides rising and falling. Fang Yuan was now a middle-stage Gu master, and after using the liquor worm to refine it, he obtained upper-stage primeval essence. Thus, ordinary people of the same age would have middle-stage pale green primeval essence, but Fang Yuan's primeval essence was upper-stage dark green. But after killing a wild boar, Fang Yuan's primeval essence was left with 23%. A rank 1 Gu master's battle strength was not very strong. Or it could be said that nature's environment was too harsh. Although the moonblade could break bones, but to kill a normal wild boar, Fang Yuan had to use 20% of his upper-stage primeval essence. White boar Gu. He closed his eyes, and his mind entered the aperture. In the aperture, a dark green primeval essence rushed upwards, and poured into the white boar Gu's body. The white boar goo immediately let out a dazzling white light, and the white light shone on Fang Yuan's body. If seen from the outside, Fang Yuan's body was emitting a faint white light from the inside out. Every inch of Fang Yuan's skin, every muscle, was bathed in this white light. A numb and itchy feeling surged in Fang Yuan's heart. The white light transformed Fang Yuan's muscles, allowing the strength to enter his body bit by bit, and from then on, it would stay there, never to be lost. But after a while, this numb feeling turned into pain. This kind of pain, at first it was numb like being electrocuted, and then it turned into an excruciating pain, as if every muscle was cut by a knife. Fang Yuan hurriedly stopped the white boar goo. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. The white boar goo could not be overused, and could only be used for 15 minutes a day. After this time, it would cause pain, and it would become more and more intense. If he forcefully used it now, he might even die from the pain. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the middle of June. In the summer night, the golden moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the green mountains. The wind blew, and the leaves and moonlight floated together. The cicadas chirped and frogs drummed together. Occasionally, there would be a wolf howl, coming from afar and echoing on the green mountains. At a riverbank, the stream washed out a white smooth rock. Beside the riverbank, a battle was going on. A wild boar was covered in deep wounds. It kicked with its 4 legs and charged at Fang Yuan again. Blood spurted from its wounds, leaving a bright red mark. Fang Yuan did not panic at all as he fought. This wild boar was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, but it was precisely this state that made wild beasts the most dangerous. They would burst forth with the last light of their lives, becoming even crazier and more difficult to deal with. If one was not careful, they would tumble and have their intestines crushed by their fangs. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and his dark eyes flashed with a cold light under the moonlight. He had 500 years of experience. On one hand, he was immersed in the battle, and on the other hand, a part of his mind was out of the battle, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. There were several times when he was hunting wild boars, and other creatures came to disturb him. Once, it was a wild boar, a few times it was a wild wolf, and even a stray tiger. As time passed, the wild boar's attack finally slowed down. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly took a few steps and suddenly approached the wild boar. Then, he lowered his body and lifted the wild boar. "Ha!" Fang Yuan shouted, his face flushed red. He used his hands to lift the wild boar high up. The wild boar struggled weakly. Fang Yuan's body swayed, and he used all his strength to throw the wild boar. With a muffled bang, the wild boar was smashed into a huge rock on the riverbank. It held miserably, accompanied by the crisp sound of ribs breaking. It fell from the huge rock, and hot blood gushed out from its ears, nose, and mouth. It struggled a few more times, and finally stopped breathing. The surroundings returned to calm. The river gurgled, carrying the scarlet pig's blood into the distance. With my current strength, I can already carry a pig. Let's try the boulder in the tunnel tonight. Fang Yuan stood in the same spot, panting heavily. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. These days, he had been using the white boar goo to reflect his body and increase his strength. He could clearly feel that. His strength was getting stronger and stronger. In the past, he could only use the crescent blade to fight the wild boar. But now, he could even carry the wild boar. His strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Of course, the white boar goo would not increase Fang Yuan's strength limitlessly. Its limit was the strength of one boar. At this limit, he could no longer use the white boar goo to increase his strength. I can carry a wild boar now, but that doesn't mean I can wrestle with a pig. It was just like how a strong man could carry another strong man, but there might not be a difference in strength between the two men. My strength can still continue to grow. After feeding all the boar meat to the white boar goo, Fang Yuan used his knife to remove the boar's teeth. Finally, he cut up the already damaged skin of the wild boar before going to the secret cave in the rock crack. As for the boar's corpse, he did not need to deal with it. In the summer night, wild beasts roamed about frequently. Not long later, some wild beasts would smell the blood and rush over to clear the area for Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if someone found out, it was not a problem. The wounds on the boar's body were processed by Fang Yuan with his knife, and there were no traces of the crescent blade attack. Returning to the secret cave shrouded in scarlet light, Fang Yuan threw the two wild boar teeth to a corner. The wild boar teeth collided with each other, creating a crisp sound. In this corner, there was already a small pile of wild boar teeth. These were the results of Fang Yuan's recent hunting. Fang Yuan went straight into the tunnel, once again arriving at the bottom of the tunnel. Walking in the tunnel, the sound of his footsteps echoed in the tunnel. His vision was filled with a dim red light. Nothing had changed, the huge rock was still there, quietly lying in front of him. As for the hole where he dug out the earth treasury flower, it had already been filled up by Fang Yuan. Drink. Fang Yuan came to the front of the huge rock, raising both his hands and pushing with all his might. However, his face swelled up, and he used all his strength, but the huge rock did not move an inch. Right now, if I use all my strength, I can barely lift a wild boar. But this huge rock is at least the weight of 5 or 6 wild boars. It's not strange that I can't push it. The flower wine monk's inheritance of strength is not that easy. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, calculating in his heart. He was not discouraged, and went out of the tunnel, returning to the secret room above. Taking out the bamboo tube leaning against the wall, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, opened the lid of the bamboo tube, and poured out the animal skin map and bamboo paper. He opened up the animal skin map, and began to memorize it. From time to time, he would use his finger to draw shallow marks on the ground, to help him memorize. From the day he obtained this map, he had been doing this. Fang Yuan did not have a storage goo, and could not carry the animal skin map with him. It would be very inconvenient to carry a bamboo tube on his back in battle. Thus, Fang Yuan put in a lot of effort, preparing to memorize the animal skin map in his mind. Although some things are troublesome, it is best to do it. In a person's life, those who are afraid of trouble and do not actively solve it will often end up in a troublesome situation. This logic, Fang Yuan understood in his previous life. When I was young, my memory was really good. Right now, I have already memorized most of the map in my mind. If I was old, I would probably forget it while memorizing it. Of course, if I had a bookworm, I would feed it this animal skin map, and from then on, as long as I do not lose the bookworm, I would always remember this map clearly. Fang Yuan had the liquor worm and the white boar goo, and began to covet the bookworm. The bookworm's value was similar to the liquor worm and the white boar goo. They were all rare rank 1 goo worms, and had a high market price. Moreover, they were always out of stock. In his previous life, Fang Yuan did not get the liquor worm or the white boar goo, but he unexpectedly got a bookworm. This bookworm continued to advance, and accompanied him for a whole 60 years. Forget it, bookworms have always been rare, and I won't be able to get one in a short period of time. Actually, after my rebirth, my current situation is many times better than the same period in my previous life. At this time in my previous life, I was still at rank 1 initial stage, while others like Fangjing, Qiqing, and Mabe had already reached upper stage, leaving me far behind. Fang Yuan was not the kind of person to waste time on an insignificant problem, and felt relieved after thinking about it. He was quite satisfied with his current progress. He was at middle stage, and so were the others. With C-grade talent, it was not easy to keep these A-grade and B-grade talents at the same age. Among them, the liquor worm played a huge role. Other than that, it was Fang Yuan's rich experience in cultivation that aided them. There was also another reason, which was him. He robbed and extorted all his classmates, and under the guidance of their elders, these people worked hard to train their martial arts. Thus, unknowingly, it took away their energy, and reduced the time they had to nurture their aperture walls. This caused their cultivation in this life to be slightly weaker than in Fang Yuan's previous life. But even so, they were not far from upper stage. The early stage of a Gu master's cultivation was relatively easy, and results could be seen in a short period of time. Especially Guyue Fangjing, Guyue Mo Chen, and Guyue Qing, their cultivation was already showing signs of surpassing Fang Yuan. As they continued to cultivate, these three, be it their talent, or the strong support behind them, had already started to show an obvious advantage. Fang Yuan used the liquor worm to create a difficult lead, but now it was almost non-existent. Of course, this was also because he had been hunting recently, using the white boar goo to increase his strength, and diverting a lot of his energy and time. According to this estimation, not long after, someone will advance to upper stage first. The first upper stage person will get 30 yuan stones as a reward. But I don't intend to fight for this reward. Fang Yuan had already made his decision. If he temporarily abandoned the white boar goo, and focused on advancing to upper stage, he might have a chance of winning. But this was not what Fang Yuan wanted. 30 yuan stones might be good, but he did not lack yuan stones. The main reason was that he needed to keep a low profile, and hide himself. Only by reducing the attention of others, could he safely inherit the flower wine monk's strength inheritance. This was his main goal. The Academy's various rewards are just to motivate the students to train harder, and is also a part of the clan system. It's not wise to be entangled in such petty gains. Fang Yuan retracted his thoughts, and looked at the beast skin map again. The beast skin map had two sides, the front side recorded the day, and the back side recorded the night situation. On it, all sorts of colored lines crisscrossed. These lines, whether they were straight lines or curved lines, all had a special meaning. Only Old Man Wang knew, but he was already dead. But even if he was alive, and forced to explain, he might not be able to speak the truth. These days, Fang Yuan relied on his own knowledge and experience, and compared it to the bamboo paper, and almost succeeded in deciphering everything. The red cross should represent danger, a forbidden area. This area with the red cross is faintly surrounded by wild boars, it should be a king boar. With my current strength, meeting a king boar would mean death. Humph. Fang Yuan thought of Old Man Wang, and could not help but snort coldly. The red cross in this area was not on the bamboo paper. If Fang Yuan really believed this bamboo paper, he would probably die under the fangs of King Boar one day. This Old Man Wang was really shrewd. He wanted to avenge his son, but did not do it himself, and wanted to borrow the strength of King Boar. In this way, if he killed Fang Yuan, he could still stay out of it. But what does the red circle in these three places represent? Fang Yuan was puzzled. This was the last point of doubt on the beast skin map. The three red circles were marked in three very remote places, and at the same time, they were very far away from each other, and there were not many beasts in the surroundings. It was considered a relatively safe place in the wilderness. The red cross represents the forbidden area, so what does the red circle represent? Fang Yuan fell into deep thought again. Usually, red is the most eye-catching. Old Man Wang marked these three places with red circles, which means that these three places are very important to him. It is a pity that these three places are too far away, or else I would know it myself. The summer was scorching, the mountain winds were warm, and Qingmao Mountain was steaming hot. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of June. Guyue Fangjing. In the academy, the elder called out his name. Guyue Fangjing walked out from his seat, and came in front of the academy elder. Under the envious gazes of his peers, Fangjing received a heavy bag of yuan stones. Fangjing, you are the first to advance to upper stage, this is your reward. You did well, continue to work hard. The academy elder smiled happily, and patted Fangjing's shoulder. Fangjing grunted, his face full of excitement. With excitement, he received the bag of money and walked back to his seat. I finally did it. First to advance to upper stage, brother, did you see that? I finally won against you for once. His eyes were shining, and his gaze swept towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still lying on the table, sleeping soundly. Last night, he hunted a wild boar, and after returning to the dormitory, he used the white boar goo to illuminate his body, and absorbed the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone, and used the liquor worm to refine it. Finally, he used his upper stage primeval essence to nourish his aperture walls. He worked all the way until dawn. He hurriedly ate his breakfast, and once class started, he fell asleep on the table. He was too tired, and a goo master's cultivation could not replace sleep. Humph, even if you don't admit it, pretending to be asleep is the truth. Brother, I have finally surpassed you. This is the first time, and there will be a second time, and a third time. Fangjing clenched his fists. This success meant a lot to him. He finally tore a hole in the heavy haze that Fang Yuan had shrouded his heart for a long time, and revealed a ray of light. Although this ray of light was small and thin, it gave Fangjing unlimited hope and encouragement. I can't believe I lost to Fangjing. Guyue Mabe sat on his seat with his arms crossed, feeling a little unsatisfied. Is this the advantage of grade A? Damn it. Guyue Chang's face was gloomy. As he cultivated, he deeply felt the benefits of having an excellent aptitude. Even though he had his grandfather, Guyue, to support him, and he had tried his best, he was still left behind by Fangjing. If I had a liquor worm and grandfather's help, I might be able to defeat Fangjing. The detestable Fang brothers. Younger brother is an A grade, so he's a notch above us. Although her brother was a C class, he had a liquor bug. Why are the two of them taking all the good things in this world? Guyue felt very indignant. This time, Fangjing is the first to break through to the advanced level. That's right, who asked him to have an A-grade aptitude? Yeah, even Mabe, Qiqing and Fang Yuan lost to Fangjing. Fangjing is now the only one who can take the lead. Fang Yuan only has a liquor worm, but he's too disappointing. He's so dispirited all day, even sleeping in class. He might as well give me his liquor worm. The surrounding students discussed, expressing their unwillingness, helplessness, and envy. The academy elder called out names one by one, and students continuously walked up to receive their yuan stone allowance before returning to their seats. Everyone, quiet down. After the allowance was given out, the academy elder patted the table. In an instant, the entire academy quietened down. In a flash, all of you have already mastered your second Gu worm, and even broke through to the advanced level. In the past half a year, all of you have studied hard, and now that you have a certain level of foundation, it's time for you to temper yourselves in the wild. A real battle isn't a battle between grass puppets and wooden puppets. Next is the notice for the mid-year assessment. 3 days later, the mid-year assessment will be held, and all students must participate. The content of the assessment is to hunt a wild boar. The number of wild boar tusks collected will be recorded, and the more tusks collected, the better the result. After the assessment, each wild boar tusk can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone. Also, teams are allowed to hunt. Once the academy elder said this, the entire academy was in an uproar. It's finally time for the mid-year assessment. Every batch of students will study in the academy for a year, and there will be a mid-year assessment and an end-of-year assessment. Looking at the time, it should be the mid-year assessment soon. The content of every batch's assessment is different. To think that this year's mid-year assessment is to hunt wild boar tusks. What should we do? My talent is only D grade, and my vital goo is not an offensive goo like the moonlight goo. How can I hunt wild boars? Didn't you hear it just now? The elder said that teams are allowed to hunt. Those of us with poor talent, or lacking goo, can help each other and work together. When the time comes, we'll just split the boar's tusks among us. Each wild boar tusk can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone, and this is the academy's incentive for us to hunt more wild boars. According to the market price, 1 yuan stone can be exchanged for 20 wild boar tusks. The students all had different expressions, some were happy, some were worried, some were ready to go, and some were calling friends. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. It's changed. I clearly remember that in my previous life, the mid-year assessment was to collect wild honey. Who would have thought that it would be changed to hunt wild boar tusks? Is this the butterfly effect? A butterfly flapped its wings, and it could cause a storm on the other side of the ocean. Small variables, through layers upon layers of influence, could finally brew into a huge change. Since his rebirth, Fang Yuan had made many changes, and his current situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, he had already been left far behind by Fangjing and the rest, but in this life, he stubbornly stood in the first echelon of students. In his previous life, he did not kill Jia Jinxing, and did not even see Jia Jinxing's face. But in this life, not only did he kill Jia Jinxing, he even dug out a deeper secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance. These changes were like a butterfly flapping its wings, and indirectly began to affect the surroundings. The change in the contents of the mid-year examination was only the first obvious sign. If I continue to influence things like this, will the history that is about to happen change beyond recognition? If that happens, the advantage of my rebirth will be greatly weakened. Fang Yuan looked calm on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. A sense of helplessness and urgency shrouded his heart, but he quickly adjusted and recovered. No matter what, since it has already happened, there is no way to stop it. I need to actively change myself. Even if everything becomes unrecognizable in the end, I won't slow down the pace of my growth because of these things. In my previous life, I faced an unknown future. Don't tell me that I lack courage in this life. Hee, even if the world is full of thorns, I will still cut through them and open a path of blood. Every fang can be exchanged for 10 yuan stone. This price is really high. Should I sell the pile of wild boar fangs in the secret cave? If I take out the wild boar fang, will it attract suspicion? No, maybe according to the current political situation of the Guyue family, if I publicly throw out these fang, I might be able to gain something from the fire. Fang Yuan shook his head. This was too risky. If he really threw out these wild beast fangs, what would he get? 100+ yuan stone. Wait, yuan stone is not important. Maybe I can use this chance to build up my image. As Fang Yuan thought of this, his eyes flashed. What he needed was to silently make a fortune and keep a low profile. If the secret of the flower wine monk's inheritance was discovered, he might not even be able to keep his life. But his current position was a little awkward. He was the opposite of all his classmates, and was outside of the system. In the hearts of the higher-ups, he was a rebellious, dissatisfied, and cold-minded C-grade youth. This was not a good impression. It was equivalent to being labeled as a disloyal person. But the family needed loyalty. In reality, any organization needed loyalty. No matter which world, loyalty was one of the values that was promoted with great fanfare. Loyalty to the family, loyalty to the country, loyalty to the leader, loyalty to love, loyalty to friendship, etc. As Fang Yuan's cultivation increased, the higher-ups would pay more attention to him, and at the same time, when necessary, the family would take strong measures against Fang Yuan. When that time comes, Fang Yuan would really be in a passive position. Fang Yuan did not like to be in a passive position. He liked to have the initiative firmly in his hands. Because of the previous series of events, Fang Yuan could only move around and borrow their strength to create this impression. It was also a way to protect himself against the current situation. Now that there was no problem in protecting himself, Fang Yuan needed to become stronger, so, he needed to change this impression, to let the higher-ups think that he had already lowered his head and joined the family system. But this change could not be too sudden. It would make the higher-ups suspicious. More importantly, this joining system was just a facade. Fang Yuan could not really join. He would be controlled and restricted by others. He had too many secrets on him. He needed a lot of free space, so in reality, he was still a lone ranger. The mid-year examination was a good opportunity for him. Looks like I need to do some planning. I'll start with the robbery and blackmail later. Fang Yuan's gaze was firm. Everything was going according to his plan. P.S. That's weird. I clearly set it to be updated regularly. You said that although Fang Yuan defeated Fangjing, Qiqing and Ma Bei in his extortion of the students, he let them go and did not take their yuan stones? Hearing the guard's report, the academy elder showed a slightly surprised expression. I dare not lie to you, sir. That is indeed the case. The kneeling guard immediately replied. The academy elder did not deny it and waved his hand. I understand this matter. You may leave. Your subordinate will take his leave. As the guard left, the academy elder immediately fell into deep thought. Originally, he was concerned about this matter because he was worried that after Fangjing received the 30 yuan stones as a reward, he would be extorted by Fang Yuan. If that was the case, then the academy's yuan stones as a reward would have no meaning at all. They might as well give them all to Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan really did this, then the academy would definitely not allow it. The academy elder had already prepared to punish Fang Yuan severely. But what he did not expect was that not only did Fang Yuan not have any designs on the 30 yuan stones, he even let go of Ma Bei, Qiqing and Fangjing. Fang Yuan has hundreds of yuan stones on him. Maybe he does not care about the 30 yuan stones. This is understandable. But why did he give up on extorting Ma Bei, Qiqing and Fangjing? The academy elder pondered, his furrowed brows slowly relaxing. He somewhat understood. Ma Bei, Qiqing and Fangjing could be said to represent the three major powers of the family. Fang Yuan letting go of these three people meant that he was taking the initiative to express his goodwill to the three major powers. This could also be understood as Fang Yuan's change of heart. It was a signal that he wanted to lower his head to the family. This is understandable. As he continued to train, even though Fang Yuan has the liquor worm, it was enough for him to clearly understand the inadequacy of his C-grade talent. After causing a ruckus a few times and venting out most of his dissatisfaction and unwillingness, I'm guessing he's feeling a lot of discouragement and depression now. It seems that the patriarch's words are reasonable. After all, Fang Yuan is only a 15-year-old boy. How can he challenge the family's system? He has already begun to accept the modern world. When he finds his place, integrating into the family is inevitable. Thinking of this, the academy elder heaved a sigh of relief, and his mood became joyful. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, it was time for the mid-year exam. Quick, quick, quick. I've lured the wild boar here. A youth shouted anxiously as he ran. Both of his calves were wrapped in a circle of light green whirlwind. It was these two whirlwinds that allowed him to surpass the speed of an ordinary person at such a young age. However, the wild boar behind him was getting faster and faster, and the distance between them was getting closer and closer. The scorching sun pierced through the forest and shone on the wild boar's body, illuminating its two tusks. The wild boar is here, pull the rope tight. The four youths lying in ambush suddenly pulled up the thick hemp rope hidden in the bushes, instantly forming a horse-tripping rope. The sprinting youth jumped over the tripping rope with a light leap and continued to run forward. However, the wild boar that followed him was heavily tripped and fell on the ground, sliding 5 to 6 meters away. Ouch! The four youths were also dragged by the rope and fell on the ground like the wild boar. Go! The youth who was sprinting ahead had already turned around and shouted. The few who fell on the ground crawled up in a flurry and surrounded the wild boar. Crack! A small sapling, under the wild boar's charge, directly broke its trunk and the tree crown fell to the ground. So close! Guyueching wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, feeling a lingering fear. Luckily I used the dragonpill cricket goo in time and jumped 3 meters to the left, otherwise I would have ended up like this small tree. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the moonblades danced in the air and landed on the wild boar's body, causing thin wounds one after another. Guyue Emochen's expression was excited, his eyes shining, his mind completely immersed in this battle. Half an hour later, the wild boar lost too much blood and finally fell down. Guyue Emochen breathed roughly and also sat on the ground. His body was covered in mud or green grass, and he was also sweating profusely. Fighting with a live wild boar is really different from training with wooden puppets and grass puppets. I spent half an hour to kill a wild boar. I wonder how the others are doing. On a hidden hill, a temporary shed was built. The shed resisted the scorching sun, stubbornly casting a shady shadow. Under the shed, there were a few chairs, and the academy elder was sitting on the main seat. Sitting beside him were all the elders of the clan. There were also a few Gu masters standing behind them. In the forest around the shed, there were also some Gu masters hiding. At this time, there was a sudden commotion in the forest ahead. Whoosh! A Gu master's figure was like a shadow, breaking out of the forest and sprinting over, before kneeling outside the shed. How's the situation? The academy elder asked him. Reporting to Lord Elder, up until now, there are no casualties among the students. The Gu master quickly replied. Not bad, not bad. The mid-year exam has already passed by the morning, and there are actually no injuries. This situation is rare in previous years. Looks like it's all thanks to the academy elder's teaching. The other clan elders heard this and nodded in satisfaction, praising him. The academy elder shook his head slightly, he knew the reason. This was all because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance, extorting his classmates, causing this batch of students to train hard in their basic martial arts, thus leading to the current situation. He looked at the Gu master kneeling on the ground and continued to ask, so up until now, who's the one with the better results? The Gu master immediately replied, reporting to Lord, up until now, Gu Yue, Fang Yuan, Fang Jing, Ma Bei and Qiqing are the top 4. Among them, Qiqing has already killed 3 wild boars, Fang Jing and Ma Bei have killed 5, and Fang Yuan has the most, with 8 already. Oh? I didn't expect this Fang Yuan to be in the lead for now. Throughout the years, A and B grade students have actually been suppressed by a C grade. This situation is extremely rare. Doesn't he have the liquor worm, which means he has upper stage green copper primeval essence? Being able to have such results is understandable. I believe that after this, Fangjing, Mabe and Qiqing will definitely surpass him. Although he has the liquor worm, his primeval essence recovery speed is far from the A and B grade students' match. The other clan elders started to discuss. You may leave. The academy elder waved his hand at the Gu master kneeling on the ground, instruct the others to do their defensive work. Especially the safety of Fangjing, Qiqing and Mabe, they need to pay close attention. Yes, Lord. The Gu master retreated. This kind of outdoor battle, for most of the students, was their first time. Thus there was a risk, but the clan had already made arrangements. Dozens of rank 2 Gu masters were hidden in the forest, monitoring the safety of the entire assessment. At the same time, a few rank 3 clan elders were guarding here, ready to deal with any sudden situations. The fiery sun slowly set from the highest point in the sky, nearing the northwestern mountains. The sunset glow was like pieces of burning clouds. This was the last warmth of the sun. The afterglow shone on the forest, and another wild boar fell to the ground. 23, Fang Yuan calculated in his heart, then he squatted down and skillfully peeled off a pair of tusks. He carried a bag on his back, and the bag was filled with many wild boar tusks. At the same time, he had another bag, containing the tusks he had gotten from killing boars in secret. These tusks were originally stored in the secret cave in the rock crevice, but Fang Yuan had secretly taken them out 2 nights ago, stored them in a bag, and buried them in a hidden place. I am familiar with the terrain and distribution of the wild boars. At the same time, I have high stage primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo, along with the little light goo. The other's efficiency in hunting boars is definitely not as high as mine. Just with this bag on my back, I can definitely get first place. I wonder what kind of expression the others will have when I take out another bag later. Hee hee. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky. It was time to take out the other bag. At this thought, a map suddenly appeared in his mind. These days, he had already memorized the beast skin map. Fang Yuan was very clear of his current location. As long as he turned left and followed a mountain stream for 15 minutes, he would reach the place where he buried the bag. But just as he was about to move, he suddenly hesitated. From my current location, the nearest red circle is only 500 to 600 meters away. This is a rare opportunity. Should I go there and take a look? Once this thought appeared, it could not be stopped. Since he had already won, Fang Yuan still had a lot of time. That beast skin map has 3 red circles. These 3 places are very important to Old Man Wang. It is also the only map mark that I can't guess, so I don't know what it means. Let's go take a look. Fang Yuan naturally knew that there would be Gu masters secretly monitoring the assessment, but he needed such a witness. Immediately, he pretended to continue hunting wild boars, and walked into the depths of the forest. 15 minutes later, he reached the red circle mark on the map. A treehouse was hidden in the luxuriant leaves of a giant tree. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to detect it. This is the temporary residence of Old Man Wang when he hunts? Fang Yuan frowned, a suspicion rising in his heart. He climbed into the treehouse. When he saw the scene in the treehouse, his expression changed. The space in the treehouse was not big, but there were many things inside. It was extremely messy at first glance. On the floor in the middle of the room, there was a thick, dark yellow blanket. Against the wall in the room, there was an iron stove for burning firewood. There was even a copper kettle on top of the stove. There was black ash in the stove, and beside it was a small pile of unburned firewood. Although it was summer, the nights in the mountains were still cold and gloomy. Although the iron stove was small, it could keep the entire treehouse warm when it was lit. There were 2 windows in the treehouse. 2 or 3 hemp ropes were tied around the outer edge of one window, across the treehouse, and then fixed to the outer edge of the other window. There were a few tattered clothes on the hemp ropes. The clothes were patched and obviously belonged to an adult. There was still some moisture on them, indicating that they had not been completely dried. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window into the treehouse. The interior of the treehouse was dim, and the handles of the axes and hunting knives at the corner of the walls were wrapped in animal skins. There were even dark red bloodstains on the blades. On the other wall, there was a piece of bamboo paper, and a dagger was stuck in the middle. There was a young man's face drawn on the bamboo paper. It was Fang Yuan's face. All of this indicated that recently, a person had come to this hidden treehouse and lived in seclusion. This person's goal was obvious. It was Fang Yuan, who was drawn on the bamboo paper. The dagger stuck in the paper vividly expressed his sinister intentions. Fang Yuan, the person in question, could not help but be moved by such a scene. What does this person want? Why is he targeting me? No, maybe it's not me, but Fang Jing. Fang Yuan's mind was in turmoil. Fang Jing was an A-grade talent. He was the only A-grade talent in the past 3 years in the Guyue clan. He was the hope of the Guyue clan. If he could be trained, he would be the next generation's flag. But training always required a process. During this process, there would be natural disasters and disasters. Let's not talk about natural disasters for now. As everyone knew, Qingmao Mountain did not only have the Guyue village, but also the Bai village and the Xiong village. These two forces would definitely not be happy to see the traditional overlord, the Guyue clan, successfully nurture an A-grade heavenly expert. Therefore, assassinations were a common occurrence. In this world, there were very few geniuses, and those who could grow up smoothly were few and far between. A great aptitude Gu masters were not unheard of. 3 years ago, the Guyue clan had appeared. In earlier eras, they had appeared many times. But among the 3 great villages of Qingmao Mountain, in all these years, only one A-grade heaven had been nurtured. That was by Ningbing of Bai village, who had already reached rank 3. This phenomenon alone was enough to explain many things. Is this person from the Bai clan or the Xiong clan? Are we going to start killing Guyue Fangjing now? Fang Yuan frowned as he stared at the portrait on the wooden wall. But why would this treehouse be marked on Old Man Wang's beast skin map? Could it be that Old Man Wang is a spy secretly developed by other forces? No, this person is targeting me. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light. At this moment, he recalled many scenes. The first time, beside the trap, he heard the conversation of the 4 young hunters. A hunter said, "Brother Wang Er, you are already 19 this year, you should get married and have kids." Wang Er said, as a man, how can I be greedy for such a little beauty? One day, I will walk out of this Qingmao Mountain and roam the world, seeing the world. I am worthy of my manly body. The second time was after he made his move. Wang Er was abnormally calm. He drew his bow and aimed at Fang Yuan. The other 3 were already begging for mercy. The third time was Fang Yuan's question. Let me ask you, is there anyone else in Old Man Wang's family? A hunter answered, Hunter Wang originally had a wife, but more than 10 years ago, she was killed by a wild wolf that invaded the village. Before his wife died, she gave birth to 2 boys and a girl for Old Man Wang. But the eldest son, Wang De, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. There is no one else in the Wang family. I remember now. Old Man Wang actually had a wife, Wang Da's wife. But after Wang De disappeared, his wife also died of love. That year, the village even specially sent down a chastity memorial arch. But I heard that Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by Old Man Wang. You killed Old Man Wang, you are getting rid of the tyrant and bringing peace to the people, it is for the good of the people. Another person hurriedly added, that's right, that's right. Actually, Lord, we have long disliked this Old Man Wang. What's so great about him, isn't he just better at hunting than us? We are all mortals, but he makes it seem like he is very special, moving out of the village and staying here. As the younger generation, we sometimes want to ask him for advice, but he directly chased us away, and did not allow us to appear near the wooden house again. Old Man Wang's family moved out of the village, living alone. Eldest son, Wang Er, died 3 years ago while hunting in the mountains. Wang Da's wife wanted to remarry, but was forced to death by Old Man Wang, and received a chastity memorial arch. Old Man Wang chased away all the young people who asked him for advice on hunting. Old Man Wang wholeheartedly hid the beast skin map, and on the bamboo paper that he gave to Fang Yuan, there was no sign of these 3 red circles. Wang Er was young, but he was very calm in front of Gu masters. At the same time, he did not marry, and had ambitions beyond mortals. The key point was that the red circle on the beast skin map was a hidden habitat. There were obvious signs of human activity here. At the same time, this person had strong ill intentions towards Fang Yuan or Fang Jing. If these clues were separated, it would not be easy for others to detect them. But once they were linked together, there was something fishy. The more Fang Yuan thought, the more he felt that the layers of fog shrouding his eyes were getting thinner and thinner. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window, shining on his face, so thick that it was like a smear of blood. The surroundings seemed to have sunk into a deathly silence. Was there someone spying on him from behind? Suddenly, Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, his vision seemed to penetrate through time, and he saw the truth. Wang De did not die. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly. Not only did he not die, he even got lucky and became a demonic Gu master. It was not that mortals did not have the talent to cultivate, but the clan system had always tightly controlled the cultivation methods of Gu masters. But in this world, there were no absolutes. There were cases of mortals becoming Gu masters, like encountering the Hope Gu in the wild, and opening their aperture. Or inheriting a certain strength inheritance, or receiving the private teachings of a certain clan member, etc. But such Gu masters were never accepted by the clan, and could at most become the hired thugs of the clan. Thus, they, who were unwilling, became lone Gu masters. The cultivation conditions were incomparably tough, and as time passed, to fight for resources, they had to kill and rob, thus entering the demonic path. Because of some kind of opportunity, most likely from a Gu master's corpse, he obtained a fortune, and Wang De became a Gu master 3 years ago. In order to deceive people, he released fake news of his death, but in reality, no one had seen his corpse. After Old Man Wang's family knew of this, they moved out of the village, taking the risk of being attacked by wild beasts and living alone, all to continue hiding this truth. But there were some disagreements. Wang Da's wife did not agree, maybe she wanted to report it to the Guyue village. The Wang family could only kill this wife, and purposely released some fake news. Things like wanting to remarry, or forcing her to die, they firmly covered the truth under these rumors. Every once in a while, Wang De would return home to live. Old Man Wang would chase away those youngsters who came to ask for advice. After Wang Er and his brother Wang De interacted, his fear towards Gu masters gradually disappeared, and he naturally wanted to become a Gu master himself, and have the ambition to roam the world. Because he was worried that Wang Da's whereabouts would be exposed, Wang Er did not rashly marry at such an old age. Wang De could not always live at home, so Old Man Wang drew 3 red circles on the beast skin map. These 3 places should be such secret residences. A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows, so Wang De took turns to live in these residences, living in the cracks between the forces of the 3 villages. The meaning of these 3 red circles was finally clear. Red usually represented eye-catching and important. To Old Man Wang, this was his eldest son's residence. So when Fang Yuan wanted Old Man Wang to draw the map, he did not draw these 3 red circles on the bamboo paper, to protect his eldest son. At the same time, he also drew fewer red crosses, wanting to take revenge for killing him. Maybe every year at a fixed time, Wang De would return home to live for a period of time. When he came back, he saw his family dead. After secretly asking around, he found out about me, so he used a dagger to nail my portrait on the wall, to take revenge. Based on his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan was almost sure that this was the truth. If other forces wanted to assassinate Fang Jing, they could be more secretive. There was no need to develop a mortal spy like Old Man Wang. After all, Old Man Wang lived at the foot of the mountain, and not in the Guyue village. 2. Think that I provoked a demonic assassin for a beast skin map. This world is really strange. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He killed Wang Er first, then Old Man Wang and Wang Jiame, to directly get the beast skin map. Old Man Wang was the number 1 hunter in the surrounding villages. His beast skin map was definitely valuable. At that time, he thought, it's just 3 mortal lives, what's the big deal, I'll just kill them casually. In this world, everyone has the right to live, and anyone can die. But now, a demonic Gu master popped out. Regarding this, Fang Yuan did not have the slightest bit of regret, but instead felt lucky. If he had been merciful, Wang Yer, Old Man Wang and Wang Jiamei would have been huge obstacles to get the Wang family's beast skin map. To protect Wang Da's secret, they would definitely not take out the real thing. Wang Yer's battle strength could already kill an ordinary rank 1 upper stage Gu master. Old Man Wang was old but ruthless. In a real battle, he was even more of a threat than Wang Yer. Even if he got the real thing, Old Man Wang would tell Wang Da the details, and Wang Da would immediately know Feng Yuan's exact information. No matter how he dealt with it, he was in the dark, and Feng Yuan was out in the open. The initiative was firmly in his hands. Luckily, I killed right from the start. No matter what, I have always been in control of the situation. This way, even if I can't get the real thing, I won't lose anything, and can still rob other hunters. Moreover, I killed Old Man Wang and that girl so that this Wang Da would waste time to gather information about me. Needless to say, the 2 young hunters who survived must have been killed by him. Feng Yuan's heart was clear. There were only a few people who knew, and Wang Da would not make a move on Xianxia. Once Xianxia died, the clan would send people to investigate. And if the 2 hunters went missing on the mountain, it would be easy to manipulate. Xianxia would not expose this matter for the clan's evaluation of him, and would instead cover for Wang Da. In the treehouse, Feng Yuan's thoughts were in turmoil. With the wisdom accumulated from his previous life, Feng Yuan sensed Wang Da's existence. Then what was Wang Da's strength like? Feng Yuan had never seen this Wang Da before, but just based on the things in front of him, it was enough for him to analyze a lot of information. Courage is built on the foundation of strength. He collected my information and still wants to take revenge on me. With such confidence, it seems his cultivation is above rank 1. For the past 3 years, he's been wandering around these 3 places marked with red circles. It's been difficult for him to survive in the gaps between the 3 mountain strongholds. Almost every day, he has to face the danger of being discovered and surrounded. This means that he doesn't have the ability to venture out alone. And roaming the world alone requires a Gu master's cultivation to be at least rank 3. This way, my initial estimate is that his cultivation is rank 2. Feng Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's see, he went missing 3 years ago and is now rank 2. His aptitude should be C to B grade, and the primeval essence in his aperture should be around 40 to 70%. These 3 years, he was able to survive in the cracks. At the same time, he was able to stay in the house under Jianghe's eyes, so he must have some Gu worms that can conceal his tracks. In a battle between Gu masters, the most important thing was information. Although Feng Yuan did not have any detection-type Gu worms, with his experience and wisdom, he could roughly analyze Wang Da's cultivation and Gu worms. Soon, he drew the outline of a rank 2 demonic Gu master, harboring the hatred of having his family killed, and hiding somewhere to kill him. I can kill others, others can naturally kill me. This is nothing. Feng Yuan could not help but laugh. In this world, everyone has the right to live, and everyone has the chance to die. Those who kill, will be killed. Since you killed, you have to be prepared to be killed as well. If you are killed like this, then so be it. There is no big deal, and there will be no regrets. This is the path you choose. Feng Yuan had a deep understanding of this. This was the enlightenment of the demonic path. If Wang Da wants to kill me, then this mid-year exam is definitely a great opportunity. Usually, the students live in the village. With his rank 2 cultivation, it's impossible for him to sneak into the village. That would be courting death. He might have analyzed the possibility that I would come out to hunt. But Qingmao Mountain was so big, it was too difficult for him to hide his tracks and search for me alone. He's most likely to make a move now. He is a rank 2 Gu master, and one that has been struggling to survive for the past 3 years, living a precarious life, tempering himself into a demonic Gu master. With my current combat strength, I'm definitely not a match for him. But that doesn't mean I don't have a chance to live. Run, Feng Yuan instantly decided on this direction. There was nothing to be ashamed of in order to survive. Since he couldn't fight, he would escape. It was simply impossible for a Gu master to make a breakthrough in battle. It was possible to challenge higher ranks, but that was built on the foundation that the Gu master had a special Gu worm. Feng Yuan had many Gu worms, but the spring-autumn cicada was in deep slumber and could not be used. Liquor worm, white boar goo, little light goo, moonlight goo, they were not trump cards to challenge higher ranks. Fighting to the death despite knowing he couldn't win, that was the stupidity of being hot-blooded. Even if he won, it would just be fate's favor. Fang Yuan was cautious all his life. Even if he had a trump card, as long as the chances of winning were small, he would choose to avoid fighting. He liked to control the situation, using all sorts of methods to maximize his chances of winning. He loved to fight battles that he would definitely win. Only when he had no other choice would he take the risk and fight. Thus, what he often did was to bully the weak, plunder resources, and get stronger. When he was strong enough to surpass his original enemy, he would come back to take revenge, which was to continue bullying the weak. There was nothing shameful about this. Those who, in order to prove their bravery, took the initiative to challenge, risking their lives to fight a strong enemy, were the real idiots. But this value was always promoted. This was because any organization needed the continuous sacrifice of individuals to protect the interests of the organization's higher-ups. Just think about it, survival was the prerequisite for all activities. To survive, to realize the ideals in one's heart, that was a person's greatest courage. To die for an ideal, that was a fool. To drag out an ignoble existence for an ideal, that was a true warrior. On earth, Han Xian was humiliated under someone's crotch, Cao Cao was hunted down until his beard and robes were cut, King Go Jian, in order to survive, gave his enemies shit to show his loyalty, so, screw glory, reputation and face, no matter which world's organization, they would promote this value. The more sacrifices were needed, the more they would promote this. For example, the army. Then where should I go to reduce the chances of encountering Wang De to the minimum? A map appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Wang De already knows I have the beast skin map, he should be hiding in the forest now, looking for me according to the distribution of wild boars on the map. I can't go to these places, I can only go in the opposite direction, only then can I fight for a chance of survival. Thinking of this, a slightly crazy escape route vaguely formed in Fang Yuan's mind. In the forest at dusk, the shadows of the trees overlapped, the wild grass was lush. A pair of scarlet eyes, hidden in the deep shadows. The hatred and anger in his eyes could not even be washed away by the torrential river, it could not be extinguished. Fang Yuan, I've finally found you. Wang De gritted his teeth, chewing on this name in his heart. Under his gaze, not far away, a skinny, pale-faced young man was rushing through the forest. The enemy was right in front of him, but Wang De did not make a move, instead his gaze moved towards several other locations. At these locations, there was a Gu Master Invigilator hidden. To prevent cheating and to first treat casualties, there were tens of rank 2 Gu Masters scattered around the area. There were also a few rank 3 clan elders, guarding the mountain slope far away. Wang De carefully moved through this forest, he had already collected a lot of relevant information. If I want to kill Fang Yuan, I must first eliminate these 3 Gu Masters. Otherwise, once I show myself, I will be attacked. Maybe I can kill Fang Yuan at the first moment, but I will also be surrounded and killed by the Gu Masters who come later. I am rank 2 middle stage, I still have 50% primeval essence in my body. To strike first and kill these 3 Gu Masters, it is very difficult. I need to strike consecutively in a short period of time. Otherwise, once they find out about their comrade's death, their vigilance will increase, and my whereabouts will be exposed. Shadow Follower Gu. Wang De slowly closed his eyes, chanting in his heart. Soon after, his body quickly turned into a lump of thick darkness, moving through the shadows of the trees. Everything was silent. In a dense bush, a rank 2 Gu Master from the Guyue clan squatted down, yawning in boredom. So boring, accompanying these juniors, it's like a babysitter. This Gu Master muttered, not noticing that a shadow had already shrouded him. A pair of bony hands slowly stretched out from the darkness. This pair of hands was extremely pale, the joints wide, 10 sharp nails protruding out, the nails were dyed with a layer of dark purple, emitting a slight fishy smell. What is this smell? The Guyue clan Gu Master twitched his nose, subconsciously frowning. He was just about to check, but it was already too late. Wang De was like a poisonous snake pouncing on its prey, striking out like lightning, one hand covering the Gu Master's nose. The other hand pierced through the Gu Master's back. The dark purple nails were as sharp as blades, his 5 fingers easily entered the goo master's body, blocking his heart. The poison on the nails, in an instant, corroded the heart. And through the blood, it spread throughout the goo master's body. The goo master's body tensed, and he no longer breathed. Although they were both rank 2 goo masters, with a sneak attack, the battle ended just as it started. I used a total of 10% primeval essence, there is still 40% left. Wangda paid attention to his aperture, and did not stop, turning into a lump of darkness again. A moment later, the second goo master hiding behind the rocks also suffered from Wangda's vicious attacks. His pupils shrunk to pin size, and he fell to the ground. The poison wreaked havoc in his body, and soon his whole body turned purple, as 2 streams of dark purple blood flowed out of his nose. 30% primeval essence left. Wangda muttered, his body turning into a lump of darkness again. Who is it? The third goo master was hiding on a tree branch. He sensed something was wrong at the crucial moment, and when Wangda attacked, he turned around, his 2 hands firmly blocking Wangda's 2 poisonous hands. Damn it! Wangda laughed sinisterly, his 10 fingernails growing crazily, reaching 5 centimeters in an instant, stabbing into the goo master's forearm, piercing through his skin. The blood flowing out of his forearm quickly turned dark purple. This is love-life separation? The third goo master saw this, and was immediately shocked. The poisonous purple gas had already infected his face. He knew he did not have any poison-resistant goo worms, and would definitely die this time. His expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Then let's die together." He opened his mouth, and suddenly stuck out his tongue. There was a crescent moon mark on his tongue, it was the moonlight goo. A moonblade flashed out, hitting Wangda's left shoulder, and then shot out from his back. Blood splattered everywhere. Wangda grunted, his body swaying a few times, but the goo master's eyes had already turned white, and there was no more breath. That's right, this is love-life separation. Wangda stood up shakily on a sturdy branch, smiling bitterly. Love-life separation, known as the #1 poison among rank 2 goo worms. To refine it, you need a rank 1 survival grass, a widow spider, a red needle scorpion, and a lover's heart. In order to refine this goo worm, Wangda killed his beloved wife with his own hands, and dug out her heart. Everything is for survival, I can only choose strength, this is the resolution of the demonic path. Wangda's eyes were red, and he stared at the young man in the distance. I gave up on love, leaving only familial love, but you took it away. Fang Yuan. He growled in a low voice, I will make you regret everything you have done. Kill. Wangda let out a low roar and suddenly flew down from the treetop. Just as he was about to reach his enemy, 3 moonblades suddenly flew over, blocking his path. Why is there a 4th goo master? Wangda's heart sank, forcefully twisting his body in midair, narrowly dodging 2 of the moonblades. The last one, he could not avoid, hit his left leg. Bam! Wangda fell to the ground, looking down at his left leg. There was a deep and long wound on his left leg, already bleeding profusely. Damn it! Wangda gritted his teeth, his heart moved, phantom tracking goo. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a mass of dense black shadow, his speed exploding as he silently retreated. At this time, a goo worm flew out, and at the same time an old voice could be heard, flash goo, explode. The goo worm suddenly exploded, forming a dazzling white light. The white light made people unable to look at it directly, suddenly appearing, illuminating the dark forest. Ah! Wangda let out a miserable cry, the black shadow that his body had turned into had nowhere to hide under the white light, immediately returning him to his original state. Although the flash goo was only rank 1, it was also a consumable goo. But it countered Wangda's phantom tracking goo. Once the black shadow was eliminated by the white light, the rank 2 phantom tracking goo had to recuperate for 3 hours before it could be used again. Everything in nature is balanced, everything has a weakness. Although the phantom tracking goo's stealth ability was strong, it also had a huge weakness. After Wangda was countered, his heart sank to the bottom. This 4th goo master was clearly more experienced, using some unknown goo worm to conceal himself, he was truly a formidable opponent. More importantly, Wang Er could not use the phantom tracking goo for the time being, he had no way out. I am Gu Uso, lad, if you surrender now, my clan might spare your life. A white-haired silver-bearded rank 2 Gu master appeared in Wang Da's vision. Spare my life, I will kill you first. Wang Da knew that if he was delayed, there would be more Gu masters coming after him. He had to quickly get rid of this 4th Gu master. I only have 20% of my true essence left. Whether it's for revenge or to save my life, I have to kill this old man first. Wang Da roused his spirits and pounced towards old Gu Yue. Gu Yue snorted coldly. His hair and fine hairs instantly grew wildly and entangled with each other. In the blink of an eye, they formed a set of needle-like snow-white armor. When Wang Da saw this, his expression changed. This experienced Gu master was like a hedgehog, causing Wang Da to have a feeling of not knowing where to start. His rank 2 number 1 poison Gu, love separation, was extremely poisonous and could cause blood to freeze, but it did not have strong offensive capabilities and could only be used for sneak attacks. Wang Da only had 2 Gu worms, love separation and the shadow follower Gu. If he had a defensive Gu worm, he would not have been hit by the moonblade. If I can't deal with you, I will kill Fang Yuan first. Wang Da was not stupid. After 3 years of living, he was cunning and ruthless. He sprinted, attempting to go around old Gu Yue and attack the murderer of his family. Don't even think about it. Old Gu Yue activated his true essence, and his needle-like hair clothes suddenly extended out 2 spikes that spun like a spiral. In an instant, they extended 5 to 6 meters and shot towards Wang Da. Wang Da lowered his body and brushed past the 2 snow-white spikes by a hair's breadth. On his hands, his 10 fingernails were as long as half his palm. They were purple to the point of turning black, and a smoke-like faint purple poison gas lingered around them. Die. Wang Da had already gone crazy from the battle. He laughed sinisterly as he quickly got closer to his target. In his eyes, Fang Yuan's face was filled with shock and fear. Bloodthirsty killing intent had already filled Wang Da's mind. He seemed to be able to hear Fang Yuan's indignant breathing as he pierced his skin. Don't even think about it. Just as he was about to succeed, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked Wang Da's path. A 5th rank 2 Gu master was rushing over from afar. It's love separation? This was a middle-aged man. Facing Wang Da's crazy charge, his expression was firm and unwavering. Rock Skin Gu, the middle-aged man's primeval essence surged, and dense red steel primeval essence rose like smoke. His exposed arms instantly turned from yellow to gray. At the same time, his arms inflated like balloons, turning into a pair of thick stone arms. Both sides got closer and closer. Wang Da's expression was crazed and distorted, while the middle-aged Gu master's expression was solemn as he stretched out his arms and grabbed towards Wang Da. You want to catch me so slowly? Wang Da could not help but show a mocking expression. The middle-aged Gu master's arms were already covered with a thick layer of rock skin. Even Wang Da's nails could not penetrate it. But this pair of stone arms was too heavy, and its speed was too slow. Wang Da felt he could easily dodge it. Is that so? Jade Wind Wheel. The middle-aged Gu master gave a low shout, and suddenly, a pair of jade-green whirlwinds, like 2 armbands, appeared around his stone arm. The stone arm's speed immediately increased. How can this be? Ugh. Wang Da's face was filled with shock as he was swept away by the stone arms. The middle-aged Gu master had rich battle experience. If he had used the Wasp Gu and Jade Wind Wheel from the start, Wang Da would not have fallen so easily. Wang Da was swept away by the heavy stone arms, and fell to the ground, feeling dizzy. His chest, which was hit, felt heavy. Puff. He struggled to get up, and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. I only have 5% primeval essence left, I'm going to die. He checked his aperture, and laughed bitterly. Seeing Fang Yuan not far away, his face showed a crazed determination. Even at death's door, I will drag you down with me. He ignored his injuries, and charged forward. Stop him. The middle-aged Gu master was anxious. He was a pure close combat Gu master, and did not have a long-range Gu worm. He was too far away. The old Gu master had already rushed over, his white hair condensing into finger-sized spiral needles. The needles flew like snakes, extending 5 to 6 meters, catching up from behind and piercing Wang Da's body. But Wang Da did not care, and continued to charge forward. Die. He shouted arrogantly, his 10 fingers already growing to half a meter long. The middle-aged goo master rushed over, and seeing this, his expression changed. He could not stop him in time. Just as Wang De was about to succeed, a blue jade light burst out from the opposite side. Jade skin goo. Under the stimulation of life and death, Fangjing screamed hysterically. In an instant, his entire body's skin had turned into a layer of solid jade skin. Wang Da's 10 fingers were like blades, stabbing towards him. Although Love Bili did not have strong offensive abilities, the jade skin goo was after all a rank 1 goo, and could not block Wang Da's fingernails. Roar! The old goo master saw that Fangjing was about to die, and shouted anxiously. His eyes opened wide, and more snow-white needles shot out, piercing through Wang Da's body. Then the needles were like snakes, first piercing through Wang Da's back to his chest, then coiling around his neck, arms, and legs. Boiling hot blood gushed out from Wang Da's body. In an instant, his white hair was dyed red. His whole body was covered in white hair, like a wild boar that fell into a trap and was stabbed by a bamboo spear. His momentum was halted, and he could not move forward. A strong sense of dizziness assaulted him, and Wang De laughed bitterly, knowing that death was coming. He could not accept this, his vision became blurry, and at the moment of death, the most profound impression in his memory surfaced once again. Wan Er. He could not help but call out his wife's name. A knife appeared in his hand, and pierced through his wife's body. Why? His wife looked at Wang De, shock and confusion appeared on her beautiful face, as she stared at Wang Da's eyes. Wang Da's eyes were red, and his whole body was trembling. He squeezed out 3 words from his teeth, "I'm sorry." His wife smiled, her smile was filled with love, and not a bit of hatred. "I understand," she said. She wanted to stretch out her right hand, and before she died, she wanted to touch Wang Da's face for the last time. But halfway through, her hand fell down. Killing his wife and stealing her heart, refining love separation, and from then on, he had the strength to step onto the demonic path, regret. Since then, Wang De asked himself countless times. Regret was worse than death. So he swore to himself that he would protect the only family he had left. But, if I could do it all over again, Wan Er, I would still do it. Unbridled tears gushed out from Wang Da's red eyes. Fangjing stared with his eyes wide open. His whole body was shining with jade light. From the start to the end, he was in deep confusion and bewilderment. An unfamiliar goo master was crazily rushing towards him, as if he was going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. But Fangjing did not know him at all. The dense aura of death caused Fangjing to be unable to move, his mind was blank, and he could only activate the jade skin goo subconsciously. Wang Da's fingers pierced through the jade skin, penetrating 1 centimeter, and then stopped moving. He died. When he died, his face was covered in tears. Finally, it's over? Fangjing breathed roughly, his eyes lost their focus, and looked very empty. Then, a strong dizziness hit him. Plop. He also fell to the ground. Love separation, the number 1 poison of rank 2, although it did not pierce through the jade skin, the poison had already entered the body. A wild boar the size of an elephant was resting in the mud. It had its eyes closed, half kneeling and half lying down. Its tusks were clean and shiny like blades. The light of dusk shone on its dark black fur. Its huge belly was white, rising and falling with each breath it took, emitting a humming sound. King Boar, Fang Yuan was a few hundred meters away from it, but he still carefully walked downwind. Although I can kill wild boars now, against this King Boar, I can only run. Even a rank 2 goo master can't kill it. If I can't figure out the goo worms on its body, I might fail miserably. Kings of beasts like these usually had goo worms on their bodies. On the wild boar king's body, there were usually boar goo. Pink boar goo and flower boar goo were the majority. Other than boar goo, there would also be beast skin goo or thorn caterpillar goo. In this world, there were all sorts of goo worms. Some goo worms lived on strong wild beasts and had a symbiotic relationship with the wild beast. When the wild beast was attacked, the goo worms on its body would sense the danger and help the wild beast fight against the strong enemy. This king boar was huge, and its strength far surpassed normal boars. Fang Yuan was not its match, not to mention it had 1 or more mysterious goo worms on its body. However, Fang Yuan's reason for coming here was not to kill this king boar. Instead, he was trying his best to avoid Wang Da's revenge. Wang Da knew that Fang Yuan had the beast skin map, and Fang Yuan stood on his side and beat him at his own game. He didn't go anywhere else, but headed towards the location marked by the red cross on the king boar. Although king boar was dangerous, it was still a wild beast and didn't have the intelligence of a human. Old man Wang, as a mortal, could find this place and retreat safely. Why couldn't Fang Yuan do the same? Going against the flow might seem risky, but there was a chance of survival. As they got further and further away, King Boar was left behind by Fang Yuan. If it was on a map, his route would be a big circle, bypassing the red cross, forming a full arc, and finally arriving at the hillside where several clan elders were overseeing. There, he would conduct the mid-year assessment on the spot. An hour later, a young man with grass all over his body, his coarse clothes cut by the thorns, and his feet covered in mud, trudged to this hillside with a bag on his back. This battered and exhausted youth was precisely Fang Yuan. I'm finally back safe and sound. Here, with an elder overseeing things, their safety was greatly guaranteed. But I can't be careless. Fang Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he slowly walked up the hill. There was a simple shed on the hillside, and dozens of students were gathered near the shed. The guards of the academy were counting the number of pig teeth in the students' bags. Of the several clan elders who were originally guarding this place, only the academy elder was left. The others were nowhere to be found. Why is there something wrong with the atmosphere? Fang Yuan frowned slightly, his sharp senses telling him that something big had happened. As he neared the shed, he could hear the discussions of the students around him. Did you hear? There was an assassination just now, and a few rank 2 Gu masters died in an instant. Really? It's true. I came early and saw Guyue Fangjing being carried away by a few clan elders, leaving in a hurry. Guyue Fangjing is too unlucky to encounter such a thing during the assessment. Hehe, you don't understand. The enemy's target is Guyue Fangjing, he is an A-grade talent. I wonder if he will die. Even if he doesn't die, he will be skinned alive. Maybe after he is injured, his aptitude will drop. Fang Yuan's footsteps not only slowed down, his heart was like a clear mirror, immediately deducing the general truth of the matter. Wang Da wanted to kill me, to take revenge for his family. But after I found the treehouse, I immediately changed my route and rushed towards King Boar. Wang Da did not expect this, and missed me, but unexpectedly found Fangjing. His source of information was those few hunters, and he did not know that I have a twin brother. He thought Fangjing was me, and wanted to kill him, but was stopped by the surrounding Gu masters. Now the question is Wang Da dead? Fang Yuan frowned. Wang Da successfully escaped, Wang Da was captured, or Wang Da was killed. These 3 scenarios would affect his plans and arrangements. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan decided to act according to the original plan. The academy elder's expression was ugly. Fangjing was actually assassinated. Without any clues, he would never have guessed that Fangjing was helping Fang Yuan block the calamity, and instead linked it to the Bai and Xiong clans. Fangjing was the only A-grade genius in Guyue village in the past 3 years. The Bai and Xiong clans naturally would not sit by and watch him grow. Sending Gu masters to carry out assassinations, nipping him in the bud, this was very normal. Even the Guyue village was doing this. Secretly sending Gu masters to assassinate the other 2 clans' genius students. The assassin was killed on the spot. I wonder how Fangjing's injuries are. The academy elder was worried. At this time, the guard handed over a piece of paper. The academy elder took the paper, and absent-mindedly read, in this year's examination, the results are as follows. Guyue City, 16 wild boar teeth, Guyue Mabe, 14 wild boar teeth. Only then did the surrounding students' attention get drawn over. The results were clear at a glance. The D-grade students, although working together, could only get 3 to 4 wild boar teeth. Most of the students in the 3rd and 2nd grades had 8 or 9 pills. More than 10 boar teeth was an excellent result. The best was Guyue City, with 16. Next was Guyue Mabe. As for Fangjing, he had 10. Guyue Mabe's face was full of pride. He was lucky this time, encountering 2 wild boars fighting, thus benefiting from it. Guyue Mabe, on the other hand, was very indignant. He actually let Guyue City suppress him. The academy elder continued to announce, "Next, I announce, the first in this examination is, wait." Fang Yuan stepped out from the crowd. "Fang Yuan, you're late. The examination has already ended an hour ago. According to the rules, the number of wild boar teeth you got will be reduced by 4 as punishment." Guyue City immediately shouted. Fang Yuan ignored him. He opened the bag on his back, then grabbed the bottom of the bag and hung it upside down in front of everyone. Hua! Dozens of shining white wild boar teeth quickly piled up beside his feet. This. Qiqing's mouth was wide open. Mabe and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. How can there be so many? This is too much. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan, his expression carrying a hint of surprise. "Fang Yuan, did you hunt all of these?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and answered, "I only hunted about 10 myself. But I accidentally found a bag, probably hidden by a hunter. There were many wild boar teeth inside. I thought for a while, the mid-year examination is for us to try our best to gather as many wild boar teeth as possible in one day. There's no written rule that we must kill wild boars, so I brought them here." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. How can you do this? This luck is too good. This is too fake. Could he have missed the question and then cheated? The academy elder stared closely at Fang Yuan. After staring for a while, he announced, "In this examination, Fang Yuan is first." The atmosphere in the patriarch's pavilion was quite heavy. Guyue Bo sat on the main seat, while the rest of the elders sat in 2 rows, suppressing their anger. "Guyue Yaoji, you are our clan's #1 healing Gu master. Let me ask you, how is Fangjing's situation?" Clan leader Guyue Bo asked one of the clan elders. Guyue Yaoji was an old woman with a stooped back and a face full of wrinkles like tree bark. She coughed twice and slowly said, "Reporting to Patriarch, the current situation has been stabilized. Fangjing's life was not in danger, but he was still unconscious. His aptitude did not decline because of this." It's good that it did not decline. Guyue Bo let out a long breath and asked the punishment hall elder on the left, "Did you find out about the assassin?" The punishment hall elder was not as experienced as Guyue Yaoji. He immediately stood up from his seat and lowered his head. "Found out. 35 years old, male, identity unknown. Suspected to be a demonic Gu master, possessing 2 Gu worms. One is a shadow bug, the other is a love parting." Guyue Bo nodded. "Looks like he is an assassin. Love separation, the #1 poison in rank 2. It is not strange that he could kill 3 of our Gu masters. Clan leader, do we still need to investigate this? If it is not the Bai clan, then it is the Xiong clan." Guyue Lian shouted, his eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. "Shadow worm, love separation, this does not seem like a spy that the Bai clan and Xiong clan secretly nurtured. Maybe it is a foreign demonic Gu master who wanted to attach himself to the clan. After receiving instructions to express his loyalty, he came to assassinate Fangjing. No matter what, the other 2 villages will definitely not be able to get away with this matter." Guyue Mochin said coldly. These 2 elders in power, although they did not get along normally, once an external enemy appeared, they would put aside their differences and work closely together. Guyue Bo nodded, he thought so too. Wangda had disappeared for 3 whole years without any news. In the hearts of the villagers, he was long dead, thus his identity was a mystery. Guyue's higher-ups did not know about this. Normally, they would not care about the death of a serf. Everyone's gazes were focused on the Bai clan and Xiong clan. At this time, the academy elder walked in. "Lord Clan Leader." He had a worried expression. Just as he opened his mouth, Guyue Bo answered, "Academy elder, don't worry. Fangjing is fine, his aptitude is still a grade." The academy elder's expression immediately relaxed. "Oh right, are the other students safe? How are their results in this examination? What is Fangjing's rank?" Guyue Bo asked casually. The academy elder answered truthfully. When he said that Fang Yuan had accidentally picked up a bag of wild boar teeth and got first place, Guyue Bo's gaze flashed. The hall was silent. All the clan elders seemed to have sensed something and quietly observed their surroundings. The originally tense and resentful atmosphere also became subtle. In the hall, clan leader Guyue Bo was expressionless, his eyes deep as he sat at the head of the table. The remaining dozen or so elders were all sitting upright with their heads lowered. They only used the corner of their eyes to vaguely glance left and right, trying to discern some clues from the expressions of the people around them. The atmosphere became strange. Fang Yuan being able to get first place, there must be a deeper meaning behind it. He actually said he found a bag with a wild boar's tusk on the way. This is too fake. This bag can only be prepared by someone in secret, it is impossible for Fang Yuan to do it alone. That is to say, someone is secretly helping Fang Yuan. This year's mid-year examination is different from the past. Because we need to mobilize tens of rank 2 Gu masters to monitor and observe, the contents of this examination are not only known by the Academy Elder, but also many other clan elders. To prepare this bag in advance, only the clan elders present, or even the clan leader. The clan elders were all experienced, having been in the political arena for many years, they immediately thought of many things. Fangjing was an A-grade talent, if he was nurtured to rank 4, what would that be? That would be the next clan leader. Fang Yuan was Fangjing's brother, although he was only a C-grade talent, just this bit of blood relationship was worth investing in. To clan leader Guyue Bo, if he secretly helped Fang Yuan and brought him into his system, it would be a good bond for Fangjing in the future. To the clan elders, Fangjing was the only A-grade talent in recent years, and had already been brought into the clan leader's faction. If he was really nurtured, the clan leader's faction would become even stronger. If the clan elders took Fang Yuan in for their own use, using this blood relationship, he would be an extremely useful chess piece to deal with Fangjing in the future. So, the tens of people sitting in this hall all had the motive to help Fang Yuan. But who could it be? Guyue pondered. I did not recruit Fang Yuan, who could be helping him in secret? Was it that old fellow Imochen? That was possible. Although Fang Yuan had killed his family's servants, they were nothing. Even if they were all dead, he wouldn't feel any heartache. It was more likely that the patriarch would take in Guyue Fangjing and then pull Guyue and Fang Yuan over. This way, he would have more control over Fangjing. It's just that, the usual practice is to recruit them at the end of the year. To make a move in the middle of the year, this is breaking the rules. It's not a violation of the rules, but it's indeed a violation of the law. Who thinks so highly of Fang Yuan? Who thinks more highly of him than me? Guyue and Imochen were also thinking. As a matter of fact, after Fang Yuan killed Gao Wan and dismembered his corpse as a gift, he had a whole new level of respect for Fang Yuan, and even had some thoughts of recruiting him. However, this kind of recruitment usually happened at the end of the year, when the students graduated from the academy. The fact that Fang Yuan had been recruited ahead of time caught Guyue and Imochen off guard. Guyue Bo's gaze was mainly focused on the faces of the two authoritative elders, Guyue Imochen and Guyue Lian. This clan leader thought more deeply and more deeply. Fang Yuan had brazenly told a lie and won first place. This behavior had a sense of unscrupulousness, and it was also a signal to the outside world. It was to let them see that Fang Yuan was under my protection. I had taken him in ahead of time, so you'd better not touch him. Who could this person be? In the Guyue family, the political structure was a tripartite balance of power. Aside from the patriarch, there was Guyue Lian representing the Qi bloodline, and Guyue Imochen representing the Imo bloodline. Guyue Bo was well aware that he hadn't done anything to recruit Fang Yuan. Then the biggest suspects were Guyue Lian and Guyue Imochen. These two old fellows' acting skills are getting better and better. Just by looking at their expressions, I really can't tell. Could it be that it wasn't them, but some other small power? Guyue Bo observed and guessed without leaving a trace. He didn't know that the other elders were the same as him, observing, suspecting, and trying to figure it out. The academy elder was also guessing, but he had always maintained a neutral position, dissociating himself from the political struggle, so his thoughts were much simpler. So Fang Yuan was recruited by one of the elders. No wonder he let Fangjing, Mabe, and Qichen go when he was extorting. I guess the person who recruited him was either the patriarch, Qi Lian, or Imochen. This is a good thing. This means that he has already recognized reality, and has begun to integrate into the family. No matter what, he is still a part of the family. In the future, he will completely integrate into the family, and will be willing to dedicate his life to the family. After a moment of silence, Guyuebo couldn't see any clues, so he opened his mouth. It is impolite not to reciprocate. The other party actually started to target Fangjing. Our Guyue family is not easy to bully, we must return the favor. Dark Hall Elder, plan this matter first, then report to me. Understood, Lord Patriarch. The Dark Hall Elder immediately nodded his head in agreement. As for Guyue Fangjing, I am worried that his spirit will be affected by this unforeseen event. He is a great aptitude to our family, there is no need to say more. From today onwards, I will tutor him alone. Guyuebo said again. No elder raised any objections. Actually, many people knew that the Patriarch had secretly given Guyue Fangjing special treatment. Bringing this matter up now, even though it went against the principle of fairness, but the reason was sufficient, and the elders couldn't stop him. As for Guyue Fangyuan, Guyuebo purposely dragged out his words. At that moment, all the elders perked up their ears. Could it be that the Patriarch secretly helped Fangyuan? Guyuebo looked around, he was also observing the expressions of the surrounding elders. But he was destined to be disappointed. Thus, he could only continue. It was not easy for him to obtain first place with C-grade aptitude. I will personally reward him with 30 pieces of primeval stones. Academy Elder, pass a message to him, tell him to work hard. Yes, Lord Patriarch. The Academy Elder bowed and accepted the order. 30 primordial stones, what is the meaning of this insignificant reward? The clan elders all frowned. No matter who secretly recruited Feng Yuan, these 30 yuan stone are my goodwill. After all, other than Guyue, there is still the Bai clan and Xiong clan. Guyuebo sighed in his heart. Fangjing's assassination was due to an external enemy. Feng Yuan's cheating was due to internal strife. To deal with external enemies, one naturally had to use forceful methods. To deal with internal strife, Patriarch Guyuebo was mainly conciliatory, in order to avoid too much internal strife, which would cause the overall strength of the family to decline. Alright, this matter will be settled like this for now. Everyone, step down and focus on your work. The prosperity of the family is inseparable from everyone's performance. Guyuebo waved his hand. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Then we will take our leave. The elders left one by one, and after a few breaths, only Guyuebo was left in the hall. He sighed deeply, using his fingers to massage his temples. As the Patriarch, he was the person with the highest authority in the Guyue clan. But it was not easy for him, he had to coordinate the interests of many parties. He could not do as he pleased. The power in the clan was intertwined, passed down from generation to generation, and had a long history, with many restrictions. Externally, he had to face the arrogant Xiong clan, and the rising Bai clan. Internally, he had to deal with the complicated political struggles in the clan. Although he was middle-aged, his hair had already turned white. These years as the Patriarch, although I have sufficient resources, my cultivation progress has been slow, and my mind has been burdened by the clan's affairs. Sometimes, I really want to be a lone ranger, free and relaxed. Without any burden, my steps would naturally be light, and maybe I can walk even further on the path of cultivation. Guyuebo sighed in his heart. Once you enter the clan system, you will have responsibilities, and with responsibilities, it will not be easy, and you will not be able to cultivate wholeheartedly. But conversely, if you don't enter the clan system, the clan will not provide you with resources. Without resources, a lone Gu master's cultivation will also have a hard time. This formed a contradiction, a vicious circle. It was this vicious circle that shackled the future of many, burying many people's talents and talents. Wanda died. 3 days later, Feng Yuan got the news. At the same time, he heard from Xianxia that the 2 young hunters had indeed gone missing when they went hunting in the mountains. As for the hunter whose right hand was cut off by Feng Yuan, he committed suicide at home due to depression. When Xianxia said this, he looked at Feng Yuan with a profound gaze. He saw Wang Da's corpse later, and naturally recognized his identity. But he did not dare to say Wang Da's true identity. He was a Gu master stationed in the village, and had responsibilities. As long as one entered the system, regardless of position, they would have responsibilities. Wang Da had been a demonic Gu master for more than 3 years, but as a Gu master stationed in the village, he did not investigate. If it was really investigated, it would be a big stain on his resume, and his future in the clan would be ruined. He also tried his best to suppress the strange deaths of the 3 young hunters. Fang Yuan, we are all acquaintances now. From now on, if you buy anything from my cousin Xianxia's shop, you will get a 50% discount. At one time, He said to Fang Yuan. The others were all dead, and only he and Fang Yuan knew the truth of this matter. But if this matter was exposed, it would not have much impact on Fang Yuan. Because he only killed 3 serfs, even if he killed 30, the clan would not pursue it. At most, it would be a symbolic punishment like a dozen yuan stone. He took the initiative to bribe, and Fang Yuan naturally did not refuse. To Fang Yuan, this matter was full of surprises and thrills from beginning to end, but the good thing was the result was good. After this matter, Fang Yuan, who had no foundation in the clan, gained half an ally, and a non-existent backer. It was this mysterious backer that gave Fang Yuan a second layer of protection. When he gradually became no longer weak, this protection would play a key role, at least able to support his cultivation until rank 2, and not attract too much pressure. Now, he could clearly feel the academy elders' attitude towards him softening. More than 10 days passed in a flash. After Guyue Fangjing and Guyue Mabe, Fang Yuan and Qiqing successfully advanced to rank 1 upper stage at almost the same time. Although the robbery and extortion still continued, he no longer robbed Fangjing, Mabe, and Qiqing's yuan stone. He became more and more low-key, and his strength also grew at a speed several times faster than in his previous life. Time flew by like a white steed, summer passed and autumn came. In the tunnel, Fang Yuan once again stood in front of the boulder blocking the way. Because the weather was getting colder, he wore a simple long-sleeved shirt. But his body was no longer as skinny as it was a few months ago. His chest, arms, legs, and abdomen all had obvious muscle groups. These muscles were not protruding like the boulder, but had a streamlined shape. Together with Fang Yuan's growing body, and his white skin, it gave off a youthful and energetic feeling. Since 3 days ago, the white boar goo can no longer increase my strength. That means, I already have the strength of a boar, and have reached the flower wine monk's goal. Today, I will push this boulder again. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, his right leg stepped forward, his left leg behind, forming a bow step. He placed both of his hands on the surface of the boulder, took a deep breath, and exerted force. The boulder, under the push of his hands, slowly moved, then slowly moved, and finally rolled forward. The path blocked by the boulder was a slanted tunnel. The flower wine monk had processed the boulder into a spherical shape, and was most suitable for rolling. This was probably his intention, to let the successor push the boulder, and roll it up. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Fang Yuan pushed forward step by step, silently calculating in his heart, last week, I pushed 45 steps, and my stamina was exhausted, so I had to give up. This time, I wonder how far I can push it. 40 steps, 45 steps, after a while, Fang Yuan broke the original record. But he was also extremely tired. 46 steps, 47 steps, Fang Yuan could clearly feel, at this step, his stamina was almost depleted. 48, 49 steps, he gathered his remaining strength, and advanced another 2 steps. Finally, he could not walk anymore, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Using his shoulders and legs to support himself against the boulder, he took a few deep breaths. Should I give up? Fang Yuan could not help but think. This was a slanted tunnel, and on the way back, he would expend a lot of stamina. After all, the round stone still had to roll down, and during this process, he still had to support it. If he directly let go and ran, the round stone would roll faster and faster. He didn't want to be crushed into a pile of meat paste by the round stone in time. But after thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt a little unwilling, so he pushed a few more steps. The 50th step. He suddenly felt the pressure from the boulder lessen. It turned out that the boulder had rolled up a flight of stairs. Fang Yuan pushed a few more steps and went around the boulder. He found himself in a secret room. This secret chamber was about the same size as the secret cave in the stone crack. Fang Yuan temporarily named it the second chamber. There was nothing in the secret chamber, and the walls were made of a strange red soil that emitted a dim red light. On the other side of the secret room was a crude gray stone door. It should be the work of the flower wine monk in a hurry. Fang Yuan rested for a while and did not immediately push open the stone door. Instead, he made a new discovery. He noticed that the ground in front of the stone door was wet. Could it be? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He squatted down and stretched out his hands, pushing aside the soft and wet soil. The second earth treasury flower. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and carefully pushed aside the petals, taking out the goo worm that was soaking in the golden nectar. Activating his primeval essence, it was instantly refined. This was a jade skin goo. It looked like a bug, flat and wide, with a small head. Its light green body was oval in shape, emitting a layer of jade light. After I got the white boar goo, I was still thinking about where to get another jade skin goo. That way, I can fuse it into the white jade goo. To think that the flower wine monk had already prepared one for me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly, thinking about the effects of this jade skin goo. This was already Fang Yuan's sixth goo worm. Although he had 5 goo worms before, none of them could be used for defense. With the jade skin goo, he could finally fill the gap in his defense. Sometimes, defense often meant offense. This was not hard to understand. Take Fang Yuan for example, he used the white boar goo to raise his strength to the strength of a boar. Logically speaking, this kind of strength could allow him to smash soft rocks with one punch, but Fang Yuan had never done so before. Because he knew that his defense was not strong enough. If he punched, the rocks would shatter, but his fist would also be a bloody mess. Now that he had the jade skin goo's defense, he could fully display his strength. Of course, there were good and bad sides to the influence. The jade skin goo's value was high, and its defense was one of the best among the rank 1 goo worms. But it was not easy to feed. Every 10 days, it had to eat 2 taels of jade. Jade was more expensive in the market, so let's not talk about it. The main problem was the source. Fang Jing also had a jade skin goo, but he had the support of the clan leader, who provided him with jade. If Fang Yuan wanted to obtain jade, he could only buy it, but it was too easy to give himself away. Originally, to feed the white boar goo, I needed to kill wild boars regularly, and that was already troublesome. Now that I have this jade skin goo, am I supposed to go mining everywhere? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, as a new problem appeared in front of him. Keeping the jade skin goo and keeping it in his aperture, Fang Yuan slowly pushed open the stone door. The stone door was heavy, and if Fang Yuan did not have the white boar goo to increase his strength, he would not have been able to push it open. But now, with Fang Yuan's 2 hands pushing, the stone door slowly opened. The scene outside the door appeared in front of Fang Yuan, and his field of vision suddenly expanded. This was no longer a narrow tunnel or a secret cave, but a spacious underground stone forest. Fang Yuan roughly estimated, and with just a rough estimate, he knew that this underground stone forest had an area of at least 30 mu. On Earth, a standard football field was only 11 mu. I should be inside Qingmao Mountain, and this space should be naturally formed. Fang Yuan looked at the surrounding stone walls. The stone walls of this space were all above 16 meters, and the ceiling was naturally a stone wall. From the ceiling, huge dark red stone pillars hung down. Every stone pillar emitted a faint red light, and so did the surrounding stone walls. Just like the tunnel and the secret cave, although the light in this space was dim, it was enough for Fang Yuan to see some things clearly. Fang Yuan looked around, and saw that the stone pillars were like inverted trees, with no branches, and only a lonely trunk was left. The surface of the stone pillars was not smooth, and was filled with small black holes. Countless stone pillars of different sizes hung down, forming an inverted stone forest within the mountain. Nature was such an uncanny workmanship. Fang Yuan was knowledgeable, and was not surprised. He only stared at the black holes on the stone pillars, and his brows furrowed. He somewhat understood the flower wine monk's intention in setting up the jade skin goo. If I'm not wrong. Fang Yuan flipped his right hand, and shot out a moonblade. The airy blue moonblade drew a straight line in the air, and accurately shot into one of the black holes on the stone pillar. From the black hole came a sharp and angry cry. With a swoosh, a gray monkey flew out of the hole, and suddenly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Chi! Fang Yuan shot out 3 moonblades in a row. The monkey could not borrow strength in the air, but its tail was extremely agile, and as it swung, it actually caused its body to somersault in the air. After dodging 2 moonblades, it was finally hit by the 3rd moonblade. With a plop, it fell to the ground, dead. It died, but did not shed a single drop of blood. The gray body suddenly turned to stone, and in an instant, it turned from a body of flesh and blood into a stone monkey statue. The statue's posture, the expression on its face, was exactly the same as the monkey's before it died, lifelike. After 2 breaths, the stone monkey's surface made a cracking sound, and cracks rapidly spread from inside to outside of its body. Then, with a crack, it broke into small pieces of stone. It really is an underground beast horde, Jade-Eye Stone Monkey. Fang Yuan walked closer and squatted down, pushing aside the rubble, and took out 2 jade-green round beads. These 2 round beads were the eyes of the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey. After this strange creature died, its body would turn into gray rubble, and only its eyes would turn into 2 jade round beads. Every jade bead was extremely heavy, weighing at least 1 tael. This meant that as long as he killed the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey, the Jade Skin Goo's food problem would be solved. But I not only need to feed the Jade Skin Goo, I also need to continue inheriting the Flower Wine Monk's legacy. The next clue to the Flower Wine Monk's legacy should be somewhere in this stone forest. Fang Yuan frowned. This was troublesome. He tried to take a few steps forward, his gaze focused on the stone pillar. On the 7th step, on the stone pillar closest to him, in the densely packed stone holes, pairs of green eyes gradually lit up. Immediately, a drop of cold sweat flowed down from Fang Yuan's forehead. He quickly retracted his foot, and the countless green eyes in the small black hole dimmed again. Obviously, each pair of eyes represented a Jade-Eye Stone Monkey. The Jade-Eye Stone Monkeys were extremely agile, and Fang Yuan had to use 4 moonblades to kill one. On each stone pillar, there were at least 100 Jade-Eye Stone Monkeys. And in the entire stone forest, who knew how many of these monkeys there were? With Fang Yuan's current strength, if he were to be surrounded by 4 monkeys, he would die with a grievance. If the defense of the Jade Skin Goo was included, Fang Yuan alone could at most deal with 12 Jade-Eye Stone Monkeys. But luckily, these monkeys usually slept in the black hole, and when they were hungry or thirsty, they would gnaw on the stones around them. The stone pillar was their home, and also their food. Unless one was within 10 meters of them, or provoked them, they would not come out. In the words of Earth, they were a group of house monkeys. The autumn wind rustled, and red leaves fell. The weeds were yellow, and red or orange wild fruits hung on the branches. Humph! The black wild boar's hair stood up, its 4 hooves stampeding on the ground. The ground on the mountain was covered in a thick layer of fallen leaves. The wild boar charged over, bringing with it a gust of wind, and the fallen leaves danced behind it. Fang Yuan stood there quietly, looking at the wild boar getting closer, his face cold. Kill, he suddenly took a big step forward, and then his legs took turns to move, not dodging, but charging towards the wild boar. The wild boar's 2 snow-white tusks pierced through the air, emitting killing intent. Fang Yuan dodged the tusks, and slammed his shoulder into the wild boar's head. Just as they were about to collide, a light green jade light flashed on Fang Yuan's shoulder. Jade Skin Goo, bam! With a muffled sound, the 2 fiercely collided. Fang Yuan took 3 steps back, while the wild boar took 1 step back. Honestly speaking, between the 2 sides, Fang Yuan was slightly stronger. But Fang Yuan's 2 legs could not support the wild boar's 4 hooves, and at the same time, the wild boar's center of gravity was much lower and more stable than Fang Yuan's. But the wild boar's head was hit by Fang Yuan, and although it was still standing, its fat body was already shaking. Fang Yuan shouted, and charged forward again, his left hand pressing on the wild boar's tusks, and his right fist raised high. The light green jade light formed a thin membrane, covering the surface of his fist. Bam! The fist smashed down, and the wild boar immediately cried out in pain, struggling with all its might. The muscles on Fang Yuan's left arm bulged, and the veins popped out, like earthworms coiling around his arm, tightly restraining the wild boar. At the same time, his right fist continued to be raised high, and then smashed down heavily. Bam bam bam. Every time his fist hit the wild boar's head, the jade light on his fist would explode once. The wild boar was smashed by the fist until it was dizzy, and its struggling became weaker and weaker. Final blow. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with electricity. He stretched his upper body and straightened his right arm, raising it to the highest point. Then, he bent his right elbow and smashed it down. The green jade light stuck closely to Fang Yuan's right elbow. Following Fang Yuan's movements, it drew a green shadow in the air. Bang! Fang Yuan knelt on one knee and smashed the wild boar's skull with his elbow. The wild boar did not even have the time to let out a final scream before it suddenly stopped. A pig's head was completely deformed. The broken white skull pierced through the black skin and was exposed. Fresh blood and brain matter flowed out slowly, dyeing the layers of withered leaves in a brilliant scarlet color. A bleak autumn wind blew over. It rolled up a few fallen leaves and blew away the steam from the pig's blood. Life should be as splendid as the summer flowers. Death should be as beautiful as autumn leaves, Fang Yuan murmured, appreciating the scene. The living were strong and brilliant, while the dead were cold and silent. Between life and death, there was such a strong contrast, showing the cruelty of nature, and the brilliance of life. No matter which world, the victor is splendid and brilliant, while the loser is cold and desolate. The difference between victory and defeat, to me, is the difference between life and death. Because walking on the demonic path, once one fails, it usually means death. Fang Yuan leaned against the boar's corpse and sat cross-legged on the ground. He let out the white boar goo and let it eat the boar, before sending a portion of his consciousness into his aperture. The dark green bronze primeval sea in his aperture was rising and falling, waves rising and falling. When the primeval sea was at the great circle, it occupied 44% of the aperture's volume. In the intense battle earlier, Fang Yuan had used the jade skin goo many times to increase his defense, causing his primeval essence to be consumed. Now, he only had 36% of his primeval essence left. Calculating, he had only used 80% of his primeval essence, not even 10%. But because this was rank 1 peak stage dark green primeval essence, the consumption was huge. Rank 1 initial stage was jade green primeval essence. Rank 1 middle stage was pale green primeval essence. Rank 1 upper stage was dark green primeval essence. Rank 1 peak stage was dark green primeval essence. Concentrated was the essence. Activating the moonlight goo once required 10% of the jade green primeval essence, but when converted to pale green primeval essence, it only required 5%. The dark green primeval essence was reduced by half, and so was the dark green primeval essence. That is to say, 10% dark green primeval essence was equivalent to 20% dark green, 40% pale green, and 80% jade green. Using the jade skin goo consumed 80% of the dark green primeval essence, and when converted to rank 1 initial stage jade green primeval essence, it was 64%. If Fang Yuan was still at initial stage, his aperture would only have 44% primeval essence, and after using half of it, the primeval sea in his aperture would be completely used up. The higher the goo master's cultivation, the stronger their battle strength, and this is reflected in their primeval essence. The higher the rank, the darker the color of the primeval essence, and the more durable it is. But my dark green primeval essence was refined by the liquor worm on the basis of upper stage primeval essence. Unlike Fangjing, who has already advanced to rank 1 peak stage. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Time passed quickly, and it was already late autumn. It had been more than 2 months since Wang Da's assassination. Fangjing was poisoned, and had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. When he woke up, it was as if he had changed into a different person. He became extremely hardworking, and his cultivation was extremely arduous. Some people say, every tribulation in life is a fortune akin to gold. Regardless of whether this was true or not, Fangjing had indeed learned a lot from this tribulation. He was like an unpolished jade, and after being polished, the beautiful jade inside was revealed. He was the first student to advance to upper stage, and not long ago, he was the first to advance to rank 1 peak stage, once again leaving his peers behind. The radiance of a great aptitude began to shine from his body. I am not far from the peak, at most 10 days to half a month. Speaking of which, I have never stopped nurturing my aperture, but C grade aptitude cannot be compared to A or B grade aptitude. At the same time, there is another reason. Fang Yuan thought of this, and his mouth opened, letting out a silent bitter laugh. Every once in a while, he would hunt jade eye stone monkeys, and feed them to the jade skin goo. At the same time, he would continue to search in the stone forest, in order to find clues to the flower wine monk's next power inheritance. The terrain of the stone forest was rather complicated, and huge rocks hung vertically from the ceiling. If Fang Yuan was not careful, he would get too close to a stone pillar, and attract the attack of the jade eye stone monkeys. There were many times when Fang Yuan was chased by tens of jade eye stone monkeys. The most dangerous time was when he was retreating. He stepped into the warning line of another stone pillar, and attracted the pursuit of two groups of over 100 stone monkeys. Luckily, these jade eye stone monkeys had a shut-in nature, and every time they chased, they would not chase too far. After chasing for a distance, they would often return home, and continue to shut in. Even so, there were many times when Fang Yuan was on the brink of death. At crucial times, the jade skin goo played a very good defensive role. Such explorations required Fang Yuan to invest large amounts of time and energy, and this was the main reason why his cultivation progress was so slow. But even so, it's much better than my previous life. Also, exploring the stone forest is not without results. At least I know that there are no problems with the surrounding stone walls. My initial guess is that the next clue to the power inheritance should be somewhere in the stone forest. As Fang Yuan was deep in thought, a black shadow stepped over the dead branches, approaching. This was a wandering old wolf. It had a brown fur coat, and was limping. One of its eyes was disabled, and its remaining left eye emitted a cruel and alert green light. It stared closely at Fang Yuan, its nose twitching. Wolves were like dogs, and had a keen sense of smell. It should have been attracted by the smell of pig blood. Wolves were usually pack animals, but there were also wandering crippled wolves like this. There was competition within the wolf pack, and to maintain the vitality of the entire pack, they would get rid of the crippled old wolves with low battle strength. Fang Yuan quickly stood up, quietly looking at this old wolf. In the past, when he killed a wild boar, he would have little primeval essence left, and his battle strength would decrease greatly. When encountering wild beasts, he would choose to avoid them. But these few months, his battle strength had increased rapidly, and with the jade skin goo, it was more than enough to deal with a crippled wolf. The entire mountain was covered in red leaves. The setting sun shone down. One man and one wolf were 50 steps apart, quietly looking at each other. In the wolf's eyes, a green light shone, revealing a cruel and cunning intent. As for Fang Yuan's eyes, they were deep and dark, emitting a cold intent. The white boar goo came out. It had eaten its fill, and flew back into Fang Yuan's aperture in satisfaction. The old wolf looked at the wild boar on the ground, only bones and skin were left, the meat was almost eaten up by the white boar goo. The green light in the wolf's eyes shrunk, and it took a few steps back, before turning around and entering the forest. To be able to survive until now, this old wolf naturally had a certain level of intelligence. It sharply sensed Fang Yuan's terror, and cautiously chose to retreat. It came suddenly, and left in a hurry. There was no noise from the wild boar's charge, no noise from the tiger's growl. The battle with Fang Yuan started and ended in silence. Under the theme of life and death, who knows how many wonders nature has nurtured? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not giving chase. There was nothing on this old wolf that was worth his time. Howl, but at the next moment, the old wolf's miserable howl was heard. The wolf howl suddenly erupted, and instantly stopped. As such, there was a thick aura of death. Crack, crack. From the forest, there was the sound of twigs being stepped on. The sound was unrestrained, getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. To be able to get rid of that crafty old wolf in an instant. His gaze became colder. The footsteps got closer, and soon the dark green bushes at the edge of the slope were forcefully separated. A tall man stepped onto the slope and appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. He had a head full of short black hair, each strand of hair was straight and strong. He was bare-chested, and his skin was crimson red. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and in the late autumn chill, he gave people the feeling that he was a moving furnace. It was as if every breath he took could raise the surrounding temperature. On his waist hung a group of wild beasts' corpses. There was a fox, a wild rabbit, a pheasant, and the old wolf that had just left. Seeing Feng Yuan, he was slightly stunned, and immediately took big steps, brushing past Feng Yuan's shoulder. Guyue Shan. Looking at the back of the huge man, Feng Yuan thought of a name. This person was the representative of the chief action, rank 2 upper stage cultivation. Speaking of which, his experience was similar to Feng Yuan's. This person was also gifted. When he was young, he was already very strong. When he was 10, he accidentally killed an adult servant. When he was 12, he could pick up a heavy stone mill and play with it like a frisbee. At that time, he was looked upon favorably by the clan, and was thought to be an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be only a B-grade talent. He was originally arrogant and condescending, but after this incident, his temperament changed, and he became much calmer. Although he was only a B-grade, in his year, he was the #1 student. After a year of schooling, he left the academy and worked hard, and soon he stood out. After a few years, he had become an elite among the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan. Happiness could not teach people the truth of life, only pain could. In the clan, youngsters attend the awakening ceremony at 15 and enter the academy. They graduate from the academy at 16 and form a 5-man team to complete the clan's missions. At the same time, they have the right to inherit the clan's assets and split the clan. From the age of 16, their cultivation continues to improve, and the difficulty of the missions continue to rise, and their status continues to rise. Some were dead, and some were alive. Some are crippled, their cultivation drops, and they struggle at death's door. Some go through hardships and become rank 3 Gu masters, promoted to clan elder, and become a higher up. Feng Yuan's eyes flickered as he thought of many things. The further a Gu master cultivates, the harder it gets, the harder it is to advance. Adding on the harsh living conditions, there were very few who could advance to the 3rd rank. Speaking of which, it's almost winter. I have been in the academy for almost a full year. Every batch of students had 2 major assessments. The first was the mid-year assessment, and the content was different for every batch. The second segment was the year-end exam. The content remained the same, it was all arena battles. After the arena battle, I won't be able to stay in the academy's dormitory anymore. I have to move out. Where would he live after moving out? It was impossible for Feng Yuan to live with his uncle and aunt. They were more than happy to do so. In this world, 16 was the age of adulthood, the age of initiation. In addition, Feng Yuan had too many secrets, so he had to live alone. In my previous life, when I graduated from the academy, I had just completed the middle stage of the first transition. In this life, the situation would be much better. By then, he would definitely be at the peak of the first transition. But to be able to achieve so much with C-grade talent, it wasn't without a price. In the process, I used up a large amount of Yuan stone. Feng Yuan frowned. He didn't have much Yuan stone left. Due to his limited talent, the amount of Yuan stone he used for cultivation was much more than Fengjing, Qiqing and Mabe. He raised 6 Gu worms by himself. Other than that, refining the liquor worm, nurturing the aperture, activating the white boar Gu to increase its strength, etc., all required primeval essence. After the primeval essence was used up, just the recovery speed of a C-grade talent would not be able to satisfy his needs. He could only use Yuan stone to absorb the natural primeval essence within to replenish it. Luckily, he had the spring-autumn cicada, and had obtained Gu from the earth treasury flower twice. Thus, refining Gu worms did not require a large amount of Yuan stone. This made him feel slightly better. But after this, he would have to rent a house and buy some household items after he graduated from the academy. After the peak, he would have to charge for rank 2. This process would use up a large amount of Yuan stone. After rank 2, he would have to fuse Gu worms, and every fusion would require a large sum of money. Just these alone, his increasingly strained financial situation would not be able to support it. Furthermore, even if he could get through this, he would have to continue feeding Gu worms and continue to cultivate. During the mid-year examinations, if he had not used the wild boar tusks to exchange for a large amount of Yuan stone, relieving a large portion of his stress, he would not have been able to hold on. If not, he would not have been able to hold on. Yuan stone, the flower wine monk's inheritance did not provide yuan stone, what a pity. The yuan stone that he extorted from his classmates is the main source of support. But after the students graduate from the academy's allowance will stop, so I cannot continue extorting. But the first place in the year-end examination seems to be able to get 150 yuan stone as a reward. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. If he could get first place, with the 150 yuan stone, his huge financial pressure would be slightly alleviated. Time passed quickly, autumn passed and winter came. In the academy's battle arena, the 3 arenas had already been constructed. Beside the arenas, near the bamboo walls of the arena, there was a shed with a long table and reclining chairs. The academy elder, clan leader and a few other clan elders were all sitting under the shed. It was snowing lightly. 57 students stood upright in the arena. Their noses were red from the cold, and as they breathed out hot air. The academy elder said loudly, "In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. In this year, you have all received training in the academy, and already possess the basic qualities of a Gu master. Tomorrow is the year-end arena examination, it will test the results of your studies. At that time, not only will the clan leader and a few elders be present, there will also be your seniors observing from the side, picking out those who perform well and accepting them into different groups. Tomorrow, your performance will greatly affect your future. The first place in the examination, not only will you get 150 yuan stone as a reward, you will also have the priority to choose your Gu worm. Now, you will begin your final cultivation examination in the academy." After saying this, the academy elder nodded towards the Gu master standing at the side. The middle-aged female Gu master received the signal, and read out the first name on the list, Guyue Jinzhu. A young girl walked out of the crowd with a nervous expression, walking in front of the Gu master. The Gu master stretched out her hand, touching the girl's abdomen, closing her eyes to feel for a while, before opening them and announcing, "Guyue Jinzhu, rank 1 middle stage. Next, Guyue Peng." One by one, the youths went up for the examination, and walked down, returning to the group. Their expressions were different, some disappointed, some happy. The worst result was naturally rank 1 initial stage. Without exception, they were all D-grade talents. Most of their cultivation was rank 1 middle stage, and among these people, only a few had D-grade talent, while most of them had C-grade talent. "Guyue City." The middle-aged female Gu master called out. Among all the people of the same age, the shortest Guyue City puffed out his chest and walked out. After a round of examination, the middle-aged female Gu master opened her eyes, "Guyue City, rank 1 peak stage." From the start of the examination, this was the first rank 1 peak stage Gu master. The clan elders present could not help but nod lightly. An elder recognized him, saying softly, "This is Guyue Lian's grandson, B-grade talent, no wonder." Outside the shed, the youths were also whispering to each other. "Qiqing is rank 1 peak stage, I wonder if Mabe is?" The two of them are sworn enemies. To be able to rise to the peak, they are all B or A grade. Psi, us D, and C grade are poor, there is no point in being envious. Humph. Guyue Mabe snorted coldly, looking at Qiqing's smug look, he felt unhappy. Guyue Fangjing secretly clenched his fists, his lips pursed, as if he was holding in his anger. "Guyue Mabe." Soon, the examining Gu master called out. Mobe, who had a horse-like face, walked out quickly. "Guyue Mabe, rank 1 peak stage." With such a voice, he walked back, not wanting to be outdone as he glanced at Guyue City. The examination continued, and the snow in the air became smaller, until it finally stopped. The air was cold and fresh. "Guyue Fang Yuan." The middle-aged female Gu master called out. Fang Yuan was expressionless, walking up. After a while, the female Gu master opened her eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in surprise, saying loudly, "Guyue Fang Yuan, rank 1 peak stage." Rank 1 peak stage, did we hear wrongly? Fang Yuan actually cultivated to this level? The youths were shocked. Sigh, he got lucky, having the liquor worm to nourish his aperture. Although it is only C grade, compared to B grade and A grade, he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the youths said jealously. This was especially true for some of the teenagers with C grade aptitude. They comforted themselves with a sour tone, "It's nothing. The liquor worm cannot refine rank 2 primeval essence, Fang Yuan will not have this advantage in the future. Although it is the peak stage, it is still C-grade talent, nothing to worry about." Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Fang Yuan, then quickly shifted their gazes, looking at Fang Jing who was still standing in the group. In their hearts, the A-grade talent Fang Jing was the true competitor. "Brother, you really surprised me. But now, watch carefully." Fang Jing's eyes shone brightly as he watched Fang Yuan walk down step by step, revealing an expression of great anticipation. "Guyue Fang Jing." The female Gu master's voice came slowly. "That a grade talent?" For a moment, the clan elders all focused their gazes on Fang Jing. Fang Jing walked out from the crowd, he could feel the pressure from these gazes, making him slightly nervous. But when he saw clan leader Gu Yuebo smiling at him, the nervousness in his heart melted. He walked to the middle-aged female Gu master. The female Gu master closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them, shouting in a surprised tone, "Guyue Fangjing, Cultivation, Rank 2 Initial Stage." Boom. The youths immediately exploded into a wave of noise. What, he actually reached rank 2? As expected of an A-grade talent. Amazing, now Ma Bei, Qiqing and Fang Yuan are all left behind by him. This Fangjing. For a moment, Ma Bei and Qiqing looked at Fangjing in shock. He, it's even higher than my previous life. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids and laughed. He was not too surprised, he had noticed Fangjing's expression earlier and could vaguely guess the result. A grade talent in the end. Our clan's hope. It's all thanks to Lord Clan Leader's nurturing. The clan elders praised. For a moment, Fangjing became the focus of everyone's attention. Half a year ago, Gu Yuebo gave him a jade skin Gu, making him the first person to advance to rank 2. He did it. Lord Clan Leader, I did not let you down, I did it. From today onwards, I will do even more, gaining more recognition from the clan elders, gaining more recognition from the people around me. Brother, I have already left you behind, you are no longer a shadow in my heart. I, Guyue Fangjing, am no longer the Guyue Fangjing of the past. Fangjing shouted excitedly in his heart, his eyes shining with a dazzling radiance. This radiance is called confidence. The sky was clear after the snow. Early in the morning, Gu masters entered the academy one after another. The annual year-end exam is starting again. Think about it, the scene of me leaving the academy more than 10 years ago is still fresh in my mind. A middle-aged Gu master, his long green hair hanging down his back, stood in front of the academy and sighed. Boss, go in quickly, you love to be sentimental. A young female Gu master beside him, her lips red like blood, her hands in the pockets of her pants, a blade of grass in her mouth, rolled her eyes. Yao Hong, don't worry. It doesn't matter if you go in sooner or later. Anyway, the clan leader has already taken care of us, and our new members for this year have already been decided. The green-haired Gu master laughed. That a grade genius called Fangjing? The female Gu master called Guyue Yao Hong scoffed and said unhappily, the clan leader wants our group to be babysitters. But this babysitter mission is not easy to complete. The green-haired Gu master sighed, forget it, let's go in first. As time passed, more and more Gu masters walked into the academy and stood still in the battle stage. These Gu masters were male and female, some were young, some were middle-aged, and there were even quite a number of elders. After a year of learning in the academy, the Gu masters would come out and form small groups to complete the clan's missions. These Gu masters who came to the battle stage were the representatives of each group, here to observe the students' performance, and if they liked them, they would be accepted into their own group. To the group, this was to absorb new blood and expand. As for the new members who joined the group, under the guidance of the older members, they could quickly adapt to the new environment and complete the clan's missions more efficiently, at the same time reducing casualties. The sun gradually rose, and the students entered one after another. So many people today. The youngsters exclaimed. Look, that's Lord Qingshu. Our Guyue village's number 1 rank 2 Gu master, Lord Qingshu's temper is famous for being gentle. Someone pointed at the green-haired male Gu master and exclaimed. Qishan Senior is here too. That's the Mo family's Miss Mo Yan. Qing Shu, Qi Shan and Mo Yan were the shining stars of the Gu Masters, and the students were familiar with them. Sigh, I can't get into the group of those three seniors. I only have D-grade aptitude, and my natal Gu is only a warm silk spider. I can only do logistics in the future. A young man sighed and asked his friend beside him, what about you? Oh, I've already contacted them through my connections. He's my uncle's cousin's sister's godson. While the students were observing these Gu masters, Qing Shu, Qi Shan, Mo Yan and the others were also observing these students. Eh? There are actually two Gu Yue Fangjing. Yao Hong couldn't help exclaiming in surprise when she saw Fang Yuan and Fangjing in the crowd. The green-haired male Gu master Gu Yue Qing Shu sighed helplessly. Didn't you read the information I gave you yesterday? Fangjing had a twin brother who looked very similar. However, his brother is only a C-grade talent. So that's how it is. Oh, I seem to have heard of him. He's the Fang Yuan who wrote poems in his early years? Then should we take him in? Yao Hong suddenly slapped her forehead, speaking whatever came to her mind. Qing Shu shook his head slightly. The clan leader specially instructed us not to recruit him. It seems like he wants to observe something. Moreover, the relationship between these two brothers isn't harmonious. Even if we have the intention to recruit him, I think Fang Yuan won't join. Yao Hong didn't mind, curling her lips. Among all the groups, we are publicly recognized as the number one. Joining us means a bright future. As long as it's a student, they will be moved. How could he not be willing? Qing Shu laughed lightly. That's because you don't understand him. You should take a look at the information I gave you first. At this time, the clan leader Gu Yue Bo, the authoritative clan elder Gu Yue Lian, Gu Yue Mo Chen and the others entered in a line. They walked to the shed and sat down. This year, not only did the clan leader come, even Qi Lian and Mo Chen, the two elders, are here. Seeing this, be it the students or the Gu masters, they were all excited. There had never been such a situation in the previous years. That's not strange, Qi Lian and Mo Chen's grandsons are in this year. Fangjing is the successor that the clan leader is grooming, the seed of hope to fight against that by Ningbing. The clan leader naturally has to observe him carefully. Clamorous discussions came from the crowd. Little brother, you have to perform well. Mo Yan looked at Mo Bei in the crowd, muttering in her heart. Her group had the most people and was the largest. Right now, she was surrounded by a circle of Gu masters, showing off her imposing manner. As for her arch-enemy, Gu Qi Shan from the Qi faction, he was standing alone. His body was tall and mighty, taller than his surroundings, like a red pagoda standing there, like a crane in a flock of chickens. After secretly sizing up Qiqing, he retracted his gaze. After a short speech from the clan leader, the year-end exam began. Battles were happening on the three stages at the same time. At once, there were shouts, the sound of moonblades flying, the sounds of fists and legs hitting each other, and the discussions of the Gu masters below the stage all converged into one. This year's fist and leg standards are quite high. Soon, Yao Hong saw the difference. He, this is all thanks to Fang Yuan. Gu Yue Qing Shu laughed. What do you mean? Yao Hong did not understand. Qing Shu explained it to him. Yao Hong could not help but click her tongue in wonder. Fang Yuan, this lad, he has quite the guts, he is somewhat lawless. He even dares to bully his own little brother, interesting. She looked at Fang Yuan and Fangjing in the crowd, pondering in her heart, between these two, who is the elder brother, who is the younger brother? Next battle, Gu Yue Jin Zhu vs Gu Yue Mabe. On a stage, the hosting Gu master shouted. Gu Yue Mabe jumped up, while Gu Yue Jin Zhu walked up the stage with a solemn expression. Both sides bowed, and without saying much, they started fighting. In an instant, blue moonblades danced in the air. Both sides continued to shoot, and at the same time, moved and dodged. Although Jin Zhu was a girl, her fundamentals were quite solid, and in a short period of time, she was evenly matched with Mabe. But as time passed, her stamina gradually ran out, and she fell into a disadvantage. Finally, she was drenched in sweat, and had no strength left, so she could only admit defeat. On the other hand, Mabe's face was not red, and he was not even panting. A goo worm that increases endurance, it might be the yellow camel longhorn beetle goo. Below the stage, Fang Yuan observed, and immediately saw through Guyue Mabe's actual situation. Fang Yuan had 6 goo worms in his possession, but this was an exception. In the hands of people of the same age, everyone would usually only have 2 goo worms. Not only because of the financial pressure to feed the goo worms, but also because the usage of goo worms required constant practice and accumulated rich experience. Biting off more than one could chew, the students had just started their goo master cultivation, and 2 goo worms were enough for them to practice and grasp. Only Fang Yuan was an exception. Because of his rich experience from his previous life, he could quickly grasp every goo worm in his hands and use them in a methodical manner. The test continued. Damn it, he's jumping like a rabbit. On another stage, a youngster angrily shouted, Guyue Qing, are you a man? Do you dare to fight hand-to-hand with me? TSK, only an idiot would fight hand-to-hand with you. On the stage, Guyue Qing laughed in disdain. He relied on the scarlet pill cricket goo, and jumped here and there with great agility. And his opponent only had a flower boar goo, although it could temporarily increase the strength of a boar, it was useless. The astute Qiqing did not even want to fight close combat with him. In the end, his chest was hit by Qiqing's moonblade, and he lost too much blood, losing the match. The healing goo masters below the stage immediately rushed up to treat his injuries. As time passed, many students were mercilessly eliminated, and at the same time, many youngsters began to show their talents. Qiqing, Mabe, Fang Yuan, Fang Jing, at noon. The students with D-grade aptitude had all been eliminated. Their talents were limited, and they chose logistics-type goo worms. These goo worms were suitable for production, transportation, and so on. But if they were used in battle, the help they could provide to the goo master was too low. Junior, your vital goo is a vitality grass, right? Our group needs a healing goo master. Senior, I want to join your group, my vital goo is the moonlight goo. Sorry, our group does not lack offensive goo masters. Every group had already started to accept newcomers, and the students were also choosing their groups. The battles on the stage were not very entertaining. After a few matches, there were not many highlights, and there was nothing to write home about. Because many people chose the moonlight goo, normally, when 2 sides fought, they would first use moonblades to shoot. Usually, the one who used up all their primeval essence would lose. If both sides ran out of primeval essence, then they would fight with their fists and legs. In the end, there would always be one person who fell. Be it the students, goo masters, or the clan elders, they were all slightly interested, and some were about to doze off. By evening, there were only a few students left on the stage. It's finally over. Some goo masters yawned, barely keeping their spirits up. At this moment, a goo master shouted, next match, Guyue Fangjing against Guyue Emochen. Fangjing and Emochen both walked onto the stage. Fangjing, don't think that I will lose just because you are rank 2. Today, I will challenge someone of a higher rank. The Mabe clenched his teeth, his expression solemn as he encouraged himself in his heart. Facing a rank 2 Fangjing, he indeed felt a sense of pressure. Come. Fangjing shouted and suddenly rushed forward. The Mabe's heart skipped a beat, this Fangjing did not play by the rules. Usually, they would shoot first, then punch and kick. This time, he actually rushed forward as soon as he made his move. Did he want to fight with punches and kicks? Isn't he afraid of being injured by my moonblade during the fight? The Mabe was very doubtful. Of course, he was not worried for Fangjing, but he knew that if he fought with Fangjing in close combat, at such a close distance, if Fangjing shot a moonblade, he would not be able to dodge it. The Mabe hurriedly retreated, attempting to increase the distance between them. At the same time, he flipped his wrist and slashed out a moonblade. Fangjing did not panic in the face of danger, he rolled on the ground, dodging the moonblade, and continued to rush forward. At the same time, a ball of moonlight appeared in his hand. The Mabe looked at the moonlight condensed in his hand, he could not help but feel nervous, retreating again and again. Although he had trained hard in basic punches and had trained in moonblade, he was still slightly inferior to Fangjing, who had always been personally trained by the clan leader. The Mabe could not adapt to this kind of fighting style, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. Eh? Things are getting interesting over there. The battle on the stage had attracted quite a few people. To be so close, this Fang Jing is quite daring. Yao Hong could now distinguish between Fang Yuan and Fang Jing. Fang Yuan's expression was cold, emitting a mature and gloomy aura. Fang Jing's expression was firm, radiating sunlight. It should be thanks to the clan leader's training. In a fight between ordinary students, the distance between the two is usually 10 meters. Beyond this distance, the moonblade would dissipate. If it's less than this distance, the students won't be able to react in time. Gu Yue and Qingshu's eyes flashed. Fang Jing's current combat range has been reduced to 6 meters. He was also very familiar with dodging the crescent blades. It seems that not only does the clan leader value Fang Jing has also put in a lot of effort and suffered a lot. Little brother. Mo Yan watched as Ma Bei was forced into a disadvantageous position by Fang Jing. Her face was filled with worry and anxiety. She really wanted to go up and help and beat up Fang Jing. Qi Shan's face was expressionless. He just watched without saying a word. Fang Jing got close to the Ma Bei, and after reducing the distance to 6 meters, he no longer got close. Instead, he used the moonlight goo to exchange shots. The Ma Bei reacted hurriedly and was flustered. There were a few times when he was almost hit by the moon blade. On the other hand, Fang Jing was confident. Even if he could not dodge in time, he still had the Jade Skin Goo as his trump card. As long as he maintained the jade green light, he could defend against the moon blade. Seeing the Ma Bei being suppressed by him, Fang Jing could not help but recall the past. Under the moonlight, the clan leader taught him the dodging movement step by step, imparting his experience without holding anything back. Lord Clan Leader, I will not let you down. Fang Jing's eyes shone brightly. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Fang Jing, you have talent, and you are hardworking and diligent. To have such results, it is all because of your sweat and tears. This is the result of your hard work. That's it, Fang Jing, this is the spirit. Go, show your brilliance. Under the shed, the clan leader's heart rippled. On the surface, he sat there, watching quietly with a smile on his face. Although the Ma Bei struggled with all his might and resisted tenaciously, after 15 minutes, his body was already filled with countless wounds. The blood that gushed out dyed his clothes red. The Gu master in charge saw this and announced, this round, Gu Yue Fang Jing wins. I haven't lost yet. The Ma Bei shouted stubbornly. His body was bathed in blood, and he was swaying. But after struggling for a while, he was forcefully taken away by the Gu masters on the stage for treatment. This level of battle is already at the level of a year after graduation. A great genius is a genius after all. I heard he was personally taught by Lord Clan Leader, how can he not be strong? Seeing this result, the Gu masters below the stage let out waves of praise. Gu Yue Fang Jing panted as he walked down the stage. 3 Gu masters surrounded him and healed him, at the same time providing yuan stones for him to quickly recover his primeval essence. After resting for a while, Fang Jing recovered to his peak condition and went up the stage again. This round, he was going against Gu Yue Qing. Qing looked at Fang Jing and laughed dryly, very good. Fang Jing, you defeated that Ma Bei kid, now I will defeat you, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He seemed to be very confident. Fang Jing pursed his lips, not saying a word as he continued to charge forward. Dragon Pill Cricket Goo. Qing willed, and a layer of orange-red light appeared on his legs. He lightly jumped and instantly retreated 10 meters away. The distance that Fang Jing had just closed in was immediately widened. He. Qing laughed proudly, Fang Jing, you don't have a goo worm to increase your speed, and with just your 2 legs, you can't catch up to me. Although this stage is not big, it is enough for me to move around. Your tactics are useful against Ma Bei, but against me, it is useless. Is it like this? Fang Jing stopped his steps and stood on the spot, staring at Qing with a burning gaze. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes showed determination as he said loudly, just dodge like this. Every time you use the Dragon Pill Cricket Goo, you will expend a certain amount of primeval essence. You only have rank 1 peak stage green copper primeval essence, but I already have rank 2 red steel primeval essence, 3 times more durable than you. Your aptitude is not as good as mine, and when you run out of primeval essence in the end, you will definitely lose. You. Qiqing could not help but be moved. He only saw his advantage, but did not see his weakness. Now, he had to admit that Fangjing's words were reasonable, and his fighting spirit immediately suffered a heavy blow. What, Fangjing advanced to rank 2? The surrounding Gu masters were in an uproar. The results of the cultivation test had just been obtained yesterday, and were only spread within a small circle. Most of them did not know about this. A grade genius is still a grade after all, amazing. This Fangjing, he might really be our clan star of hope. By clan's genius by Ning Bing is really too strong. If Fangjing can grow up, he might be able to contend against Bai Ning Bing. This lad is a little interesting. Cultivating to rank 2 in the academy, and having such solid foundational skills, this situation is really rare. No wonder the clan leader poured so much effort into him. Yao Hong muttered. Qingshu also sighed, the clan leader's nurturing is only a part of it. Don't look down on this lad. Ever since he survived the assassination, he became very hard-working, and cultivated very hard. He is a good seedling, talented and very dependable. If he can really grow up, sigh, I feel that my burden is getting heavier. He. Clan leader Guyue Bo could not help but chuckle. He had once analyzed Qiqing's weakness to Fangjing. Now that he saw that Fangjing could put it to use, Guyue Bo felt extremely gratified. Looks like Fangjing should be this year's number 1. Beside the clan leader, Guyue Amochan said. Guyue Lian snorted coldly, staring at the stage. Of course he hoped that his grandson could defeat Fangjing. That way, he would gain face for the Qi clan. But things did not go according to plan. On the stage, Qiqing's fighting spirit suffered a setback, and after fighting with Fangjing, he could not display his original strength, making many mistakes. In the end, Crimson Castle was caught by Fangjing's mistake and swept off the stage. Guyue Fangjing wins. The Gu master shouted. Guyue Lian's face was ashen. At once, Fangjing was the center of attention. He was in the limelight. Fangjing defeated Mabe and Qiqing consecutively, he has both brains and courage, looks like this time's number 1 is definitely him. Someone praised. Makes sense, I also have high hopes for him. Unfortunately, he cannot join our group. Groups were selecting students, and students were also selecting groups. An outstanding seed like Fangjing had already been selected. Fangjing is the clan leader's faction, while Mabe and Qiqing are the future leaders of the Mo and Qi factions respectively. Looks like from today onwards, Guyue clan will be the clan leader's faction, suppressing the 2 great elders. Someone had a deeper vision. On the other 2 stages, the battles continued. Fangjing walked down the stage early, listening to the praises of the people around him. He was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling like he had been reborn. It was different. It was different from before. His heart was filled with the excitement of being acknowledged, the excitement of being appreciated, and the happiness of being affirmed. Gusts of winter wind blew, and in the cold wind, he felt the warmth of spring. Final battle, Guyue Fangjing against Guyue Fang Yuan. A moment later, a Gu master hosting the stage shouted. The final battle, Guyue Fangjing against Guyue Fang Yuan. Oh, interesting. To think that in the end, it would be a battle between brothers. Fangjing. Seeing this, the smile on the clan leader's face disappeared. The biggest shadow in your heart is your brother Fang Yuan. Defeat him, you have red steel primeval essence and also the jade skin Gu, having both offense and defense, you have a huge advantage. Shatter this shadow, and you will be reborn. Finally, it was time for the decisive battle. The 2 brothers stood on the same stage, looking at each other from afar. The setting sun was like blood, the light of the setting sun was like a luxurious carpet covering the stage. Extremely similar faces. The younger brother's battle intent was burning, while the older brother's gaze was deep. Brother. Fangjing clenched his fists, staring at Fang Yuan, his tone firm, admit defeat. I am already rank 2, my red steel primeval essence is more than 80%, while your green copper primeval essence is only 44%. You have no chance. Fang Yuan looked at his brother indifferently, you know my primeval essence very well. But don't say such nonsense. If primeval essence can determine victory and defeat, then what's the point of fighting? Feng Jing was stunned, but soon after, the fighting intent in his eyes burned fiercely. In fact, in the depths of his heart, he did not want Feng Yuan to admit defeat. But Feng Yuan was his elder brother after all, so he had to say this out of both sentiment and reason. If he did not say it, it would be too heartless. Since brother insists, then I can only make my move. Before he finished speaking, Feng Jing charged towards Feng Yuan. This move again. Below the stage, Mabe could not help but grit his teeth at this scene. He made up his mind to train himself fiercely when he returns, and return this humiliation to Feng Jing tenfold in the future. Feng Yuan is finished, he doesn't have my dragonpill cricket goo. Xianxia crossed his arms and sneered, gloating at Feng Yuan's misfortune. Feng Jing sprinted forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Feng Yuan. A ball of moonlight lit up in his hand. Feng Yuan's expression was as still as steel. He watched Feng Jing approach him quickly, but he stood still. His right palm also slowly rippled with water-like blue moonlight. Suddenly, Feng Yuan stomped hard on the ground and took a few steps forward. Instead of retreating, he charged towards Feng Jing. Feng Jing did not expect Feng Yuan's attack. He could not help but panic and hurriedly shot out a crescent blade. Feng Yuan rushed over, twisted his body, and the crescent blade brushed past his shoulder. His face was cold, he did not roar, nor was he ferocious, but in his silence, he was brewing an absolute and cold aura. Feng Jing subconsciously retreated. His limit was 6 meters, but now Feng Yuan was less than 5 meters away from him. Now it was his turn to increase the distance. Chi. As Feng Jing retreated, he flipped his right palm continuously, sending out crescent blades in an attempt to force Feng Yuan back. Feng Yuan's steps were quick and compact, his body extremely agile. Every time he moved, he avoided the crescent blades by a hair's breadth. This Feng Yuan, he is even more daring. Yao Heng exclaimed. Such a battle, he really doesn't care about life and death. Xianxia was also speechless. Another battle maniac. Mo Yan gritted her teeth, looking at Qishan who was not far away. Qishan was still expressionless, but his eyes were flickering. The commotion in the crowd stopped, everyone focused on the battle on the stage. The crescent blades brushed past Feng Yuan's body, reflecting a blue light on Feng Yuan's face. His indifferent expression never changed. Every time he dodged a dangerous and calm attack, his combat talent was clearly displayed. Outside the stage, the clan leader and clan elders all showed a solemn expression. Xianxia and Mabe, on the other hand, had their mouths wide open, watching in shock as Feng Yuan dodged the crescent blades in an unimaginable manner. How did he do it? Countless students had a big question mark in their hearts. With 500 years of battle experience, how could Feng Jing, who had been taught by a rank 4 Gu master for a year, compare to Feng Yuan, who had 500 years of battle experience? In Feng Yuan's eyes, Feng Jing was as shallow as a clear stream. No matter how the stream flowed, where it flowed, or how it turned between the steep mountain rocks, he could clearly see through to the bottom of the water. Every attack of the crescent blades did not happen suddenly, it required a process. Feng Jing had to turn his wrist, this was the best sign. In Feng Yuan's eyes, every shake of Feng Jing's shoulder, every turn of his wrist, every step he took, gave him a lot of information. Every time Feng Jing attacked, retreated, dodged, Feng Yuan could see through it in an instant. He could even guess what Feng Jing was thinking. Feng Jing's mind was already in a daze, the shadow that Feng Yuan had cast over his heart for over a decade rapidly spread into darkness, dragging him into the abyss. His flustered emotions made him forget about the jade skin Gu. Feng Yuan's forceful advance made him nervous, making him breathless, making him unable to think of anything else. This was the difference in experience, this was the difference in foundation. In Feng Yuan's mind, his foundation was more important than the spring-autumn cicada, it was his greatest reliance. He did not need to rely on the clan leader, elders, relatives, friends, or Gu worms. He had always relied on himself, in this world, he was the only one who could be relied on. Companions, comrades in arms, it was just an excuse for the weak to hide their incompetence and hope for others to save them. Finally, he was close to Feng Jing, bam. Feng Yuan's fist shot out stealthily, hitting Feng Jing's abdomen. Feng Jing immediately bent over, the strength of the fist almost made him vomit. He quickly used his arms to protect his head, lowering his body and taking a big step back. At this critical moment, his solid foundation was displayed. Where did he go? Feng Jing's eyes widened, his eyes moving rapidly, searching for Feng Yuan's figure between the gaps of his arms. Behind me. The moment this thought appeared, Feng Jing felt a fierce blow on his waist. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. But Feng Jing had undergone tough training. Following this momentum, he somersaulted on the ground, and at the same time flipped his palm backwards, shooting out a moonblade. This movement was the battle experience that the clan leader had imparted to him. If it was a normal person, they would be following closely behind Feng Jing, unable to react in time and would be hit by this moonblade. Even if it did not hit, they would be forced to retreat. But who was Feng Yuan? Even Gu Yuebo could not compete with him in terms of experience. Feng Yuan moved slowly, he did not chase after him. Instead, he circled around and got closer to Feng Jing. The moonblade pierced through the air as expected. Feng Jing thought that he had put some distance between them. He stood up and was about to regroup when he heard a whooshing sound. That's the wind from the fist. At that moment, Feng Jing had the time to think. Then, he was hit by Feng Yuan's fist on his ear. Bam! Feng Jing felt his vision go black, a strong wave of dizziness made him lose his balance, and he fell to the ground. He lay on the ground for 2 breaths before he recovered. When his vision became clear, Feng Jing saw Feng Yuan's 2 feet standing in front of him. He immediately understood how ugly his situation was. He lay on the ground like a dog, while Feng Yuan stood high up, looking down at him. Damn it! Feng Jing was furious, and wanted to get up. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Feng Yuan raised his right foot and stomped down. Bam! Feng Jing's head was stomped on by Feng Yuan. It was like a stone ball hitting the ring, making a loud sound. Damn it! Feng Jing was furious, and wanted to get up again. Feng Yuan looked at him coldly, and stomped again. Bam! Feng Jing's head hit the ring violently. His scalp was bruised, and blood flowed continuously. Damn it! Damn it! Feng Jing gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. The rage in his chest almost burned his entire body. He raised his head again, and wanted to get up. Bam! Feng Yuan stomped for the 3rd time. This time, he stepped on his head, and did not let go. A huge force pressed down, and Feng Jing's face was pressed hard against the ring. Feng Jing's face was almost deformed. He panted heavily, but he could not struggle. He felt like there was a huge rock pressing on his head. No matter how he struggled, the rock would not budge. Right, how could I forget, there's still the moonlight goo. In this desperate situation, Feng Jing suddenly thought of the moonlight goo. The moonlight in his right palm suddenly shone brightly. But how could Feng Yuan not notice it? With a soft sound, he shot out a moonblade, and hit Feng Jing's right palm. Feng Jing suddenly let out a miserable howl. The pain made his body tremble violently as if he was electrocuted. His palm was almost pierced by Feng Yuan, and his pale bones were exposed. The moonlight goo in his palm also suffered a heavy blow, and was on the verge of death. Looks like the 2 of them aren't on good terms, Yao Hong muttered. This Feng Yuan is too cruel. How could he treat his own brother like this? Many people frowned in displeasure. Feng Yuan is too cruel. He extorted our Yuan stone for a whole year. Now he's treating his own brother like this. The students gritted their teeth. Feng Yuan's cruelty had ignited their hatred for a common enemy. Feng Jing, stand up. Stand up. Defeat Feng Yuan, one of the students shouted. Defeat Feng Yuan, defeat Feng Yuan. Instantly, countless youths began to respond. This Feng Yuan is indeed a detestable fellow. Mo Yen snorted coldly, somewhat gloating. Feng Jing, you can do it. Stand up. Defeat the devil, Feng Yuan. Feng Jing, stand up. We're with you. Feng Jing, you can do it. You can do it. The crowd was excited. Their cheers reached Feng Jing's ears. Whoosh! 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 Feng Jing panted heavily. These voices reached his heart and gave him an invisible strength, scenes of the past replayed in his mind. On the streets, the clansmen were pointing and gossiping. That's Fang Yuan. He's a future genius. Don't underestimate him. Who's behind him? Oh, he should be Fang Yuan's younger brother. I don't know his name. Uncle and aunt smiled. Fang Yuan, the entire village is now discussing your latest poem. Very good. Uncle and aunt are proud of you. Fang Yuan waved his hand. His expression was calm. It's just an improvisation. Uncle and aunt nodded and said to Fangjing, learn from your brother. If you're half as good as him, we won't have to worry. Under the moonlit night, deep in the courtyard, Patriarch Guyuebo looked at Fangjing and said gently, Fangjing, you must have confidence. You have to discover yourself and believe in yourself. But, Lord Patriarch, Guyuebo patted his shoulder and encouraged him, the shadow in your heart can't be removed by others. You can only rely on yourself. I look forward to that day. The night before the year-end assessment. Xianxia stood under the light and looked at Fangjing affectionately, Gongzi, I believe that you will win first place. I have always believed in this. Good luck. It was the time of departure in the morning. His uncle and aunt stood at the door to send him off. Fangjing, after the year-end assessment, you'll be able to leave the academy. We are very pleased to see you grow. Go, let everyone see the excellence of Class A. Also, under the setting sun, in a dark corner, a female classmate was sobbing. The allowance is only 3 yuan stone every time. Fang Yuan took one away, and I only have 2 left. I can't afford to feed my moonlight goo anymore. Fangjing's heart softened. This is my yuan stone, I'll lend it to you. The female classmate took the yuan stone and said with tears in her eyes, Fangjing, you're the best. Please defeat your brother so that he can no longer do evil to the academy. Fangjing was silent. Unbeknownst to him, a group of classmates had appeared in front of him. Fangjing, you have Class A talent. You can definitely do it. Fang Yuan is too hateful. He keeps bullying us. You're our only hope. Fangjing, from today onwards, we'll follow you. We'll support you. Everyone. Fangjing looked around and saw pairs of eager eyes. He was so touched that he couldn't speak. Everyone has been waiting for me. My classmates, uncle and aunt, Xianxia, and the clan leader, everyone is waiting for me, looking at me, supporting me. How can I lose? How can I fall here? How can I, thump, 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 thump? His heartbeat was like a drum beating in his chest. Fangjing's eyes were shining. I can't fall here, I want to break the shadow, I want to stand up. Fangjing clenched his fists tightly. The pain left him at this moment. He felt like there was a lion in his chest, waking up from its slumber and opening its mouth to roar. Hot blood was boiling in his body. Stand up, break the shadow, break the darkness. Aha! Fangjing opened his mouth and shouted. His body began to emit an emerald green crystalline light. What is that? The crowd was silent. It's the jade skin goo. Someone shouted. Boom, the students erupted into cheers that soared to the heavens. Fangjing, do your best. Fangjing, we support you. Finally, there was only one chant left, stand up, stand up. Everyone. I can hear your cheers. Fangjing pressed his fist against the ground, his teeth almost breaking from gritting so hard. Fang Yuan's pressure did not seem to be that strong, he slowly and firmly stood up step by step. The cheers became louder. My blood is boiling. We are going to make a comeback. The Gu masters, upon hearing such shouts and screams, started to be moved. Yes, Fangjing, this is it. Stand up, throw away the past, throw away the shadow. The you who stands up, will be a new you. The clan leader's eyes shone brightly, cheering for Fangjing in his heart. It's the jade skin Gu. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. He retracted his leg and watched as Fangjing stood up. The jade skin Gu's light shone on his face, turning it green. Fangjing had been hiding his trump card, the jade skin Gu, and did not publicize it, so no one knew about it. Fangjing stood up. The cheers were like a flood, exploding. He stood up. The clan leader's eyes shone, and he could not help but stand up from his seat. At this moment, he saw the resolute rise of an A-grade genius. He saw the bright future of the Guyue clan. I stood up, brother, I will defeat you. Fang Jing's eyes burned with the flames of fighting spirit. His entire body was enveloped in a crystalline green light as though he was wearing a layer of resplendent jade armor. Wow, this defense, even the Moonblade can't penetrate it. Looks like Fang Jing is going to win. Yao Hong raised her eyebrows and whistled. Indeed. Even if Fang Yuan had the little light goo to amplify the Moonblade, it would at most cause Fang Jing's primeval essence to be consumed twice as much as before. In terms of primeval essence consumption, Fang Yuan was not Fang Jing's match. After this battle, Fang Jing will rise. Qin Shu said with a faint smile. Fang Jing actually has a jade skin goo, but he only remembered to use it now. Looks like Fang Yuan's strong attack stunned him. But now, victory is already waving at him. Mo Yen crossed her arms as she watched, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. Time seemed to stop at this moment. On the stage, the two brothers stood facing each other. The distance between them was so close, yet so far. Fang Jing's face was determined, while Fang Yuan's expression was still cold. Little brother. He calmly looked at Fang Jing, his lips curling into a cold smile. You still have a long way to go if you want to defeat me. He raised his right fist high up, his right arm stretching out, almost like a bow. Big brother, you're going to lose. Fang Jing looked at Fang Yuan's raised fist, feeling amused. As long as I have enough primeval essence, even the little light goo's amplified Moonblade cannot break this jade light defense, not to mention your fist. Unless you use the flower boar goo or the brute force longhorn beetle goo to increase your strength greatly. But even so, you still need a defensive goo worm. Fang Yuan did not speak, he used his fist to give the most direct answer. The next moment, his right fist whistled through the air, fiercely hitting Fang Jing's cheek. Bam, with a loud bang, fresh blood splattered, and the jade light shattered into pieces. Like a broken mirror, it scattered in the air, and then suddenly disappeared. What? Fang Jing suddenly suffered such a huge blow, he was stunned, his neck almost broken as he staggered backwards. Fang Yuan followed closely, taking a bow step. This time, he raised his left fist and pulled it downwards, before punching diagonally upwards, bam. The other half of Fang Jing's cheek also suffered a heavy blow, his head fiercely tilted backwards, blood and the shattered jade light flying everywhere. Bam, bam, bam. He took 3 steps back, his ears buzzing, and a dizziness 10 times stronger than before assaulted him. How could this be? His vision turned black, and he fell backwards, plop. Fang Jing fell to the ground, the green light on his body dissipating as he fainted. The cheers and shouts stopped abruptly. The students' happy and excited expressions were still frozen on their faces, unable to change in time. The whole battle stage was dead silent. Fang Yuan's fists were bloody, even his pale finger bones could be seen. Drop after drop of bright red blood dripped onto the stage. Whoosh, a gust of cold winter wind blew, freezing all the hot blood. Fang Yuan's hair slightly trembled in the wind, he stood upright on the stage, as if the person with half-crippled fists was not him, his cold gaze was still calm as he slowly scanned the surroundings. Everyone was silent. In the shed, the clan leader was still standing, staring at him with a dumbfounded expression. Sorry to disappoint you. Fang Yuan said softly. On the stage, Fang Jing fainted on the ground, motionless. As for Fang Yuan, his face was still cold, standing in the middle of the stage. After a short moment of silence, the audience went into an uproar. How can this be? Someone hugged his head, showing an expression of disbelief. 2 punches to break the defense of the jade skin goo, this. Someone was dumbfounded. Too ruthless, even the jade light was destroyed by him, does he not feel any pain? Many female goo masters sucked in a breath of cold air. Without using any defensive goo worms, he directly hit the jade light with his bare hands. This is true self-harm. Even the male goo masters looked at Fang Yuan's heavily injured hands, their eyes twitching, shocked by Fang Yuan's ruthlessness. Being ruthless to others, easy. Being ruthless to yourself, difficult. Fang Yuan broke the defense of the jade skin goo with his bare hands. Not only was he ruthless to his own brother, he was also ruthless to himself. I'll go take a look. The academy elder could not sit still. Throwing these words, he jumped onto the stage himself. He first squatted down, checking on the fainted Fangjing, and heaved a sigh of relief. Fangjing was fine, just that his head was hit hard, and he was unconscious. It's hard to imagine, under the defense of the jade skin Gu, being hit so hard with bare hands. The academy elder was secretly shocked. He raised his head, looking at Fang Yuan, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Fang Yuan, let me treat you. The academy elder stood up, taking a few big steps to Fang Yuan's side, grabbing Fang Yuan's forearm. Fang Yuan's hands were badly injured, not to mention the blood and flesh, even the white bones of his hands were exposed. Because of the heavy hit, there were even obvious cracks on the surface of his fingers. How much pain must this be? But Fang Yuan doesn't even frown. Even the academy elder's heart shuddered upon seeing such injuries. His tone became somewhat complicated as he said to Fang Yuan, "Bear with it. The treatment will be very itchy and very painful." As he spoke, he spread open the 5 fingers of his right hand, emitting a burst of blue moonlight. The moonlight grew brighter and brighter, turning the academy elder's right hand translucent. At first glance, the academy elder's entire right hand seemed to have transformed into a piece of blue jade. The blood vessels and bones inside seemed to have turned into jade. The academy elder gently covered Fang Yuan's injured fist with his right hand. It was like a piece of cold jade touching a bloody wound. Fang Yuan felt a heart-wrenching pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. The academy elder's palm emitted a gentle moonlight, which nourished Fang Yuan's wounds. The cracks on the phalanx were healing rapidly. The torn skin and flesh were also rapidly regenerating and healing. Fang Yuan suddenly felt extremely itchy. He took a few heavy breaths. The academy elder's face was calm. While he was treating Fang Yuan's wounds, he split a bit of his attention and followed Fang Yuan's arm into his aperture. In the aperture, the dark green bronze primeval essence was rippling. A liquor worm with a fat head and brain swam freely in the primordial sea. The 4 walls of the aperture were a single white crystal wall. This fully displayed Fang Yuan's rank 1 peak cultivation. The academy elder did not withdraw his attention, but instead scanned through Fang Yuan's entire body. Finally, he found the moonlight goo and the little light goo on the skin of Fang Yuan's right palm. There are no other goo worms. Could it be that Fang Yuan really used his own strength to break the jade skin goo's defense with his bare hands? This kind of strength has already surpassed an adult mortal's. He's only 15 years old, how can he have such great strength? The academy elder's eyes shone with a hint of doubt. "Sir Elder, thank you for your treatment." Fang Yuan pulled his palm out of the elder's hand and moved it around. Although there was still some pain, the wound had already healed. If it was on Earth, this kind of injury would require a year or 2 of recuperation, and there would even be serious side effects. This was the mystical part of this world. Now, Fang Yuan's hands had already healed. It was just that when he moved his hands and grabbed at the air, it was extremely weak. After 7 to 8 days, this weak side effect would also disappear. However, Fang Yuan was not grateful to the academy elder. His injuries could also be treated by other healing Gu masters. He knew very well that the academy elder's real motive was to take the opportunity to check his aperture. Fang Yuan had already expected this, and placed the white boar Gu and jade skin Gu in the second secret cave. As for the spring-autumn cicada, it was rank 6, and if it was focused on hiding, even the rank 4 Guyue bow might not be able to detect it. The academy elder did not find anything, and his brows furrowed. Although he still had many suspicions in his heart, but in front of so many people, he could not ask directly. "Fang Yuan, your performance was not bad. Work hard." Finally, the academy elder patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and announced loudly, "For this year's end-of-year examination, Fang Yuan gets first place." From the moment the academy elder stepped onto the stage, the audience had been watching quietly. Now that they heard the elder's announcement, there was another wave of commotion. To think that in the end, it was actually Fang Yuan who had the last laugh. He's just a C grade, but he actually defeated the rank 2 Fangjing who had the jade skin Gu. Did he cheat? Probably not. Just now, the academy elder personally treated him, it was actually a test. Even he did not find any problems, so Fang Yuan should not have cheated. Fang Yuan's hands are heavily injured, that's to be expected. But for a 15-year-old youth to have such strength, it has already far surpassed an adult. Isn't this still suspicious? What's there to be suspicious about? In this world, there are always some freaks with extraordinary talent. If it's not strength, then it's intelligence. Actually, Fang Yuan's strength is not that terrifying. Think about that person. The Gu master who spoke used his eyes to look at Qishan, who was standing proudly in the crowd. Immediately, someone realized, that's true. When Qishan was just a few years old, his strength was already greater than an adult's. Don't tell me that Fang Yuan is also such a freak? Can't be wrong. When Fang Yuan was a child, he had already composed poems. Those poems had spread throughout the entire village. At first, everyone thought that he was an A grade, but to think that he was only a C grade. But it seems that the heavens had other intentions, giving him some compensation in terms of strength. But he is still a C grade. If he was a B grade, he might be another Qishan. Actually it's not that big of a deal. Gu Master Cultivation still focuses on talent. In the future, if he gets a black boar Gu, he can raise his strength to be even greater than him. So it's nothing much, he can only be arrogant for a while. Someone shrugged, his tone indifferent. Fang Yuan walked down the stage, his ears perked up as he listened to the crowd's discussion, laughing coldly in his heart. The liquor worm's origin, Fang Yuan had already created a perfect excuse. But once the jade skin Gu was exposed, Fang Yuan would not be able to explain it. Thus, he had to hide it secretly and not use it in front of everyone. As for the crowd's thoughts and explanations, it was the direction that Fang Yuan wanted to guide the public's opinion. Taking a step back, even if the clan's higher-ups were suspicious, they would only suspect his mysterious backer. Half a year ago, I took the risk and used the wild boar's tusk to create a second layer of protection, and it has already started to take effect. Fang Yuan's eyes were as deep as the abyss. Clan leader Guyue did not sit down. He kept standing, his brows furrowed. The development of this matter was indeed beyond his expectations. He did not care about Fang Yuan obtaining first place. It was just a year-end exam's first place, he did not care about it at all. What he was worried about was Guyue Fangjing. There was no doubt that today's blow was too heavy for Fangjing. If Fangjing was beaten by Fang Yuan to the point where he could not retaliate and lost the battle, it would be fine. But when he tried his best and his hopes rose, he was beaten down by Fang Yuan's two fists. This kind of psychological trauma was likely to affect his growth. Under my guidance and arrangement, Fangjing was the first to advance to upper stage, then to peak stage, then to rank 2. He continued to accumulate success and built up his confidence. However, this confidence would probably be reduced to ashes after this battle. Sigh, all my hard work has gone up in smoke. Guyue Bo sighed in his heart. Naturally, he developed a faint sense of disgust towards Fang Yuan. If Fang Yuan lost to Fangjing, then everything would be perfect. But Fang Yuan actually won, this was really, a little hateful. Not only the clan leader, but the other clan elders' gazes were deep and complicated. Fang Yuan's strength is so great, is he a freak like Qishan? Speaking of which, Fang Yuan is a freak, being able to compose poems before the age of 10. As he continues to grow, it is not a big deal to have more strength. But there is also another possibility, and that is man-made. Fang Yuan has a mysterious backer behind him, maybe this backer helped him. Then who is this backer behind him? The elders' hearts were in turmoil, but they didn't show the slightest change on their faces. Clan leader Guyue Bo was silent for a moment, then suddenly revealed a smile. Fang Yuan, you obtained first place with C-grade talent, this is an unprecedented feat. First place will be rewarded with 100 yuan stones, and you will also have priority in choosing Gu worms. Now, I will reward you again. You can choose any group to join. No matter what group it is, as long as you want it, just say it on the spot and you can join. Once he said this, the rank 2 Gu masters and students looked at Fang Yuan with envy. There were differences between groups, and joining an outstanding group meant a bright future. Guyue Bo's reward was really generous. Although this reward was decided by me, I believe all the clan elders here will agree. Guyue Bo's smile became wider, looking at the clan elders beside him. The clan elders led by Guyue Lian, Guyue Mo Chen, all had solemn expressions. At most, some frowned, but they did not stop him. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Trouble is coming. P.S. Rub my face, yesterday's chapter 41 reminders, and they were all 12,000 words. My eyes were brimming with tears, I really can't take it. Rub my face, new book period, twice a day is the norm, my friends. Moreover, it is not that I am lazy, but I really want to ensure the quality. Rub my face, they are too naughty, making me drool. Fang Yuan could already see the deeper meaning behind this move. This was a small test from the clan leader. He scanned the martial arts field. The 3 best teams in the clan were all here. They were the Qingshu team representing the clan leader's faction, the Qishan team representing the Qi faction, and the Mo Yan team representing the Mo faction. If a normal student joined any of these 3 teams, it would mean that they had a strong backer and a bright future. But for Fang Yuan, it was the opposite. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the clan, he had already been labeled as a force. If he joined any of these 3 teams, he would be in big trouble. For example, if he joined the Qishan team, the Qi family would naturally know that he didn't recruit Fang Yuan. His first thought was, Fang Yuan was obviously someone else's chess piece. What was he trying to do by joining his team? His second thought was, the mysterious force that recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time had already broken the rules. Now that Fang Yuan joined his team, the elders would definitely think that he recruited Fang Yuan ahead of time. Then wouldn't he be the scapegoat? No, he had to detain Fang Yuan, monitor him, investigate him. He had to get concrete evidence and dig out the mysterious backer. But the truth was that Fang Yuan had no backer. If I join one of these 3 teams, it would be the same as offending one of the 3 biggest forces in the clan. Absolutely not. Sigh, I originally wanted to join Jiang He's team with a low profile. But behind Jiang He's team, there is the shadow of the elders from the torture chamber. Now that everyone is watching, it's extremely inappropriate for me to join rashly. Fang Yuan couldn't help but hesitate. Clan leader Guyue Bo's smile deepened, and he continued, Fang Yuan, if you don't choose, then I will assign you. The clan elders beside him watched quietly, their expressions unmoving, like statues. Humph, you're starting to force me. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He immediately guessed what Guyue Bo was going to say next. He was either going to send Fang Yuan to the Qishan group or Mo Yan group. Guyue Bo naturally knew that he did not recruit Fang Yuan. To him, this could not only eliminate his own suspicion, but also weaken his political opponents and expose the mysterious force. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This move of diverting the trouble to someone else, it looked simple but it was actually very profound, showing Guyu's proficient political skills. No, I can't let Guyue Bo give me orders. Looks like I can only choose a mixed team. Fang Yuan was about to speak. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. Why don't you join our group? Our team is lacking a point of attack. Who was it? For a moment, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was neither tall nor short. His dark yellow skin made him look sickly. A pair of triangular eyes shone brightly. It's the sickly snake, Guyue Jiao-san. Someone revealed his identity. Guyue Jiao-san? He's just a mixed team with no background. The clan leader and elders all revealed disappointed expressions. Jiao-san. An undetectable dark light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He had never met this Guyue Jiao-san before, and he couldn't remember if this person existed. Why did Jiao-san invite him to join? Was it simply because he got first place in the examination? How could that be? Only someone as childish as Fang Jing would have such naive thoughts. However, since Jiao-san had personally invited them, it was a breakthrough in the current situation. The higher-ups of the clan must be very disappointed. Haha. Fang Yuan couldn't help but smile as he thought of this. He lowered his eyelids to hide the light in his eyes. Then I'll join your group. Fang Yuan agreed, stopping Guyue Bo's words. Is this Fang Yuan stupid? He didn't join those excellent groups, but chose to join the sickly snakes group. There must be something wrong with his brain, Jiao-san's personality, haha. The students and Gu masters started discussing, looking at Fang Yuan like he was an idiot. The clan leader and elders' faces darkened. Today's probing was actually disrupted by a Guyue Jiao San. No, maybe this Jiao San was a pawn in the game. No matter what, they had to investigate this Guyue Jiao San. 3 days later. It had been snowing for a day, and now it was getting lighter. Pure white snowflakes danced in the air along with the wind. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of white clothing. Many branches were bare, only the evergreen pine trees and green spear bamboos did not change their color, standing proudly in the snow. A group of 5 ran on the snowy ground. The leader was neither tall nor short, with a sickly yellow face. It was Guyue Jiao San. As he ran, he looked at the silent Fang Yuan, his face showing a warm smile. Fang Yuan, don't be nervous. Although this is your first time carrying out a family mission, the mission content is relatively simple. Just follow us and learn as you do. Okay. Fang Yuan replied lightly, his eyes looking straight ahead, his expression calm. It was already winter. As they ran on the snowy ground, the cold winter wind became even stronger. When he took a breath, it was like eating a mouthful of smoothie. His chest felt cold. Fang Yuan's face was already pale, and now under the reflection of the snow, he looked even paler. As he ran, small snowflakes fell on his short black hair, shoulders, and eyebrows. What was different from before was that Fang Yuan had changed his clothes. This was a dark blue battle robe. He wore long sleeves and trousers. His calves were tied with bamboo, and his feet were made of bamboo. On his forehead was a sapphire blue headband, the end of the headband fluttering in the air as Fang Yuan ran. On his waist, there was a wide belt. The belt was navy blue, with a copper plate on the front. On the copper plate, there was a 1 carved, very obvious. This was a Gu Master's attire, showing Fang Yuan's status as a rank 1 Gu Master. The youngsters had to study in the academy for a year, before they had the right to wear such attire. This attire had a special meaning. Once worn, it meant that one had surpassed the mortal class, breaking away from the lowly and stepping into the noble class, standing in the upper class of the human society. Even though rank 1 Gu Masters were at the bottom of the upper class, from now on, any mortal who saw Fang Yuan would have to avoid him and greet him respectfully. Guyue Jiao San's gaze shone. This attire on Fang Yuan, along with his indifferent expression, immediately gave off a cool and capable aura. As he ran, he continued to speak to Fang Yuan. When we carry out missions, we often have to move quickly. Running is the norm. Fang Yuan, are you used to it? Still okay. Fang Yuan was a man of few words, looking at this Guyue Jiao San from the corner of his eyes. Jiao San's warm smile made him think of the legends of Renzu. It was said that Renzu used the rules and regulations Gu, taking away his strength and intelligence, leaving behind 3 Gu worms, 1 suspicion, 1 trust and 1 attitude. Renzu grabbed the attitude Gu. According to the bet, the attitude Gu was subdued into Renzu's hands, telling him, "Human, you caught me, I can only blame it on my bad luck. From now on, I will be used by you. As long as you put me on, you will be able to use me." The attitude Gu's appearance was like a mask. Renzu put it on his face, but he could not put it on no matter how hard he tried. Even if he tied it with a rope, it would fall off. What is going on? Renzu was puzzled. The attitude Gu laughed. "I know, human, so you don't have a heart. Attitude is the mask of the heart. Without a heart, how can you wear me?" Renzu finally understood. He had already given his heart to hope. He no longer had a heart. A person without a heart cannot wear an attitude mask. In other words, a person with a heart, attitude is a mask. The warm attitude is only the mask that this Guyue Jiao San is wearing. What is his true motive? Fang Yuan pondered. This Jiao San, who was called the Sixth Snake, was observing Fang Yuan, while Fang Yuan was also secretly observing him. In the snow, the 5-man team was running. Guyue Jiao San looked at the sky and said, "It's getting late. This mission is to collect permafrost-rotten soil. Although it is simple, it takes a long time. We need to increase our speed. Everyone follow me and try not to fall behind. Fang Yuan, if you can't hold on, just tell us, it's alright. You are a newbie, we will take care of you." Guyue Jiao San's smile was very friendly. Fang Yuan nodded, not saying a word. The other 3 members exchanged glances. Actually, it was still early, and Jiao San's actions were unnecessary. In fact, he just wanted to show Fang Yuan his power. The three of them knew this, but did not expose him. In fact, this kind of show of power was common. When a newbie joined a group, the older members would more or less show some of their power to get rid of the newbie's arrogance, so that it would be easier to command and manage them in the future. Let's go. Jiao lightly shouted, taking a step forward and rushing out. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, and he and the other three increased their speed, following closely behind. The bamboo shoes stepped on the snow, leaving a series of deep footprints. The mountainous terrain was bumpy, and it was not easy to walk. Especially after being covered with a layer of snow, it was easy to slip and fall. At the same time, the snow was unpredictable. Who knew if there were sharp rocks or pits under the snow? If they stepped into a hunter's trap, they would be even more unlucky. Living in this world was tough, and traveling seemed easy, but in fact, it required a lot of knowledge. Many newbies suffered because of this. Only after a long period of training and suffering could a Gu master accumulate enough experience to avoid these obstacles. The cold winter wind assaulted his face as Fang Yuan sped along the snowy ground. Sometimes he jumped, sometimes he ran, sometimes he climbed, and sometimes he moved, following closely behind Jiao. The entire Qingmao mountain was covered in a layer of snow, and many trees were bare, without a single leaf. Occasionally, squirrels or wild deer would be disturbed by this group of people, scurrying far away. Half an hour later, Jiao suddenly stopped, having reached his destination. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with a smile, praising, "Not bad. Fang Yuan, you really deserve to be the top scholar of this year. You actually followed behind me and didn't fall behind." Fang Yuan smiled and said nothing. He was already familiar with this kind of display of strength. In fact, running through the snow had become a traditional program. Many teams used this to suppress the arrogance of the newcomers. The two of them stood there and waited for a while before the other three team members arrived. They were panting heavily, their foreheads dripping with sweat, their faces flushed red. Two of them bent over and supported themselves with their hands, while the last one collapsed onto the snowy ground. Jiao glared at the three of them and bellowed, "Stand up straight. Aren't you ashamed? Look at Fang Yuan, and then look at yourselves. After this mission is completed, all of you should go back and reflect on yourselves." The three of them quickly stood up straight, but their heads were lowered. They did not dare to raise their heads from Jiao scolding and did not dare to retort. However, the way they looked at Fang Yuan had changed. "That's weird, why is this Fang Yuan so experienced? I didn't even see him fall once. Sigh, our strength is only average, how can we compare to this monster? We didn't get to watch a good show, and instead became the sacrificial lambs. This guy. Alright, focus." Jiao pointed to the front, "This small valley is our destination. There is a large amount of frozen soil that we can collect. We will split up here and collect the frozen soil. We will gather here in an hour. Kong Jing, distribute the tools." Just as Jiao finished speaking, the male team member called Guyue Kong Jing stood up. He opened his palm, and a yellow light shot out from his aperture, hovering in the middle of his palm. The yellow light dissipated, revealing the true appearance of a golden-back frog. This golden frog was chubby, and its snow-white belly was extremely big. When it swelled up, its entire body looked like a round ball. The frog's mouth and eyes were pushed up to the top of its head, compressed together. Fang Yuan's gaze shone, immediately recognizing this goo worm. This was a rank 2 goo worm, big belly frog. Soon after, traces of red steel primeval essence flowed out from Kong Jing's hand, and was absorbed by the big belly frog. Gua. The big-bellied frog let out a loud cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a miniature shovel. The iron shovel flew in the air, quickly becoming bigger, and in a blink of an eye, it landed on the ground, becoming half a person tall. Gua gua gua, it called out a few times, spitting out a tool each time. Finally, on the snowy ground in front of everyone, there were 5 iron shovels and 5 wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were tied with 2 hemp ropes. Goo masters had a huge burden when feeding their goo worms, thus their numbers were limited. In the early stages, it was hard for goo masters to face complex environments alone, and there were all sorts of troubles, thus they often moved in small groups. In a small group, there would be someone scouting, someone attacking, someone defending, someone healing, and someone in charge of logistics. This male Gu master, Kong Jing, was obviously a logistics Gu master. The big belly frog he had was a typical logistics Gu worm, with a large space in its stomach, used for storage. Of course, every Gu worm had its strengths and weaknesses. The big belly frog's weakness, besides the limited storage space, was that every time it spat out something, it would make a sound. This was really annoying. Especially when the Gu master was hiding in the battlefield, if it was not handled properly, they would expose their location. Also, the big belly frog could not store Gu worms, and was not immune to poison, so poisonous items could not be stored. After distributing the tools, the 5 of them each had an iron shovel and a wooden box. Let's go. Jiao San waved his hand, leading the way into the valley. Fang Yuan carried the iron shovel, carrying the wooden box, and chose another direction. He's a newbie after all, going in excitedly. Hee. How can permafrost soil be so easy to collect? If we don't distinguish it carefully, we might just collect normal permafrost soil, wasting all our efforts. In fact, it is very hard to distinguish it. The color of permafrost soil is not much different from normal permafrost soil. Especially under the cover of snow, newbies can only rely on luck to dig it out. The 3 members looked at Fang Yuan's back, laughing coldly in their hearts. However, an hour later, when they saw Fang Yuan return with a box full of permafrost soil, they were dumbfounded. Including Jiao San, their wooden boxes were at most half filled with permafrost soil. Seeing Fang Yuan's wooden box, they were too embarrassed to show their results. It's all permafrost soil. A member inspected it carefully, and was even more shocked. Fang Yuan, how did you collect so much permafrost soil? A female member could not hold back her curiosity and suspicion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, the snow light shining on his eyes, making them look clear and penetrating. He smiled lightly, the academy elder mentioned it before. Permafrost soil is a common resource that is produced after the snow and ice froze the swamp. It has a tinge of purple in the black, and the smell is actually very smelly, but because of the snow and ice, it cannot be smelled. It is the food of the smelly fart fatworm, and it is also very fertile. It is often mixed in the soil and used to grow wheat, vegetables, and fruits. The family gave this mission: it should be used to fertilize the moon orchids in the underground cave. His words caused the 4 of them to freeze in place. These theories will naturally be taught in the academy. However, it was quite difficult to link theory with reality. Did this Fang Yuan personally collect permafrost soil before? The 3 members looked at each other. Guyue Jiao San's eyes flashed, and he smiled. Fang Yuan, you did well. He praised, but the warm smile on his face was now a little stiff. Jiao San turned his head, and continued to speak to everyone. This way, our mission should be completed. Everyone, pass the shovels and wooden boxes to Kong Jing, let's go back. By the time they returned to the village, it was already afternoon. The 5 of them came out of the internal affairs hall, and Jiao San distributed the 6 yuan stones. He got 2 for himself, and the rest got 1 each. Seeing how easily the yuan stone was obtained, some of the members had smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan silently kept the yuan stone, and did not make a sound. He only thought in his heart, when a newcomer joins a team, the family will increase the rewards, as a form of support for the newcomer. The reward for collecting permafrost soil is at most 2 yuan stones. Because of me, it is twice as much. According to logic, they should be taking care of me. If running through the snow is a show of strength, and collecting permafrost soil alone is making things difficult for me, then giving out yuan stones like this is suppression. It was just 1 or 2 yuan stones, Fang Yuan did not care about it. He was just curious, he and Guyue Jiao San had never met each other before, why would he suppress him? Could it be? A light flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. Author's note, damn, who can tell me why? I had already released the chapter on time. It was the same last time, I didn't manage to release it on time. The 5 stood at the side of the street. Guyue Jiao San smiled warmly, saying to Fang Yuan, Brother Fang Yuan, your performance really impressed us. It seems we made the right decision to invite you. You just graduated from the academy, so there are some things you don't understand. Let me introduce to you. First, clan missions. Every Gu master completes at least one every month. The more completed, the more perfect the mission, the higher the evaluation. Second, missions are issued by the Internal Affairs Hall or the External Affairs Hall. Gu masters can only choose one at a time, and once accepted, they have to complete it. Third, under special circumstances, the Gu master can choose to give up on the mission. But the evaluation will be greatly lowered. At the same time, rank 1 Gu masters do not have the right to give up, only rank 2 Gu masters have this right. But they can only give up one mission every year. Fourth, the clan evaluation is very important. It concerns your future in the clan. The higher the evaluation, the brighter and brighter your future. Fang Yuan listened and nodded. He was very familiar with these things. Guyue Jiao San was not wrong, nor misleading, but there were many other important things that he did not say. Alright, we have just completed the permafrost decaying soil mission. Next, I have accepted a mission to capture wild deer. The danger is low, it is very suitable for Fang Yuan to practice. Jiao San said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but said, "Thank you for your help, group leader." Guyue Kongjing immediately said, "Brother Fang Yuan, you should thank group leader. Simple missions, although easy to complete, have low rewards. Group leader did this to take care of you." The other 2 female Gu masters also added, that's right, little brother Fang Yuan, words of gratitude are not as good as actual actions. How about we treat group leader to a meal? Brother Fang Yuan, you just left the academy, and the society is very complicated. Relationships are very important. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask us during the meal. Guyue Jiao San laughed and waved his hand, don't make things difficult for Fang Yuan. He just graduated from the academy, so he doesn't have much yuan. Stone on hand. He's very short of money. Impossible. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the first place in the year-end assessment alone should be rewarded with 100 yuan stone, right? A female Gu master purposely called out, then showed a slightly jealous expression, speaking of which, I am really envious, 100 yuan stone is a huge sum to us. Team leader, you're wrong about our brother Fang Yuan. How could he be so petty? Brother Fang Yuan, am I right? Guyue Kongjing laughed heartily and seemed to be very happy. The other female Gu master got close to Fang Yuan and said in a friendly manner, little brother Fang Yuan, let me tell you this out of goodwill. You don't have to curry favor with us, but you have to curry favor with the team leader. Do you know, a portion of our group's evaluations are written by the team leader? If he says it's outstanding, then it's outstanding. If he says it's bad, then it's bad. Not bad, not bad. Evaluation is very important to us Gu masters. If we are evaluated to be outstanding, we will be noticed by the clan's higher-ups. In the future, when we have more experience, we can save many years of hard work. Kongjing immediately added. Throughout the entire process, Guyue Jiao San was smiling as he watched. Finally, he waved his hand, his expression benevolent and his smile amiable. Sigh, don't talk nonsense. My evaluations are all fair and objective, I won't be easily bribed by you guys. But, Fang Yuan, don't worry, you are a newbie. Since you have joined our group, I will take care of your evaluation accordingly. If it was a normal youngster, he would have been bewitched and moved by these people's words. They were bullying newbies who did not know the rules, and were naive and childish. But Fang Yuan's eyes were clear and calm. The team leader participates in the evaluation of the group, this was a fact. This was the clan system, delegating power to the team leader, giving him the authority to manage each group. But it would not be as serious as these people said. The evaluation of the clan, the team leader's evaluation was only a small part, the rest were matters of the clan's internal affairs hall. Taking a step back, even if the team leader's evaluation of the group was very influential, so what? Fang Yuan did not care about this evaluation at all. He had already made up his mind to quickly raise his cultivation to rank 3 and leave this place. He had never thought of wasting 100 years in this clan, and working hard for the clan for the rest of his life. In the eyes of these short-sighted Gu masters, evaluation was the most important thing. But to Fang Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing, so these Gu masters' threatening words were completely useless against Fang Yuan. I know what you've said. I still have some matters to attend to, I will leave first. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying. At once, these four Gu masters showed a shocked expression. What does this mean? Did you not hear what we said just now? A female Gu master stared with her eyes wide open, screaming in her heart. Is there really no problem with your comprehension? Guyue Kongjing at this moment really wanted to grab Fang Yuan's collar and interrogate him. Jiao San's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Fang Yuan's indifference made their echoing of each other look like a farce. It made their plan become a joke. Looking at Fang Yuan's back view as he turned to leave, the anger in his heart was indescribable. Fang Yuan, don't be in such a hurry to leave, don't listen to their nonsense. Jiao San forcefully swallowed his anger, forcing a smile as he quickly walked up and blocked Fang Yuan. You are going to rent a house, right? We will accompany you. I have some connections, I am quite familiar with renting a house. I am indeed going to rent a house, the academy hostel is uninhabitable. What advice does group leader have? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his expression calm. I know a few houses, they are cheap, and the location is good. Jiao San laughed enthusiastically, leading the way. This house of mine, 15 yuan stone a month, no bargaining. 8 yuan stone and you want to rent my house? Dream on. You have to pay a deposit, 1 for 3. That's what everyone else does. My house has good feng shui, and it is secluded at night. The key is the clan leader's pavilion, you know how good the location is. The price is really not expensive, just 25 yuan stone a month. Until the sky darkened, Fang Yuan still had not decided which house to rent. Little brother Fang Yuan, you are too stingy. The village is only so big, the market price is like this. I say, we should rent the house near the clan leader's pavilion, the second floor is spacious and the scenery is good. Little brother Fang Yuan, don't be too thrifty, it's only 25 yuan stone. The price you have is enough for you to stay for a full 4 months. The two female Gu masters persuaded with ill intentions. Fang Yuan shook his head, I don't have much yuan stone, I can't waste it like this. Then let's rent the basement, it's cheaper. Guyue Kongjing's eyes flashed with coldness, suggesting. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart, this Kongjing is so vicious, the mountain was already very humid, and now that it was winter, living in the basement without ventilation, it was easy to catch a cold. Even if one did not catch a cold, staying here for a long time would cause problems with the joints. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not reply, Jiao San said, actually the first floor of the main hall is not bad. If you share it with others, the rent will be cheaper. Fang Yuan shook his head, I want to live alone, I don't like sharing. Guyue Kongjing snorted, saying unhappily, you don't want to do this, you don't want to do that. It's not that I'm scolding you, little brother Fang Yuan. You're too picky, your standards are too high, it's not practical. Fang Yuan heard this, laughing coldly in his heart, even if there is a house that fits the criteria, as long as it's a house that you recommend, I will not accept it. He was pretending to be polite, just to be cautious, to see if there were any traps. Immediately, just as Fang Yuan was about to say goodbye to these people, Mother Shen appeared. Young Master Fang Yuan, I've finally found you. The academy hostel is uninhabitable, Master and Madam have already prepared a banquet, and specially asked me to invite you home. It's better to stay at home, why do you need to rent a house outside? She persuaded. She finally came, Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, this Mother Shen was really accurate, finding this place so quickly, someone must have informed her, just as he had expected, the mastermind behind the scenes was his uncle and aunt. And this Jiao San was the shackle that uncle and aunt used to restrain him. Fang Yuan's silence looked like he was hesitating. Fang Yuan, why don't you just stay at uncle and aunt's house? Why go through so much trouble? Renting a house will cost quite a lot of yuan stone. Guyue Jiao San said with concern, he looked at the side of Fang Yuan's face, a dark light flashing in his eyes. In the hall, the lights were bright. On the round dining table, the wine and dishes were already cold. The bright red candlelight flickered, casting the shadows of uncle and aunt on the wall. The shadows of the two joined together, swaying gloomily with the candlelight. Mother Shen knelt in front of them. Uncle broke the silence. I didn't expect this Fang Yuan to be so hell-bent on going against me. Sigh, I originally wanted to persuade him nicely, to let him stay at home first, then find a reason to kick him out. I didn't expect that little bastard to not fall for it. He was determined to reject my invitation. There was no room for discussion. He won't even take a step forward. Aunt gritted her teeth, looking a little panicked. This unruly little bastard is already 16 years old. If he asks for the family property, we can't not give it to him. The family property that we obtained back then was clearly recorded in the Internal Affairs Hall. We can't go back on our words. What should we do? You can leave first. Uncle waved Mother Shen away and sneered. Don't be anxious. I've been thinking of a plan for the past year. First, to split the family property, one must have a cultivation of rank 1 intermediate stage. Fang Yuan has already reached this point, and is already at the peak of his cultivation. He even won first place at the end of the year. It's really impressive. Hee. But to successfully split the family property, it's not that easy. Rank 1 intermediate stage cultivation is only a prerequisite. To split the family property, Fang Yuan has to apply for it, and after the Internal Affairs Hall approves, they will issue a mission to see if Fang Yuan has the qualifications. This is also to prevent the family property from being divided randomly, causing internal friction and weakening the family's strength. Aunt came to a sudden realization. In that case, Fang Yuan has to complete this mission to obtain his parents' inheritance. That's right. Uncle laughed sinisterly. But the Internal Affairs Hall's missions are issued for small groups. This family property mission is no exception. If Fang Yuan wants to complete it, he must rely on the strength of the small group. He can't rely on himself. The family is doing this because they want to unite the group and improve their cohesiveness. His aunt laughed heartily. Master, you are too wise. He asked Jiao San to bring Fang Yuan into the group. This way, Fang Yuan would need their help to complete the inheritance quest. However, Jiao San is one of us. Fang Yuan won't be able to complete this mission alone. A smug look flashed across his uncle's eyes as he said, even if I can't recruit him, I have other ways to deal with him. Not to mention completing the mission. Even if he wanted to apply for the separation of the family and accept this mission, it might not be possible. Night fell and the snow stopped. As Fang Yuan walked along the street, the bamboo buildings along the way were all covered with a layer of white frost. His feet made light sounds as he stepped on the snow. As the cool air entered his body, Fang Yuan's mind became extremely clear. After rejecting Mother Shen, Fang Yuan ignored Jiao San and the others who urged him to stay and left on his own. So it was like this. He thought as he walked, Uncle and Aunt are trying to stop me and delay me, making me lose the chance to get back the inheritance. After the new year, I will be 16 and have the right to split the family. My parents are dead and my brother has found new parents. As long as I succeed, the inheritance will be mine. But to get back the inheritance, there are 2 steps, and each step is very important. The first step is to apply for the inheritance at the Internal Affairs Hall without any mission. The second step is to complete the family inheritance mission issued by the Internal Affairs Hall. Only then will I have the right to get the inheritance. Jiao San and Aunt and Uncle are jackals of the same tribe. Not to mention the second step, just the first step is to stop me. The clan rules state that Gu Masters can only complete 1 mission at a time. This is to prevent Gu Masters from accepting too many missions and causing a vicious competition within the clan. Jiao San continued to accept missions. After completing the permafrost rotten soil mission, he immediately took on a new mission to capture wild deer. The clan missions are issued to the entire group. That is to say, according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan must complete this mission to capture wild deer before he has the right to apply for the inheritance. But at that time, I believe Jiao San will accept another mission. As the group leader, he will always be 1 step faster than me when it comes to handing in missions. I am 1 step away from applying for the inheritance mission, but he is stuck in front of me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. These schemes are really annoying, like an invisible rope that is restraining Fang Yuan's footsteps. But Fang Yuan did not regret entering this group. The situation at the battle stage put him in a tough spot. Jiao San's invitation helped Fang Yuan out of his predicament. If he did not enter this group, he believed that uncle and aunt would have other tricks up their sleeves. Now that he is in the group, he can see through their plans and counterattack easily. To solve this problem, it is not that there is no way. The simplest and most direct method is to get rid of Jiao San and assassinate uncle and aunt. Then no one will fight with me for the inheritance. But this method is too risky. They are rank 2 Gu masters, and my rank 1 cultivation is still too low. Even if I kill them, there is no way to clean up the mess. Unless there is a good opportunity, I can take advantage of it. But such opportunities are hard to come by. Fang Yuan could kill the family servant Gao Wan, he could kill old man Wang's family. That is because they are mortals, servants, their lives are as worthless as grass. Killing them is like killing a dog or breaking a blade of grass, it does not matter. But to assassinate a Gu master, that is a huge problem. Gu masters all have the surname Guyue, they are all clansmen. No matter who dies, it will attract the clan's punishment hall to investigate. Fang Yuan evaluated his own strength. The risk of killing now is too high, he might be killed instead. Even if he killed them, the punishment hall's investigation would be even more troublesome. Not only will his actions be monitored, they might even find out about the flower wine monk's inheritance. To get rid of a small problem and attract a problem that is 100 times bigger than the problem, this is not a wise move. I'm here. Fang Yuan muttered to himself, stopping in front of a broken bamboo building. This bamboo building was already in ruins, like an old man with one foot in the grave, bending over in the cold winter wind, struggling at death's door. Looking at this bamboo building, Fang Yuan's face showed a trace of reminiscence. This was the house he rented in his previous life. In his previous life, when he was chased out by uncle and aunt, he had less than 15 yuan stone. After sleeping on the streets for a few days, he found this place. The rooms here were too old, so the rent was much lower than other places. Furthermore, while other places would settle their accounts by month or quarter, this place was the only place that was settled by the number of days. I don't know if uncle and aunt set up other places. But my previous life's memories tell me, at least not here. Fang Yuan knocked on the door. Half an hour later, he settled the rental agreement, and was brought to a room on the second floor by the landlord. The old floorboards made a worrisome sound when one stepped on them. The facilities in the room were simple, there was only a bed and a quilt. There were many patches on the quilt, but there were still holes, revealing the yellowed cotton inside. There was an oil lamp at the head of the bed, and after the landlord lit it up, he left. Fang Yuan did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on the bed, and started to cultivate. The primordial sea in the aperture rose and fell, waves rose and fell. Every drop of primordial water was dark green. The 4 walls of the aperture were made of a sturdy white crystal film, translucent. This was the scene of a rank 1 peak. Suddenly, the green-bronze primordial sea started to surge with huge waves. Like wild beasts suddenly going berserk, they started to attack the aperture walls in a suicidal manner. Boom boom boom, huge waves rose, and fiercely crashed against the aperture walls. The splashing waves shattered into green crystals, and then completely dissipated. In a short period of time, 44% of the primordial sea rapidly decreased, and a large amount of primordial essence was being expended. On the thick and sturdy crystal film, cracks started to appear. But it was just cracks, and this was far from enough. If Fang Yuan wanted to break through the rank 1 peak and advance to rank 2, he had to completely destroy this crystal film, and then rebuild it. The dark green primordial essence continued to attack the crystal film, and the cracks on the crystal film increased, gradually forming a whole piece. In some places, the cracks deepened, and became even more obvious. But as the primordial sea was completely depleted, and without primordial essence to continue attacking, the cracks on the crystal film started to heal, and the cracks started to disappear. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he retracted his consciousness, and opened his eyes. The oil lamp was already extinguished, and there was not much oil to begin with. The room was pitch black, and only a small amount of light from the snow could be seen through the cracks of the window. There was no furnace in the room, and it was not warm. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, and after not moving for a long time, he could already feel the coldness in his body gradually increasing. His black pupils merged into one with the darkness. Actually, to break through Jiao San's blockade, there is a simpler and safer method than killing. That is to advance to rank 2. Rank 1 Gu Masters do not have the right to give up on missions, but rank 2 Gu Masters have one every year. If I advance to rank 2, I can directly give up on my mission, and apply to split from the family. But breaking through to rank 2 is not an easy task. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sighed. He got off the bed, and slowly paced around the small room. From initial stage to middle stage, from middle stage to upper stage, this was a small realm advancement. From rank 1 peak stage to rank 2 initial stage, this was a huge breakthrough. The difficulty between the two could not be compared. Simply put, to break through the crystal film, one needed an explosive force, and in a short period of time, a strong enough impact force to break the crystal film. But Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and the primordial essence in his primordial C was only 44%. If he used his full strength to attack the crystal film, his primordial essence would be used up in a short while. Just like just now, after his primordial essence was used up, he would not have the strength to continue attacking. And the crystal film had the ability to recover, and in a short while, it would be completely healed. Fang Yuan's previous efforts would be in vain. To break through the crystal film and reach rank 2, not counting special circumstances, one would need at least 55% dark green primordial essence. And my talent is limited, at most 44%. That's why people often say that talent is the second most important factor in a Gu Master's cultivation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in his tracks. Unknowingly, he had already walked to the window, and casually pushed it open. Through the window, snow covered the mountain. Under the moonlight, the snow was like white jade, and the world in front of him was like a crystal palace, untainted by a speck of dust. The snowy light shone on Fang Yuan's young face. His expression was calm, his eyebrows relaxed, and his eyes were like a spring under the moon. The cold wind blew, and the young man suddenly laughed. It's just a little frost. P.S. I'm angry. I could have released it at 8 a.m., but it didn't work. It was the same yesterday, 3 times in a row. If anyone knows, tell me. After a sleepless night, the moment the sky brightened, Fang Yuan went out to buy things. The house was simple and the bedding was old. If he stayed here for a long time, the cold would invade his body and he would fall sick. Although Fang Yuan had used up most of his yuan stone, he still had to buy his daily necessities. These things could not be saved. First was the bedding. He needed at least 2 new cotton blankets. Other than that, he also needed bed sheets and blankets. He had to buy another oil lamp to light up the house, and he had to save up at least 2 pots of oil. Fang Yuan thought for a while. Although the room was not big, it could fit a small table and chair, so he bought it. Most importantly, there was a stove. In winter, if there was no stove to keep warm, he would still wake up from the cold in the middle of the night. Other than these, Fang Yuan also bought some rations. He also prepared some water, enough to last him for 7 days. The winter sun rose slowly, giving off a lazy glow. Gu Yue, Jiao San, and the other Gu masters stood at the village's northern gate, waiting anxiously. Something is wrong. We agreed on this place and time last night. But it has already been 15 minutes, why hasn't this Fang Yuan appeared yet? A female member said. Don't be impatient, let's wait a while more. It is inevitable for newbies to be late. Jiao San laughed. He was worried about not being able to find a chance to suppress Fang Yuan, but he did not expect him to come knocking on his door the next day. Let's just wait a while. But he wants the group leader to wait for him with us, this kid is too arrogant. Gu Yue said to Kong Jing, his tone indignant. But after half an hour, Fang Yuan was still nowhere to be seen. Jiao San's face was covered in a layer of darkness. This brat, did he remember the wrong location? We agreed to meet at the northern gate. Kong Jing was suspicious. I will continue waiting here, you guys go search at the other gates. Jiao San ordered, and the 3 members could only follow. After a while, they returned to Jiao San with nothing. This Fang Yuan couldn't have seen through our plan and left the group, right? A female Gu master said. You think too highly of him. Even if he's first in the year-end exam, he's still just a young newbie. His age is there for all to see. Kong Jing curled his lips. Jiao San's face was gloomy, whether he sees through it or not is secondary. The most important thing now is to find him. My only worry now is that he has abandoned us and started to strive for the second transition on his own. Upon reaching the second transition, one would be able to voluntarily give up on a mission and directly apply to the Internal Affairs Hall to split from the family. Find him. Find him for me. The village is only so big, and there are only so many houses for rent. We must find him and not give him the time to break through to the second job transition. Yes. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. In front of him, there were a few open money bags, which contained all the yuan stone he owned. I don't have much yuan stone left. Fang Yuan sighed, his expression grave. Yuan stone was the fundamental driving force for a Gu master to advance. If there was a lack of yuan stone, the recovery of primeval essence would depend on the body's own recovery ability, greatly reducing the cultivation speed. At the same time, if there was not enough food, the Gu worms would starve to death. Fang Yuan's yuan stone had once reached 1,000 during his days in the academy. But it could not withstand the exhaustion over time. Among the Gu masters in the same batch, he only had 3 Gu worms. However, after Fang Yuan obtained first place in the year-end exam, he entered the Gu room and chose a little light Gu for free. He had to make a choice. If he gave up, it would attract suspicion. But in this way, the number of Gu worms in his hands had reached as many as 7, no doubt, this was a heavy financial burden. If this continues, I can only hold on for 2 months. So I have to get back my inheritance, that is the best financial support. But to get back my inheritance, the first step is to advance to rank 2. Fang Yuan's gaze was dark. To Fang Yuan, advancing to rank 2 was not easy. Gu Master Cultivation, the first was resources, the second was aptitude. Without aptitude, the Gu Master's cultivation would be harder, and their future achievements would be lower. Aptitude from low to high was divided into D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade. But this was only a rough division. In fact, every grade of aptitude had its own detailed scale. Take C grade for example, the storage limit of primeval essence in the aperture was at least 40%, and at most 59%. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only 44%. In this C grade range, he was only below average. To advance to rank 2, he needed at least 55% dark green primeval essence. This was not a problem for A and B grade Gu masters. To those C grade Gu masters with 55% primeval essence, 56% primeval essence, all the way to 59% primeval essence, they could easily pass through. So for C grade Gu masters, as long as they accumulated to a certain level, most of them would advance to rank 2. Only a small portion of them could reach rank 3. Thus, once their aptitude was tested, most people's life achievements could be predicted. Fang Yuan was treated coldly, but he could not blame people for being biased. Although my C grade aptitude is only 44%, it's not impossible for me to break through the crystal barrier and reach the second transition. The most basic method is to find a Gu worm that can raise my aptitude. The second method is to get a support Gu worm like the liquor worm, which can help the Gu master break through the barrier. Once again, I can get help from a teacher. But using heterogeneous primeval essence has a huge side effect, unless I can find a cleansing water Gu and wash away the heterogeneous aura. Fang Yuan thought in his heart as he took out the yuan stone from the bag, using his fingers to rub the smooth surface of the yuan stone. However, none of these methods are suitable for me right now. I don't have a teacher to help me, and even if I did, I would not leave my aperture in someone else's hands. Gu worms like the liquor worm are very rare. For me to be able to get the liquor worm is already very lucky. As for aptitude-raising Gu worms, I got them in my previous life, thus I could cultivate to rank 6 realm. I also know where to get them, but with my current cultivation, I cannot enter those places. Even if I get them, I can't keep them or even use them. But other than these methods, there is also the second most stupid method. That is to use yuan stone to forcefully push. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly, his hands gripping the yuan stone tightly. A Gu master's cultivation, the first is resources, and the second is aptitude. In a situation where aptitude is lacking, resources can be used to make up for it. My primeval essence is at most 44%, and I do not have enough foundation to break through the aperture walls. But if I absorb primeval essence while breaking through, and persevere for a period of time, I can break through the aperture walls in at most 4 to 5 days. Having made up his mind, Feng Yuan resolutely closed his eyes, his mind sinking into the aperture. The green-copper primeval sea surged again, the waves continuously rushing towards the crystal membrane aperture walls. But this time, in order to prevent primeval essence from being consumed prematurely and having no excess strength to maintain the cracks, allowing the aperture walls to recover, Feng Yuan purposely slowed down the impact. This way, the green-copper primeval essence's consumption rate was greatly reduced, but the rate at which the cracks on the crystal membrane increased also decreased. But Feng Yuan was still absorbing the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone. The recovery rate of primeval essence was slightly greater than the recovery rate of the cracks on the crystal membrane. Although the progress was extremely slow, and could not compare to 1% of the effect of using primeval essence with all his strength, but in the long run, there was hope of success. But like this, other than the necessary eating and excreting, Feng Yuan had to cultivate non-stop. The more time he wasted, the more Yuan stone he wasted, and the more effort he put in would go up in smoke. At most, he could stop for 15 minutes, and if there was no more primeval essence to continue attacking, the crystal membrane would completely recover. Thus, once he started to attack, he had to persevere until he succeeded, and could not be disturbed. Once he stopped for too long, he would have to start all over again. Feng Yuan did not have that many Yuan stones on hand, he could do it a few more times. Time passed quickly while cultivating, and in the blink of an eye, the sun had already set. Under the dusk, Jiao San's face was covered in frost, his voice low. After searching for a day, you still haven't found him? No, leader. Kong Jing wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. That lad did not even rent the house we recommended. I don't know where he went. Humph. Continue searching tomorrow, we must find him. Remember to search the inn as well. I don't believe it, the village is only so big, no matter where he hides, there will be traces of him. Jiao San waved his sleeves and left. At noon of the second day, their search finally bore fruit. A female gu-master excitedly ran to Jiao San, reporting, I found it, I found it. Feng Yuan is in an old bamboo building, renting a room on the second floor. According to the landlord's description, it should be him. Humph, it's just as I expected. He really hid and tried to break through to rank 2. Jiao San laughed sinisterly, let's go to his house and greet him. He's a newbie, we need to show some concern. He. Everyone laughed coldly. The four immediately went to Feng Yuan's house. There was a piece of bamboo paper on the door. Jiao San took it down and opened it. On the bamboo paper was Feng Yuan's handwriting, basically saying that he was going into closed-door cultivation for a few days, not going out at all, and trying to break through to rank 2. If outsiders saw it, do not disturb them. If Jiao San saw it, it would be an application for leave. Jiao San snorted, throwing the bamboo paper away. How could I let you break through to rank 2 so easily? He laughed coldly, knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Brother Feng Yuan, are you here? He purposely raised his voice, we are here to see you. Seriously, you should have told us about something like going into seclusion first. There was no reply. Knock knock knock, Jiao San knocked on the door. Brother Feng Yuan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you are acting on your own. Since you have already joined our group, you should listen to orders, obey the group, and move together. We have already accepted the mission to catch wild deer, this is for you to practice. Why don't you stop first? Let's finish this mission first, then you can cultivate. Jiao San squinted his eyes, his face was gloomy, but his tone was gentle. There was still no reply. Jiao San suddenly raised his voice, Brother Feng Yuan, why haven't you replied? Nothing happened to you, right? Breaking through to rank 2 is not so simple. You could have asked us for some advice first. Feng Yuan. Did you hear that? Not good, did he faint? Jiao San talked to himself, his face cold, but his tone was filled with concern. The other 3 members watched from the side. Kong Jing interrupted at the right time, leader, you might have guessed it correctly. Feng Yuan did not reply for a long Time, let's go in and save him. Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, quickly open the door. You are not saying anything, we are really worried about you. If you don't open the door, we will break in. You are a newcomer, we can't let you fall into danger. Jiao San shouted. But there was no reply. Jiao San smirked, turning his head to signal Kong Jing. Kong Jing understood, and kicked fiercely. With a bang, the entire door was sent flying, crashing onto the bed. Fang Yuan, hang in there, we are here to help you. Jiao San had a concerned expression, shouting as he strode into the room. But at the next moment, he was stunned. There was no one in the room, Fang Yuan was not here. The four were silent. How could this be, where is he? Jiao San broke the silence, feeling embarrassed and angry. He had been acting for half a day, but it was a one-man show, and Fang Yuan was not even in the room. The three looked at each other, not expecting such an outcome. This is strange, if Fang Yuan is not here, why would he paste that note on the door? Kong Jing said carefully. Hurry and call the landlord over. Jiao San raised his leg and kicked the door away. You are looking for me, humph, I am looking for you. As soon as he came to my building, he made a scene and even kicked my door in. Young man, you are quite capable. The landlord was an old man, but his tone was strong. To have extra houses in the Guyue village that could be rented out, they were all Gu masters. Gu masters' strength and status were above mortals. Mortals did not dare to do this business, and in fact, they did not have any property. All the properties in the village belonged to the Guyue clan. The mortals who lived here were all serfs and servants raised by the Lord. Senior, we are looking for a young man, he is our group member. Facing the landlord, Jiao San controlled his temper. An old Gu master like the landlord, although he was old and no longer working outside, he still had connections and a network. However, they still had connections and a network. Although they had retired to the second line, they still had a lot of power. Without some trump cards and connections, how would he dare to do business? This world was not peaceful, it was filled with violence and plundering. The landlord shook his head, his tone harsh. I do not care about the tenant's whereabouts, but I know that you broke my door, so you have to compensate. Hee, this is our fault, we should compensate. Jiao San laughed dryly, his heart filled with anger, but he still compensated Yuan Stone, and even gave a little more. The landlord's expression immediately became much better. If the young man who rented this house is the person you're looking for, then he hasn't been back for a day. He paid a month's rent, and yesterday morning bought a great many things, and asked me where I could buy coal and stone cheaply. There's no need to buy it. There's a valley to the east of the stronghold. There's a bare mine there that we can excavate directly. He thanked me and left. After that, he never came back. Is that so? Jiao San looked at the decorations in the room. Indeed, the bedding on the bed was brand new. There was a square table and chairs, which were second-hand goods. They looked quite sturdy. The stove was empty. There were no coal stones in it. Jiao San let out a long breath and calmed down. It seems that Fang Yuan was delayed by the coal excavation. Forget it, let's come back tomorrow. He walked out of the room first. However, on the third day, Fang Yuan did not appear. Jiao San and the others stood in the room and hesitated. It doesn't take that long to dig for coal. Fang Yuan wants to go into closed-door cultivation, maybe he wants to dig a bit more at once. But that time is already long past. Did something happen to him while he was digging? Kong Jing guessed. Jiao San nodded his head, pointing at the bedding and stove that Fang Yuan bought. This kid is very stingy. He paid a month's worth of Yuan Stone, and bought so many things. He even specially pasted a note on the door, he probably wants to go into closed-door cultivation here. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. These days, because of the expansion of the wolf den, the wild beasts around the stronghold have become more active. Maybe he met some wild beasts. Team leader is wise. The two female members praised at the same time, flattering him. Jiao San laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I was just worrying about how to deal with him. Although we have a mission to capture wild deer, let's not rush out. If we meet this kid in the wilderness, we can't just leave him to die, right? He. The other 3 members couldn't help but laugh. On the 4th day, inside the aperture, waves of dark green water kept surging, crashing against the walls of the aperture. The translucent white crystal wall was already filled with deep cracks, crisscrossing each other. This was the result of Fang Yuan's hard work for 3 days and 3 nights, without any sleep or rest. At most, when he could not take it anymore, he would quickly eat a meal to solve the problem of excretion. These days, Fang Yuan had been purposely suppressing the waves, and at the same time absorbing the natural primeval essence from the Yuan stone. Thus, after such a long time, the green copper primeval sea had only gone from its limit of 44% to 20%. As time passed, when the green copper primeval sea had only 13% of its water left, the crystal wall could not hold on any longer, and reached its limit. Kacha, the originally thick and sturdy crystal wall was broken, countless crystal shards fell down, landing in the primeval sea, creating waves. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a crystal white and completely disappeared. What replaced the crystal wall was a brand new white light wall. This was the rank 2 light wall, although there were not many changes, and it still emitted white light, but it was much more dazzling than the rank 1 light wall. At the same time, a trace of light red primeval essence was formed in the primeval sea, and mixed in the bottom of the aperture, in the shallow dark green primeval sea. This was the red steel primeval essence that only a rank 2 beginner stage had. Success, I finally broke through to rank 2. Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and a ray of light instantly lit up the dark room. But immediately, a strong sense of dizziness came over him. Continuous training for 4 days and 3 nights, the intensity is very high, my body can't take it anymore. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly, and slowly laid down. The training process was not disturbed. It seems that the set I set up in the rented house has already worked. The money spent was worth it. I will rest well for the night, and return to the village tomorrow. Thinking of this, a strong sense of drowsiness came over him. Fang Yuan forced his eyelids open, and with his strong willpower, he covered his body with the quilt at the head of the bed. When he closed his eyelids, in just a few breaths' time, he fell into a deep sleep. The previous training had already used up a large amount of his mental energy. This sleep lasted until the afternoon of the 2nd day. When Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he felt that his mental energy had recovered by more than half, but there was still a feeling of weakness in his bones. He pushed open the door, and walked out of the room for the first time in 5 days. This movement immediately attracted someone. This person had long and thin eyes, and a skinny body. It was Xianxia's brother, Xianxia. Seeing the haggard Fang Yuan, he let out a breath of turbid air, and said, "You finally came out. Phew, if you didn't come out in a few days, I would have really broken the door and come in. After all, if you died here, I would have to bear a huge responsibility." Fang Yuan smiled, and did not say anything. The winter sun shone through the window, and on his body and face, it made him look even more pale and weak. As early as 5 days ago, he purposely asked the landlord, and gave Jiao San and the rest clues about the coal. Then he left the village, and went straight to the village at the foot of the mountain. Because of his relationship with Old Man Wang's family, Jiang had become half his ally. Using this relationship, Fang Yuan lived in the village for the past few days, and without any disturbance, he successfully broke through to rank 2. Of course, the rock crack secret cave was much more secretive than Jiang's, but it was not safe. Fang Yuan also had to consider the possibility that if Jiao San and the rest insisted on looking for him, they might find the rock crack secret cave. Although this possibility was small, once the flower wine monk's inheritance was found, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. Fang Yuan was cautious in his actions, and naturally would not take this risk. At the same time, Jiang's side was also safer. Although they had a common secret, Jiang would not kill him because of this. The trouble and risk of killing a Gu master was too great. Without enough benefits, Jiang would not have the motive to commit murder. On the contrary, because he had to keep the secret, Jiang would be more worried about Fang Yuan's safety. Once Fang Yuan died, the clan's punishment hall would investigate, and maybe Old Man Wang's family's secret would be unearthed. Seeing Fang Yuan come out safely, Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. But very quickly, he felt the aura on Fang Yuan's body, and his expression changed. To think that you really succeeded and broke through to rank 2 in one go. He was very surprised in his heart. 5 days ago, when Fang Yuan came to find him and explained his intentions, he was actually a little disdainful. To absorb the natural primeval essence in the Yuan stone while breaking through to rank 2, this method used both the mind and the spirit, and it consumed a lot of energy. Normally speaking, a Gu master must have extremely strong willpower, patience, and at least a few years of cultivation experience. With these cultivation experiences, a Gu master can absorb the primeval essence in the Yuan stone as a kind of instinct. At the same time, they can skillfully control the primeval sea waves, and suppress the impact to a certain degree. And this degree must be just right. Not only can it resist the aperture wall's self-recovery, but it can also not be used up too quickly, complementing the primeval essence recovery and replenishing it in time. In Xianxi's opinion, Fang Yuan's chances of success were almost zero, but he did not expect him to succeed in one go. Fang Yuan laughed indifferently. I was just lucky. I plan to go back to the village today, but before that, it would be best if I can have a meal. He, brother Fang Yuan, since you're here, of course I'll take care of your food and drink. Xianxia patted his chest, his attitude becoming even more amiable. Although he was not optimistic about Fang Yuan's future, now that Fang Yuan had successfully advanced to rank 2, it meant that he had passed a hurdle and already had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. After a sumptuous banquet, Xianxia personally sent Fang Yuan to the village entrance. Brother Fang Yuan, be careful on this trip. Recently, the wolf nest has been a little chaotic, causing the wild beasts around the village to move more frequently. It's snowing again. Xianxia paused for a moment, then continued, in my opinion, don't leave. How about staying for a night? Ever since Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he had become even more enthusiastic. But Fang Yuan insisted on leaving, and bade farewell to Xianxia. Snow fell bit by bit, quietly, like pure white fur, slowly drifting down. The light of the setting sun dyed the snow into a golden color. Bits of snow fell on Fang Yuan's head and shoulders. Far away, the Guyue village stood quietly on the mountainside, in sight. I swear I will never trust Dian Dian's timing anymore. Let's go, don't fall behind. The people in front are fighting a bloody battle and are waiting for our support. Follow closely, it's easy to get lost fighting at night, especially the newbies. On the mountain road back to the village, from time to time, groups of 5 would run past Fang Yuan. What happened? In less than 500 meters, Fang Yuan had already seen the 13th wave group. He couldn't help but ponder. 500 years of memories was too long and complicated. Speaking of which, ever since Fang Yuan was reborn, he had never given up on his memories. But there were still many memories that seemed to be shrouded in a thick layer of fog. If he forced himself to remember, he would only get lost in the fog, which was not worth it. Only a few memories that left a deep impression, like a crystal pearl necklace, ran through the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life. Obviously, what was happening now was not in this pearl necklace of memories. Guyue's life in the village was just the early stages of the early stages. It had been too long. And maybe this didn't happen in my previous life, but because of my change, there was a change. Who knows? Just like that, he pondered as he walked. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan arrived at the north gate of the village. Coincidentally, another group was about to set off. Seeing Fang Yuan, one of the people in the group suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan, why are you still here? What's wrong? Fang Yuan looked up. The person who spoke was none other than one of his classmates, Guyue Qing. Qing immediately frowned. Aya, don't you know? There's already a small beast tide forming near the village. If left unattended, it will gradually form into a large beast tide. When that happens, the village at the foot of the mountain will be destroyed. Our village doesn't have these lowly mortal slaves, so sometimes it's very inconvenient. Oh, so that's why. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. With this reminder, he remembered that there seemed to be such a thing in his memories. In this world, it was difficult for humans to survive. Almost every few years, there would be a beast tide. Humans needed resources and space to live. Beasts and insects also needed it. It would be easier to understand if the beast tide was explained as a battle between humans and wild beasts. Take Qingmao Mountain for example. Every 3 years, there would be a large-scale wolf tide attacking the various mountain strongholds. According to my calculations, the real wolf tide should be next year. However, this was the root of the current small beast tide. As the wolf pack continued to expand, the living space of the other beasts in the surroundings was constantly shrinking. After accumulating for a long time and reaching a certain limit, the migration of the beasts would occur. Migrating groups of beasts will naturally affect other groups of beasts. Because of this mutual influence, there is a certain chance that the influence will be amplified, and the large groups of beasts will migrate at the same time, resulting in a beast tide. If we don't control the situation in time, the beast tide will grow bigger and bigger. Although it won't threaten the existence of the entire Guyue stronghold, if we don't do anything about it, the strength of the stronghold will be weakened. Wait. If that's the case, he. Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly shone brightly, but he quickly lowered his eyelids, concealing the changes in his eyes. Seeing that Fang Yuan didn't speak, Qiqing continued, currently, the Internal Affairs Hall and External Affairs Hall have already sent out the mobilization order and issued an urgent mission. Fang Yuan, don't think of slacking off, your group has already set off in the morning, you have to go too. However. Saying so, Qiqing purposely dragged out his words, the beast tide is full of danger, all kinds of wild beasts will appear. Especially fighting at night, it's much more dangerous than fighting in the day. You are just a small rank 1 Gu master, not like us rank 2 Gu masters, you have to be careful. He. As he said so, he purposely puffed out his chest and touched his belt, his expression proud. His belt was no longer the green color of a rank 1 Gu master, but the red color of a rank 2 Gu master. At the same time, the metal plate at the front of the belt was engraved with the word 2. Not long ago, Guyue Qing successfully advanced to rank 2 with his grandfather Qi Lian's help. I just heard this news, but since it's like this. Fang Yuan smiled, then I'll go with you. Once we reach the front line, I'll leave the group and return to my group. What? TSK, who wants to bring you along? Qiqing crossed his arms, curling his lips in disdain. Fang Yuan's tone was unhurried, clan rules, lone Gu masters will merge with nearby groups, and have the duty to continue fighting. Qiqing, you don't even know this? You. Qiqing stared, about to explode. Indeed. Qishan, who had been silent, opened his mouth. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a stocky back and a bear's waist. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were as thick as steel. His whole body's fiery red skin seemed to emit heat. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this group. Seeing him open his mouth, even if Qiqing was the Qi faction's inheritor, he could not help but shut his mouth. Qishan expressionlessly looked at Fang Yuan, continuing, let's go, you follow. His voice was deep, his words short and concise, giving off an unquestionable feeling. Fang Yuan shrugged unconcernedly, agreeing to it. Qiqing sneered, looking at Fang Yuan with ill intentions, emphasizing in a strange tone, then you have to follow. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to him. Humph, what's with the arrogance? He's just a rank 1 Gu master. Qiqing angrily muttered, but due to Qishan's authority, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Immediately, the group of 6 left the door, running down the mountain along the mountain path. Guyue Shan took the lead. He was big, but his speed was not slow. Other than him and Qiqing, the other group members were 2 males and 1 female, their expressions cold. Along the way, Qishan's group started to show the elegance of the 3 strongest groups. Everyone's breathing was even, their footsteps were fast and calm. Only Qiqing was in a sorry state. But he used the scarlet pill cricket goo from time to time, barely keeping up. Moreover, it could be seen that he had received good experience. Although he stumbled, he did not fall. At the foot of the mountain, Qishan gestured, and the group stopped. Huff huff huff, Qiqing was already 300 meters behind, the last to arrive. His face was pale, breathing heavily, looking at Fang Yuan with an incredulous expression. Along the way, Fang Yuan had been following closely behind. Up until now, he was only panting slightly. He did not look like a rookie at all. Qiqing, remember to regulate your stamina. Qishan turned around, reminding Qiqing, and then glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes showing appreciation. The other group members also looked at Feng Yuan with a more relaxed expression. We are nearing the beast tide. Qiqing, Feng Yuan, come to the middle of the group. Qishan looked at the dark forest ahead and said. These words made Feng Yuan reevaluate this Qishan. This big guy seemed to have some tolerance. The middle of the group was usually the safest. Although Feng Yuan was not from the Mo faction, Qishan still maintained the attitude of a rookie. Compared to him, the sickly snake Jiao San paled in comparison. The sky had already turned completely dark, the layers of dark clouds causing the snow to darken. Qishan group had already changed their formation, their speed greatly decreasing as they jogged in the complicated terrain of the forest. Feng Yuan and Qiqing were in the middle of the group. On the left was the tall Qishan, and on the right was an old man. At the back was a young woman with long blue hair. And right in front was a male Gu master called Qishi. He was this group's investigative Gu master. He let out hissing sounds, his tongue sticking out from time to time. At this moment, his tongue had already split apart and turned into a bright red snake tongue. As they went deeper into the forest, wild beasts started to appear in the surroundings. Suddenly, Qishi said, there are 3 mid-sized creatures ahead, suspected to be wild deer. Disperse. Qishan's expression did not change, immediately giving the order. The 6 people did not change their direction, heading straight ahead. The 3 wild deer charged towards them, changing directions and dispersing. Not long after, Qishi's expression changed, a group of mid-sized creatures, suspected to be turtleback old apes. Shift. Qishan said. The team immediately turned to the left, bypassing the group of troublesome apes. This was the advantage of investigative methods, they could predict in advance and make the correct adjustments. Qishi should be using a snake letter Gu. This rank 2 Gu worm can sense heat. But there are 3 obvious flaws. First, its sensing range is small, second, it can be easily interfered with, and third, it cannot detect cold-blooded creatures. But no matter what, it's better than nothing. I have advanced to rank 2, and will need an investigative Gu to survive in the wild in the future. Feng Yuan thought. Suddenly, Qishi hurriedly said, a mid-sized creature, suspected to be a white tiger. It has discovered us, and is quickly approaching. Fight. Qishan's tone was heavy. Howl, a fierce tiger suddenly rushed out from the bushes ahead, and the group encountered it head-on. If not for Qishi's early warning, they might have been caught unprepared. But now, everyone was already prepared for battle. First, the old man on the right suddenly puffed up his cheeks, opened his mouth, and spat out a white sticky object. The object suddenly expanded in midair, turning into a large spider web, using its strong stickiness to trap the white tiger's head. The white tiger struggled fiercely in the web, and Qishan suddenly took a step forward, punching the tiger's head. His fist flashed with a metallic luster, and with a bang, the tiger's head was smashed into pieces, and the white tiger died. The group did not stop, crossing over the tiger's corpse and continuing forward. Qishi once again replaced Qishan's position, leading the way. The whole process was smooth like flowing water, and all the group members showed tacit understanding. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. If I were to deal with this tiger alone, I would need at least 5 minutes to deal with it. Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. These Gu masters had the same cultivation as him, all rank 2. The main difference was still the Gu worms. The Gu worms they used were all rank 2 Gu worms, complementing each other. The ones in Feng Yuan's hands, however, were all rank 1. Gu master, Gu came before the master, and Gu worms had a huge impact on the Gu master's actual battle strength. Although I advanced to rank 2, I still need rank 2 Gu worms to display the battle strength of a rank 2 Gu master. But I don't have much Yuan stone left, and a large portion was used to advance to rank 2, and every time I fuse a Gu worm, it costs a lot. Feng Yuan was thinking, when Qishi suddenly said, we found the sickly snake group. P.S. I have something important to deal with in the afternoon, and the scheduled release function is not working, so I released it in advance. We found the sickly snake group on the left, they are in a stalemate with a large wild beast. Half a second later, Qishi reported again, with more details this time. What's the situation? Qishan frowned. That's right. Qitu's tongue flickered in and out, Jiaosan's red crag python only has one shop. It is fighting with a king boar. Everyone's expression changed. King boar, I want to refine a goo worm and need the tusks of a wild boar. No doubt, king boar's tusks are the most suitable. Fang Yuan's heart moved. In fact, he already had the intention to kill king boar. That king boar? The blue-haired female goo master raised her eyebrows. Other than that one, there isn't a second one nearby. But with the sickly snake group's strength, wanting to devour this king boar is too greedy. The old goo master snorted in disdain. Old man Wang could figure out the terrain of this mountain, so these rank 2 goo masters who were active on Qingmao Mountain would naturally be even more clear. There was another reason why they didn't eliminate this king boar in advance. Qishan pondered for a while and said, "Go help." Hee, I'm afraid they won't appreciate it. The old goo master laughed coldly. Even if we don't go help, we have to send someone over. Qiqing glanced at Fang Yuan beside him and said in an unhappy tone. The group slightly changed direction and moved towards the left. Qishan and the rest had always looked down on them and disliked Gu Yue and Jiaosan. But as a family, when facing an external enemy, even if they had a grudge, they would still unite. This was the cohesiveness of this world's clans. It was also because of this cohesiveness that there were undying 100-year clans and even 1,000-year clans. The group passed through a forest in the dark and arrived at a depression. The 4 goo masters of the sickly snake group were surrounding King Boar and engaged in an intense battle. In the middle of the battle, King Boar, who was as large as an elephant, was entangled with a red python that was as thick as a bowl. This red python's entire body was made of dark red stones that were very hot. It was like a thick chain wrapped around King Boar's body. King Boar howled angrily and kept rolling on the ground. His snow-white fangs pierced through the night sky and drew streaks of cold light in the air. Its body was covered with wounds of various sizes, and its tail was broken. Some of them were flipped open, revealing bright red wounds. They were right next to the red rock python's body and had already been scorched by the high temperature. Qishan's team stopped approaching and stood in the distance to watch. After a few glances, the old goo master realized, I was wondering why the sickly snake had such guts. So this king boar was already injured. TSK, this despicable person took advantage of it. Do you guys think that this king boar has the black boar goo? Qiqing's eyes shone with excitement. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he watched quietly. At this time, Jiao Sanxi and the rest also noticed the situation here. Immediately, the logistics goo master Gu Yue Kongjing left the battle and ran over. So it's Lord Qishan. There are no problems here, we can settle it. There are many beast groups at the front lines and we need everyone's support. Kongjing said to everyone. What can be settled? You are lying through your teeth. I think this red rock python can't hold on much longer. The old goo master's eyes were sharp and his words hit the nail on the head. They are just afraid that after we attack, we will split the loot. The blue-haired female goo master directly exposed Jiao Sanxi and the rest's thoughts. This king boar is yours. Qishan said and looked at the old goo master. The old goo master snorted, but still bent down and vomited, spitting out a white sticky spider web. The spider web expanded in the air and spread out, trapping King Boar. King Boar struggled intensely in the spider web, breaking strand after strand of spider web, but it could not escape. Using this time, sickly snake Jiao San quickly recalled the red rock python. Then together with the healing female goo master in the group, they carried out emergency battlefield healing on the red rock python. The red rock python's stone body had many cracks in the intense battle just now. Under the healing, the cracks shrunk and disappeared. Fang Yuan, it's time for you to return. Do you still want to stay in our group? Qiqing said unhappily. Fang Yuan slowly took a step forward, walking out from behind Qishan. Gu Yue Kongjing was blocked by Qishan's huge body earlier and did not notice Fang Yuan. Now that he saw him, his expression turned weird. Jiao San turned around and saw Fang Yuan, and was overjoyed. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. Quick, the spider web is about to break. You have more strength, go and suppress King Boar and stall for time. We need time to heal the red rock python. Without a defensive goo worm and with only rank 1 cultivation, getting close to King Boar was undoubtedly risky. Qi Shan looked at Fang Yuan, let's go. Saying so, he took big steps and left. He did what he said. Although King Boar's value was not small, he did not hesitate and turned to leave. Seeing Qi Shan's group leave, Jiao San and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. From start to finish, they did not say a word of thanks. Jiao San continued to shout, Fang Yuan, quick, King Boar is very strong, the spider web is about to collapse. If you perform well this time, I won't pursue the matter of you leaving the group. Okay. Fang Yuan agreed, and quickly walked to King Boar. He stretched out his hand and grabbed onto King Boar's two huge fangs. He used all his strength to press down, and King Boar was immediately suppressed, its struggling reduced. Good job. Jiao San praised, but his triangular eyes shone with a cold light. This Fang Yuan came at the right time. This small-scale beast horde was a great opportunity. Jiao San had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was his group member, and with Fang Yuan's death, the clan's evaluation of him would drop. This was not in line with his interests. He only promised his uncle Guyuadong too that he would delay Fang Yuan's growth. As long as he was 16 years old, he would receive a sum of money from Guyuadong Tuesday. In fact, even though he was stingy and sinister, he had never thought of killing Fang Yuan. This was not only because the death of a Gu master would attract a thorough investigation from the punishment hall, and the risk was too high. Most importantly, it was because of the clan's philosophy, blood is thicker than water, and family comes first. Unless it was revenge for killing one's father or stealing one's wife, there was no such thing as internal strife. Just like what the Guyue clan leader had said to the academy elder, other than rules and regulations, there was also a strong sense of familial love. Any organization's existence must have rules and values, these two foundations. Using this chance, I'll injure Fang Yuan and let him return to the village and lie on the bed. Let's see if he can still break through to rank 2. Of course, I can't do it myself, it would be terrible if they found out. Anyway, there are so many wild beasts in the beast horde, I'll just borrow their strength. Guyue Jiao San laughed coldly in his heart, but he asked, Fang Yuan, how much longer can you hold on? I can still hold on for a while, don't worry, leader. Fang Yuan replied firmly. Very good, Hua Xian, quickly go and plant the corroding blood grass Gu. Jiao San ordered loudly as he healed the red rock python. Yes. A female Gu master walked up. She came to King Boar's side, and stretched out both her hands, raising her two little fingers. On the fingernails of her little fingers, there was a faint mark of a purple vine coiling around it. Light red scarlet iron true essence appeared and circled around her cute little finger. Then, it completely disappeared into the vine mark. The vines immediately became active, and a thin tentacle grew out from her fingernails. The tentacle slithered like a snake, extending to the corner of King Boar's mouth, before moving along its teeth and entering deep into its stomach. He. Fang Yuan's lips that were hidden in the night sky suddenly curled up into a sinister smile. Others would care about familial love, and would not easily kill their own clansmen. This was a huge violation of traditional values. But he did not care about these values at all. The strength that was exerted on King Boar's fangs suddenly retracted. King Boar howled in anger, all of his strength burst out, and his fangs fiercely shot upwards. Fang Yuan used both his hands to support the two fangs, and along with this huge force, he was thrown high into the air. King Boar fiercely swung his head, and his long fangs swept horizontally. The female Gu master was right beside him, and could not defend against this sudden change. She was hit by the fangs, and immediately screamed in agony. Then, her slim body was struck by the wild boar's fangs, and with a crack, she broke into two. The female Gu master flew horizontally, and like a broken sack, she was swept into the air, and fell down with a plop. She landed on the ground, her eyes wide open, and died on the spot. The female Gu master's body was like a doll, broken at the waist. Her upper body was on the ground, and her lower body was bent at an angle. Her buttocks were on the ground, and her feet were pointing towards the sky. Far away, Fang Yuan also landed from the sky. He first smashed into the tree crown, breaking many branches and leaves before falling onto the snow. He nimbly flipped his body and stood up from the snow. Because he had activated the jade skin Gu, other than the slight pain on his back, he was unharmed. On the battlefield, there was a moment of silence before Jiao San's angry roar could be heard. "Fang Yuan, didn't you say you could still hold on?" Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his body suddenly slanted and he almost fell. He used his hands to hold onto the tree trunk to maintain his balance. He pretended to have sprained his ankle and could not walk, but his gaze swept the surroundings to see if there were any other Gu masters. Facing the beast tide, the Gu masters were all doing their best to fight. They simply could not focus on their own matters, and did not have the leisure to observe Fang Yuan. Although he had been observing in the dark and did not find any other Gu masters, even so, Fang Yuan still chose to disguise himself. From there, sounds of intense battle could be heard. Evidently, King Boar had escaped, and was fighting with the red rock python again. Fang Yuan moved over step by step, his face anxious. He fell on the ground a few times, the mud, grass, and snow stuck to his body, looking extremely pathetic. Finally, he returned to the edge of the battlefield. On the battlefield, 3 humans and a pig were entangled. The red rock python's body was tightly wrapped around King Boar's body, as well as the latter's 2 hind legs. King Boar's 2 hind legs could only move around randomly, causing it to roll on the ground and struggle at times. With its 2 front legs, it charged around randomly. There were more wounds on its body, and the boiling pig blood had already dyed the ground red. Seeing that Fang Yuan had arrived, Guyue Kong Jing, who was the furthest away, shouted, "Fang Yuan, you bastard, you caused Hua Xian's death." I didn't mean to. But I can't hold on anymore." Fang Yuan shouted. F***K, if you can't hold on, then why were you so confident just now? If you can't, then you can't. You'll kill someone by talking nonsense like that. Guyue Kong Jing opened his mouth and stared furiously. If not for the fact that he was fighting, he really wanted to go up and give Fang Yuan 2 slaps. "So, sorry. I won't do it again," Fang Yuan quickly said. "Fang Yuan, I will settle the score with you later." The sickly snake Jiao San roared, feeling immense pressure. The dying boar had gone mad, and the red rock python's body was full of cracks. "Kong Jing, don't bother with Fang Yuan. Quickly take out the blade scale net." Jiao San saw that the red crag python was on the verge of collapse and his forehead was filled with cold sweat as he hurriedly shouted. "Yes." Kong Jing quickly took out the big-bellied frog and activated his Jinyuan, spitting out a barbed wire net. The barbed wire was covered with sharp spikes and shiny blades. "Fang Yuan, grab the other end and rush up with me to trap King Boar," Kong Jing shouted. "But I sprained my ankle, I can't walk anymore." Fang Yuan had an anxious expression as he limped over. "Useless thing." Kong Jing had no choice but to do it himself. He dragged the blade scale net with both hands and threw it towards King Boar. King Boar was trapped by the blade scale net, and instantly let out a loud cry as fresh blood gushed out. It had a premonition that death was coming, and it struggled even more violently. However, as it struggled even more violently, the blade scale net became tighter, and its injuries became more severe. And because the red rock python's body was made of stone, it didn't suffer much damage from the blade scale net. What a pity for its fur. Jiao San's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. Finally done. Kong Jing let out a long breath. At this moment, Fang Yuan shouted, "Let me help you." Chi. Several moonblades flew out and landed on the blade scale net, cutting through the iron wire. Under King Boar's intense struggle, the hole was pulled open, and the blade scale net broke into pieces, allowing King Boar to escape. In an instant, Kong Jing stared with his eyes wide open, staring blankly at the scene. F***CK. The other female Gu master no longer cared about her ladle-like image, and loudly cursed. I seem to have gotten into trouble. I wanted to help you." Fang Yuan shouted, his voice sincere and innocent. Jiao San dodged King Boar's charge and rolled on the ground. Before he got up, he shouted, "Fang Yuan. You idiot, look at what you have done. You are a pig teammate. Group leader, you have to believe me, I really didn't do it on purpose." Fang Yuan defended himself. "Shut up, you are not allowed to attack now, stay at the side." Jiao San shouted, and rolled again, dodging King Boar's kick. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but he obeyed and retreated tens of steps. All of you, retreat. Jiao San snorted, and started to show his true trump card, breathing out 2 traces of yellow poison gas from his nostrils. The poison gas continued to flow out of his nostrils, increasing in quantity, and gradually forming a yellow poison cloud. King Boar and Jiao San's figures could be vaguely seen outside the poison cloud. Kong Jing and Fang Yuan retreated to the yellow cloud to watch the battle. Fang Yuan said to the remaining female Gu master, "Heal my leg. I sprained my ankle." The female Gu master was furious, "My good sister is dead, and you only sprained your ankle. Why don't you go and die?" Fang Yuan felt wronged. "I didn't want this to happen." A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Should he make a move, and get rid of these people? Now was a good chance to make a move. In their subconscious, they would never expect that I would have killing intent. If the sickly snake group is eliminated, the restriction on me would lessen. But, if this process is seen by other Gu masters, I will be doomed. The crime of killing a tribesman is the most unforgivable crime in this world. Not only will they be executed, they will also be tortured for 7 days and 7 nights in public. Of course he was not afraid of death, but for such a small group, it was not worth the risk. To kill them, he had to use the beast tide, and he had to be clean himself. Unfortunately, King Boar was about to die. After this battle, the sickly snake group suffered heavy losses, and their battle strength was at its limit. They had to leave the battlefield. What a pity, such a good chance. Fang Yuan felt a wave of regret. But he had already done his best. If he went any further, the smell of a trap would be too strong. The others were not idiots, they would definitely sense it, and the other Gu masters might also see it, and the risk would be huge. 5 minutes later, King Boar fell to the ground with a plop. The yellow mist dissipated, and Jiao San stood there panting, his face pale. He had used his trump card, and had little primeval essence left. "You guys dissect the corpse, quickly, bring the spoils of war and we will retreat," Jiao San shouted. Fang Yuan and the rest surrounded King Boar, and started dissecting the corpse. King Boar's blood was boiling, and the smell of blood was thick. The surrounding was a dark forest, and there were roars of wild beasts, as well as the sounds of intense battles. But there were no other wild beasts in this small battlefield. This was the majesty of a beast king. Wild beasts had their own rules. King Boar's thick aura caused ordinary wild beasts to tremble in fear. When the beast tide advanced here, they would split into 2. Of course, if a stronger beast group or beast king appeared, they would not care about King Boar's aura. But at this moment, pairs of blue eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding darkness. Gu master screams and howls could be heard from other places. "It's wolves, a wolf group." The lightning wolf group actually appeared. Damn it, why would there be a wolf group? Now is not the time for the wolf tide to erupt. "Retreat, don't care about King Boar, we need to retreat as well," Jiao San shouted. The surrounding people's faces also turned pale. A single lightning wolf was not scary. But once the lightning wolves formed a group, even King Boar would have to avoid them. More importantly, lightning wolves had high endurance, and their speed was fast, and they were best at chasing. At such a critical moment, Jiao San could not care about anything else, abandoning the other 3 and escaping backwards. "Group leader, wait for me," Kong Jing shouted in fear, and quickly followed. "I do not have a Gu worm to increase my speed, I cannot escape." Jiao San and the rest do not have much primeval essence left. Even if they have a Gu worm to increase their speed, they cannot escape from the lightning wolves. Under the threat of death, Fang Yuan's heart was as calm as snow. He decisively chopped the female Gu master's neck with a knife-hand strike, knocking her out. Then, he dragged her into the wild boar king's open stomach. The wild boar king's belly had already been cut open with a deep and long gash. Fang Yuan squeezed into the bloody body of the wild boar, and at the same time he dragged the female Gu master, using her body to block the outside and cover his body. The wolf group rushed over, and most of them chased after Jiao San, Kong Jing and the rest of the retreating Gu masters. The remaining portion surrounded King Boar's corpse and started to eat. Fang Yuan was inside the wild boar's body, and he could clearly hear the sound of the lightning wolves chewing and swallowing, as well as the shaking when they bit. A lightning wolf group actually appeared in the first beast tide. This is an accident, the clan will definitely send reinforcements. King Boar's body is huge, and the lightning wolves will need some time to devour his insides. As long as I can hold on for a while, I will be able to survive. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. Jiao San and Kong Jing, if there were no accidents, were already dead. They did not have much primeval essence left, and were not good at speed. In such a short distance, they would definitely be killed by the wolves. In a panic, people would make stupid choices. Under the pressure of death, there were very few people who could be as clear-headed as Fang Yuan, and instantly choose the best response. Even King Boar's flesh was eaten, revealing Fang Yuan who was hiding inside. The number of lightning wolves that Fang Yuan faced was definitely not as many as the others. According to his experience, there were at most 5, and he still had a fighting chance. His chances of survival were much higher than the others. The sound of the lightning wolves biting and tearing could be heard continuously, and it was getting closer. Most of King Boar's flesh had already entered the mouth of the lightning wolves. If a normal person was in such a situation, they would feel that every second was like a year. But Fang Yuan closed his eyes instead, and took out the spare yuan stone and held it in his palm, racing against time to recover his primeval essence. The primeval essence that Fang Yuan recovered in the boar's stomach was not used in the end. This beast horde was under the watchful eyes of Guyua's higher-ups, and the appearance of the lightning wolf pack was just a small accident. Very quickly, Guyua's higher-ups made a swift response. The 3 elders personally led the team and quickly stabilized the situation. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan could hear the sounds of fighting from outside the boar's stomach, as well as the cries of the lightning wolves. He quickly kicked the female Gu master in front of him away, and crawled out with his body covered in blood. Fang Yuan was not worried about the lightning wolves, but he was worried that he would be affected by the aftershocks of the battle. If a Gu master's technique hit the boar's corpse by accident, then wouldn't he be wronged? Who could he find to reason with then? Suddenly, a living person crawled out of the boar's stomach. This caused the Gu masters who were fighting with the lightning wolves to be shocked. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and there was even a king boar's intestine wrapped around his leg. His body emitted a pungent smell of blood, causing the Gu masters to frown. But Fang Yuan did not mind. He took a few deep breaths and stretched his limbs, looking around the battlefield as if nothing had happened. As he expected, there were a total of 5 lightning wolves. But these lightning wolves were all old, weak, sick, or disabled. They were the lowest in the wolf den. As the wolf pack grew stronger day by day, the wolf king would chase the old and weak out of the wolf pack in order to protect the young and strong lightning wolves due to limited resources. These lightning wolves gathered together and first attacked the surrounding beast groups, then the beast groups influenced each other, finally forming the small-scale beast horde. Under the attacks of the Gu masters, the 5 lightning wolves quickly suffered casualties. They had eaten too much, and their stomachs were round, affecting their battle strength. At the same time, the newly arrived Gu masters all had ample primeval essence in their apertures, and their battle strength was at its peak, unlike Jiao San and the rest. Primeval essence was especially important to Gu masters. A phoenix in trouble was no better than a chicken. With less primeval essence, the Gu master's battle strength would fall. And a Gu master without primeval essence could not even be compared to a mortal. So why was the liquor worm and black and white boar Gu so precious? It was also reflected in this aspect. Firstly, with the liquor worm it can refine primeval essence, allowing the Gu master to store more primeval essence. And the black and white boar Gu's amplification to a Gu master's strength does not require primeval essence to display its effects. And for the black and white boar Gu, after one person uses it, it can be given to another person to use, thus it has great collective value. The battle lasted for a while before it ended. The 5 lightning wolves fell one after the other, and the reinforcement team that rushed over did not go any deeper. Their quintessential essence had been greatly consumed, and their combat prowess had been greatly reduced. For the sake of safety, they stopped where they were. While resting, he waited for reinforcements to arrive. In a group of 5, the investigative Gu master was on guard while the other 3 were using yuan stone to quickly replenish their primeval essence. The healing Gu master squatted down and inspected the female Gu master's corpse. Dead. The healing Gu master sighed deeply, looking at his sorrowful expression. He seemed to know this female Gu master. Fang Yuan looked on coldly. This female Gu master that he had knocked unconscious had been blocking in front of him. Now, he had lost his right chest and a calf. On his arm, there was a huge bite wound from the lightning wolves, revealing his pale forearm bone. But these wounds and the large amount of blood loss were not the true cause of her death. The true cause of her death was the paralysis of her heart. The bite of the lightning wolves carried electricity. The electricity flowed through the unconscious female Gu master's body, causing her heart to be paralyzed. The once beautiful and sexy body was now lying on the ground, motionless. After death, there was no trace of her previous elegance left, only an ugly corpse. She's dead, it's all your fault. As a man, why did you hide behind a woman? You are a disgrace to men. The healing Gu master raised his head and stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged his shoulders indifferently, his face calm. The truth is, she fought with me for the position inside. But I won in the end, and I am glad about this. Bastard. The healing Gu master rushed up. Bam. Fang Yuan raised his leg and kicked him away. The healing Gu master's battle strength was usually weak, and due to the clan rules, he did not dare to use his Gu worms. With just his physical strength, how could he be Fang Yuan's match? Damn bastard. The healing Gu master climbed up dejectedly, wanting to rush up again, but was stopped by the investigative Gu master. If you think I committed a crime and caused her death, then you can report it to the punishment hall. I will accept it. Fang Yuan looked at the healing Gu master indifferently and left. Damn it. Damn it. The healing Gu master's eyes seemed to be spewing fire, staring fiercely at Fang Yuan's back. He wanted to rush up, but was held back by the others. Calm down. Even if we report it to the punishment hall, the clan will not punish him. We all know you have feelings for her. Although the clan rules cannot punish him, we can spread the news. Under the persuasion of the group members, the healing Gu master slowly calmed down, lowering his head and sobbing. The boat is in trouble. A man grabbed a wooden plank and was temporarily saved. At this time, another man swam over, also wanting to grab that wooden plank. However, this wooden plank can only hold one person's weight. In order to save the first man, he pushed the second man away, causing him to drown in the sea. The rescued man was put on trial, but was not convicted. This is the wooden plank incident on Earth. It means, in order to save yourself, if you have no choice but to endanger someone else's life, you will not be punished. On Earth, it is the emergency refuge and the punishment hall. In this world, there are similar clan rules. That is to say, even if the healing Gu master reports it to the punishment hall, I will not be punished. But Fang Yuan pondered as he walked back. He walked at a steady pace, unhurried and unhurried. Along the way, Fang Yuan would find corpses on the ground from time to time. Most of them were wild beasts, of all kinds, and there were even some Gu master corpses. At the same time, small groups of reinforcements were rushing to the front lines. When they met Fang Yuan on the streets, most people would cast a strange and puzzled gaze at this blood-stained young man. Fang Yuan did not mind, his gaze deep as he continued to ponder. But, if I was found to have knocked out the female Gu master, I would be severely punished for murdering my own kin. But at that time, no one should have seen that scene. Jiao San and Kong Jing both had their backs to me, running for their lives. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused. He saw Kong Jing and Jiao San's corpses. The former's body had been gnawed beyond recognition, while the latter's body was preserved in a relatively good condition. That snake Gu, the red rock python, had already turned into pieces of rock, completely dead. And beside the sixth snake, there were more than 10 lightning wolf corpses. Obviously, Jiao San fought back before his death, and there was an intense battle. Not bad. This way, other than me, the other 4 in the group are all dead. Fang Yuan evaluated in his heart, feeling slightly happy. This way, there are fewer obstacles around me, eh? Fang Yuan stopped. He had just seen Jiao San's finger twitch slightly. Not dead yet, such a tenacious life. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, his killing intent surging. At this time, more than 10 healing Gu masters came running from the front. Quick, save the injured. These are our clansmen, saving one life is another. If they are confirmed dead, remember to retrieve the goo worms. Fang Yuan's gaze froze. What to do? The enemies were so close. If he wanted to kill Jiao San, it would be a huge risk. No matter if he used his hand or the moonblade, there would be traces left behind. In front of these goo masters, there was no time to clean up the traces. Then, should he let Jiao San go just like that? Speaking of which, even if Jiao San was saved now, he might not survive. No. If I can get rid of Jiao San, the obstacles in my path will be greatly reduced. If I let go of such a good opportunity, it would be difficult for it to appear again. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He slowly half-knelt beside Jiao San, taking off his shirt and covering Jiao San's face and upper body. He had been in the boar's stomach for a long time, and the boar's blood had already soaked his shirt, causing it to be heavy and wet. The shirt was tightly stuck to Jiao San's nose and mouth, preventing him from absorbing air. Fang Yuan half-knelt on the ground, watching quietly, his face showing a solemn and pained expression. At this time a goo master walked over. "Little brother, I am the medicine hall's goo master, let me take a look, get lost." Fang Yuan shouted angrily, pushing him away. The goo master fell on the ground, but was not angry, instead consoling. "Little brother, my condolences. I know how you are feeling, I also understand the pain of seeing your clansmen die in front of you. But you are covered in blood, your injuries are not light. For these sacrificed clansmen, you have to live well. Come, let me treat your injuries." Fang Yuan did not speak, he was silent, his lowered face shrouded in a shadow. He allowed this goo master to inspect his body. The results of the inspection surprised the goo master. Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, looking terrifying, but in fact, there was not a single wound on his body, but the goo master quickly retracted his thoughts, focusing his attention on Jiao San. "My apologies, the clan wants to take back the goo worms." The goo master sincerely looked at Fang Yuan, then slowly took off the bloody shirt. Jiao San's half-opened eyes had lost their luster. The goo master skillfully used his fingers to pry open Jiao San's eyelids, looking at his pupils and touching his neck, but he could not feel any pulse. Dead. Completely dead. The goo master did not suspect anything, sighing and placing his hand on Jiao San's abdomen. There was still some warmth in his abdomen, and the aperture in his body was slowly disappearing. There was not a single goo worm inside. The goo master looked at Fang Yuan, saying unintentionally, "Every goo master's goo worms are recorded clearly. After the goo master dies, his goo worms will be left to the inheritor. Taking it without permission is against the clan rules." Fang Yuan was fearless, meeting the goo master's gaze. "Of course I know this. Are you suspecting that I stole the group leader's goo worms? Taking these goo worms was risky and troublesome. If other secrets were exposed, the gains would not make up for the losses." Fang Yuan knew that although he had the spring-autumn cicada and could instantly refine goo worms, it was not easy to sell them in the clan. It was not worth it to get himself into trouble for such a small profit. Other than that, there was another point. His current financial situation was not good. Even if he took them, he might not be able to keep them. Facing Fang Yuan's question, the goo master quickly laughed. "Of course I did not mean that. The dead cannot come back to life, little brother, please restrain your grief. For the sake of those who have died, you should live well." Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He stared at the sick snake's corpse with a sorrowful expression, concentrating for a while. The night wind whistled in his ears. "You are right." After a long while, Fang Yuan broke the silence, his gaze cold, saying with deep meaning, "For the dead, I should live well." Internal Affairs Hall, Interrogation Room. The winter sun shone through the only skylight, shining on the ground. The specks of dust slowly floated in the light pillar, revealing even the smallest details. The light pillar shrouded a chair. Fang Yuan sat on this chair, bathing in the sunlight. In front of him, in front of the wall shrouded in shadows and darkness, there was a long table. 3 clan elders were sitting behind the table. The interrogation had been going on for an hour. "Fang Yuan, are you sure you did not make any mistakes in what you just said?" one of the clan elders asked. "Yes." Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, looking at his toes. The sunlight shone on his fair face, making him look like a white statue. He had already expected this situation. After all, the other 4 Gu masters in his group were all dead, and only he was alive. In fact, every Gu master would be interrogated to a certain extent, to help the clan gather information on the battlefield. However, Fang Yuan had already been interrogated for an hour, and it was clear that someone was targeting him, making things difficult for him. This was completely understandable. As long as he was human, he would have social connections, and there would be a chain of people behind him. Then can you describe the situation on the battlefield in detail? The elder continued to ask. Yes. I used a few days and broke through to rank 2. Just as I returned to the village entrance, I met the Qishan group. After finding Jiao San and the others, I joined the group. At that time, they were fighting with King Boar. Fang Yuan spoke with his usual calm tone. He had exposed his rank 2 status, and without the corresponding Gu worm to conceal it, his rank 2 aura could not be concealed. Now that Sickly Snake and the others were dead, he could make up whatever he wanted. However, Fang Yuan only hid some important details, and most of the things he said happened. This was Fang Yuan's 5th time narrating. The 3 clan elders frowned as they listened. They could not find any loopholes, but they knew one thing: he was making up lies, and they were afraid of saying too much. If he said it a few more times, there would naturally be loopholes. But after 5 times, Fang Yuan's narration was slightly different each time, but the content was the same. It should be true. The 3 clan elders looked at each other, communicating with their eyes. However, one of the elders was not satisfied. One of her daughters was a healing Gu master in the Sickly Snake group. She was the one she doted on the most, but in the end, she died tragically in the wolf's mouth. This caused her to feel resentful. At this moment, she looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. Fang Yuan, let me ask you, you used the moon blade to cut open the scaly blade net. Why did you do that? The middle-aged female elder asked sternly. Because I panicked. I wanted to make a contribution, but in the end, I helped more than I helped, Fang Yuan said. Then let me ask you again, when you hid in the pig's stomach, did you purposely let the female Gu masters in the same group block the calamity for you? The elder asked again. I don't know. I was so scared that I wanted to hide inside King Boar's body, but she got inside and fought with me for the position inside. She did not rob me, was bitten by the electric wolf body, died. I'm ashamed, Fang Yuan replied. The middle-aged female elder gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's answer was very cunning, only stating a fact. In fact, he did not say his own subjective intentions. This caused the elder who wanted to suppress him to be unable to find any evidence to use against him. Naturally, she was furious, but could do nothing about it. Under such circumstances, Fang Yuan could not be judged guilty. 3 days had passed since the small beast died. The casualty figures were tallied, causing the clan's higher-ups to have ugly expressions. In the past small beast tides, although there were losses, it was definitely not this serious. The reason was because of the lightning wolf pack. If it was before, there would be at least 3 small beast tides before these wolf packs would appear. In this world, the environment was harsh, and survival was difficult. To humans, to survive, other than competing with other humans for resources, they also had to fight against ferocious beasts, as well as the harsh weather. And these battles were often extremely difficult. The small beast tide was only the prelude. The truly terrifying thing was the large wolf tide a year later. At that time, there would be tens of thousands of lightning wolves attacking the village, along with the terrifying Thunder Crown wolf head. The female elder unwillingly asked a few more questions. Finally, under Fang Yuan's impeccable answers, she chose to give up. Then Fang Yuan, what do you plan to do next? Another clan elder asked with deep meaning in his words. I plan to apply for the family separation mission, inherit the inheritance left behind by my parents, and live on well, Fang Yuan said frankly. There was no need to hide this. Because the Sickly Snake group was almost completely wiped out, only Fang Yuan was left. Thus, he did not need to use the rank 2 Gu master's right to give up missions, and could accept the family separation mission. The elder who asked the question nodded, then shook his head and said to Fang Yuan, you still don't understand what I mean. Other than you, your group members have all been sacrificed. My suggestion to you is to join another group. The Internal Affairs Hall's mission difficulty is designed for small groups, and it is very difficult for one person to complete it. Whether it is your family separation mission or the monthly compulsory mission, it is the same. Fang Yuan was silent, not replying. The elder continued, of course, there is another choice. You are already a rank 2 Gu master, and have the qualifications to become a group leader. As long as you pass an assessment mission, you can create your own group. Which one do you want to choose? Fang Yuan blinked. I haven't decided yet, I need time to think about it. Then you can leave. After you go back, think about it quickly. The reorganization of the group will take place in the next few days. After this period, it will be difficult for you to join a group again, the elder said with concern. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He would not choose either of these two paths. He had too many secrets on him, and moving alone was not only safer. It was also more convenient for him to act. Otherwise, if he had to move with others, wouldn't it annoy Fang Yuan to death? After leaving the interrogation room, Fang Yuan did not immediately leave the Internal Affairs Hall, but instead applied for the family separation mission. In the end, he was told that he was busy recently, and would come back in 3 days. Walking out of the main door of the Internal Affairs Hall, he looked at the sky. It was only a winter afternoon, and it was extremely ordinary. The winter day was bleak, and the cold wind pierced the bone. The air seemed to be filled with sorrow and heaviness. Today is a collective memorial service. Gu Yue and Jinju died. Fang Yuan, do you know? Mabe and a group of youths passed by here and stopped. Other than Mabe, there was also Fangxing, Qiqing, and the others. Mabe and Qiqing usually did not get along, but today, they seemed to have forgotten each other's grievances and walked together. Brother, Jinju has been studying and living with us for a year. Come with us, Fangxing said. Gu Yue and Jinju. In Fang Yuan's mind, the figure of a young girl suddenly appeared. She had once fought evenly with Mabe in the arena, but lost because of her lack of stamina. She was a hard-working girl. However, under death, no matter if it was beautiful or ugly, it was all the same. Most people would feel that it was a pity, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was already very common. Oh, she's also dead? But birth, old age, sickness, and death are all human nature. After seeing it many times, it will fade away. You guys go, I don't have time. Fang Yuan brushed past the crowd. This guy. Immediately, many youths started to feel indignant. So cold-blooded and heartless, he doesn't care about schoolmates at all. Hee, recently the news has spread throughout the clan, you guys should have heard about it. The reason why Fang Yuan was able to survive was because he hid in a pig's stomach, and used a female Gu master in his group as a shield. What a disgrace, to drag out an ignoble existence, he doesn't have any manliness. Qiqing crossed his arms and sneered. Brother. Fangxing lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Hearing such discussions, as Fang Yuan's younger brother, he felt a wave of shame. Fang Yuan walked, the sarcasm behind him getting further and further away, until he could not hear them clearly. His heart was calm. So what if they insulted me? If they want to scold me, then scold me. So what if they scold me? Short-minded people often get angry because of cursing, and happy because of praise. But in fact, these are just other people's opinions of you. Because of other people's views, those who live are destined to be pitiful people. In fact, after some intentional people purposely spread the news, Fang Yuan's reputation was already very bad. Sacrificing a female companion to protect himself, although such an act would not be punished, it would be condemned by the public. But this was the situation that Fang Yuan wanted to create. Once you enter the system, you are a chess piece, you have no choice but to follow the rules. To Fang Yuan, it was too much of a hindrance. He needed resources, and even more so, he needed to be alone. So he wanted to be a loner. So what if he was ostracized by others? Only the weak-hearted would be afraid of being ostracized. If this situation were to happen on Earth, no matter who it was, they would be dead. After all, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, social connections were the guarantee of survival. But in this world, as long as one's cultivation was strong, one person could fight against 10 people, 100 people, or even 10 million people. So what if they were ostracized? If they were in the way, they could just kill them. If there were no resources, they could just take it by force. The rules of every world were different, and it determined that there would be differences in social forms, resulting in differences in human behavior. The higher the martial arts level of the world, the weaker the collective concept. So in this world, demons ran amok. What? That kid is actually a rank 2 Gu master now, and even applied for a family-splitting mission from the Internal Affairs Hall. Uncle Guyuadong Tu's shocked and angry voice reverberated in the guest hall. That is indeed the case. Although I took your Yuan stone, I could not stop him, so I could only tell him to come 3 days later to get the mission. Delaying for so many days is already the limit of what I can do. The middle-aged male Gu master sitting at the side said. Guyuadong Tu snorted in his heart. He understood the meaning of this Internal Affairs Hall Gu master. What, delaying for 3 days is already the limit? He was just trying to extort some money from him. However, the most important thing now is to do my best to protect the family assets. This brat is really too worrisome. Guyuadong Tu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Fang Yuan's growth speed made him feel a sense of fear. I came specially to tell you, goodbye. The middle-aged male Gu master stood up and was about to leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, brother. There are some things that I need your help with. Guyuadong Tu quickly stood up and took out a money pouch, stuffing it into the male Gu master's hand. The male Gu master stuffed the pouch full of Yuan stone into his arms, and immediately changed the topic, laughing loudly. Brother Dong Tu, you are too polite. What kind of relationship do we have? We've known each other for more than 10 years. Don't worry, I will prepare the most difficult mission for Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan may hire other Gu masters, you have to be careful. Don't worry about this. Although I have retired, I still have my connections. I have already hired people to watch him. If that kid hires an outsider, he will be violating the clan rules, and I was just worried about not having anything to use against him. Then I am relieved, goodbye. I will send you off. No need, please stay. Guyuadong Tu looked at the Gu master's departing figure, and the smile on his face gradually collapsed. This Fang Yuan is clearly a C grade. How did he advance to the second transition so quickly? Damn it, what are Jiao San and the others doing? You can't even watch over a living person. Sigh, now the 3 or 4 of us actually died in the beast tide. How useless. Fang Yuan had also advanced to the second transition. In this case, he would definitely be able to receive the inheritance mission. He could no longer use the method that he had used to restrain him. However, he's all alone now, and it's really difficult for him to complete the inheritance task alone. That's inappropriate. This brat's luck was a little strange. Just as he asked Jiao San and the others to suppress him, a small beast tide came. What if he relied on luck again and completed the mission? I have to prepare for the worst. The fact that Guyue was able to live up to this point in the frozen earth represented success in itself. Compared to the fledgling Fang Yuan, his interpersonal skills were much better. Collect honey wine? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly when he received the family property mission. This mission was very troublesome. It required him to collect 5 taels of the golden bee's honey wine. The golden bees were the size of a fist, their bodies were black and gold, and their stingers were sharp, possessing strong offensive capabilities. That was not all. A normal small bee colony only had honey. Only in large and medium-sized beehives, when enough honey was accumulated, it would ferment into the more precious honey wine. This mission is very difficult even for a 5-man group. Because it's useless to have more people, the Gu master who collects the honey wine must have a defensive Gu worm to withstand the stingers. It seems that uncle is behind this, taking advantage of the fact that I don't have a defensive Gu worm. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Now, it was evident that the flower wine monk's inheritance had hidden benefits that couldn't be said. It was easy to do things in secret, but difficult to do things in the light. The more aboveboard the action, the easier it would be for others to see through it, and the easier it would be to stop it. On the other hand, doing things in secret and hiding one's trump cards would make others unable to see the situation clearly, and unable to deal with it properly. However, if I want to collect the honey wine, just relying on the jade skin Gu is not enough. The jade skin goo is only a rank 1 goo worm. If it can advance to the rank 2 white jade goo, I believe it will be easy. There was no need to take a risk. His rich life experience allowed Fang Yuan to avoid taking a detour. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 initial stage goo master, but the goo worms on him, other than the spring-autumn cicada, were all rank 1 goo worms. This situation was like a burly man who could use a large glaive to chop people, holding a small dagger. The dagger could not fully display the burly man's fighting strength, only by forging it into a large glaive would it be the most suitable. Fang Yuan had 7 goo worms on him. Vital goo, spring-autumn cicada, moonlight goo, liquor worm, white boar goo, jade skin goo, and 2 little light goo. Among them, the moonlight goo and the 2 little light goo could be refined into the rank 2 moonglow goo, while the white boar goo and jade skin goo could be refined into the white jade goo. The moonglow goo represented an increase in attack power, while the white jade goo increased defense. If Fang Yuan had enough yuan stone, he would naturally refine both. But not long ago, in order to push his cultivation to rank 2, he had used up most of the yuan stone. Now, the yuan stone he had was only enough for 1 use. No doubt, choosing to refine the white jade goo was the wiser choice. With the white jade goo, I can collect honey wine. And with the white jade goo, it will be helpful for the flower wine monk's inheritance. But if I fail this refinement, the consequences will be severe. My finances are on the verge of collapse, and without the white jade goo, I cannot inherit the inheritance. If I am stuck at this step, it will seriously slow down my growth. Fang Yuan could faintly feel a pressure. He knew he had reached a crucial moment, and if the refinement succeeded, his future would be bright. But if it failed, it would be like falling into an abyss, and if he wanted to climb back up to his current level, he would need to work even harder and spend even more time. Goo masters use their own primeval sea as their foundation, and use goo worms as their means. Goo are essential to a goo master, and without goo, there is no goo master. Other than their own cultivation, goo masters also need to refine goo, nurture goo, and use goo. In the room, clan leader Gu Yuebo carefully explained to Fang Jing. Refinement, nurture, and use, these 3 aspects, any one of them is broad and profound, and a person's whole life cannot be explored. Among them, in terms of goo refinement, you already know how to refine a goo worm and use it for yourself. But this is only single refinement. Other than single refinement, there is a more important fusion. Through fusion, you can combine many different goo worms into a higher rank goo worm. This is the evolution and refinement of life. Fang Jing, you are already rank 2, but your goo worms are all rank 1. It is time to refine a rank 2 goo worm. Fang Jing asked, Lord Clan Leader, then how do I refine? Gu Yuebo said, to refine, you need to know the recipe. Some goo worms cannot be fused with each other. After countless years of development and precipitation, the ancestors, through continuous practice and countless failures, summed up a lot of secret recipes. Our Guyue clan has the most in-depth research on the moonlight goo, and now we already have 2 rank 5 recipes. What is a rank 5 recipe? According to this recipe, by continuous fusion, you can finally refine a rank 5 goo worm. Fang Yuan, you have a jade skin goo and a moonlight goo, which fit one of the rank 5 recipes. If you follow this recipe, you can finally refine a rank 5 goo worm, Moonlight Treasure King Goo. Moonlight Treasure King Goo? Fang Jing's face showed a yearning expression. He, it is still too early to tell you about a rank 5 goo worm. Come, take out the jade skin goo and moonlight goo, I will guide you on how to fuse these 2 goo into the rank 2 moon raiment goo. Saying so, Gu Yuebo's expression turned solemn. The most important thing in fusing goo worms is to multitask and fuse your consciousness. Right now, the moonlight goo and jade skin goo in your hands no longer have their wild consciousness, and have been replaced by your own consciousness. What you need to do now is to fuse these 2 consciousnesses together. Fuse together? Fang Jing blinked, his expression confused. Gu Yuebo laughed, don't worry, with more practice, you will be able to grasp this feeling. Let's begin. Okay. Fang Jing nodded, and under Gu Yuebo's guidance, the light red steel primeval essence rose up like smoke, and lifted the jade skin goo and moonlight goo in the air. Fang Jing closed his eyes, and began to feel and manipulate these 2 goo worms' consciousnesses. Gu Yuebo was observing from outside, and saw the jade skin goo and moonlight goo revolving around each other like two stars. As the consciousnesses fused more and more, the distance between the two goo worms also got closer. After 3 hours of continuous experimentation, the consciousnesses in their bodies were finally manipulated by Fangjing, and completely fused together. Immediately, the jade skin goo and moonlight goo burst out with a dazzling white light. The two white lights linked together, and soon formed a ball the size of a wash basin. Maintain your current state, and then throw Yuan stone into the ball of light. Gu Yuebo instructed in time. Fangjing took out a piece of Yuan stone, and threw it into the ball of light. Strangely enough, after the Yuan stone was thrown in, it turned into a pure natural primeval essence, and completely fused into the ball of light. Only some white stone powder was left, which fluttered and fell onto the bed sheet. Continue throwing, until you fuse into a rank 2 goo worm, Gu Yuebo said. Fangjing threw out the second piece, but at this moment, the white light suddenly disappeared, and the 2 goo worms seemed to have been pushed by each other, flying in opposite directions. The fusion had failed. Oh no, I forgot to maintain the fusion of consciousnesses. Fangjing immediately realized his mistake. Don't worry, the first few failures are very normal. Gu Yuebo comforted Fangjing, and then reminded, but you have to be careful, you can't fail too many times. Otherwise, the moonlight goo and jade skin goo will die. Fangjing recalled the jade skin goo and moonlight goo, and as expected, found that the surface of the moonlight goo had a slight crack, while the jade skin goo was somewhat dispirited. His heart sank, and he truly experienced the difficulty of refining goo. Swish swish swish, waves undulated in the primeval sea, rising and falling. As far as the eye could see, it was a patch of light red. It was no longer the rank 1 bronze sea, but a red steel sea. The aperture's 4 walls were a thin layer of light, the sign of a rank 2 initial stage. The entire red steel primeval sea took up 44% of the aperture. In the air above the sea, the spring-autumn cicada appeared. After close to a year of recuperation, it had already shown signs of improvement. Originally, its body did not have any luster, it was rough and dull, like a rotten firewood. But now, it looked like it was stained with oil. Originally, its wings were like withered leaves in the autumn wind, and there were many gaps at the edges. But now, there was a hint of green, and a black line was drawn at the edge of the wings, forming a complete arc without any gaps. Spring-autumn cicada, spring and autumn, so that's it. For it to recover, it needs to experience spring and autumn. Since rebirth, a year has passed, which is also a cycle of spring and autumn, so it has recovered. Fan Yuan stared at the spring-autumn cicada, and his mind could not help but start to think. His understanding of the spring-autumn cicada deepened. Goo masters refine goo, nurture goo, and use goo. The use was categorized into thousands of categories. Fan Yuan interacted with the spring-autumn cicada day and night, and his understanding of the spring-autumn cicada slowly accumulated and deepened. But the spring-autumn cicada is still very weak, and only managed to crawl a few steps forward from the precipice of death. It can only use its aura to suppress goo worms, and increase the effect of the single refinement. As for the fusion of goo worms, it cannot help. There were other mystical goo worms that could increase the success rate of fusion. Everyone had their specialties, and the spring-autumn cicada only had the ability to rebirth. Other than the spring-autumn cicada, on the sea surface, the chubby liquor worm had curled up into a ball, floating in the sea, having fun. The ladybug-like white boar goo, and the jade-like jade skin goo flew around each other. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes, and slowly opened his right palm. In the center of his palm, there was a crescent moon and 2 pentagonal stars. It was the little light goo and the moonlight goo, residing there. Fan Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed and shifted his gaze to the bed. There were 3 money pouches on the bed, 2 bulging and the other half deflated. Other than that, there was also the snow-white tusk of a king boar. It looked like an elephant's tusk, lying quietly on the bed sheet next to Fan Yuan's leg. After Sickly Snake's team tried their best to kill King Boar, they were attacked by a pack of lightning wolves. Most of King Boar's flesh was devoured by the lightning wolves, leaving only 2 snow-white fangs as the most valuable spoils of war. According to the rules of the tribe, as one of the members who killed King Boar, Fan Yuan received one of King Boar's fangs for free. Fan Yuan looked at the items in front of him with a solemn expression, I don't have much yuan stone left, it's only enough for one fusion. After this fusion, regardless of success or failure, my finances will collapse. But if I don't fuse in time, in less than 10 days, my yuan stone will continue to be used up, and I will even lose the chance to fuse. Fang Yuan raised 7 goo worms, and the financial burden was quite big. And because of his C-grade aptitude, he used the liquor worm many times in order to cultivate quickly. Thus, the expenditure of yuan stone was higher than normal people. Recently, he did not use yuan stone to quickly replenish his primeval essence. The red steel sea in his body was the result of his self-recovery. Fang Yuan had long been holding on to yuan stone, calculating his living expenses. Yuan stone could not be casually used. The current situation was like he was about to fall off a cliff, and was relying on the wild grass in his hand to temporarily maintain his body at the edge of the cliff. But as time passed, the wild grass in his hand began to crumble. If he did not make any risky efforts, he would fall off the cliff soon. What he needed to do now was to use the wild grass in his hand to climb up the cliff. If he succeeded, he would be able to obtain the family assets, and ascend to another level, and everything would have a new look. If he failed, he would fall off, and if he wanted to climb back up, he would have to spend a lot of time and energy. No matter what, let's begin. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze determined. White boar goo, jade skin goo, the 2 goo worms came out of his aperture with his thoughts, and floated in front of Fang Yuan. Fuse! Fang Yuan shouted in his heart, and the white boar goo and jade skin goo suddenly burst out with a piercing white light, and collided with each other. This collision was soundless, but it produced a ball of light. The white light was even more dazzling than before. This meant that Fang Yuan's 2 consciousnesses were fusing. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the white ball of light, and at the same time, took out yuan stone from his bag, and threw it into the ball of light. The ball of light swallowed the yuan stone, and only powder was left, falling on the bed. Every time it swallowed a piece, the edge of the ball of light would expand a little. The ball of light absorbed the natural primeval essence, and became bigger and bigger. Slowly, it went from the size of a washbasin to the size of a stone mill. It's about time. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, and grabbed the king boar's snow tusk in his hand, and threw it into the ball of light. If anyone saw this, they would scream in shock. Because the recipe of white boar goo and jade skin goo to refine the white jade goo was known by everyone for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of adding king boar's snow tusk. However, not having it in the past did not mean not having it in the future. 150 years later, a goo master improved this recipe, and found that adding a wild boar's tusk would greatly increase the success rate of the fusion. Fang Yuan had been reborn 500 years ago, and naturally knew of this trick. Once the snow tusk was thrown into the ball of light, a miraculous change occurred. The originally dazzling white light instantly became gentle. Originally, it was just blindly shooting in all directions, but now, there was a kind of rippling light, and the natural rhythm of changing between light and dark. Under Fang Yuan's gaze, the ball of light slowly shrunk, and finally dissipated into the air. The jade skin goo and white boar goo were gone, and a brand new goo worm quietly floated in front of Fang Yuan. It was like an oval pebble, completely white. But this white was not the white of rice paper, nor the milky white of milk, but a kind of white, with a jade luster. This was the rank 2 white jade goo. At this point, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and the stone in his heart settled. Don't look at this process, it seemed very simple. But it was not. First, to fuse the consciousness, one must be able to multitask. Ordinary people draw circles with one hand, and draw squares with the other. This is multitasking. Many people found it hard to do this, not to mention the higher difficulty of multitasking. One must have countless accumulations, painstaking cultivation, and endure countless failures and setbacks, as well as a certain amount of talent to be able to multitask. Fang Yuan could do this with ease. It was all because of 500 years of thick accumulations, and not the slightest bit of it could be faked. Second, it was the understanding and knowledge of goo worms. The deeper the goo master's understanding of goo worms, the higher the success rate of the fusion. This was also a penetrating insight that would be widely recognized in about 300 years in the future. Thus, the longer a goo worm is used, the higher the success rate of fusion. Third, it was the correct and unique recipe. For example, this time, the addition of the snow tusk was like a finishing touch, suddenly raising the success rate by 20%. The effect was truly extraordinary. Some recipes were widely spread in this world, but there were also many recipes that were treasured and not spread. For example, Guyue village's moonlight goo, the recipe to refine it was only in the hands of a few clan elders, as well as generations of clan leaders. This was especially true for those secret recipes that could reach the 5th revolution and above. They were hidden by goo masters, treasuring them as much as their lives. Many goo masters would not impart them until they were on the brink of death. But even with these 3 points, there was no way to achieve absolute success. Even a person like Feng Yuan, with his 500 years of memories, extremely rich experience, deep understanding of goo worms, able to multitask, and know many recipes. But there was still a chance of failure when he fused goo worms. It could only be said that his failure rate was relatively low. The fusion of goo worms could be said to be a kind of sublimation of life, a kind of creation. It condensed time to the limit, allowing the long evolution process to blossom in an instant. On Earth, the only ones who could do this were the gods. No doubt, this was a miracle of life. Goo masters using mortals to create miracles, how could they succeed every time? If they succeeded every time, they would not be humans, but gods. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Inside the mountain, in the underground stone forest. Squeak squeak squeak, dozens of jade-eye stone monkeys appeared in the air, their blurry figures flashing. They leaped and jumped, launching fierce attacks at Feng Yuan. If it was before, Feng Yuan would definitely retreat. But now, he stood on the spot, his expression cold and unmoving. The stone monkeys rammed, scratched, and bit Feng Yuan's body, giving off crisp sounds, as if they were not attacking a person, but a sturdy jade pillar. A faint white jade light stuck closely to Feng Yuan's body. This layer of light was much thinner than the jade skin goo's jade green light. But its defense was more than twice as strong. The jade skin goo's defense could at most withstand the simultaneous attacks of 16 stone monkeys, but now, Feng Yuan was facing more than 30 stone monkeys alone. On the stage, I could break Fengjing's jade skin goo's defense with my bare hands, but if Fengjing were to use this white jade goo, even if I break my bones, I would not be able to break this defense. Feng Yuan pondered, and at the same time, he split a portion of his attention to his aperture's primeval sea. In the red steel primeval sea, the white jade goo was at the bottom of the sea, absorbing primeval essence. Its surface was also emitting a faint white jade light, like a light bulb. Every time the stone monkeys attacked Feng Yuan, this oval-shaped white jade goo's surface would flash slightly. At the same time, Feng Yuan felt that his primeval essence expenditure had increased. The white jade goo's defense is the same as the jade skin goo, requiring constant primeval essence. At the same time, the more attacks it receives, the more primeval essence expenditure. Feng Yuan concluded in his heart. At the same time, he launched his counterattack. Punches and kicks created a gust of wind. His moves were simple and ruthless, swift and fierce. Although the white boar goo had disappeared, the power it gave to Feng Yuan was still in Feng Yuan's body. More and more stone monkeys were struck by Feng Yuan. Some were sent flying and crashed into stone pillars, while others were killed in midair. After turning into stone, they fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, as Feng Yuan waved his hand, moonblades flew out one after another. They were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of the stone monkeys. Under the activation of the red steel primeval essence, the rank 1 moonlight goo's every attack dealt the greatest damage to the stone monkey. Creak creak, the stone monkey cried out in fear and kept on retreating. In the short time that Feng Yuan counterattacked, a large number of stone monkeys had perished, and only 5 or 6 were left. Feng Yuan killed another one. The remaining stone monkeys finally broke down and fled into the depths of the stone forest. Feng Yuan did not chase after the defeated soldiers. Instead, he continued to advance deeper into the center of the stone forest. These days, he had been diligently searching for the next clue of the inheritance. As he continued to explore, he had already stepped into the surroundings of the stone forest, but he didn't discover anything. Feng Yuan had an understanding, vaguely guessing the flower wine monk's thoughts. He felt that the next clue was likely to be placed in the center of this underground stone forest by the flower wine monk. The deeper he went into the stone forest, the larger the stone pillars, and the more stone monkeys there were. As Fang Yuan walked, he gazed into the distance. In the center of the stone forest, there was the largest stone pillar. Even if a dozen adults held hands and hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. This stone pillar was his next destination. However, the deeper he went, the larger the size of the stone monkey groups, and the higher the difficulty would be. Fang Yuan took the crucial step and broke through the warning line of the monkey group. Creak creak creak, from the holes on the stone pillars, angry jade-eye stone monkeys drilled out. There were more than 100 of them, and they pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned and ran. Facing the attacks of so many stone monkeys, even with the white jade goo, he would not be able to hold them off. The stone monkey group chased after Fang Yuan for a while, and one after another, the stone monkeys gave up and turned back. Gradually, there were only 30 or so stone monkeys left, hanging behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan saw that the time was ripe, and turned to fight. After a round of fighting, only a few stone monkeys were left, and they ran away in panic, not even daring to return to their original cave. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan had killed more than 100 stone monkeys. Along the way, he saw the stone fragments of the dead monkeys. Not enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan checked his primeval sea inside, having no choice but to stop moving forward. If it was in the past, he would have used Yuan stone to quickly recover. But now, after refining the white jade goo, his Yuan stone was severely lacking, and his finances had completely collapsed. Fang Yuan picked up the jade stone eyeballs scattered on the ground, and put them into a bag. It should be under the stone pillar in the center, but to get there, I need to open a path. This feeling was getting stronger, and Fang Yuan looked back one last time, and opened the stone door, returning to the second secret room. At the corner of the secret room, there were some miscellaneous items. A small gunny sack, containing hundreds of eyeball jade beads. Fang Yuan opened it, and poured all the jade beads he had killed today. The jade beads collided with each other, producing a series of crisp sounds. There was another gunny sack, containing wild boar tusks. But now, Fang Yuan no longer needed to kill wild boars. He used the white boar goo and jade skin goo to successfully refine the white jade goo. With the white boar goo gone, his need for pork was reduced to 0. The newly born white jade goo was more like the jade skin goo, and its food was also jade stones. The jade skin goo needed to eat 2 taels of jade stones every 10 days, while the white jade goo needed to feed 8 taels of jade stones every 20 days. Normally, the higher the rank of the goo, the longer the interval between food intake. Rank 2 goo, for the most part, took more than half a month. Rank 3 goo took more than a month. Of course, the higher the rank of the goo, the more food it needed. On average, the white jade goo's feeding cost was more than the jade skin goo and the white boar goo combined. But for Fang Yuan, he had this underground stone forest, and did not lack jade stones. At the same time, he did not need pork, and did not need to kill wild boars. This saved him a lot of trouble, and a lot of time. Tying up the mouth of the small sack, Fang Yuan picked up a cowhide water bag beside it. The water bag was bulging, and was filled with golden honey wine. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had relied on the jade skin goo to withstand the attacks of the golden bees, and collected enough honey wine from the beehive. I only have 2.5 pieces of Yuan stone on me now. It is time to go to the Internal Affairs Hall, and hand in the family assets mission. Fang Yuan kept the cowhide water bag, and returned to the underground tunnel, squeezing out of the crack and returning to the outside world. At this time, it was dusk. The winter dusk, the weather was good, and one did not feel cold. The setting sun showed a warm orange-red color, and the fine sunlight shone through the canopy of the pine trees, shining on the mountain. Walking alone, he walked towards the village. But Fang Yuan did not move forward directly, but purposely took a few detours, to reduce the chances of the rock crack secret cave being discovered. The winter wind blew on his face. This was the taste of freedom. When he was in the academy, he could only sneak in at night. Now that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 2, he could enter and leave freely in the day, and would not arouse suspicion. Of course, the most important thing was that with the death of Sickly Snake and the other 3, Fang Yuan had one less restriction when he was alone. The only obstacle was that Fang Yuan was alone now, without the support of his team members. Completing the clan's monthly mission would be even more difficult. Now, after the small beast tide, all the small groups had finished reorganizing, and Fang Yuan had missed this opportunity. And because of his reputation, Fang Yuan was secretly ostracized by other Gu masters. It was not easy to join other groups. So be it. The more I wander outside, the less people will pay attention to me, and the more advantageous it is for me. As for the clan's monthly missions, they are mandatory, so I have to accept them. But thinking of this, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He had a plan for this long ago. On the clan's side, it was mandatory for Gu masters to accept at least one mission every month, but it was not mandatory that the mission must be completed. If the mission could not be completed, the evaluation would drop. This was something that almost all Gu masters did not want to see, so they did their best to complete it. But to Fang Yuan, the so-called evaluation was nothing. Walking into the village, on the bluestone paved streets, there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Usually at this time, it was the peak of the human traffic. Many Gu masters, after completing their missions, returned to the village with injuries and a sorry figure. The farmers, who had worked for a day, dragged their tired bodies with their bare feet and muddy feet, silently moving forward. In this world, life was not easy, there was bitterness and pain. The setting sun gradually lowered to the top of the mountain, spreading the last bit of warm light. Then this light was shattered by the crisscrossing withered tree branches, turning into fragments of time, scattering on the green bamboo walls. "Ah, my toy!" a girl shouted, chasing a spinning top in the crowd. The spinning top rolled to Fang Yuan's feet, and the girl knocked into Fang Yuan's leg, falling to the ground. I'm sorry. I've offended Lord Gu Master, please forgive me." The girl's father hurried over, seeing Fang Yuan's clothing, his face was pale as paper. He brought the girl, kneeling down on the spot, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. The girl was so scared that she cried, her eyes rolling down from her pink and tender face. The mortals on the side of the road saw this, and all took a detour, avoiding to the left and right. Some Gu masters cast cold gazes, but quickly shifted away. "Don't cry, you troublemaker." The father was shocked, angry and scared, swinging his hand to slap, but was grabbed by Fang Yuan, unable to move. "It's just a small matter, no need to worry." Fang Yuan smiled lightly, patting the girl's head, comforting her softly, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." The girl stopped crying, using her watery eyes to look at Fang Yuan, feeling that this big brother in front of her was really gentle. "Thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness, thank you, Lord, for your forgiveness." The girl's father cried tears of joy, kowtowing to Fang Yuan non-stop. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. The house he rented was not far away. And under that bamboo building, his uncle Guyue stood on the frozen soil, looking at Fang Yuan from afar, evidently waiting for him. With Guyue Dongtu's abilities, he could naturally find Fang Yuan's residence. Today, he wore a Gu master's attire. There were leggings on his legs and a red belt around his waist. He was clean and tidy, exuding a faint majestic aura. He looked at Fang Yuan walking over slowly, his gaze landing on the young man's belt, and his heart was filled with emotions. Only C-grade talent, but he already broke through to rank 2 at 16, this is really unexpected. I really don't know how he managed to do it. But, this fast speed, most of it should be due to the liquor worm. Unfortunately, the liquor worm can't be used after reaching rank 2. Next, he saw the faint smile on Fang Yuan's face. It was this smile, but it made Guyue Dongtu's heart turn cold. Then, a wave of anger surged in his heart, this kid is so calm, does he think he has me under his thumb? Fang Yuan walked over slowly, stopping in front of Guyue Dongtu's day. He knew he was here for him. As expected, his uncle Guyue Dongtu opened his mouth. Fang Yuan, I think we can have a talk. Talk about what? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Guyue Dongtu laughed, but changed the topic. You know, I am different, I started my career at 15. At that time it was the wolf tide, and many Gu masters died. Without a choice, us students had to go up. I had B-grade talent, and reached rank 2 initial stage at 16, upper stage at 17, and peak stage at 18. At 19, I had already started breaking through to rank 3. At that time, I thought I could advance to rank 3 Gu Master at 20. I was too frivolous, and looked down on everyone, always thinking I could do anything. I was even omnipotent, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. At the age of 20, I went out on a mission, and was defeated by a Xiong clan Gu Master. At that time I was on the verge of death, and luckily the medicine hall elder helped me, saving my life. But after that, my talent was wasted, and I fell to C grade. I was unable to recover for 8 whole years. On my 29th birthday, I started to re-evaluate myself and this world. I realized that a person's power was limited. So what if I advanced to rank 3? Living in this society, the most important thing was not personal strength. It's about socializing with others. I started over when I was 30. He retired to the second line at 45. During this period, dozens of times, hundreds of Gu Masters submitted petitions to elect me as clan elder. Although my cultivation is only at the peak of the second transition, and I won't be able to take that step in my lifetime, there's no need for me to do so. I have succeeded. My clansmen call me Hidden Elder. Most of my peers are dead, but I'm alive and well. Towards those Gu Masters who are struggling outside, my influence still exists. At this point, Gu Yuedong too finally returned to the main topic. He looked at Feng Yuan and smiled. Feng Yuan, you're still too young and inexperienced, just like me back then. He thought that he could make his own decisions and do whatever he wanted. Dong Tu Gu Yuedong Tu shook his head and continued, but when you have more experience in life, you will understand that humans are members of society and not solitary beasts. Sometimes, life requires you to lower your head and give in. Being extreme, untamed, and flamboyant would only lead to isolation and destruction. I believe you have already felt it. No group is willing to accept you, and everyone around you is rejecting you. Even if you received the mission to split from the family, what can you do? You are already alone and have no chance of completing the mission. Just give up. Feng Yuan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him indifferently, his expression calm. If he knew he had 500 years of life experience, I wonder what expression he would have. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. In fact, his uncle's thoughts were his life philosophy for a long period of time in his previous life. Thus, he created the Blood-Winged Demon sect and relied on the system and human relationships to create a huge force. With a single call, he occupied resources and resisted strong enemies. However, when he broke through to rank 6, he saw a completely different scene. Among Gu Masters, rank 5 became mortals, and rank 6 became immortals. When he stood at this height and looked at life again, he suddenly realized, a huge force was indeed his help, but it was also a huge burden. No matter which world, there was only one person who could be truly relied on, and that was himself. It was just that people were often weak. They could not endure loneliness and could not stand being alone. They liked to pursue family, friendship, and love to fill their hearts. They were infatuated with the group and were afraid of being alone. Once they suffered a setback, they would hide in the group and complain to their family and friends. They did not dare to face fear and failure alone. When there was pain, they were busy sharing it. When there was happiness, they were eager to show it off. Did Gu Yuedong too succeed? Without a doubt, he succeeded. He could not continue on his original path, so he changed to another path and walked out of the sky. However, he was also a failure. He lowered his head because of a setback. He was just a coward, but he was still proud of his escape. Of course, Gu Yuedong too did not know that Feng Yuan had already regarded him as a coward. He saw that Feng Yuan did not speak, so he thought that Feng Yuan had been intimidated by his words. He continued, Feng Yuan, you are not Fengjing, so I will be frank. If you can give up your plan of inheriting the family property, you can obtain my friendship and make use of my connections. At the same time, I will compensate you with 1,000 pieces of yuan stone. I know that you have been short of money recently. You have even delayed paying your rent for 2 days. Feng Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Uncle, you don't wear these clothes often, right? Gu Yuedong too was startled. He did not expect Feng Yuan to suddenly bring up this topic. However, Feng Yuan was right. He had retired for a long time, and this set of clothes was hidden at the bottom of the box. Today, when she came to meet Fang Yuan, she purposely wore this to increase her persuasiveness and deterrence. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked at Guyua's Dong Tu clothes and said slowly, "A Gu master's clothes are not this clean and tidy. It needs to be stained with sweat, mud and blood, it needs to be tattered, only then will it have the smell of a Gu master." "You're already old, Lord Uncle. You lost your ambition when you were young. He had lived a comfortable life these years. Has corrupted your heart. You fought for the family property not to cultivate, but to maintain a prosperous life. How can you possibly stop me with such a mentality?" Guyue Dongtu's face instantly turned pale, and anger rose in his heart. In this world, there would always be a group of old people. They went around peddling social experiences, treating other people's ideals as fantasies, treating other people's enthusiasm as frivolity, and treating other people's persistence as arrogance. They often found their own sense of existence and superiority in teaching their juniors a lesson. Without a doubt, Guyue Dongtu was such a person. He wanted to teach Fang Yuan a lesson. But he did not expect that not only did Fang Yuan not listen to him and submit to him, he even came to teach him a lesson. "Fang Yuan," he shouted, "as your elder, I guided you with good intentions. I tried to persuade you, but you didn't know what was good for you. Since you want to go against me, then bring it on. I'm not afraid to tell you, I already know the details of your family separation mission. Young man, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I want to see how you complete this mission." Fang Yuan laughed mockingly. There was no need to hide now. Since the conflict was irreconcilable, he might as well enjoy Guyue Dongtu's interesting expression. Thus, he took out a cowhide water pouch and opened the lid. A hint of honey wine's unique sweetness floated out. "What do you think is inside?" he asked. Uncle turned pale with fright, his heart sinking to the bottom. "How is this possible? Where did you get this honey wine?" he shouted, an incredulous expression appearing on his face. Fang Yuan ignored him and closed the lid, putting the water pouch back into his pocket, and walked towards the internal affairs hall. Uncle's head was covered in cold sweat, his thoughts churning intensely. Where did he get this honey wine? I've already told him that as long as he finds another group, I will get the news immediately. Did he do it alone? No, how is that possible? He doesn't have any defensive goo worms. Someone must have helped him. No. The important thing now is not to find the reason. Fang Yuan already has the honey wine, he is going to hand in that mission. Thinking of this, Guyue Dongtu's heart was already flustered, he no longer had the calmness he had earlier. He quickly caught up to Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, wait, everything can be discussed." Fang Yuan did not speak, he continued to walk, Guyue Dongtu could only follow closely beside him. If 1,000 yuan stone is not enough, then 2,000, no, 2,500. Guyue Dongtu kept increasing the price. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, but in his heart, he had some expectations for this family. Guyue Dongtu was so anxious that he kept increasing the price. It seemed that the family's true assets were very valuable. Guyue Dongtu was sweating profusely, seeing that Fang Yuan was not moved, his face turned sinister, and he threatened in a low voice, "Fang Yuan, you better think carefully. What will happen to you if you offend me? If you lose an arm or a leg in the future, don't blame me for being ruthless." Fang Yuan laughed. This Guyue Dongtu was such a pitiful person. He was bound by the rules, the water pouch was clearly in front of him, but he did not dare to snatch it. He was so cowardly, yet he still wanted to fight for benefits. How could he succeed? No matter which world, if you want to obtain something, you must pay the price. Fang Yuan, don't think that everything will be fine just because you got the family's assets. Let me tell you, you're still too young, you don't know what society is, what danger is. Guyue Dongtu roared in a low voice in Fang Yuan's ear. Fang Yuan shook his head and ignored him, he stepped into the internal affairs hall under Dongtu's angry glare. Actually, he did not hate this uncle of his, he did not even hate him. He had seen many people like this, he could understand this kind of person. If Fang Yuan had enough yuan stone to support his cultivation, he would not even fight for this family's assets. However, it was just a small profit, so what if he gave it to his uncle? What was the purpose of his rebirth? It was not to fight for a short period of time, but to reach the peak of the strongest. This kind of passerby, as long as they did not interfere with this matter, and let them roar at the side, he, Fang Yuan, would not even bother to step on them. However, this Guyuadong too just happened to obstruct Fang Yuan's advancement. Since that was the case, he would just step on you to advance. Fang Yuan! Fang Yuan! Uncle Guyuadong too watched as Fang Yuan stepped into the internal affairs hall. His entire body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The light of the setting sun shone on his temples, causing them to turn white. He was indeed old. The year he was injured at the age of 20, he was already old. Fang Yuan went to the internal affairs hall and handed in the golden honey wine. The middle-aged male Gu master in charge of receiving him was shocked, asking, "You completed the family inheritance mission? What do you think?" Fang Yuan asked back. The middle-aged male Gu master frowned. He had specially chosen this mission to make things difficult for Fang Yuan. To think Fang Yuan completed it so quickly, he looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes shining with a sharp light as he said solemnly, "Young lad, you have to answer whatever I ask you. If you don't answer clearly, it will affect your evaluation. Let me ask you, did you complete this mission alone? Be honest, we will investigate it." "Of course I did it alone," Fang Yuan replied. "Alright, I will note it down." The middle-aged male Gu master recorded as he sneered in his heart, "He is just a newbie, how could he complete this mission alone? With such a false report, the clan will definitely find someone to investigate. By then, there will be huge trouble." But Fang Yuan continued, "But this situation is a little special. That day I was just scouting, I didn't expect to encounter a wild bear raiding a beehive. I took the chance to take this honey wine." "What?" The middle-aged male Gu master's pen stopped, raising his head to look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan shrugged, smiling, "Otherwise, do you think I could complete this mission alone? Speaking of which, it is all thanks to you for choosing this mission for me." The middle-aged male Gu master was stunned. The complex emotions in his heart could not be expressed in words. After a while, he laughed dryly and continued to write. Fang Yuan stared at this person with a calm gaze. He knew in his heart that the difficulty of this family inheritance mission was due to this male Gu master's contribution. Unfortunately, he had already completed this mission. Even if the clan were to investigate, Fang Yuan had the appropriate arrangements. Even if this person wanted to stop him, he could not. Even if this was done by him personally. This was the tragedy of being part of the system. Identity became the shackles that shackled one's actions. "Alright, your mission is completed, you can inherit the family inheritance. However, your parents' inheritance is currently in the hands of your uncle and aunt. Internal Affairs Hall will get it back for you, come back 3 days later." A moment later, the middle-aged male Gu master said. Fang Yuan nodded. He knew this rule, but he stared at the middle-aged male Gu master's paper, saying, "According to the clan rules, the mission records of the Internal Affairs Hall need to be confirmed by the person who completed it. Please show me this record." The middle-aged male Gu master's expression changed. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so familiar with this process. He snorted lightly and handed the record to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took it and looked at it. There was nothing wrong with it. There were a few hundred words, and at the end was the evaluation, "Good." He instantly saw the intimacy between Master Gu and Guyue Tundra. This evaluation was very pertinent. It could be seen that the middle-aged Gu master did not give up his professional principles just because of Guyuadong too. The reason why he helped Guyuadong too was probably because of their friendship, and it was a transaction. It was the kind of person who took someone's money to get rid of a disaster. After returning the record to the middle-aged Gu master, Fang Yuan left the Internal Affairs Hall. When he walked out of the door, Guyuadong too was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. Guyuadong too's influence was not big enough to affect the Internal Affairs Hall's operations. Even clan leader Guyue Bo had to withstand the huge pressure from the clan elder group and pay a huge price in terms of political benefits to achieve this. There was a saying on Earth, in the pugilistic world, one cannot do as he pleases. The rules in the pugilistic world were actually a kind of system. Once you enter the system, no matter who it was, you would be a chess piece that restricted each other and had no freedom. Unless the individual's strength could reach the stage of resisting the entire organization, otherwise, it would be a wishful thinking to want unrestrained freedom after joining the organization. With the help of the clan system, it was already a fact that Fang Yuan would take back the family inheritance. Not to mention Guyu Adong too, even the clan leader would not pay the price for such a small matter. In the guest hall. Brother Dong too, I really can't help you with this matter. The middle-aged Gu master sighed and stood in front of Guyu Adong Tuesday. Guyu Adong Tu's expression was dark as water. He sat on the main seat and did not speak. Is there really no other way? At the side, his aunt asked in panic, her tone filled with anxiety and unwillingness. The middle-aged Gu master shook his head slowly. This matter is already settled and has entered the internal affairs hall's process. Only the 2 clan elders in power or the clan leader have the ability to stop it. Brother Dong too, this is the internal affairs hall's list. It has the details of the inheritance. Please return it all, don't make things difficult for me. As he spoke, he handed over a list. The list was densely packed with records, ranging from large properties to small tables and chairs. Other than that, there were also the Gu worms left behind by Fang Yuan's parents. After a Gu master died in battle, if their Gu worms were retrieved, they would be left as inheritance to the Gu master's heir. This was also one of the clan's policies. His aunt glanced at the list and screamed, "Damn it, you can't do this. These are all our things, ours. Master, why don't you say something, quickly think of a way. Without these assets, what will our family have left? I'm afraid we will have to fire most of the servants, we won't be able to provide for them." Uncle Guyu Adong too suddenly stood up and gave his aunt a slap, causing her to fall from her seat onto the ground. "What are you yelling for?" Uncle flew into a rage. He was flustered and exasperated. "Ignorant thing, the clan's rules are there, you think you can refuse to return it just because you don't want to? Ignorant, stupid." His aunt covered her face with her hands. She was stunned for a moment. She collapsed on the ground and stared blankly at her husband. "Humph." Guyu Adong too snatched the list, gritted his teeth and looked through it. His eyes were bloodshot. He panted like a bull and said hatefully, "Return. I will return all of these things, I will definitely return them all." But the veins on his forehead bulged, the muscles on his face twitched, and his expression was ferocious. "But Fang Yuan, I can't stop the internal affairs hall, but I can deal with you." 3 days later, Fang Yuan walked out of the internal affairs hall, holding a stack of house deeds, land deeds, and land deeds. Contracts to sell himself. "I didn't expect this inheritance to be so rich." He was slightly dazed. Even though Fang Yuan already had a lot of expectations, this inheritance still exceeded his expectations after he obtained it. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, 3 bamboo buildings, and a tavern. No wonder uncle is making things difficult for me, thinking of ways to stop me. Fang Yuan suddenly understood Guyu Adong Tu's actions. With this rich family property, even in a world like this, it was enough to not worry about food and clothing. More than 10 mu of farmland, 8 servants, this was not mentioned for now. The 3 bamboo buildings were real estate. Just for rent, the monthly rent was enough to support Fang Yuan's current cultivation. Other than that, there was also a tavern. One had to know that in the entire village, there were only 4 taverns. This kind of family property, if it was on Earth, would be a small wealthy family with a few villas, a hotel, and servants. It was worth mentioning that the living environment in this world was harsh and difficult, and the village was the safest place, so the housing prices were more expensive than on Earth. It is said that in my Fang family, 3 generations ago, there was a powerful elder who left behind a lot of family property for his descendants. With this family property, not to mention 7 Gu insects, even if the number of insects were doubled, I would still be able to afford it. But the most important thing is not the family property, but this grass goblet. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's arms, there was a grass goblet lying quietly. It was small and exquisite, its emerald green roots were like ginseng roots. Some of the translucent roots were like emerald. The 9 round leaves were emerald green and surrounded the rhizome, forming a circular shape. This was the 9-leaf vitality grass, a rank 2 Gu insect with healing effects. But if it was just an ordinary healing effect, then it was not much different from the vitality grass. Its true value lay in the fact that each and every one of its leaves, if torn off, would be a vitality leaf. Vitality leaf was also a type of grass goblet, rank 1, it was a consumable type, disappearing after one use. It had another flaw, that is, after using a vitality leaf to heal, within an hour, the other vitality leaves would not have any healing effect. But the flaw did not obscure the beauty, it was easy to refine, instant healing, cheap to feed, and was the most popular healing method for rank 2 Gu Masters. Every team only had one healing Gu Master. But if the team members were injured at the same time, how could one healing Gu Master take care of them? If the healing Gu Master was the first to die, or was separated from the healing Gu Master, what would happen? Thus, Gu Masters often prepared some healing methods, and the vitality leaf was the best and most basic one. Basically, Gu Masters who were traveling outside would have one or two. After I refined the 9-leaf vitality grass, every leaf I tear off is a vitality leaf. Infusing primeval essence into the vitality grass, it will grow new leaves. It can be said that this 9-leaf vitality grass is a moving gold mine. It is the most important inheritance, there is no other. Controlling the 9-leaf vitality grass is equivalent to controlling a business vein. This world's living environment is very harsh, which Gu Master who goes out on missions would not be injured. The demand for the vitality leaf had never stopped. No wonder Guyuadong too is known as the Hidden Elder, although he has retired these years, he still has influence on the outside. So the root cause is this 9-leaf vitality grass. Gu Masters need vitality leaves, and Guyuadong too sells vitality leaves. With such a demand, it allowed Uncle's influence to be maintained. Feng Yuan was enlightened. It is in this world that the values of familial love have been raised to a whole new level, restricting uncle and aunt. If it was on earth, with such high profits, Feng and I would have been assassinated by them long ago. Not good, it seems there will be more trouble. Uncle and aunt will not be willing to give up like this. But now that I have grown up, I have rank 2 cultivation. They want to deal with me, but they also have to consider the clan rules, so their hands and feet are bound. No matter what methods they use, just bring it on. I will deal with whatever comes my way, I will take it all on. Feng Yuan walked on the street, his eyes shining with uncertainty. A gust of winter wind blew, bringing a chill to his face. It was still far from spring, but Feng Yuan knew that he had already welcomed the spring of his life. To be continued, the wine shop was not big, but its location was very good. It was located on the east side of the village, next to the east gate. The east gate and the north gate were the two gates with the most traffic. Therefore, the wine shop's business was good every afternoon or evening. "Young master, please take a seat." An old man nodded and bowed to Feng Yuan. Several waiters wiped the benches and tables hard and smiled at Feng Yuan, trying to please him. Feng Yuan shook his head and did not take a seat. Instead, he strolled around the wine shop and looked around. He thought to himself, this is my wine shop. The wine shop only had one floor, but there was an underground wine cellar. The floor was covered with large and square green bricks, and there were 8 square tables. 2 of the tables were against the wall, while the other 6 tables were surrounded by 4 long benches. After entering the wine shop, one could see a dark brown long counter. On the counter were ink, paper, inkstone, and an abacus. Behind the counter was a wine cabinet, with large and small wine jars on it. Some were large black pottery wine jars. Some were small bright porcelain wine bottles. Feng Yuan walked around casually. The old man and the waiters did not dare to sit down and followed him step by step. They were all uneasy. The news of the wine shop's change of ownership came very suddenly. The previous owner, Guyuadong too, was as shrewd as a ghost, strict and unkind. They were pressured to the point that they could not breathe. This young man in front of them could actually take the wine shop from Guyuadong too's hands. Forcefully snatching it, this was an incredible method. Therefore, these people looked at Feng Yuan with uneasiness and fear. Feng Yuan suddenly stopped. Not bad, but this shop is a little small. The old man hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. It's like this, young master. Every year in summer, we would build a shed at the outer gate. We would also put up some tables and benches. But now, the winter wind is biting cold. Even if we built the shed, no one would sit. Therefore, we left. Fang Yuan turned slightly. He glanced at the old man. You are the shopkeeper? The old man bowed even lower and said even more respectfully, I don't dare. Young master, this wine shop is yours. Whoever you want to be the shopkeeper will be the shopkeeper. Fang Yuan nodded and glanced at the other workers. They all seemed to be smart and capable. If they were on Earth. He was worried that the shopkeeper and the waiter would collude to deceive him, the master. But in this world, Gu masters were high and mighty, they could kill mortals with just a thought. Even if his uncle and aunt urged him to do so, these mortals would never dare to target Fang Yuan. Alright, go get the account book and pour me a pot of tea. Fang Yuan sat down. Yes, young master. The shopkeeper and the waiters were all flustered. There were a total of 16 account books, and each book was made of bamboo paper that exuded a faint green hue. Holding it in his hand, it was much more brittle and hard than rice paper, suitable for the humid climate of the southern border. Fang Yuan casually took out a few books, browsed through them, and asked a few questions. The shopkeeper hurriedly answered. Not long later, his head was covered in sweat. Fang Yuan had founded the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life and had hundreds of thousands of followers. He was naturally experienced and had sharp eyes. Others might be confused and dazzled by a mere account book. But in his eyes, all doubts were clear to him, and he could see through them as clearly as looking at a fire. This wine shop was the second biggest source of income after the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan naturally had to hold on to it tightly. The problems in this account book were not big, just some mistakes and omissions. These mortals did not dare to be presumptuous. But when Fang Yuan flipped to the last page, he found that this month's income had been taken away by Gu Yue and Dong Tuesday young master. The previous master personally came to make this request. We don't dare to disobey. The shopkeeper replied while wiping his sweat. His aged body was already trembling slightly, and his face was very pale. Fang Yuan was silent. He gently placed the account book on the table and glanced at the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper immediately felt an enormous pressure, like a mountain pressing down on him. He was frightened and knelt on the ground with a thud. Seeing the shopkeeper kneel, the other waiters were also smart and immediately knelt down one by one. Fang Yuan sat calmly and turned his gaze to sweep across them. The waiters instantly felt as if they were in a world of ice and snow. They could not resist Fang Yuan's aura and all kept quiet out of fear. To mortals like them, working in the wine shop was not only stable but also safe. It was the most ideal job. So they did not want to lose this job. Fang Yuan saw that the effect of establishing his authority had been achieved. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough, so he slowly said, let bygones be bygones. I looked at the account book. Your wages are a little low. In the future, the waiters' wages will be increased by 20%, and the shopkeepers' wages will be increased by 40%. Do your work well, and you will all be rewarded. With that, Fang Yuan stood up and walked towards the door. Everyone knelt on the ground and was stunned for a while before they understood. Tears flowed down their faces. Thank you, young master, for your great kindness. Young master is kind and generous, we will definitely do our best to work. Young master, you are like our second parent. Please take care. Behind him came the grateful voices of the people, as well as the sound of kowtowing and forehead hitting the bricks. Using kindness and power was the only way for the superior to control their subordinates, no matter which world it was. Among them, power was the foundation. Under power, any small favor would be magnified 1,000,000 times. Kindness without prestige would only be rewarded with the title of a good person who was too much of a good person. Over time, such kindness would not only not attract gratitude, but it would also attract greed and disaster. However, these methods of controlling people, they are all small tricks. On Earth, they would be respected by the people, but here, the only way is to increase one's own strength. No, even on Earth, strength is the number one. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the Red Dynasty's ancestor Qi back then. Ancestor Qi had experienced a lot of hardships and came to a conclusion. Political power comes from the barrel of a gun. This was the naked truth. The foundation of any political power was power. The so-called power. It was just a byproduct of power. In fact, not only power, wealth and beauty were all derived from power. After leaving the tavern, Feng Yuan went to the 3 bamboo buildings. These 3 bamboo buildings were rented out by his uncle and aunt, and were almost full. This world was particular about having more children and more children. As for the growing population, the space in the village was very small. In the family, it was the eldest son's inheritance system. The other children had to rely on themselves. Many people relied on the family's policies. They received some meager family assets and worked hard outside. But in their entire lives, their savings were not enough to buy a bamboo building. Firstly, raising goop consumed a lot of resources. Secondly, the village had limited space, and housing was expensive. Of course, outside the village. Naturally, they could build houses, but it was not safe. There would always be wild beasts and poisonous snakes intruding into homes. Especially after every beast died, no matter what houses were outside the village, they would all be destroyed. Expanding the village was the only solution. But once it was expanded, there would be more places to defend. When the beast tide came, the village's strength would not be enough to defend. Moreover, if the place was big, if Gu masters from other villages sneaked in, it would be hard to search. In history, Guyue village had expanded several times, but they were all destroyed by the beast tide. After learning from the experience, the current village was at its largest scale. Feng Yuan browsed through it, and after understanding the situation, he had an idea. These 3 bamboo buildings were well managed by his uncle and aunt, and the rent was also set to a good price, so he decided to develop it like this. He calculated, these 3 bamboo buildings brought him profits, although not as much as the tavern, it was about the same. The overall situation was much more optimistic than what Feng Yuan had expected. Just the day before yesterday, he was an empty-handed poor kid with less than 5 yuan stone on him. But now, he had become one of the wealthiest people in the clan. Those female tenants were all rank 2 Gu masters who had been through many hardships. After knowing Feng Yuan's identity, they looked at him with seductive gazes. As long as they could get close to Feng Yuan and marry Feng Yuan, these female Gu masters would no longer have to run around and risk death, and would be able to live a stable life. This kind of life was what they had been striving for. That is to say, as long as Feng Yuan was willing, he could immediately retire and live the rich life his uncle once enjoyed. He just needed to hook his finger, and many female Gu masters would flock to him. But none of this is what I want. Feng Yuan stood on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building, letting the burning gazes of the female Gu masters fall on him. His brows were tightly furrowed, his hands on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Far away, there was a continuous stretch of green mountains, like a sleeping giant, using the gray-blue sky as a blanket and sleeping soundly. Thousands of miles of rivers, boundless land, when will I be able to roam freely? The winds and clouds change, dragons and snakes rise from the land, when will I be able to look down on all living beings? Since rebirth, I have been like a rootless duckweed, drifting along with the waves. Now that I have worked hard and obtained this property, it can be called a foundation, and I can be considered to have succeeded in standing on my own feet. Next, I will dig out the flower wine inheritance, work hard, cultivate to rank 3, and roam the world. Feng Yuan's deep black eyes burned with fire. Qingmao Mountain was just one of the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. And the southern border was just a corner of the world. Too small, too small. How could such a place support his wild ambitions? Compared to his ambitions, this small property, which others fought for until their heads bled, what they yearned for day and night, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Brother, come down, I have something to say to you. Unknowingly, Guyue Fengjing arrived at the bottom of the bamboo building, raising his head and shouting at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's thoughts were interrupted, his expression cold as he looked at Fengjing downstairs. The 4 brothers looked at each other, speechless. His younger brother, Fengjing, was standing downstairs, shrouded by the shadow of another building. He looked up and frowned, his eyes shimmering with light. Big brother Feng Yuan stood upstairs, the sunlight shining on him. His slightly lowered eyelids, his pupils were as dark as the night. Their similar faces were reflected in each other's eyes. With regards to his younger brother's appearance, Feng Yuan was not surprised at all. Feng was a weapon used by his uncle and aunt to fight for the family property. But, what could he do? Feng Yuan looked down at Feng from above, his heart letting out a soft sigh. So what if you have a great aptitude, you are just a chess piece, really insignificant. In the end, Feng Yuan did not go downstairs, and his younger brother did not take the initiative to go up. Their persistence and the distance between them seemed to indicate that the gap between the two brothers was getting bigger and bigger. The conversation was not pleasant. "Brother, you're too much. I can't believe you're this kind of person." Downstairs, Feng stood with a frown, loudly reprimanding. Feng Yuan was not angry, instead he chuckled. "Oh, what kind of person am I? Brother?" Feng let out a long sigh. "After our parents died, it was uncle and aunt who took us in. We're indebted to them for bringing us up. I can't believe you're so heartless, repaying kindness with enmity. Brother, is your heart made of stone?" At this point, Feng tone was slightly trembling. "That's strange, these family assets were originally mine. What kind of saying is repaying kindness with enmity?" Feng Yuan retorted lightly. Feng gritted his teeth, nodding to admit, "Yes. I know, these assets were left behind by our parents, but you can't take it all away. But you can't take them all. You have to leave some for uncle and aunt when they're old. What you're doing is really disappointing, it makes me look down on you." After a pause, he continued, "Have you ever gone home to take a look, just to see how the two of them are living now? Half of the servants in the house have been dismissed, we can't afford to keep them. Brother, how can you be so heartless?" Feng eyes were bloodshot, clenching his fists, loudly questioning Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan could not help but laugh coldly. He knew that uncle and aunt had been managing the family assets for years, they must have accumulated a lot of money. Even if they did not. Just based on the wine tavern's income at the end of the month, they could certainly afford to keep those servants. The reason why they were so poor was because they wanted Feng to come here and cause trouble. Feng Yuan looked at Feng directly saying, "My cute brother, if I insist on not returning it, what can you do? Although you're also 16, don't forget, you've already recognized them as your parents. You have already lost the right to inherit the family property." "I know." Feng eyes shone brightly. "That's why I invited you here for a gu battle, I want to challenge you. Let's fight it out in the arena. If I win, please return a portion of your family's assets to them." The gu battle in this world was similar to the martial arts competition on Earth. If there was an irreconcilable conflict between the clansmen, this was the way to solve the problem. Gu fights were also divided into many types. There were one-on-one fights and two-on-two fights. There were battles of wills and battles of wills. There was also a death match. Of course, if there was a gu battle between Feng Yuan and Feng it would not reach the level of a life and death battle. Looking at his younger brother's determined expression downstairs, Feng Yuan suddenly laughed. "It seems that uncle and aunt have specifically instructed you before this trip. However, as someone who lost to me, I will not be able to defeat him." "Are you that confident that you can defeat me?" Feng narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but think of the recent incident. That humiliating scene on the arena. Since then, every time he thought about it, he would feel a surge of anger in his heart. This anger was directed at both Feng Yuan and himself. He hated himself for not living up to expectations and panicking before the battle. In fact, he had performed poorly in that battle. His aura was seized by Feng Yuan, and he only thought of using the jade skin gu at the last moment. In the end, he lost very suddenly and was very sullen. Feng anger towards himself gave rise to an intense unwillingness. Thus, he couldn't help but have this thought: if I could do it all over again, I would definitely perform better and defeat brother. Thus, when uncle and aunt complained to him, Feng not only wanted to get back a portion of his family's assets for them, he also wanted to compete with Feng Yuan in public to prove himself. "Things are different now, brother." Feng looked at Feng Yuan, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Last time, I performed poorly and let you win. This time, I have successfully refined the rank 2 moon raiment gu, you can no longer break through my defense." As soon as he finished speaking, a hazy light blue mist appeared around his body. The mist enveloped him, and within the mist, it gradually condensed into a long, fluttering ribbon. The ribbon went around his waist and coiled around his arms. The middle section of the ribbon fluttered high behind his head, causing Fangjing to involuntarily emit an elegant and mysterious immortal aura. It really is the moon raiment, so stupid, actually exposing his trump card. Fang Yuan stood on the second floor, his gaze flickering as he saw the scene. Moon raiment gu was a rank 2 gu, a defensive type. Although in terms of defense, moon raiment gu was inferior to the white jade gu, it had the ability to help others defend, and when fighting in small groups, it contributed greatly to the whole team. With this gu in Fangjing's possession, Fang Yuan could no longer use his fists to break through his defense. When the fists hit, it was like hitting a thick layer of cotton, completely losing its explosive power. Even if he used the moonlight gu, it would not work, unless it was the moonglow gu. Thus, if Fangjing really came up with a strategy and challenged Fang Yuan to a gu duel, according to the clan rules, Fang Yuan had to accept. Under the situation where he could not expose the white jade gu, Fang Yuan might really lose. A great aptitude was after all, and with the clan leader's meticulous nurturing, Fangjing grew very quickly. If it was said that in the academy, Fang Yuan was suppressing Fangjing, but now, he had to admit that Fangjing was gradually showing the brilliance of a genius, and was gradually becoming a threat to Fang Yuan. But, do you think I didn't expect this? Fang Yuan looked at his younger brother downstairs, the corners of his lips curling up. He said to Fangjing, "My stubborn younger brother, of course you can challenge me. But have you asked for your team members' permission? If during the duel, your team has to go out for a mission, how would you choose?" Fangjing was stunned, he had not thought about this aspect. He had to admit that his brother Fang Yuan's words made sense. The team naturally had to move together, and if the team members wanted to move alone, they had to report in advance. "So, why don't you go back and find your team leader, Guyue Qingshu, and tell him about this situation? I will wait for you at the East Gates Wine Tavern," Fang Yuan said. Fangjing hesitated for a moment, and finally clenched his teeth. "Brother, I will go now. But I have to tell you. Delaying tactics are useless." He arrived at Guyue Qingshu's residence, and a servant led him in. Guyue Qingshu was practicing using gu. His figure jumped and moved on the martial arts field in his courtyard, extremely vigorous and vigorous. "Green vine gu." He shouted lightly, and with a whoosh, a dark green vine appeared in his right palm. The vine was 15 meters long, and Qingshu grabbed it in his hand, using it as a whip to swing, chop, lift and sweep. Crack crack crack, whip shadows crisscrossed. It swept across the ground, cracking the bluestone tiles. Pine needle gu. He suddenly kept his vine whip, and swung his long green hair. Immediately, a dense rain of pine needles shot out from his long hair. A fluffy needle hit a wooden puppet not far away, instantly piercing through its entire body, creating a dense number of needle holes. Moonwhirl gu. Next, he stretched out his left hand. There was a green crescent moon imprint on his palm, suddenly emitting a green glow. Qingshu swung his hand. A green crescent blade was flung away. Different from normal moonblades, this was a straight line attack. This green moonblade's arc was even more curved, and as it flew in the air, it drew a curved line, making it harder for the enemy to defend against it. Senior Qingshu is indeed the #1 rank 2 gu master in our village. Under such an attack, I can't even last 10 breaths. He's really too strong. Fangjing was dumbstruck. For a moment, he forgot his reason for coming here. "Oh? Fangjing, why are you here? The last mission just ended. You need to rest more, and strike a balance between work and rest." Guyue Qingshu noticed Fangjing. He retracted his stance, and smiled warmly. "Senior Qingshu." Fangjing bowed respectfully towards him. This respect came from Fangjing's heart. Since joining the group, Fangjing had received Qingshu's careful care. In Fangjing's eyes, Qingshu was his older brother. "Fangjing, it seems you have something to discuss with me?" Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead, smiling as he walked over. "It's like this." Fangjing explained his reason for coming here, as well as the entire situation. Qingshu's eyebrows rose slightly when he heard this. In fact, he knew a lot about Fang Yuan. Compared to Fangjing, he was more interested in Fang Yuan. "I might as well meet him." Thinking so, Guyue Qingshu nodded. "I also have something to discuss with your brother." since that's the case, let's go together. Fangjing was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. He, no need to thank me, we are in the same group. Xianxia patted Fangjing's shoulder. Fangjing immediately felt a warm feeling in his heart, and his eyes reddened uncontrollably. The two arrived at the entrance of the tavern, and a waiter was already waiting for them, leading them into the tavern. On a square table by the window, there were a few dishes, 2 wine cups and a jar of wine. Fang Yuan sat at the side, and when he saw Guyue Qingshu, he smiled and gestured, please sit. Guyue Qingshu nodded at Fang Yuan, sat down, and said to Fangjing, just stroll around. I want to have a talk with your brother. He was a smart man, seeing that there were only 2 wine cups, he knew that Fang Yuan wanted to talk to him alone. In fact, he had the same intention. Fangjing responded with an "oh," and reluctantly left. I know you, Fang Yuan. Qingshu smiled, opened the jar of wine, and poured a cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. You're very interesting, a smart man. Then, he raised his wine cup and pointed it at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed and raised his cup in return. The two drank it at the same time. Qingshu poured another cup for Fang Yuan, and another for himself. As he poured the wine, he said, there's no point in beating around the bush when talking to smart people. I'll just say it directly, I want to buy your liquor worm. I wonder how much you want to sell it for. He did not ask Fang Yuan if he would sell the liquor worm. Instead, he asked directly, I wonder how much you want to sell it for. This showed his strong confidence. He was the number 1 rank 2 Gu master, and at such a young age, his cultivation had reached rank 2 peak stage. He was able to suppress the rank 2 upper stage Qishan and Mo Yen. Once he appeared, he took the initiative, pouring wine for Fang Yuan, toasting and taking the initiative. His confidence, coupled with his gentle smile, formed a unique temperament. It was not overbearing and made people feel disgusted, but it made people feel his persistence. He had a head of long green hair, and the winter sun shone through the window, shining on his fair skin and gentle face. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the beautiful spring scenery. He is an outstanding person, but it's a pity. Fang Yuan thought. He didn't care about Qingshu's sudden change of position. He sighed softly with some admiration. Like Fang Yuan and Fangjing, Guyue Qingshu was also an orphan. His parents, when he was a child, were sacrificed in the Wolf War. He was personally raised by the clan leader Guyue Bo. After he was tested to have B-grade aptitude, he was personally taught by Guyue Bo. His aptitude was excellent, and could be considered outstanding among the B-grade, almost being called a pseudo-A grade. Guyue Bo had always nurtured him as a clan leader candidate. Guyue Qingshu had a gentle temperament, and was very amiable, and was well received by the surrounding clansmen. He was very loyal to the clan, and Fangjing's appearance cut off his hopes of inheriting the clan leader position. But he was instead happy, and wholeheartedly took care of Fangjing. Such a person, if placed on earth, would be Yu Fei, Wei Jing, Bao Jing, and the like. Unfortunately, a year later, during the Wolf War, the northern gate fell. To block this gap, and protect the clansmen from harm, he stepped forward bravely. In the end, he used his rank 2 cultivation to forcefully activate a rank 3 Gu worm, one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies, and successfully defended the village. But he himself, because of this, his aperture was destroyed, and he eventually turned into a tree man and died. Because of this, Guyue Qingshu left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. Guyue Qingshu saw Fang Yuan sigh. Of course he did not know that Fang Yuan was recalling his own death, and thought that Fang Yuan was also troubled by the liquor worm. He smiled, Fang Yuan, I think you already know the limitations of the liquor worm. That's right, the liquor worm is only a rank 1 Gu worm, and can only refine rank 1 green copper primeval essence. And you are already a rank 2 Gu master, and have no way to refine the red steel primeval essence liquor worm. Although you have a wine tavern now, it can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm. It can be more convenient to feed the liquor worm, but if it's useless to me, what's the point of raising it? Then he changed the topic, but, the liquor worm is useless to you, but it is effective to other rank 1 Gu masters. Especially after the awakening ceremony next year, there would be a new batch of students emerging from the family. The liquor worm would be of great help to them. Therefore, it is better to sell the liquor worm to the family and contribute to the family. Fang Yuan remained silent. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Guessing Fang Yuan's thoughts, he said, I understand. You are reluctant to part with the liquor worm and want to refine it. If I'm not wrong, you should be thinking of refining the rank 2 white worm cocoon, then the rank 3 monster sweat butterfly. This secret formula is the most widely circulated and also the most practical one. The mist sweat butterfly was also a good goo worm. But the white cocoon was powerless. To you, this fusion route isn't worth much. You have C-grade aptitude. Right now, he was at rank 2. As for the white cocoons, they don't have any abilities and only consume food to feed, so they are of no help to you. What are the chances of you advancing to rank 3? Even if you successfully advance to rank 3, you would already be middle-aged. Are you going to feed the useless white cocoons for tens of years? Using the cost of feeding the white cocoons, you might as well feed other goo worms. It is more practical and helpful to you, isn't it? The true value of the liquor worm. It is to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. If you refine it like this, don't you think it is a pity to use the liquor worm as a material? Any goo worm. They only have one ability. For example, the spring-autumn cicada, although it is rank 6, it only has the ability of rebirth. A new goo worm after fusion can only retain one goo worm's ability and strengthen it. For example, the white jade goo, it retains the jade skin goo's defensive ability and strengthens it, at the same time losing the white boar goo's strength-strengthening effect. That is to say, if someone obtains the white jade goo will only help in defense and not raise the goo master's strength. Xianxia was right, the liquor worm's most valuable aspect was to refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a goo master, this was another form of increasing their primeval essence reserves. At the same time, it was a great help in nurturing the aperture and advancing cultivation. If one followed the route of white worm cocoon, mist sweat butterfly, the goo worms obtained would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. It was indeed a pity. In fact, the flower wine monk used this route. After he promoted the liquor worm to mist sweat butterfly, he carried it with him. Many times, he bewitched women and committed evil acts. But after he died, the mist sweat butterfly did not have enough food and continued to degenerate, finally reverting to the liquor worm. Seeing Fang Yuan not speaking, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he continued, actually, my clan has a secret recipe. According to this recipe, the liquor worm can be promoted to rank 2 moon invitation goo and rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. The 7 fragrances liquor worm also has the ability to refine primeval essence. Fang Yuan, if you don't want to sell the liquor worm, then we can change to another method of transaction. You sell the liquor worm to the clan, and if the clan successfully refines the 7 fragrances liquor worm, then you will have 5 years of usage rights. If you fail, the clan will give you another sum of compensation. What do you think? According to this method, the risk of the fusion would be completely transferred to the clan. Such superior conditions, if it was anyone else, they would probably be moved and agree. But Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He knew his limits. With his 44% C-grade talent, advancing to rank 3 was almost impossible. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was stuck at this level for over 100 years. Finally, by chance, he obtained a talent-raising goo worm and became a rank 3 goo master. 5 years of usage rights seemed wonderful, but to Fang Yuan, it was like a flower in the mist or the moon in the water. The reason why Guyue Qingshu said this was because he saw that Fang Yuan had the ambition to break through to rank 3. He purposely threw out this sweet offer, wanting Fang Yuan to take the bait. But from the start, he had miscalculated. The recipe to fuse the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had the best one in his memories. First to advance to rank 2 4 flavors liquor worm, then to rank 3 7 fragrances liquor worm. Whether it was the 4 flavors liquor worm or the 7 fragrances liquor worm, they both had the ability to refine primeval essence. But to fuse the 4 flavors liquor worm, it was not easy. First, it needed 2 liquor worms to fuse, and Fang Yuan only had one now. Secondly, there must be 4 types of wine in the fusion. These 4 types of wine must have the 4 tastes of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy. Not to mention that the liquor worm was priceless and hard to buy. Just these 4 types of wine. Spicy wine was the most common, and most white wine was spicy wine. Sour wine could be red bayberry wine. Wine was sour. Sweet wine could be glutinous rice wine. But bitter wine, it would take a lot of thought. As far as Feng Yuan knew, there was only one kind of green bitter wine, brewed from mugwort, in Ai family village. Unfortunately, this Ai family village was thousands of miles away. How could it be? The liquor worm had been kept in Feng Yuan's hands, not because he was waiting for a good price and wanted to sell it for a high price. But Feng Yuan had wanted to take this fusion route from the start. If it was any other route, the liquor worm would be wasted. How could Guyue Qingshu know what Feng Yuan was thinking? He saw that Feng Yuan did not nod, and finally threw out his trump card, Feng Yuan. If you sell the liquor worm, then I can mediate your relationship with Fengjing. At least I won't let him use the family fortune to have a gu battle with you. You know it too. According to the rules of the clan, once a challenge is issued, it must be accepted. Even if it is a gu battle request, if the higher-ups do not approve it, it must be accepted. Even if you know you will lose, if you don't go up the stage, just admit defeat. You have to accept the challenge first. This world revered martial arts, and the clan did not need cowards. Once a challenge was issued, the gu master had to accept it. Accepting it proved that you were not a coward. Even if you admit defeat in public, that was a courageous act. This was a value formed naturally under the pressure of the cruel natural environment. And the clan's higher-ups would act as an arbitrator according to the results of the gu battle, resolving problems and disputes. Of course, the prerequisite for a gu battle was that there must be a reason for it. The challenger must be competent and reasonable, or both sides must reach an agreement similar to a bet, only then would the gu battle be approved. Fengjing's request for a gu battle is reasonable and should be approved. This way, no matter the result, win or lose, it will be decided by the clan elders. Between you and Fengjing, who do you think the clan elders will favor? Qingshu's smile became wider, his eyes shining as he stared at Feng Yuan, continuing to exert pressure. Feng Yuan, if you win, you will only have to return less family fortune. But if you sell the liquor worm to the clan, it will be a contribution to the clan. The clan will remember you. I guarantee here, Fengjing will not use the family fortune as a reason to challenge you. In other words, Fengjing would still look for Feng Yuan for a gu battle, but with a different reason. This was something that Guyue Qingshu and Guyue Bo were happy to see. They naturally hoped that Fengjing could defeat Feng Yuan, dispelling the shadow in his heart and establishing his self-confidence. Feng Yuan smiled. He had been listening to Guyue Qingshu's incessant persuasion from the start, only now did he speak. If we fight, do you think I will lose? Feng Yuan asked Qingshu. Qingshu also smiled, replying, it's a battle, it is full of variables, no one can predict it. But I need to remind you, Fengjing has already refined the rank 2 moon raiment, I'm afraid you won't have much of an advantage. He. Feng Yuan shook his head, the smile on his face widening, I will lose, I will definitely lose. Qingshu was stunned. Feng Yuan stared at his eyes, continuing, not only will I will lose miserably. I will hand over all of my parents' inheritance, and live on the streets from now on, begging in the village. You. Guyue Qingshu was a smart person, he could tell what Feng Yuan was really trying to express, his expression immediately changed, no longer maintaining the confident demeanor he had since they met, his expression turning grave. Feng Yuan's words were a naked threat. Fengjing was being nurtured as the next clan leader, if it was revealed that he had acknowledged someone else as his parents again, and used his cultivation and aptitude to bully his own brother and steal the inheritance, it would be a devastating blow to Fengjing's reputation. Even on Earth, people who did such actions would be looked down upon and disgraced by the world. Moreover, in this world, the value of family was raised to a whole new level. If Fengjing was a demon, then so be it. If he was to be the clan leader, the leader of the righteous path, then he had to uphold morality, and cherish his own wings. For a moment, Guyue Qingshu stared blankly at Feng Yuan. He realized that even though he already understood Feng Yuan very well, he had still underestimated him. Since they met, the advantage he had accumulated with every sentence had collapsed at this moment. Feng Yuan's words had hit the nail on the head, directly pointing at Guyue Qingshu's weakness. If it was someone else, Fang Yuan would naturally have said something else. But he, Guyue Qingshu, was incomparably loyal to the clan. He was willing to sacrifice himself in his previous life to preserve the clan. Therefore, Fang Yuan's threat made him have no choice but to be cautious. But he quickly calmed down, his eyes staring intently at Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "But you won't do that. Because the inheritance has always been your goal. If you give it up, how will you cultivate?" Fang Yuan was not afraid. He met Qingshu's gaze, the corner of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Therefore, I believe that you will also give up the idea of buying the liquor worm, and at the same time persuade Fangjing not to challenge me, right?" If it were anyone else, they would not be able to convince Fangjing. But he, Guyue Qingshu, had the ability to do so. Fang Yuan had no doubt about this. The scene was in a stalemate. After a moment, Guyue Qingshu turned his gaze away, his eyelids drooping. He stared at the wine glass in his hand for a while, then suddenly laughed. "Interesting, then let's do it this way." There was a hint of melancholy in his words. A day later. On the bed, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged. A huge ball of white light floated an arm's length away from his face, quietly floating in midair. Fang Yuan took out pieces of yuan stone from his money bag and threw them into the ball of light. The white light slowly shrunk, but became more and more dazzling. When it shrunk to the size of a fist, the white light became blinding, causing Fang Yuan to squint his eyes to observe. This should be the last one. Fang Yuan held the yuan stone in his hand, knowing it was a crucial moment. He threw the yuan stone into the ball of light. Vaguely, the yuan stone could be seen floating in the ball of light, like ice falling into boiling water, continuously melting. Large amounts of stone powder fell down. The yuan stone completely disappeared, and the ball of light suddenly exploded. With a soft sound, the 3 goo worms shot out in 3 different directions. One fell on the bed, while the other 2 hit the wall and fell to the floor. The fusion of the moonlight goo failed. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He quickly hooked his finger and recalled the goo worms. The moonlight goo and the little light goo swayed and floated up, slowly flying into his hand. But the remaining little light goo did not respond. It lay quietly on the floor, its milky white star-shaped body beginning to gradually dissipate into the air. In a few breaths' time, it completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. This was the price of a fusion failure. Depending on the fusion recipe, the goo worm would be injured. When luck was bad, the goo worm would die immediately. Even with Fang Yuan's rich experience, single-mindedness, and the correct recipe, there was still a chance of failure. Fang Yuan was not discouraged. He had seen this kind of thing many times. He had done his best, but still failed. That could only be attributed to luck. But fortunately, if it wasn't for the moonlight goo dying, the little light goo dying, I could still buy it from the shop. It's easy to replenish. If the moonlight goo dies, I can't easily replenish it. He was quite rich now, losing a little light goo. He could just buy it again. Next, Fang Yuan checked the moonlight goo and the remaining little light goo. On the surface of the 2 goo, there was no light. This was a sign that the refinement had failed and the goo worm itself was damaged. Once the goo worm is injured, the success rate of the fusion will decrease. It's better to wait for these 2 goo worms to recover before continuing the fusion. Fang Yuan knew that haste makes waste, so he kept the 2 goo worms. He estimated that it would take at least 3 days before he could start the fusion again. The cultivation was not over yet. Fang Yuan opened his right hand. His left hand was fair, and his palm was white. There was a green imprint of a blade of grass, which looked like a dark green tattoo. With a thought, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture flowed out like a faint red mist into the imprint along his arm. The green mark immediately came to life. The tip of the grass emerged from Fang Yuan's palm, followed by 9 jade-green round leaves, and finally the translucent stem of the grass. As for the roots that looked like ginseng roots, they were not exposed. On his palm, the dark green tattoo had already disappeared. Only traces of dark green lines were left. It represented the grass root, intersecting with Fang Yuan's palm lines. It was the rank 2 grass goo, 9-leaf vitality grass. At this moment, Fang Yuan's palm was like a piece of land, and the 9-leaf vitality grass was growing on it, like an exquisite piece of art carved from jade. Fang Yuan stretched out his right hand and plucked the blades of grass. Every time he plucked a blade of grass, Fang Yuan would feel a slight pain, like a strand of hair being plucked. After the 9 leaves were plucked, Fang Yuan placed them on the bed, and the 9-leaf vitality grass in his palm was left with a bare stem. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence. Faint red rank 2 primeval essence continuously rose from his palm, like a mist, wrapping around the green stem. The stem continued to absorb the primeval essence, and gradually, a tender sprout emerged from the bottom of the stem. This tender sprout was pinkish-green in color, delicate and small, and extremely fragile, breaking with a pinch. Fang Yuan continued to activate his primeval essence, and the tender sprout gradually grew bigger, its color also becoming darker. Finally, it grew into a dark green, fully matured leaf. 20% primeval essence was consumed. Fang Yuan inspected his aperture and concluded. He only had 44% primeval essence, which meant that he could only grow 2 vitality grass leaves in one go. After growing one more, Fang Yuan held a yuan stone and quickly recovered the primeval essence in his aperture. When his primeval essence C rose to 40%, he continued to grow vitality grass leaves. Repeating this cycle for half a day, the 9-leaf vitality grass was once again filled with 9 blades of grass. He no longer plucked the leaves, and with a thought, the 9-leaf vitality grass returned to his left palm, turning into a green mark. He stored the 9 vitality leaves in a small bag and kept it close to his body. One vitality leaf was a rank 1 gu worm, and each leaf could be sold for 50 yuan stone. That is to say, just these 9 leaves gu could allow Fang Yuan to earn 450 yuan stone. Of course, Fang Yuan had a cost to grow them. But even if he did not count these costs, Fang Yuan had earned over 400 yuan stone. Among all the family properties, the most valuable one was the 9 leaves vitality grass. Controlling it was equivalent to controlling a gold mine. Moreover, this 9-leaf vitality grass had an advantage: it was easy to feed. It only needed water and sunlight to survive, thus there was almost no cost to feed it. To Fang Yuan, he could give up all the family assets, but this 9-leaf vitality grass, he had to hold it firmly in his hands. Of course, this 9-leaf vitality grass gu was not just owned by Fang Yuan alone. In the village, there were also several people who had this grass gu. There were even 5 9-leaf vitality grass, which were the family's collective assets. Every day, there were specialized logistics gu masters carrying out production tasks, taking turns to grow large amounts of vitality leaves. To Fang Yuan, this was a good thing. If he was the only one with the 9-leaf vitality grass, then the clan would definitely act and purchase this grass gu. Just like how Guyue Qingshu represented the clan to purchase his liquor worm. Rare gu worms like the liquor worm, black and white boar gu, 9-leaf vitality grass, the higher-ups of the clan hoped to control them, to serve the entire clan. 3 days later, a ball of light suddenly exploded under Fang Yuan's gaze, and a brand new gu worm floated in the air. It was crystal clear. It was curved like a moon, like a blue crystal. In short, it was the moonlight gu. The form after its body was enlarged by 1 fold. But it was not the moonlight gu, but a higher grade, the rank 2 moonglow gu. This time, Fang Yuan succeeded in the fusion. The moonglow gu was refined from a moonlight gu and 2 little light gu. 1 little light gu could increase the moonblade's attack power by 1 fold. 2 little light gu would still increase it by 1 fold, and this increase could not be stacked. But the rank 2 moonglow gu's attack power was 3 times that of the moonlight gu. Actually, there were many fusion recipes for the moonlight gu, and there were also many advancement routes. The route that Fang Yuan took was to increase the moonblade's attack power to the maximum. The moonblade's attack range was still 10 meters, and did not increase. There was one route. It was to use the moonlight gu and scar stone gu to fuse. The fused moonlight scar gu's attack power did not change, but the attack range would double, reaching 20 meters. There was another common route, and that was to use the moonlight gu and whirlwind gu to fuse. To refine the moonwhirl gu. Once used, the moonblade would turn from blue to green, and at the same time, the attack would change from a straight line to a curved line. Guyue Qingshu took this route. As for Guyue Fangjing, he used the moonlight gu and jade skin gu to fuse to refine the moon raiment. This was a relatively rare route, and the highest it could reach was rank 5. Complete the treasure Moonlight King Gu. However, having a rank 5 recipe did not mean that one would definitely be able to refine a rank 5 Gu. Many rank 5 Gu masters did not even have a single rank 5 Gu on them. The biggest reason for this awkward situation was not the lack of materials, but the success rate. Fusing Gu was not 100% success rate. The higher the level of the Gu, the lower the success rate. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when he refined the Spring-Autumn Cicada, the success rate was less than 1%, and he failed countless times. Sometimes, he was lucky, and fewer Gu died. Sometimes, he was unlucky, and all his Gu died. To refine a rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada, he needed rank 5 Gu. Once these Gu died, it was as if all the hard work that Feng Yuan had put in would be for naught, turning into bubbles and vanishing. Feng Yuan failed again and had to start all over again, refine again and again, collecting Gu worms and special materials. In the end, he caused a huge commotion, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be disheartened, and corpses floated in the sea of blood. His luck was good, and he succeeded in the refinement, obtaining the Spring-Autumn Cicada. But once he got this rank 6 Gu, he was attacked by the righteous people who had been coveting it, and before he could even warm up the treasure, he self-destructed. For thousands of years, it was this terrible failure rate that caused countless high-ranked Gu masters to fail at the last moment, and return to their original state. There was only one way to slightly restrain this failure rate. That was, Vital Gu. No matter if the fusion result was a success or failure. A Gu master's Vital Gu would not die, at most it would be injured. Why was it like this? Many people guessed that it was because the Vital Gu was a Gu master's first Gu worm, and was intertwined with the Gu master's life, forming a mysterious life connection. As long as the Gu master was still alive, after the Vital Gu failed the fusion, it would at most be in a dying state. Of course, the other Gu worms that were fused with the Vital Gu still had the possibility of dying. But even so, a portion of the Gu master's results could be preserved and accumulated. The Vital Gu was a Gu master's greatest wealth and reliance. What the Vital Gu was, would greatly affect the Gu master's development. Conversely, the Gu master would also actively search for and discover recipes to raise the level of the Vital Gu. Some rank 2, rank 3 low-level recipes, to the Gu master, would instead reduce their development prospects. When Feng Yuan found out that the Spring-Autumn Cicada had become his Vital Gu, why was he so happy? The reason was this. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was a rare and precious Gu worm, able to revive people, and its ability was heaven-defying. No matter how it was refined, it would not die. If it was in Feng Yuan's previous life, the Spring-Autumn Cicada was not his Vital Gu, and if he continued to refine it, there would be the danger of dying. The Spring-Autumn Cicada reaching rank 6 was already an achievement that most Gu masters could not reach in their lifetime. Many Gu masters did not even have a rank 6 recipe, and were bitterly searching for it. Although the Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used to its full potential, it was his greatest treasure. The flower wine monk's strength inheritance, compared to it, was like the difference between heaven and earth. The plum blossoms in the cold snow, the willows in the spring wind return. Unknowingly, winter had passed and spring had arrived. The frozen mountain stream began to flow again. The icicles under the eaves of the bamboo houses, the tree branches, all dripped crystal clear water under the sunlight. In the morning, the tavern was a little quiet, there were not many customers. Feng Yuan sat inside, close to the window. At his request, wooden screens were erected around his seat, making it into a compartment. A light breeze blew in from the window, carrying with it a fresh and fragrant smell of the earth, making people feel relaxed and happy. Xianxia sat opposite Feng Yuan, his face full of smiles. "These are the primeval stones for this trip, please accept them." He placed 4 full money bags on the table and pushed them towards Feng Yuan. Naturally, the money bags were filled with yuan stones. Feng Yuan did not open them one by one, but weighed them in his hand. He had been doing business for more than 100 years in his previous life. He knew how many yuan stones there were in his hand. He could immediately sense if a yuan stone was missing. There was nothing special about this skill. On Earth, there was an oil seller who placed a copper coin at the mouth of a bottle and dripped oil into it. The oil formed a line and passed through the small hole in the middle of the coin, not a single drop spilled out. There was also a godly archer who could shoot leaves from 100 steps away. Every shot was accurate. An old butcher who had been working for many years could weigh the meat with his hands, and would know exactly how much it weighed with a scale. How did he train to this level? There was no other reason. Practice makes perfect, the accumulation of experience. Sometimes, a miracle could be created. After his rebirth, this kind of feeling that came from experience naturally came with him. Fang Yuan weighed them with his hands, and after confirming that there were no problems, he took out a small cloth bag and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia quickly took it with both hands, opened the bag, and checked carefully. Although Fang Yuan had the 9-leaf vitality grass, he did not directly sell it. If Guyue was in the tundra, he would be eager to do so. He was eager to do so. It was good for maintaining social relations and increasing his influence. But Fang Yuan was not willing to do so. This was a waste of time and energy. Thus, he sold the vitality leaves to Xianxia, and as the shop owner, Xianxia sold these rank 1 healing grass goo. Xianxia was Jianghe's younger brother. While Fang Yuan was looking for the liquor worm, Jiangye's eyes lit up. I've met him before. His brother, Jianghe, was half an ally to Fang Yuan. Therefore, he was asked to be the agent. Appear to sell. It was relatively safe and reliable. 1, 2, 3, 9. There are indeed 9 vitality leaves, not bad. Xianxia counted 3 times before closing the bag and carefully putting it away. Then, he raised his cup and toasted Fang Yuan. Sir Fang Yuan, it's been a pleasure working with you. Let me toast you. The way he looked at Fang Yuan hid a strong sense of envy. It even turned into a trace of jealousy. Just a year ago, it was also spring. The first time he met Fang Yuan was just a student in the academy. He did not even have the qualifications to wear the Gu Master uniform. But now, not only was Fang Yuan wearing the uniform, he was also wearing a red belt with a square metal plate in the middle. He was already a rank 2 Gu Master, and now, he was still a rank 1, wearing the green belt. Forget about these, what made Xianxia even more envious was that after Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he jumped from a poor kid to a rich man. The wine tavern, bamboo building, and 9-leaf vitality grass that he controlled, these were all wealth that Xianxia could not obtain even if he worked for his entire life, but Xianxia did not dare to show his jealousy. Fang Yuan sold the vitality leaves to him, and he earned the difference in price. Fang Yuan had already become his sugar daddy, and Xianxia did not dare to offend this junior in front of him. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Xianxia raised his cup, his face full of smiles, but in his heart he sighed deeply. Fang Yuan also raised his cup, and drank it all in one gulp. Although Xianxia's expression was obscure, he was old and experienced. How could he not see through it? Fang Yuan did not take it to heart. If Xianxia was not jealous, it would mean that he had great ambitions, and on the contrary, it would make Fang Yuan look up to him. But he was envious of Fang Yuan's fortuitous encounter, and just this skein was too small, not worth mentioning. Drinking a cup of wine with him was only because he currently had some value to him. Xianxia put down his cup, and said excitedly, the vitality leaves in the clan, each one sells for 55 yuan stone. After listening to your instructions, our grass goo only sells for 50 yuan stone. As expected, the supply cannot meet the demand. Lord, why don't you grow some vitality leaves every day, that way we can earn even more? Fang Yuan heard this and shook his head, resolutely rejecting, no way, growing 9 vitality leaves is already my limit, it wastes a lot of my cultivation time. This was the difference between Fang Yuan and Xianxia, these ordinary people. To Fang Yuan, yuan stone was only a cultivation resource, a tool. Everything was for the sake of cultivation. And Xianxia treated yuan stone as his life's goal. The reason why he cultivated was to earn more yuan stone. But even if Fang Yuan only grew 9 vitality leaves every day, and earned over 400 yuan stone, after these few days of accumulation, his wealth had increased to a considerable level. Seeing Fang Yuan reject, Xianxia did not dare to force him, and could only pout his lips in pity, and attentively poured wine for Fang Yuan, and then for himself. That's true. He sighed, Lord, you have so much wealth, why do you need to work so hard every day? From what I see, why do you still need to stay in that shabby rented house? Why don't you empty out a bamboo building and live there yourself? Then marry a beautiful wife, and hire 7 to 8 servants to serve you. That would be a happy life, tsk tsk. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, and did not say anything. How could a sparrow and swallow know the ambitions of a great swan? He turned his head, and looked outside the window. Bamboo buildings, with snow on top, bathed in the bright spring light. Far away, there was a willow tree, its branches with yellow and green tender leaves, gently swaying in the gentle spring wind. Fang Yuan's gaze was a little absent-minded, thinking about his current situation. After solving Fang Jing's problem, his family property could be said to have been secured. White jade goo and moonglow goo had been successfully refined. It could be said that he had both offense and defense. Next was to refine the liquor worm. But the matter of the liquor worm was more troublesome. To refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he needed a second liquor worm, as well as sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. These things, he did not even have a clue about. The liquor worm must be refined, without it, my progress will be more than halved. But to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I have to wait for the caravan to arrive. Using the caravan as an opportunity, I can also expose the white jade goo. This way, my battle strength can be displayed, and I don't need to hold back. Fang Yuan now had the moonglow goo, white jade goo, and together with his 500 years of battle experience, he was already above most ranked 2 goo masters. Sickly Snake Jiao San and other slightly famous group leaders, if they fought him one-on-one, they would not be Fang Yuan's match. But for Qi Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu, Fang Yuan was still weak. Firstly, his cultivation was insufficient. Fang Yuan was only ranked 2 initial stage. But they were all upper stage or even peak stage. Secondly, he did not have enough strong goo worms. Fang Yuan used goo worms for battle. He only had 2. But Qi Shan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu each had at least 3, and they also had hidden trump cards. And among his peers, Fang Jing, Ma Bei and Qiqing were unsurprisingly starting to show their talents. Especially Fang Jing, after obtaining the rank 2 moon raiment, he already had the strength to fight Fang Yuan. And as time passed, his cultivation would get higher and higher. Gradually, he would leave Fang Yuan far behind. Unless Fang Yuan could quickly refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, he would not be able to keep up with Fang Jing in terms of cultivation speed. As for the higher levels, those rank 3 and rank 4 goo masters, to Fang Yuan, there was no need to talk about a draw. Even keeping his life was a difficult matter, not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. It was very difficult to challenge someone of a higher realm. Fang Yuan had no trump cards and also no aptitude. Even if he had rich battle experience, even a clever housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. Without a strong goo worm, these experiences would not be of any advantage. If I can refine the 4-flavor liquor worm, my cultivation speed will be more satisfactory. But I still need to replenish some goo worms. I have the white jade goo for defense, the moonglow goo for offense, and the 9-leaf vitality grass for healing. I still lack detection and movement type goo worms. Although these 2 goo worms are only supplementary, once I have them, I can make up for my shortcomings and increase my battle strength by at least 3 times. Fang Yuan pondered. He did not need to learn step by step through practice. His rich life experience had already let him know his exact position. Xianxia's voice sounded in his ears. I heard that recently, there seems to be someone looking for trouble with Lord? Specifically causing trouble in the bamboo building and wine tavern you rented out? Fang Yuan frowned, his train of thought was interrupted. But, Xianxia was right. Fang Yuan had already investigated clearly. It was his uncle, Guyue Dong too, who was stirring up trouble in the background. After being warned by Guyue Qing Shu, he no longer dared to use Fang Jing to cause trouble. But after a period of silence, he was filled with unwillingness and resentment. Using his connections, he hired some goo masters to cause trouble at Fang Yuan's place. Businessmen were most afraid of this kind of trouble. So recently, he had taken some time out to check on the place. Young master, someone is causing trouble again. At this moment, a waiter walked into the room with an anxious and fearful expression. Oh? Fang Yuan's brows relaxed, to think he would bump into him today. Not waiting for Fang Yuan to make a move, Xianxia suddenly stood up, eagerly saying, Lord, please wait for a moment, I will go take a look. He walked out of the screen and turned around in a blink of an eye. It's Guyu Mancher. Xianxia's face turned pale, saying in a low voice. His eyes were also filled with fear and worry. Guyu Mancher, Fang Yuan acted cautiously, knowing the importance of information. In this period of time, he had already gathered information on all the rank 2 Gu masters in the clan, and had memorized most of them. Guyu Mancher was a Gu master with some reputation, good at defense and had some strength, taking up the role of Mancher's group leader. In terms of reputation, he was slightly higher than sickly snake Jiao San. Bam, from outside came the sound of wine jars smashing on the ground. Then a rough and arrogant voice sounded, "Pfft, what kind of wine is this? It's like horse piss, you dare to sell it to me?" Humph. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, standing up. Xianxia saw that Fang Yuan had the intention to leave, and quickly stopped him. "Lord Fang Yuan, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. This Mancher is very strong, he was once able to escape from Bai Ningbing's hands, he cannot be underestimated. Publicizing his defeat as glory, what is there to fear from such a person?" Fang Yuan laughed lightly, and pressed his hand on Xianxia's shoulder. "Just sit here and drink." "Lord." Xianxia opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him again, but met Fang Yuan's cold gaze. The coldness in Fang Yuan's eyes made his heart shudder. He was tongue-tied, and was at a loss as to what to do as he was pressed back onto his seat by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a few steps, going around the screen and into the hall. At the center of the table, a rank 2 Gu master had one foot on the bench, and the other on the table. His body was short, but his waist and arms were thick and strong. A thick black beard extended down from his cheeks, converging at his chin. His whole body seemed to be emitting a fierce aura. On the ground nearby, there were broken wine jars. Most of the wine had seeped into the ground through the cracks between the bricks. Only 2 to 3 puddles of wine were on the surface of the bricks, or in the broken wine jars. The old man, who was the shopkeeper, hung his head very low and apologized while trembling with fear. "Sir, please don't be impatient. If you are not satisfied with this jar of wine, I will give you another jar of our best wine for free." "Humph, I don't want wine. Your wine is so disgusting, why are you still opening a tavern?" "Compensation, you must compensate. I was originally in a good mood, but you guys ruined it just like that. You have to compensate at least 500 pieces of yuan stone." Mancher demanded an exorbitant price. "This is already the 3rd time, it seems this tavern has offended someone. Sigh, I better not come here to drink anymore. Leave quickly. When Gu masters fight, we mortals suffer." The surrounding people left their seats, and only a few Gu masters sat still, chatting. "I heard this tavern is Fang Yuan's. Who is it that doesn't like him?" "Oh. She was the one whose parents had died. The kid who inherited the inheritance and became rich overnight? No wonder some people don't like it. Even if it was me, I would also be jealous. You see, we're working so hard just to earn these riches. To live a peaceful life. Fang Yuan is just a newbie. What right does he have to obtain these things? Not bad. Even if it was his ancestors' sinister intentions, that was then and this was now. The family's resources were limited. Everyone was only given a small amount. How could he, a mere C-grade talent, enjoy so much wealth at such a young age? How preposterous. Mancher isn't trying to provoke him into betting, is he? If it's really a Gu battle, I might really be able to get a piece of fat meat. Someone shook his head. Hey, do you think those elders are fools? Someone nodded. But that might not be the case. Haven't you all understood the family's policies after all these years? In a way, it is tacitly allowing us to fight. Powerful people deserve more resources, don't they? If the weak couldn't keep their property, they could only part with it. Everything is for the family's strength. That makes sense. But let's watch first. This water is a bit deep. It is said that Mancher has a retired senior behind him. Someone lowered his voice and said. What are you leaving for? Stop right there, no one can leave. On the table, Mancher suddenly shouted. Those mortal drinkers were already at the door. They didn't dare to disobey the Gu master's words and immediately stood there in silence. Many passers-by also noticed the commotion here and stopped at the door to watch. As expected, they are purely here to cause trouble. Fang Yuan looked at this scene with an indifferent expression. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Mancher noticed him. You are that Fang Yuan. Junior, you opened a good tavern, but you're trying to swindle my money. But seeing that you are a newbie, I will give you a chance to apologize in front of everyone. Otherwise, people will say that I, Mancher, used my status as a senior to bully a junior like you. Ha ha ha. Mancher laughed. As long as you apologize and bow, I will let this matter go. I am a man of my words. He beat his chest so hard that it made a loud thump. He showed a forthright attitude, but his intentions couldn't be hidden from the surrounding Gu masters. Mancher's move is sinister. That's right. If Fang Yuan really apologizes, he won't be able to raise his head in the future. Anyone would rush over, step on his head, and bully him for his weakness. But if he doesn't apologize, this is disregarding his seniors, arrogant and unruly, he will be ostracized by the entire circle. That's right, he is in a dilemma, oh my, fuck. The Gu masters whispered, and suddenly, someone's mouth opened wide enough to swallow a duck egg. The other spectating Gu masters were not much better off. Someone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Someone spat out the wine in his mouth. Someone looked on with incomparable shock, like a statue. They had been staring at the scene, wanting to watch a good show. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan fulfill their wishes, he even gave them a huge surprise. The young man waved his hand and a moonblade flew out. Swoosh, this was the Moonglow Gu's moonblade. The eerie blue moonblade flew in the air, as big as a washbasin. Along the way, a square table was sliced in half like tofu. Huh? Mancher's laughter stopped abruptly. His pupils shrunk as the moonblade grew larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the eerie blue moonlight shone on his face, revealing every strand of his beard. A strong aura of death assaulted him. At the crucial moment, Mancher lost his composure and shouted, "Monolith Gu." Immediately, his whole body shone with a dark gray light. His skin bulged, growing into rock skin. But before the rock skin had fully grown, Fang Yuan's moonblade had already imprinted itself on his chest. With a soft sound, the rock skin split open, and a long, slanted wound appeared on Mancher's chest. Blood spurted out like a stream. Ah! An intense pain assaulted his nerves, and Mancher screamed in fear, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. He had never expected that Fang Yuan would attack without saying anything. He really dared to attack. In the village, he directly used a Gu worm. Against his own clansmen? Not to mention Mancher, even the other spectators were flabbergasted. A look of disbelief. What's going on, is this kid crazy? He didn't say anything and just attacked. He's not afraid of killing Mancher. He was rejected by the punishment hall, and now he has to pay with his life? Young people are so impulsive. Did you see that moonblade just now? That is not the Moonlight Gu, but the Moonglow Gu. To think that Fang Yuan has already refined the Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan, what the hell are you doing? Mancher stood on the square table, shouting with a malevolent expression, his voice like thunder. His skin bulged, growing into a rock skin and becoming even thicker. The wound was also covered by the rock skin. However, large amounts of blood still flowed out, but it was no longer gushing out like before. Fang Yuan's expression was cold and indifferent as he slowly walked over. He did not speak, or more accurately speaking. To be precise, he did not speak. He responded to Mancher with a movement. Another moonblade, swoosh. The crescent blade flew across the short distance. You. Mancher did not have time to speak, and quickly raised his arms to protect his head and chest. Both of his arms were covered with thick, dark gray stones, as if they were carved from stone. They were thick and strong. The moonblade imprinted on his arms, creating a deep wound. A deep gash was carved out, and countless small stones splashed out. The moonblade's strength caused Mancher's body to lean backwards. His body was covered in thick rocks, causing his weight to increase sharply. Finally, the square table he was stepping on could not bear the weight, and with a crack, it completely collapsed. Mancher could not stand steadily, and fell to the ground, revealing a flaw in his defense. Fang Yuan walked slowly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Grasping the flaw, he shot another moonblade. The moonblade cut through the air, creating a whistling sound. Mancher quickly stretched out his hands, but he underestimated Fang Yuan's battle experience. Although the moonblade was a straight-line attack, it was slanted at a crafty angle, not completely perpendicular to the ground. Mancher's arm blocked half of the moonblade, but the other half was imprinted on his chest. Immediately, his injuries worsened, and large amounts of blood flowed out of Mancher's chest. Is he going to kill someone? The rank Tugu masters who were sitting on their seats could not sit still, and stood up. The mortals did not even dare to breathe. They looked at each other in fear and excitement. The Gu masters killing each other had triggered something in their hearts that had been suppressed for a long time. Mancher breathed roughly, trying to get up, but it pulled at his wounds. The intense pain caused him to fail, and with a bang, he fell down again. Fang Yuan walked over slowly. Mancher had lost a large amount of blood, his face pale. He looked at Fang Yuan in fear. Fang Yuan's cold and slow steps approached him, giving him a huge pressure. Fang Yuan, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be arrested by the punishment hall. Mancher's leg scraped against the ground, moving backwards. His blood flowed out, following his body, drawing a bright trail on the green brick floor. Everyone was silent. Everyone was stunned by Fang Yuan's cold aura, holding their breaths as they watched. No one felt that Mancher was useless, without any style. If it were them, they would not be any better than Mancher. Fang Yuan walked in front of Mancher, raised his leg, and fiercely stomped on the wound on Mancher's chest. Mancher sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Fang Yuan stomped on the ground again, and Mancher felt like he was being rammed by a wild boar, trampling on his body as it continued to trample over him. He could not bear it anymore, and screamed in pain. Even with the protection of the thick rock skin, his chest was being crushed by Fang Yuan, and blood flowed out of his wound. More importantly, Fang Yuan's right hand was covered in a layer of eerie blue moonlight, condensed and not released. This was the sign of the moonblade's attack. Mancher was anxious, and did not dare to move. You can't kill me. He stared with his eyes wide open, and shouted with difficulty. I won't kill you. Fang Yuan said his first words since he appeared. His tone was very calm. In the dead silence of the wine tavern, his words clearly entered everyone's ears. But I can cripple you, break one of your arms, or one of your thighs. According to the clan rules, I will have to compensate you with a large amount of yuan stone, and I will be imprisoned. But you can only spend the rest of your life in bed. Your disability has greatly reduced your battle strength. You can no longer go out to carry out missions. Do you think this kind of result, can you accept it? Fang Yuan looked down at Mancher, and said slowly. A cold voice entered Mancher's ears. It made his heart stop, and his body trembled. He opened his mouth, and gasped for breath. His mind became even more chaotic. The power of Fang Yuan's foot made him feel like he was being pressed by a huge rock, and he felt that breathing was becoming more difficult. Damn it. If I had taken precautions, if I hadn't been caught off guard, and been seriously injured from the start, how could it be? Mancher's voice stopped abruptly, because his gaze met Fang Yuan's eyes. He laid on the ground, and looked up. Fang Yuan's eyelids were half closed, and his dark eyes were looking down at him. What a pair of eyes! If it was filled with killing intent, Mancher would not be afraid. But this pair of eyes... it was filled with a kind of coldness. This coldness was arrogance towards reality, it was disdain towards the people of the world, it was trampling on life, and it was abandoning the rules. This pair of eyes. Mancher's pupils shrunk to the size of a needle, and the deepest memories in his heart surfaced. That was the nightmare of his life, 2 years ago, a moonlit night in the bamboo forest. A white-clothed youngster, similarly stepping on him. Damn it. If I had refined the monolith Gu, how could you have broken my defense? Death was approaching. He screamed hysterically, filled with unwillingness. Oh, since it is like this, I will not kill you this time. The white-clothed youngster's lips curled, showing an interested smile. After you return to the village, cultivate well, and refine the monolith goo, then we will fight. He, I hope in the future, you can add some excitement to my life. Saying so, the youngster lifted his foot, letting him go. Mancher breathed roughly, lying on the ground. He did not expect such a sudden turn of events. He stared blankly at the white-clothed youngster. The youngster looked at him like he was looking at an ant, speaking indifferently, still not scramming? Mancher's body trembled, and he quickly got up, stumbling as he escaped. This white-clothed youngster was none other than Bai Village's #1 genius, Bai Ningbing. Back then, he was only rank 2, but he could already kill a rank 3 clan elder. Mancher managed to escape with his life, and thus his reputation rose. In these 2 years, Bai Ningbing's face had already become a blur in his memory. The only thing he remembered was his eyes. That pair of indifferent eyes, high and mighty, hid a pride that mortals could not hope to understand. To think that he would see this pair of eyes in his own village. At this moment, Mancher's heart was filled with fear. The unwillingness and anger in his heart disappeared, and he had no fighting spirit left. Mancher's change in expression was seen by Fang Yuan. The youngster was slightly surprised, not expecting this Mancher to be so useless. But, forget it, he is just a coward. Fang Yuan had already achieved his goal, and he loosened his foot. You can scram now. Mancher seemed to have heard the voice of an immortal, and with a pale face, he stumbled out of the tavern. Everyone was speechless. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, looking around. The surrounding Gu masters, some rank 1 and some rank 2, all avoided his line of sight. The shopkeeper and the waiters looked at him with shock, excitement and worship. Who doesn't want a strong backer? Behind him, Xianxia was dumbstruck. He heard the commotion and ran out, only to see the scene of Fang Yuan chasing Mancher away. That was Guyue Mancher. He was extremely shocked, and his gaze towards Fang Yuan had already changed. Jealousy had already disappeared. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly understood why Fang Yuan had such achievements. Because he could not keep up, he was not the same type of person as me. Guyue Mancher was defeated by the newbie Fang Yuan. This news quickly spread, causing a small wave among the rank 2 Gu masters. Everyone was familiar with the 2 main characters of this incident. Mancher was a slightly famous rank 2 Gu master. 2 years ago, he had escaped with his life from Bai Ningbing, and was not to be underestimated. And Fang Yuan was this year's #1. During the year-end exam, many people saw him defeat Fang Jing. After that, because he inherited the inheritance, he became rich overnight, causing everyone to be envious. The difference between the two should have been obvious, but the strong Mancher lost to the weak Fang Yuan. Such a contrast caused people's jaws to drop. Many people inquired about the incident, and Fang Yuan's reputation rose. The rank 2 Gu masters started to pay attention to this young junior. He actually made a move without saying a single word. He is young and impulsive. He has wealth on hand, and after refining the Moonglow Goo, he can be considered to have some ability. This is a madman, his actions are ruthless. I heard that after Guyue Mancher was defeated, he rested on the bed for 3 days. People commented on Fang Yuan. Although he suddenly attacked during the battle with Mancher, and took the initiative, heavily injuring Mancher and establishing a huge advantage, it seemed like he had an unfair advantage. But victory was victory, and defeat was defeat. The result spoke for itself. Maybe on Earth, there were many people who focused on the process and not the result. But in this world, life was tough and filled with fatal dangers. Winning often meant that they were still alive. Defeat meant death, losing everything. The concept of the winner being king and the loser being a bandit was strongly acknowledged by almost everyone. Fang Yuan won, no matter the process, that was the truth. A newbie rose, stepping on Mancher's shoulders. Officially stepping into everyone's field of vision. And Mancher became a stepping stone, his reputation ruined. After returning, he resigned from his position as the group leader. This was the outcome of a loser. Relatives would sympathize with such a loser, but they would worship and acknowledge the winner. The winner represented strength, and strength meant that people's lives were safer. After this incident, Guyue and Frozen Earth also wisely stopped their little tricks. The fate of Guyue and Manchur finally made the shrewd uncle realize the reality. Fang Yuan's growth made him feel helpless, resentful, and unwilling. He knew that it was impossible for him to get this inheritance back. It was meaningless to persist any longer. Using his connections to hire others to cause trouble for Fang Yuan was a waste of yuan stone. As for Fang Yuan, he was rolling in money. If the stalemate continued, even if he had a large amount of yuan stone, he would still be the one to lose in the end. Because he had lost the bamboo house, the wine tavern, and the 9-leaf vitality grass, he had become like water without a source. It would be very difficult to replenish the yuan stone that he had consumed. On the other hand, Fang Yuan. Although there was a shortage of yuan stone, it was increasing day by day. More importantly, Guyue Tundra discovered to his dismay that this stalemate had no benefits to speak of. So when he heard the news of Manchur's defeat and escape, he immediately stopped this pointless action. In fact, when Fangjing's trouble was resolved by Fang Yuan, it meant that Guyue and Frozen Earth had lost. Thus, Fang Yuan's wine tavern could operate as usual, which was a happy event. There was another happy event, which was the early arrival of the caravan. March. The spring sun shone brightly, and the light song of spring came with a cheerful beat. Spring flowers bloomed. The grass grew long and the orioles flew. On Qingmao Mountain, as far as the eye could see, it was all green. On some of the hillsides facing the sun, wild flowers bloomed, forming a colorful and gorgeous sea of flowers. The gurgling flowers bloomed like raging flames, interweaving with the sunlight. The newborn dragonpil crickets slowly grew from the thin eggs, forming new swarms of insects, and began to be active at night. During the day, large flocks of colorful parrots appeared, circling in midair, chirping. Spring brought light to all living things. Under such a scenery, a caravan slowly entered Qingmao Mountain. The black-skinned fat beetle wriggled slowly. It was filled with people and goods. Proud ostriches with colorful feathers pulled carts after carts. Mountain spiders ignored the terrain. Winged serpents twisted their bodies and moved forward, occasionally spreading their wings and flying for a distance. A treasure brass toad, too, 5 meters tall and orange in color, led the way. Sitting on it was the rank 4 Gu master, Jiafu. After knowing the caravan had entered the village, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart, it's changed again. In his previous life's memories, this caravan should have arrived in summer. According to previous years, the caravan would have arrived in summer. But now, it has arrived 2 to 3 months earlier, in spring. And on a larger scale. Fang Yuan's rebirth changed his current situation, and also affected the surroundings, causing the future to change. But the root cause was because he killed Jia Jinxing. After deceiving everyone, Jiafu mistakenly thought that Jia Jinxing's death was a scheme by his rival, Jia Gui. After Jiafu returned to the clan, he took a series of drastic measures, causing the competition between the brothers to become even more intense. In order to strive for a better result for the merchant caravans, before the snow had completely melted this year, the brothers of the Jia clan rushed to set off, leading various merchant caravans to start their business in all directions. The clan leader, Guyue Bo, met Jiafu. The 2 rank 4 Gu masters were the leaders of their respective clans. Brother Guyue, how have you been? Jiafu's face was full of smiles, brimming with warmth. But there was a long scar on his face. Ha ha ha, brother Jiafu, you came early this year. Guyue Bo looked at the scar on Jiafu's face, his heart moved, but he did not ask. The early bird gets the worm. This time, I brought a lot of precious goods. I believe that the noble Guyue clan will need them in large quantities. In order to fight for results, Jiafu had gone all out this time. Oh, that's good news. Guyue Bo's eyes flashed. He continued, it just so happens that the day after tomorrow is the awakening ceremony of my clan, and I would like to invite you to attend. Haha, it is my honor to witness the prosperity of the Guyue clan. Jiafu cupped his fists and said sincerely. To be able to invite outsiders to the awakening ceremony of their own clan meant that they were treating outsiders as distinguished guests. From this invitation, Jiafu. He felt the sincerity of the Guyue clan. Actually, there's one more thing. Jiafu hesitated. Esteemed guest, you've come from afar. If you have any requests, feel free to state them. My clan will definitely do our best, Guyuebo said. Jiafu sighed. Sigh, it's all because of Jia Jinsheng. This time, he had specially brought along a few scouting experts from the clan, hoping that they would be able to conduct an investigation. Hopefully, they will be able to make things easier. Guyuebo immediately showed a look of understanding. It seemed that Jia Jinsheng's death had caused Jiafu to fall into an awkward and passive position in the competition for the clan assets. It was said that after returning to the clan, Jiafu and Jia Gui had an argument in front of everyone, resulting in an intense battle. The scars on his face were most likely the scars from that intense battle. It was no wonder that he came over at the start of spring. It was clear that he, Jiafu, was under a lot of pressure. Fang Yuan strolled around the tents and shops. The scale of this year's caravan was much larger than any of the previous years. Not only did the number of tents increase, there was even a gu house. Gu houses were something that only large-scale caravans had. Usually, a large-scale caravan would have many gu houses. Usually, there were 2 or 3 gu houses in a large caravan. Jiafu's caravan could only be considered average, but it had a gu house. This gu house was a large tree. It was 18 meters tall, a true towering tree. The roots were thick and strong, and the branches were like entangled dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted under the ground. The trunk at the bottom had a diameter of 10 meters. As it went up, it decreased, but the decrease was not obvious. The brown trunk was not dense, but there were 3 layers of space in the trunk. The surface of the trunk. There were also windows. Sunlight and fresh air passed through the windows, entering the 3 layers of space in the trunk. The tree's branches were sparse, and the leaves were sparse. Only the crown of the tree was green and lush. The spring wind blew, and the leaves swayed, creating a slight rustling sound. This was the most commonly seen house gu. Rank 3 grass gu, called 3-star cave. It was planted by a logistics gu master and nurtured with primeval essence, causing it to grow. The 3 layers of space in the trunk were 3 rooms arranged in a row. Its defense was not something that tents could compare to. In the continuous stretch of tents, a huge tree stood tall like a tower, giving off a feeling of being a crane among chickens. At the bottom of the huge tree, there were 2 wide doors, allowing people to enter. Fang Yuan followed the crowd and walked into the huge tree. The 3 layers of space in the tree house had been modified into a shop layout. On the counters, there were all sorts of gu worms. These counters were made of wood, and were a part of the huge tree. Green leaves grew on them. 3-star cave tree gu could grow according to the gu master's wishes. Other than these counters, there were round stools and benches for customers to rest on. A rank 3 logistics gu master was somewhere in the giant tree, controlling and monitoring the situation. Once someone snatches the gu worm on the counter, he would control this huge tree to grow, and immediately close the door at the bottom of the trunk, instantly creating a secret room. Countless branches would grow crazily, forming a concentrated attack. At the same time, the gu masters guarding the tree house would also participate in the battle. Tree houses were much safer than tents, thus the goods sold inside were more valuable. Fang Yuan had just arrived at the first floor, and first saw a liquor worm on a lone counter in the center. Many gu masters were already surrounding this liquor worm, commenting on it, or clicking their tongues in admiration. Fang Yuan looked around, and saw many more precious gu worms on the other counters. There was the jade skin gu, whirlwind gu, scar stone gu and so on. These gu worms could be used with the moonlight gu to fuse into higher-ranked gu worms. Although Jiafu was not completely clear about these fusion recipes, after so many years of business, he had accumulated experience and knew which gu worms the Guyue clan needed more. Jiafu's business is naturally not targeting the Guyue clan. From this, it can be seen that he really went all out this time. It seems he was provoked after returning. Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart jumped. Liquor worm. Fang Yuan murmured softly as he walked to the center of the counter. As long as he had this liquor worm, he would be able to refine the 4 flavors liquor worm by supplementing it with sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. Of course, this kind of fusion naturally had the possibility of failure. But if Fang Yuan didn't have a second liquor worm, he wouldn't even have the chance to try. Life was like this. Hard work might not lead to good results, and success might not be guaranteed. But if you don't work hard, you will definitely fail. It was the same for the Devil Dao. Most of the people in the Devil Dao were good at overcoming obstacles and advancing bravely. In the eyes of most people, this seemed extreme and risky. I was still worried about how to find a second liquor worm. I didn't think that fate would send this liquor worm to me. The opportunity was right in front of me, how could I give it up? I will get this liquor worm. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. If my cultivation level had reached rank 5 or 4, with great battle strength, I would have snatched it and left without saying a word. If God or Buddha obstructs, God or Buddha obstructs. If they were rank 3 or rank 4, they would have many methods and could steal without anyone noticing. It's a pity that I'm only at rank 2 now, and I'm only at the initial stage. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. If that's the case, I can only buy it honestly. He glanced at the price on the counter. Liquor worm, 500 yuan stone. The normal market price of the liquor worm is 580 yuan stone. The marked price here was actually 80 yuan stone cheaper than the market price. But if Fang Yuan really thought that he could buy this liquor worm by spending 500 yuan stone, then his 500 years of previous life would have been wasted. The reason why the price is so low. It was just that Jiafu wanted to attract people and attract them to buy. This treehouse was obviously Jiafu's property. Grandma, this liquor worm is only worth 500 primeval stones. A young girl walked over and exclaimed in a small voice. The girl's eyes sparkled as she shook her mother's arm. Grandma, tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Didn't you promise me that you would give me a gift? Why don't you buy this liquor worm for me? The girl's grandmother was wearing a white belt with a square piece of silver on the front. The word 3 was engraved on it. Once a Gu master cultivates to rank 3, they would automatically be promoted to clan elder. However, there were differences between the elders. Some of them were elders in power, high position and authority. Some were not. They were in charge of departments with little profit. But this rank 3 old man was clearly not a lousy clan elder. Guyue Yaoji. Fang Yuan recognized her. This person was an elder of the medicine hall. The medicine hall was the center of the entire clan's logistics. It could be said that it was the department with the most profits. Guyue and Yaoji were very experienced. Even in front of the chief, they didn't need to salute and could just sit and talk. She was the #1 healing Gu master in the clan and had saved many clan elders' lives. Her network in the clan was extremely strong. Good, good, good. My dear granddaughter, if you want it, Grandma will buy it for you. The old woman's face was full of wrinkles. She leaned on her walking stick and sighed helplessly. He smiled kindly. Grandma is the best. I know Grandma loves me the most. The young girl happily hugged Guyu Yaoji on the spot, pouting her lips and kissing her on the cheek. Then Grandma, let's call the shop assistant here and quickly buy this liquor worm. Guyu Yaoji shook her head, my dear granddaughter. The Gu worms here are not bought like this. Grandma will teach you. Do you see the stack of paper and pen on the counter? The young girl nodded innocently, I see it. Guyu Yaoji, go take a piece of paper and write down your price for this liquor worm. Then stuff it into the hole on the side of the counter. If your price is the highest among all the people who want to buy it, then this liquor worm will belong to you. So it's like this. Quite interesting. The young girl took a bamboo paper and held the pen. But when she was writing, she hesitated. She furrowed her cute brows and thought hard for a while. Finally, she pouted and asked, Grandma, how high should I write down the price? I'm afraid if the price is too low, the liquor worm will be bought by someone else. If the price is too much higher than others, you will suffer a loss. Guyu Yaoji laughed and deliberately teased, how can it be so easy to buy a liquor worm? It's up to you, my dear granddaughter. Grandma. The young girl acted like a spoiled child, hugging Guyu Yaoji's arm and shaking it. Okay, stop shaking. My bones are about to fall apart. The old woman sighed, Grandma will help you fill it in. The young girl jumped up and shouted, I knew Grandma is the best to me. Guyu Yaoji wrote down a price and attached her name. The young girl stared at her from the side. After the old woman finished writing, she folded the paper and winked at the young girl. Go, put the paper in. The young girl obediently took it and found a hole on the side of the counter and stuffed the paper in. She returned to Guyue Yaoji's side and asked with some worry, Grandma, is this enough? The old woman nodded, it should be enough. But life is hard to predict, maybe someone will offer a higher price than the price. But that price will be too high. If the price is really higher than the price, then the person who bought this liquor worm is really a fool. Don't worry, this matter is already in the bag. Oh. The young girl nodded with a cute expression. Let's go. Accompany Grandma to the upper floors. Yes, Grandma. Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter's departing figures, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. This Guyue Yaoji, to him, was indeed a strong competitor and could not be ignored. But this situation, Fang Yuan had already expected and prepared for it. The liquor worm was precious, although it could only be used on rank 1 Gu masters, but the liquor worm could refine primeval essence. This was really outstanding. Primeval essence refining and advancing by a small realm, this meant that the primeval essence storage would increase, and at the same time it would have a strong effect on the Gu master's cultivation progress. The only flaw was that the liquor worm's development prospects were not great. According to the most widely circulated secret recipe, the liquor worm was only used as a fusion material, and the new Gu worm that was fused would not have the ability to refine primeval essence. This was really a pity, even to the point where the loss outweighed the gain. Thus, many clans who had the liquor worm would not use it to fuse and advance, but use it in the academy, specially for the new students to use. If Fang Yuan handed over his advancement recipe, he would not be able to do so. Then the liquor worm's market price would definitely skyrocket. It is not easy to get this liquor worm. This grandmother and granddaughter pair is only one of the competitors. I wonder how many other competitors have already placed their pieces of paper in this counter. The liquor worm was a good thing, and good things were naturally wanted by everyone. But among these competitors, some were sincere in wanting to buy, some just wanted to try their luck. Some were rich, like Guyue Yaoji. Some were poor, like Fang Yuan. Luckily I took back my family property, and these days I sold the rank 1 vitality leaves, as well as renting out the tavern and bamboo buildings. I accumulated some yuan stone. Otherwise I wouldn't even have the qualifications to compete. But the time he had accumulated was too short, and on the other hand he had many Gu worms to feed. In terms of wealth, how could he be a match for elders like Guyue Yaoji? Sigh, let's go. Lord Yaoji had just placed her piece of paper in front of everyone. I saw it too, it seems this liquor worm is not fated to be with me. The Gu masters around this counter all left dejectedly. Only Fang Yuan was still standing. His eyes were like a deep spring, shining with cold light. The Gu masters who left were all frightened by Guyue Yaoji's imposing manner, taking the initiative to leave. But how could Fang Yuan be frightened? Sometimes the opportunity is right in front of you, but people just give it up. I still have a chance. Fang Yuan's thoughts churned in his mind, sinking into deep thought. In terms of wealth, Fang Yuan was definitely not Guyue Yaoji's match. However, this did not mean that Guyue Yaoji's price would definitely be higher than Fang Yuan's. The liquor worm was precious. But it was still a rank 1 Gu worm. The price of any commodity would fluctuate, but it would not rise or fall without limits. All price fluctuations were within a certain range. So the key now was what price Guyue Yaoji would offer. She did not lack money, and for her beloved granddaughter, how much could she offer? As long as Fang Yuan offered, even if it was just a little bit higher than Yaoji, it would be Fang Yuan's victory. This was a new battle. The strong might not necessarily be the victor, and the weak might not necessarily lose. Guessing and gambling made the battle a different kind of excitement. If it was someone else, they might not be able to guess it. Guyue Yaoji, you purposely said those words just now to scare off some competitors? But in front of me, you are still too tender. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. This world's trade was actually very interesting. If it was on Earth, when a seller wanted to sell rare Gu worms like the liquor worm, they would usually use the auction method. But in this world, auctions were not popular. One important reason was the supreme value of kinship, which was the cohesiveness of the clan. If an auction was held, the clan members would subconsciously feel a sense of common hatred towards an outsider like Jiafu. Once the price of the auctioned goods rose a little, many competitors would automatically withdraw. They would even negotiate with each other on the spot, making some compromises, exchanges and compensations. In this world, almost everyone had a point of view. Losing to a family member was nothing, but to let an outsider earn money, that was a humiliation to the entire clan. Unless several clans participated in an auction at the same time. Like this, there would be competition and the smell of gunpowder. But this kind of auction was very difficult to hold. Because transportation was not convenient. Transportation was the foundation of commerce. If transportation was not developed, commerce would wither. This was because commerce was fundamentally about the circulation of goods. Each village occupied a mountain, and they were far away from each other. The road in the middle was difficult to travel, with beast groups, steep cliffs, harsh weather, and dangerous wild goo worms. It was full of difficulties and obstacles. With such inconvenient transportation, it was hard to organize people from all sides to participate in an auction. Even on Qingmao Mountain, there were 3 villages adjacent to each other. Jiafu did not dare to organize an auction. Firstly, where would the auction be held? It was not safe to hold it in the wilderness. If it was held in Guyue village, the other 2 parties would not be at ease. He was only a rank 4 cultivator, the 3 village leaders were also rank 4, he could not control the situation. Compared to Earth, this world's commerce was not developed, it had its own unique rules. In his previous life, Fang Yuan relied on the business theories he learned from Earth. He had earned money, but also suffered losses. After experiencing many lessons of blood and tears, he gained true knowledge from practice. Combining the rich business theories from Earth, together with his personal experience, it was not an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan's understanding of this world's commerce was definitely at the top of the world. Just an old woman who lived in a village and had never left Qingmao Mountain wants to stop me from getting the liquor worm. Old woman, you are too inexperienced. Grandma, what goo is this? The young girl pointed at the counter in the middle of the 3rd floor, asking curiously. This treehouse was divided into 3 floors. The first floor specialized in buying rank 1 goo worms. The second floor sold rank 2 goo worms. The third floor sold rank 3 goo worms. The higher the floor, the fewer goo worms and the higher the price. Of course, the goo worms that could be sold in the treehouse were all rare. Guyue Yaoji followed her granddaughter's gaze and saw a tall and thin tree stump with 5 branches and leaves growing on the stump, like 5 human fingers, intersecting in the middle. A spherical goo worm, only the size of a thumb. It was twined by the small branches, and under the cover of the green leaves, it emitted a silvery white light. This is a white-silver relic goo, it can only be used once. It can instantly raise a rank 3 goo master's cultivation by a small realm. Guyue Yaoji slowly explained. Relic goo was also a series of goo worms. Rank 1 was the green bronze relic goo, specially targeted at rank 1 goo masters. Rank 2 was the red steel relic goo, only effective for rank 2 goo masters. Rank 3 was the white-silver relic goo. At rank 4, there was the yellow gold relic goo. The price is 30,000 yuan stone, so expensive. The young girl stuck out her tongue in shock. Guyue Yaoji nodded, this goo can be sold for at least 50,000 yuan stone. Alright, we are almost done here, let's go to the counter at the first floor's entrance, there should be results for the liquor worm. The rank 1 goo worms in the treehouse, as long as a price was placed, would only be displayed on the counter for half a day. Goo worms that no one cared about. They would be displayed until someone placed a price. Rank 2 goo worms would be displayed for a day. Rank 3 goo worms would be displayed for 2 days. This rule seemed strange at first glance. But it was actually the most suitable way to buy and sell goo worms. At the counter. What, the liquor worm has already been bought by someone else? Guyue Yaoji frowned after getting the results. She felt that her price was already very high. She had at least a 30% chance of getting the liquor worm. But she did not expect that she would fail. Humph. Who is so bad as to snatch my liquor bug? The young girl asked angrily. Yao Lu. Guyue Yaoji reminded the girl. The girl pouted her cherry lips. He obediently stopped talking. The shop assistant behind the counter was a rank 2 female Gu master. She bowed slightly. He replied to the girl's question, "I'm sorry, but the customer's information is not disclosed. We have our own rules, please forgive us." It was precisely because it was not announced that many customers were able to dispel their worries, allowing them to bid freely. Sometimes, there were many things that one clearly wanted, but because of feelings, one could only give in. After all, they were all members of the family, and they would often see each other. But using such a selling method, by doing business in secret, he would be able to avoid this problem. "Why must I give such a good thing to you? Just because you are my elder, relative, or friend, never underestimate the dark side of everyone's heart. Private transactions would allow this dark side to be revealed even more." Guyue Yaoji pondered for a while. "I know the rules. Don't worry, little girl, I won't ask for the name of the person who bought the liquor worm, I only want to know the final price." The female Gu master bowed again. "I'm really sorry, the price is also confidential. But the final price will definitely be the highest of all, please don't worry. The Jia family is a merchant. We have always valued sincerity." "Humph, little girl, do you know who I am?" Guyue Yaoji's face sank, snorting coldly in displeasure. What happened? At this time, a rank 3 middle-aged male Gu master rushed over. This treehouse had always been under the surveillance of Gu masters, so he naturally knew what happened. "Lord Manager." The female Gu master immediately greeted the middle-aged man. The man waved his hand at her. "You can leave first, I'll handle this." He then turned to face Guyue Yaoji, smiling. "So it's Lord Yaoji, this must be your granddaughter, so intelligent and lovely." Seeing that this man was also a rank 3 Gu master, Guyue Yaoji's expression softened, but she still wanted to know the final price. The male manager felt it was a little troublesome. He was an old member of the caravan, and also Jia Fu's trusted aide. He had been a merchant for many years, and had a deep understanding of the situation in the Guyue village. He knew the background of this old man in front of him. To them, they would rather offend Guyue Lian or Guyue Mo Chen than offend Guyue Yaoji. The latter's influence was second only to clan leader Guyue Bo. The male manager thought for a while, saying, "How about this, since Lord Yaoji wants to buy the liquor worm so much, then I'll make the decision and secretly transfer one over. To be honest, there are 3 liquor worms in the storage, and the selling location of each was decided by Lord Jia Fu himself. Lord, you should know how precious the liquor worm is. As for the price of yuan stone, we'll calculate it according to your price." Guyue Yaoji shook her head slightly, and slammed her walking stick on the ground, making a light sound. She said, "I don't want to take advantage of this. The price, we'll calculate it according to the final price of the liquor worm." This? The manager hesitated. Of course he could see Guyue Yaoji's motive. Guyue Yaoji pretended to be unhappy, and continued to pressure the male manager. "What, is the price too high, and you're afraid I can't afford it?" "Of course I don't mean that." "Sigh, all right then, we'll do as you say." The manager sighed, and gave a price. The young girl heard it, and sighed in relief, but soon became indignant. "What? It's only 20 yuan stone more than us." Guyue Yaoji narrowed her eyes, but didn't say anything. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who had left the treehouse, had already arrived at the wine shop. The second liquor worm was already in his hands, and now all that was left were sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wines. "I already have sweet wine. When I completed the family property mission, there was a lot of golden honey wine. Spicy wine and sour wine shouldn't be a problem. What I'm worried about now is the bitter wine." Fang Yuan thought to himself, faintly worried. If there was bitter wine, he could start refining the 4 flavors liquor worm tonight. If there wasn't, who knows how long he would have to wait. Many things in life, what you're afraid of, will happen. Fang Yuan's worry came true. He spent several hours running through countless tents and found spicy and sour wine, but he couldn't find bitter wine. 10 out of 10 things in this world don't go your way. Fang Yuan was helpless. In this way, he could only shelve the liquor worm fusion plan. Without the 4 flavors liquor worm, his cultivation speed would be very normal. That afternoon, he came to the treehouse again. Many counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. Many of the counters on the first floor were replaced with new goo worms. On the counter where the liquor worm was placed, it was already occupied by a cleansing water goo. The cleansing water goo was like a leech on earth, commonly known as a leech. But it was much cuter than a leech. Its whole body was light blue, emitting a watery glow. Cleansing water goo can eliminate the strange aura in the aperture. For Qiqing, this is a must-have goo. Seeing this cleansing water goo, Fang Yuan thought of Qiqing. He knew that Qiqing only had C-grade aptitude, and relied on his grandfather Guyue's primeval essence to forcefully raise his cultivation, thus his aperture was mixed with Qi Lian's aura. If he did not cleanse it, to Qiqing's prospects, the danger was huge. Qi Lian will definitely buy this goo for Qiqing. Let me calculate, his price should be between 630 to 640. This price was already more expensive than the liquor worm's market price. The main reason was that Qiqing really needed this goo. If I can bid 650, I should be able to get this cleansing water goo. If I add another 10, this cleansing water goo will definitely fall into my hands. As for the liquor worm I bought this morning, my price should be about 20 yuan stone more than Guyue's Yaoji. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He had such confidence. This confidence was formed from his 500 years of experience, in addition to the business theories on Earth that were several times more advanced. It was already above a mortal world. According to Fang Yuan's experience in his previous life, when he had an extra 10 yuan stone, he had an 80% chance of getting the item. When he bought the liquor worm, the reason why he had an extra 10 was because of Fang Yuan's cautious style of doing things. Fang Yuan did not bid in the end. The cleansing water goo was not what he needed. At the same time, once he got it, it would attract Qi Lian's investigation. Of course, the main reason was that Fang Yuan needed to save his money and see what good goo worms he could get in the next few days. I am currently lacking 2 goo worms, one for scouting and one for movement. Next year, the wolf tide will erupt on Qingmao Mountain, and the caravan will not come again. Although there is the flower wine monk's inheritance, it was left behind in a hurry after the flower wine monk was injured. Who knows if it is complete or not, and what goo worms will appear next. In his memory, the next year's wolf tide would be very dangerous. Fang Yuan did not want to lack goo worms, causing him to be injured or even lose his life in the wolf tide due to his lack of goo worms. The current him, if he were to be surrounded by the wolf pack, it would be a disaster. Thus, before that, he needed to make the most preparations, and he could not be lacking in cultivation or goo worms. For the next 3 days, he came to the treehouse many times. On the 3rd day, on the first floor of the treehouse, he found a surprise: a black boar goo. Black and white boar goo were goo worms that could increase a goo master's strength. Fang Yuan had already used the white boar goo to increase his strength by 1 boar. If he continued to use a second white boar goo, there would not be any increase in strength. But the black boar goo was different. The strength of the black and white boar goo could be stacked together. Thus, when noon came, he had another goo worm in his hands. After that, there was nothing else. Some scouting and movement goo worms appeared on the counter, but they were not to Fang Yuan's satisfaction. These goo worms were displayed on the ordinary counter, and the market price was not good, so not many people bought them. Fang Yuan also heard that the caravan would be staying for 8 days, so he waited patiently and was not in a hurry. All the way until the 7th day. On the 2nd floor of the treehouse, Fang Yuan found a red steel relic goo. When a rank 2 goo master uses it, they can immediately raise their cultivation by a small realm. The price was 3,000 yuan stone, attracting countless rank 2 goo masters to bid for it, throwing the paper into the counter, and the scene was extremely lively. If I get this red steel relic goo, I can immediately push my cultivation to the middle stage. With the middle stage crimson primeval essence, be it the moonglow goo or the white jade goo, I can activate them many times. Cultivation was a goo master's foundation. Once it rose, his battle strength would rise accordingly. In terms of effect, it was much better than Fang Yuan's scouting and movement goo worms. Moreover, these 2 types of goo worms in the treehouse were all ordinary goods to Fang Yuan, and there was nothing that caught his eye. But I bought the liquor worm and black boar goo, as well as some wine. This red steel relic Gu's final price will definitely exceed 5,000 yuan stone, or even reach 8,000. After all, everyone knows the wolf tide is coming, and raising one's cultivation by a small realm at this time would be of great help to me. To get this relic Gu, I might not have enough yuan stone. Fang Yuan instantly realized that a difficult problem was in front of him. Although he had inherited his parents' inheritance, to Fang Yuan, the amount of time he had accumulated was still too short. He could not produce vitality leaves every day, as it consumed a lot of time. Usually, the 9 vitality leaves that he produced would be used up in half a day. Fang Yuan pondered for a while. This red steel relic Gu was only available for sale for one day. To raise such a large amount of yuan stone in such a short time, the only way was to pawn off his wine tavern or bamboo buildings. There was nothing to feel pity about. A year later, it would be the wolf tide. In his memories, under the siege of the wolf pack, Guyue village was on the verge of collapse several times. The most dangerous time, even the main door was broken. The clan leader and the elders restrained the Thunder Crown Wolf, while Guyue Qingshu used his life to block the door, stabilizing the situation. The wolf tide would cause severe losses to the 3 clans of Qingmao Mountain. Although it would not be 9 out of 10 empty houses, at least 50% of the population would be gone. At that time, there would be many houses but few people. What would be the point of renting out the bamboo buildings? The wine tavern was also close to the eastern gate. Who would dare to drink at the front lines? Even if someone wanted to drink, the wine tavern would have already been taken over by the clan and transformed into a defensive tower. Right now, many people in the clan had greatly underestimated the severity of the wolf tide. At this time, if they could get rid of the wine tavern and bamboo buildings, they would be able to sell them for the best price. Wealth is just an external object, only one's own cultivation is the foundation. However, selling it to the clan is still a bit cheaper. If I sell it to an individual, the price will be higher. But who has such a large sum of money to buy my bamboo buildings and wine tavern? Such a huge transaction. It is not something that can be negotiated on the first meeting. Both sides need to inspect and bargain, this will waste time. And I only have one day. Wait a moment, maybe there is someone who can. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration, thinking of a certain person. This person was none other than his uncle, Guyue Dong Tuesday. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. These 10 years, they had been operating the wine tavern, bamboo buildings, and selling vitality leaves. His uncle and aunt were shrewd and stingy. For the past 10 years, they had been running a wine shop, a bamboo building, and selling vitality leaves. Moreover, this business was originally managed by them. Knowing the bottom line, they could save a lot of time to inspect. More importantly, they urgently needed a portion of the family's assets to continue operating. No matter how much money they had, it was like water without a source. Seeing their yuan stone dwindling, anyone would be worried. It could be said, his uncle and aunt were the most suitable trading partners. Thinking so, Fang Yuan no hesitated. After leaving the treehouse, he walked towards Gu Dongtu's residence. The one who opened the door for him was Xianxia. "Ah, it's you." She was shocked. Soon, she realized that she had made a slip of the tongue, and her face paled in fear. Fang Yuan was now a rank 2 Gu master, but she was just a mortal. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. More importantly, Fang Yuan even dared to kill the Mo family's servants. Then, after dismembering the corpse, he would send it back to the Mo family. This servant greets young Master Fang Yuan and welcomes young Master Fang Yuan home. Xianxia was so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her knees softened and she knelt on the ground. Home? Fang Yuan strode into the courtyard. He looked at everything that was familiar to him, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. There was no nostalgia. After a year, he came here again. Compared to his impression, this place was much more deserted. Just like what Feng Jing said, some of the servants had been sold or fired. Fang Yuan's sudden arrival naturally alarmed uncle and aunt. As the housekeeper, Mother Shen rushed over immediately. She bowed and groveled as she welcomed Fang Yuan into the living room and personally served him tea. Fang Yuan sat on a chair and looked around the reception hall. Much of the furniture had disappeared, and the layout was much simpler and shabbier. However, this didn't mean that his uncle and aunt didn't have any savings. Guyue Dong too is quite shrewd. This is his way of protecting himself. He has already retired, and his battle power has declined sharply. Most importantly, he lost the 9-leaf vitality grass, which means that he has lost his trump card to maintain his social network. He can no longer exert his influence. A man's wealth is his own ruin. After Feng Yuan inherited the inheritance, he attracted the jealousy and covetous eyes of many clansmen. As for his uncle and aunt, they were also facing the same problem. The large amount of savings in their hands was both a blessing and a curse. To them, not revealing one's wealth was the right way to survive. At this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then, his aunt appeared at the door. "Feng Yuan, how dare you come here?" When she saw Feng Yuan, she was instantly enraged. She screamed, "You ungrateful little wolf cub! How did we raise you? In the end, you treated us like this. Do you still have a conscience? Was your conscience eaten by a dog? You still have the face to come here, and still have the face to sit here and drink tea? Did you specially come here to see us in dire straits? Now that you've seen it, are you satisfied?" She pointed at Feng Yuan with one hand and placed her other hand on her waist, scolding like a shrew. If not for Feng Yuan wearing the eye-catching rank 2 Gu master attire, reminding her, she would have already pounced on Feng Yuan and torn him apart. Feng Yuan was pointed at by his aunt and scolded, but his expression didn't change, as if he didn't hear anything. After a year, although his aunt's yellow face was filled with anger and malevolence, it couldn't hide her haggard appearance. Her clothes had already been changed into simple hemp clothes, and the accessories on her head had lessened. She didn't wear any makeup, making her look like a monkey. Feng Yuan taking back the family property had a considerable impact on her life. Towards her scolding, Feng Yuan didn't take it to heart. He calmly picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of tea, speaking in a leisurely tone, "This time I want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings. I wonder if aunt and uncle are interested? Pay. You ingrate, what kind of good intentions do you have? Humph, you want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings." His aunt's anger suddenly stagnated. She finally reacted, her face showing a look of disbelief. "What, you want to sell the wine shop and bamboo buildings?" Feng Yuan put down the cup in his hand, leaning back on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. "It's better to call uncle to talk to me." His aunt gritted her teeth, still in disbelief. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, fiercely glaring at Feng Yuan. She gritted her teeth and said, "I know, you're purposely playing with me, that's why you said that. Once I agree, I'll suffer your ruthless taunts and ridicule. Do you really think I'm a fool for you to play with me like this?" This was purely the heart of a petty person. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart, then said one sentence. This caused his aunt's attitude to change. "If you continue to talk nonsense, then I'll leave. I believe that others will also be very interested in this family property. When the time comes, when I sell it to others, don't regret it." His aunt was instantly stunned. "You really want to sell these properties?" "I'll only wait for 5 minutes, Feng Yuan said as he opened his eyes a slit, then immediately closed them again. He heard his aunt stomping her feet, followed by a series of footsteps that became softer and softer. Not long after, his uncle, Guyue Dong too, appeared in front of Feng Yuan. As for his aunt, she didn't come with him. Feng Yuan looked at him. His uncle had obviously aged a lot. His face, which had been well maintained before, was now showing signs of aging. His originally well-maintained face had also become thinner, with many white hairs on his temples. These days, he was worried to death. After losing this family property, he suddenly lost his source of income. Especially without the 9-leaf vitality grass, he lost his external influence. The so-called hidden elder title was no longer in name, although he had a large amount of savings. But without this layer of influence, these yuan stones seemed to be a bit of a hot potato. The family's policy was to encourage clansmen to compete with each other for resources. Especially the policy of gu fighting, it seemed to be heartless and lacking in humanity. But this could prevent parasites and the appearance of hedonistic young masters, causing everyone in the family to maintain a sense of crisis. This allowed the family's battle strength to always be at a strong state. In this world, only strong battle strength could ensure survival. Hurricanes, floods, ferocious beasts wouldn't reason with people. Over these years, Guyue Dongtu's life was stable, his battle strength had already declined a lot. In order to reduce the cost of feeding some of the powerful goo worms in the early years, he had already sold them. If someone challenged him, he would definitely lose more than he won. Facing his uncle, Fang Yuan directly stated the reason for his visit. Fang Yuan, then I'll be frank. There are some things I don't understand. Why did you sell the wine tavern and the bamboo building? If you keep them, you will have an endless supply of yuan stone in the future. Uncle also didn't believe it, but his tone was more tactful than Aunt's. Because I want to buy a red steel relic goo. Fang Yuan said honestly, there was no need to hide this matter. So it's like that. Uncle's gaze flashed, then, do you also want to sell the 9-leaf vitality grass? That's impossible. Fang Yuan shook his head without any hesitation, I only want to sell the wine tavern, bamboo building, farmland, and the 8 servants. The 9-leaf vitality grass was the most valuable item in the inheritance. Fang Yuan needed its healing properties, and at the same time, he could sell the vitality leaves to earn yuan stone, which could support his cultivation and feed his other goo worms. Moreover, with the wolf tide next year, the price of vitality leaves would definitely soar. With this 9-leaf vitality grass, Fang Yuan didn't have to worry about rank 2 yuan stone. But if his uncle obtained the 9-leaf vitality grass, then his influence as a hidden elder would recover. Fang Yuan didn't want to see this happen. Seeing Fang Yuan's firm attitude, Guyue Dongtu was very disappointed. At the same time, he was quite helpless. Both sides talked for more than 2 hours before they signed a strict transfer contract. Guyue Dongtu got the wine tavern, bamboo building, servants, and farmland again, while Fang Yuan led 3 servants, each carrying a chest filled with yuan stone, towards the treehouse. Both sides took what they needed. Aunt heard the news and rushed over. She looked at the stack of house and land deeds in Guyue Dongtu's hands, and her eyes widened, revealing an ecstatic expression. Master, that kid has become stupid from cultivating, he actually sold this money-making property. What an idiot, for eggs, he gave up the hen that laid the eggs. Will you die if you don't speak? Shut up. Guyue Dongtu, however, was somewhat irritated. Master. Aunt mumbled, I'm just happy. Don't get carried away. With this wine tavern and bamboo building, we need to be even more cautious and keep a low profile. A tall tree attracts the wind. Although Fangjing is our adopted son. But we can't use this relationship arbitrarily. After all, Fangjing hasn't grown up yet, who knows what will happen in the future. Guyue Dongtu let out a deep sigh. Yes, master. His aunt listened as she took the deed and looked at it. She was grinning from ear to ear. Guyue Dongtu's expression, however, was gloomy. Although he would have an income if this deal was completed, it was not a big deal. The yuan stone he spent could be replenished after 2 to 3 years of business. But he didn't feel any happiness in his heart. His mind was filled with Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan sold his property without hesitation for a relic goo. This was equivalent to giving up on his comfortable life in the future. Uncle Guyue Dongtu put himself in his shoes. Could he do this? He couldn't. Even if he didn't like Fang Yuan, and was filled with disgust and hatred, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, being able to give up, what great courage. P.S. Pinch, ask for a monthly ticket, okay? To be continued, the competition is really intense, I wonder who will be the final winner. I've been standing here for 15 minutes and more than 10 goo masters have already placed their pieces of paper into the counter. Sigh, this is a game for the rich, we don't even have the qualifications to compete. On the second floor of the treehouse, the goo masters gathered around the central counter, discussing and sighing. As evening approached, the competition for the red steel relic goo reached its peak. Many rank 2 goo masters who had been observing in the dark started to bid during this last period of time. Some goo masters even bid several times in a row. The final winner of this competition should be either Mo Yen or Qi Shan. Someone guessed. Very likely. Mo Yen and Qi Shan are both ranked 2 upper stage. After using this relic goo, they can advance to peak stage and be on par with Xianxia. In recent years, Gu Yue and Xianxia have been pressuring them. I don't believe they have no thoughts. This matter is hard to say. Not only us rank 2 Gu masters. Some rank 3 clan elders also bid. In the morning, someone saw Lady Yao Ji place her piece of paper. That's right, I heard about it too. Lady Yao Ji's granddaughter Guyue Yao Lu is participating in the awakening ceremony this year. It seems Lady Yao Ji is preparing for a rainy day and wants to pave the way for her granddaughter. Sigh, how good would it be if I had such a doting elder? Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, listening to everyone's conversation with a calm gaze. No one mentioned his name. In everyone's eyes, Fang Yuan was just a lucky person who had just inherited a fortune. In everyone's impression, he was not on the same level as Jishan, Mo Yan and Qing Shu. Very good, the less attention paid to me, the easier it will be for me to get this red steel relic goo. But my continuous purchases of goo worms should have attracted his attention. Fang Yuan was confident that he could get this relic goo, reaching 99%. He started to think about another problem. If the following events really developed according to his expectations, then his hard work these few days would have a perfect result. Time was up. The leaves on the counter suddenly grew. The relic goo was tightly wrapped. The green leaves obstructed everyone's vision, and when these branches and leaves unfurled, the red steel relic goo was no longer there, replaced by a revert goo. Revert goo's appearance was like a flat oval rock, palm-sized. There was a slight bulge on the surface of the stone. It was smooth and round, forming the pattern of an eye. The bottom of the stone was flat and rough to the touch. The stone was black. The eye pattern was made of white lines. Approximately every 2 seconds, the eyes on the surface of the stone would blink once, and the eyeballs depicted by the white lines would also move once. It gave people the feeling that this rock was rolling its eyes. Revert goo's effect was very special. It targets goo worms and can decompose rank 2 goo worms into rank 1 goo worms. For example, Fang Yuan's white jade goo, if it was broken down by revert goo, it would turn back into white boar goo and jade skin goo. This process, it was called reverse refinement. Fang Yuan glanced at it and lost interest. He did not need revert goo. The surrounding goo masters also started to clamor. Revert goo could not replace the red steel relic goo and become everyone's focus. Everyone was curious about the final owner of the red steel relic goo. Some people went to the caravan goo masters on this floor. Some even went to the main counter to wait. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Fang Yuan stood on the spot, not moving. Young Master Fang Yuan, please come to the 3rd floor, our caravan's Lord Jia Fu would like to have a chat with you. A voice suddenly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was not surprised, there were many kinds of goo worms in this world that could secretly transmit voices. Following the voice's instructions, he came to the 3rd floor of the treehouse and walked to a wall. The wooden wall was covered in green leaves, stacked together, looking lush and green. Swish swish swish, the leaves automatically parted, revealing a secret door hidden inside. Fang Yuan pushed open the secret door and saw a small spiral staircase. He walked up the stairs and came to a small study room. In the study room, Jia Fu was busy dealing with some accounts, his hands moving quickly. Hearing Fang Yuan's footsteps, he raised his head, revealing a new scar on his face. He gave a friendly smile, little brother Fang Yuan, we meet again. Greetings Lord Jia Fu. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed. Come, please sit here. Jia Fu pointed to a seat closest to the table. After Fang Yuan sat down, he pushed with his left hand and a stack of bamboo papers on the table towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan took a look and immediately recognized the bamboo papers. They were the prices he had made in the past few days to buy goo worms. Below every price, there was his signature. He smiled complacently in his heart. Things were really as he had expected. But on the surface, he showed a doubtful expression and asked, what advice does Lord Jia Fu have? Jia Fu's smile faded a little, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Fang Yuan. I looked at your bids these few days, including the price you used to buy the red steel relic goo. To be honest, little brother, your talent in doing business surprised me. Do you know, every price you made was very close to the final transaction price. These few days, although you only successfully bought a black boar goo, a liquor worm, and that red steel relic goo, your bids for the other goo worms were only a dozen or so yuan stone away from being successful. Little brother, are you interested in working for me? Jiafu tried to recruit Fang Yuan. That's it. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. These few days, he had made many bids, purposely failing most of the time. Only the black boar goo, the liquor worm, and the red steel relic goo succeeded when he was only a dozen or so yuan stone away from the final transaction price. Just as he had hoped, Jiafu was very interested in the business talent he had displayed. He took the initiative to recruit him. But in fact, as long as Fang Yuan was willing, he could almost guarantee that he could successfully purchase all the goo worms. This? Fang Yuan hesitated, then shook his head. I am indebted to Lord Jiafu's kindness, but I do not want to leave the clan. Oh, is that so? Jiafu's gaze flashed. Little brother, you might have some misunderstandings about me. A year ago, I did suspect you, but after using that bamboo gentleman, you've been cleared of suspicion, little brother. Jia Jinxing was my brother. I hope you can understand my feelings after his death. Let me tell you another piece of good news. I have already invited divine investigator Tai Shueleng. In his eyes, there is no mystery that cannot be solved. I believe he will definitely find out the truth, and at that time, he will be able to return justice to you. Divine investigator Tai Shueleng, this is troublesome. Fang Yuan muttered this name in his heart. To him, this was not good news. This world's detection methods. There were many mystical places. Similarly, there were many mystical methods to counter detection. When Fang Yuan killed Jia Jinxing, he was only a rank 1 cultivator. Even though he knew many methods, he could not use them. And in his memory, Tai Shueleng had a high cultivation, and was a person who could not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. He spent his entire life punishing the evil and promoting the good. He was filled with a sense of justice, and his thoughts were meticulous. He was most proficient in finding the most minute clues from the smallest of clues. I have long heard of Divine Investigator's great name. I wonder if this Lord Divine Investigator will be able to reach Qingmao Mountain. When can we reach Qingmao Mountain? Fang Yuan put on an expectant expression. He asked directly. This? Jiafu laughed awkwardly. Divine Investigator is very busy. According to his reply, I'm afraid it will be the year after next. Fang Yuan's heart immediately felt at ease. He still had a lot of time to prepare. Little brother, I have high hopes for you. I hope you can consider my suggestion. Jiafu continued to offer a bunch of tempting benefits. Fang Yuan tactfully rejected. Now was not the best time to leave Qingmao Mountain. If he went to an unfamiliar environment without strength, he would definitely be bullied and ostracized. The caravan was also full of bullying and unwritten rules. That is a pity for your talent. How about this, you can take this token. If you want to rely on me one day in the future, this token is proof. I welcome you anytime. Jiafu's failure was not surprising, he deeply understood the cohesiveness of a clan. If he knew now that Fang Yuan was Jia Jinxing's murderer, who knows what expression he would have. Fang Yuan felt ashamed and took the token from Jiafu, as well as the red steel relic goo. He hid these 2 items on his body, and returned along the original path. A young female goo master was caressing the green leaves on the wall, when she suddenly screamed. The branches and leaves suddenly parted, revealing a door inside. The door was pushed open from the inside, and Fang Yuan walked out expressionlessly. You. The young girl stared with wide eyes, staring blankly at Fang Yuan brushing past her. Some of the surrounding goo masters saw this scene, some were not surprised, some smiled knowingly, and some looked at him in astonishment. Fang Yuan did not care about the gazes on him. He went down to the 2nd floor, and some goo masters were still here, excitedly discussing the ownership of the red steel relic goo. Some people were guessing boldly, while others provided all kinds of information, such as Mo Yan showed a mysterious smile when she walked out of the treehouse, Qi Shan's face was ashen, and so on. There were even some people who directly said that so-and-so bought this relic goo. When they said it, they made a solemn vow, and even swore. Fang Yuan walked through this boring crowd, no one knew that at this moment, the red steel relic Gu was so close to them. When he walked out of the treehouse, Fang Yuan bumped into Qishan. His expression was indeed ugly, while Qicheng was looking around for the location of the red steel relic Gu. After seeing Fang Yuan, Qicheng snorted and turned his head, purposely not looking at him. And Qishan silently nodded towards Fang Yuan, as a greeting. Fang Yuan also nodded in response, with a smile on his face. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the young man's face, and he was indeed somewhat happy. With the red steel relic Gu, his cultivation could instantly rise by a level. And that token. A year ago, Fang Yuan befriended Jia Jinxing, wanting to use his identity to participate in the future Gu battles. In this gathering of experts, he would reap benefits. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable, and the final result made Fang Yuan not know whether to laugh or cry. He actually killed Jia Jinxing with his own hands. But even without Jia Jinxing, using Jia Fu was the same. This token was equivalent to an admission ticket to the future Gu fighting convention. #happy face #3 days after the caravan left the village. In the stone forest, a dark red light filled the area. Huge stone pillars extended down from the top of the cave, like giant trees, forming a majestic gray stone forest. Fang Yuan fought and retreated in the stone forest. Squeak squeak squeak, a group of stone monkeys stared at Fang Yuan with their round green eyes, chasing him relentlessly. Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan willed, and his right hand lightly slashed towards the direction of the monkey group. Whoosh. An eerie blue moonblade, the size of a washbasin, suddenly formed, piercing through the air and directly cutting into the monkey group. A jade-eye stone monkey was flying in the air, unable to borrow any force, and was hit by this moonblade. It did not even have time to scream, and in the next moment, its entire body, from head to toe, was split into two by the moonblade. Its breath of life had already left it, and the thick smell of death shrouded it. In an instant, its spirited eyes turned into a pair of jade pearls. As its body fell, it turned into a stone statue. Bam! After a crisp sound, the stone statue fell to the ground, breaking into pieces. The moonblade's radiance only dimmed a little. After killing the stone monkey, its momentum did not diminish, and it slashed towards the back. Crack crack crack, after a few crisp sounds, another 5 to 6 stone monkeys were killed on the spot. Squeak squeak squeak, the death of their comrade made the monkey group even more furious. They screeched loudly and their aura doubled as they charged towards Fang Yuan with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan did not panic in the face of danger, his heart as cold as ice. He fought and retreated. As the stone monkeys got closer, he would use the moonblade to counterattack. The previous moonlight Gu, even if he used the little light Gu to increase its power, could only kill 1 or 2 stone monkeys with one moonblade. But with the current Moonglow Gu, as long as it was used once, it could often reap the lives of 5 to 6 stone monkeys. But there were pros and cons. To the current Fang Yuan, the Moonglow Gu's consumption was not low. The consumption was not low. Every moonblade consumed 10% of his red steel primeval essence. In Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval C was at most 44%. This also meant that he could only unleash 4 moonblades in a single breath. If I refine the 4 flavors liquor worm and refine my true essence, I will be able to activate 8 moonblades in a row. It was a pity. Although I have obtained the second liquor worm, I have also collected 3 of the 4 types of sour, sweet, bitter, and spicy wine. I am stuck at the last step with only 1 left. Fang Yuan secretly sighed. After the 3 moonblades, there was only 14% of the light red primeval essence left in his aperture. To be safe, he no longer activated the moonblade, but the white jade Gu. The group of stone monkeys surrounded them, and the one at the very front jumped to the side of Fang Yuan's feet, then suddenly jumped up. From the bottom up, it used its hard monkey head to hit Fang Yuan's chin. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and was just about to use his fist to blow up this little monkey who overestimated himself. But with a sudden thought, he stopped and used his chin to take the attack head-on. The moment before the collision, a cold, jade-white light appeared on his chin. There was a dull thud. The force of the collision burst forth, and Fang Yuan could not help but tilt his head backwards. And that stone monkey fell to the ground, holding its head, screaming and rolling on the ground. If not for the white jade goo, its chin would definitely have been smashed. But now, other than a slight dizziness, Fang Yuan was unharmed. But, although he had the white jade goo's defense, he still had to bear the force of the collision. Fang Yuan retreated a few steps before regaining his composure, his eyes regaining clarity. He purposely endured the stone monkey's headbutt. The goal was to let his body get used to such an attack, to get used to the dizziness. In the future, if he was in a life-and-death situation, he would be able to recover faster and struggle for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan had always been ruthless. This ruthlessness was not only directed at his enemies, but also at himself. He came here almost every 3 days to kill the stone monkeys. His goal was not only to obtain the flower wine monk strength inheritance, but also to use the stone monkeys to train his own battle strength. A Gu master's body quality, martial arts, primeval essence, battle experience, every Gu worm was a factor that affected the overall battle strength of the Gu master. Only by combining all these factors together could he display the most powerful combat power. The stone monkeys were like a hammer, and Fang Yuan was like a freshly forged iron ingot. Every time the hammer struck, it made the iron ingot harder, purer and more condensed. A quarter of an hour later, the battle was over. On the ground, there were broken stones everywhere, and among them were jade beads. This time I killed 41 jade eye stone monkeys. Fang Yuan knew this, and would calculate the results every time. From each battle, he would reflect on himself and find out where he was lacking to improve. At the same time, he could feel his own improvement. In the battle just now, the Moonglow Gu played a huge role. 3 moonblades killed at least 17 to 18 stone monkeys, almost half of them. As for the remaining stone monkeys, I killed them with my fists and legs. The Moonlight Gu's attack on the stone monkeys was not very effective. But after advancing to the Moonglow Gu, it became Fang Yuan's most powerful attack method. Not only was its attack power strong, but more importantly, its efficiency was high. Fang Yuan activated 3 moonblades, and it only took a few breaths' time from start to finish. He used his fists and legs to hit the stone monkeys, but it took him more than 10 minutes. These stone monkeys were really slippery and agile. When the stone monkeys stood on the ground, they could not hit them with their fists and legs. With a kick, they could easily jump out and avoid Fang Yuan's attacks. The only flaw was that when they jumped in the air, they could not borrow any force. When Fang Yuan killed them, he had made use of this flaw. But this was also because of his rich battle experience. If it was any other rank 2 Gu master, even Qi Shan, Mo Yen, Qing Shu, they would not be able to do it like Fang Yuan, grasping the flaw every time. His previous life's memories allowed Fang Yuan to capture the fleeting opportunities in battle. He could use every bit of strength precisely, even though he was only rank 2. But he could unleash his battle strength to the extreme. He would not be like Fang Jing, who had the jade skin Gu, but on the stage, he was intimidated by Fang Yuan's aura and could not unleash his battle strength. Of course, Fang Yuan's current cultivation was still weak. Facing the monkey group, he could not directly push them. Every time, he had to fight and retreat. Luckily, the stone monkeys did not have high intelligence. They did not know how to change their attacking methods. They had seen many of their comrades get crushed by Fang Yuan in midair, but they still continued to jump and attack Fang Yuan. At the same time, they chased after Fang Yuan, but every time the distance was too far, their nostalgia for their home would be replaced. This would replace the anger in their hearts. Many stone monkeys would give up on the chase. The Gu was the essence of heaven and earth, and man was the spirit of all living beings. Fang Yuan relied on his intelligence to grasp the stone monkey's habits and use the right tactics to get deeper into the stone forest. Right now, he was at the center of the stone forest. After doing this several times, Fang Yuan finally exterminated all the monkeys in this stone pillar. Now, in front of him, was the last stone pillar. It was the thickest and largest stone pillar in this stone forest. It could be called the king of stone pillars. Even if 50 people hugged it, they would not be able to hug it. The stone pillar extended down from the top of the wall, almost touching the ground. In the silence, it emitted a majestic aura. Fang Yuan counted the number of caves above, making a rough estimation. There were at least 500 stone monkeys. So far, this was the largest group of monkeys he had ever encountered. But no matter how many jade eye stone monkeys there were, to Fang Yuan, it was just a small problem. At most, he would have to spend some effort and go through it a few more times. What made his gaze turn serious was, it was a cave at the highest level. The entrance of this cave was bigger than any of the other caves around it. It was at least twice as big. The caves below it were closely arranged, as if the stars were surrounding the moon, and the birds were paying homage to the phoenix. Seems like there is a monkey king living in this cave. Fang Yuan frowned. This was where the problem lay. As long as there was a large group of beasts, there would be a beast king. In a group of wild boars, there would be a king boar. In a group of stone monkeys, there would naturally be a stone monkey king. The threat of a beast king was many times higher than that of an ordinary wild beast. The reason was that there would be one or two parasites on their bodies. These parasites and the beast king had a symbiotic relationship. Once the beast king was attacked, the parasites would also help. This jade eye stone monkey king should not be very strong. At the very least, it is weaker than king boar. Otherwise, the surrounding monkey groups would have long been subdued by it. Fang Yuan relied on his experience to guess the strength of the stone monkey king. Generally speaking, the larger the group of beasts, the stronger the beast king. A weak beast king would not have the ability to control a large number of its own kind. If the beast king's strength was roughly divided according to the size of the group, then from low to high, it could be divided into 100 beast king, 1,000 beast king, and myriad beast king. The king boar that the sickly snake group was trying to kill was 1,000 beast king. It controlled more than 1,000 wild boars. The stone monkey king in front of Fang Yuan was 100 beast king, and it had hundreds of stone monkeys under its command. The main culprit of the wolf tide, the Thunder Crown Wolf, was a myriad beast king. Each Thunder Crown Wolf could control at least 10,000 lightning wolves. The difference in strength between these third-grade beast kings was huge. 1,000 beast king usually required 3 groups to work together in order to hunt it down. The reason why the sickly snake group wanted to deal with King Boar was because King Boar was already heavily injured. The myriad beast king required the cooperation of the clan elders and clan leader to face it head-on. As for the 100 beast king, an ordinary 5-man group could take care of it. But Fang Yuan could not rely on external help to deal with this stone monkey king, he could only rely on his own strength. Rank 2 initial stage primeval essence is too weak. It seems it is time to use that red steel relic goo. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the stone cave before returning to the second secret room and closing the stone door. If the one blocking him was 1,000 beast king like King Boar, Fang Yuan would choose to retreat without a second thought. But now it was 100 beast king. If Fang Yuan had rank 2 middle stage cultivation, he could try. Of course, the result was hard to say. Even if he advanced to middle stage, there was a 75% chance of failure, and a 30% chance of success. Happy face the light membrane shone brightly, and on the light red primeval sea, waves rose and fell, tides rose and fell. On the sea surface, 2 plump liquor worms were drinking water. In the air above the sea, the black ladybug-like black boar goo was circling around the hovering red steel relic goo, flapping its wings as it flew. The white jade goo was like a cobblestone, sinking into the depths of the sea, motionless. The spring-autumn cicada concealed itself, still sleeping and recuperating. It's time. Fang Yuan willed, and the waves rose. A surge of primeval essence rushed upwards, pouring into the red steel relic goo. The red steel relic goo immediately flew up, emitting a scarlet-red light. Soon, the relic goo was like a rising sun, its light shining on the aperture walls. The light was as hot as fire, and as piercing as a sword. The black boar goo could not take it anymore, and with a plop, it drilled into the primeval sea. The 2 liquor worms also entered the depths of the primeval sea. The white jade goo flashed in the depths of the sea. If it was according to normal methods, for Fang Yuan to advance to rank 2 middle stage, he could only use the painstaking effort, constantly using the light red primeval essence to wash the light membrane around the aperture walls. But now, the red steel relic goo emitted a majestic and threatening red light, replacing the light red primeval essence and pouring it into the aperture walls. The effect was astonishing. Under Feng Yuan's gaze, he could see the entire light membrane thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The light in the light membrane condensed into streams of light, and finally, the light membrane gradually turned into a water membrane. White waves of light flowed on the surface. Sometimes it was bright, sometimes it was dark. At this moment, Feng Yuan advanced to middle stage, but the relic goo was still emitting a red light. The light filled the aperture, replacing the primeval essence and pouring its essence and foundation into Feng Yuan's aperture. The water membrane completely accepted it, and the light rippled like water, flowing more and more smoothly. This process continued for another 15 minutes or so. The red steel relic goo used up all its foundation, and its body became transparent. Then, it completely disappeared in the red light. Once it disappeared, the threatening red light also dissipated. The aperture returned to its usual calm state. It was just that the water membrane became even thicker. The red steel relic goo's action saved Feng Yuan a lot of time and effort. A trace of crimson true essence appeared in his primordial sea. This was rank 2 middle stage primeval essence. It was much more condensed than the light red initial stage primeval essence. It sank into the depths of the sea. It lingered around the white jade goo. Red steel relic goo could directly strengthen the aperture's foundation. This was reflected on the goo master. It was the effect of advancing by a small realm. It was naturally better to use this goo as early as possible. The higher the goo master's cultivation and battle strength, the higher their chances of survival, and the more missions they complete at the same time, the more yuan stone they earn. It had a beneficial effect on all aspects. After reaching the intermediate level, Feng Yuan took out a few more yuan stone. He quickly replenished his true yuan. Until the primeval essence sea in his aperture was filled to 44% middle-grade crimson primeval essence. Only then did he stop. Half an hour later, he stepped into the stone forest again. Deep into the central Dita. Once he stepped into the monkey group's warning line, angry jade eye stone monkeys appeared from the stone pillars. They screeched loudly, pouncing towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression did not change, most of his attention was on the cave at the highest level. Ordinary jade eye stone monkeys, as long as they did not fall into their encirclement, did not matter. The crux of the problem was the stone monkey king. What kind of goo worm was residing in its body? Feng Yuan could not estimate this. Feng Yuan slowly retreated as he observed. But this stone monkey king did not show itself. Feng Yuan felt strange in his heart. Don't tell me this monkey group doesn't have a monkey king? If there was a monkey king, and its home was invaded, it would be the first to come out. Wait a minute, maybe it has already come out. Just as he thought of this, the spring-autumn cicada that had been sleeping in his aperture suddenly appeared, its body trembling non-stop, letting out a weak cry that only echoed in Feng Yuan's heart. Vital Goo's warning. This was a phenomenon that would occur when the Vital Goo sensed that the Goo Master's life was under intense threat. In an instant, Feng Yuan's hair stood on end. He did not even think, subconsciously activating the white jade goo with all his strength. His whole body was covered in a layer of white jade light. At the next moment, a stone monkey king that was 3 times the size of a normal stone monkey suddenly appeared on Feng Yuan's left side, its sharp claws grabbing onto Feng Yuan's left shoulder. With a bang, the stone monkey king's attack was blocked by the white jade goo's defense, returning without any results. The moment he was attacked, the white jade goo in Feng Yuan's aperture suddenly lit up, absorbing as much as 5% of the crimson primeval essence. If this was Feng Yuan at rank 2 initial stage, 10% of his light red primeval essence would have been used up. From this, it could be seen how vicious the stone monkey king's sneak attack was. Even with Feng Yuan's calm temperament, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If he had not worked hard to train himself these few days, polishing himself to a peak battle state, he would have really fallen into the stone monkey king's trap. If he had not reacted in time, Feng Yuan's left shoulder would have been in danger, and his entire left arm would have been useless. Feng Yuan's ending would have been as miserable as Gu Yuan Manchu not long ago. This stone monkey king actually has a wild goo worm that can make it invisible. Feng Yuan quickly retreated. He did not have the ability to detect invisible goo worms, and immediately fell into a disadvantage. That stone monkey king seemed to be more cunning than ordinary stone monkeys. After missing its attack, it hit its body again, and no one knew where it went. This undoubtedly brought a huge psychological pressure to Fang Yuan. He activated the white jade goo, forming a defense all over his body, expending primeval essence at every moment. He could not maintain it all the time. Even when he fought with the stone monkey group, he only activated the white jade goo at the crucial moment to defend himself. If he maintained this state, then not long after, his primeval essence would be completely exhausted. Over 500 stone monkeys charged towards Fang Yuan with an aggressive aura. Fang Yuan used his fastest speed to retreat, pulling apart the distance. Some of the stone monkeys' auras became weaker, and some stopped on the spot, turning their heads to look at their home. Squeak! Just at this time, the Jade-Eye Stone Monkey King appeared again, giving a loud command. Squeak squeak! The stone monkey group immediately responded, their confusion and hesitation disappearing, and they once again began their pursuit of Fang Yuan. Seeing over 500 Jade-Eye Stone monkeys persistently chasing after him, Fang Yuan did not panic, but instead revealed a cold smile. This turn of events was already within his expectations. He went deep into the stone forest, choosing the easiest route and opening up a passageway. Around the passageway, there were large numbers of stone monkey groups. This passageway, to Fang Yuan, was extremely familiar. But to these stone monkeys with low intelligence, how could they know? Under the supervision of the Stone Monkey King, the stone monkey group rampaged through the stone forest, naturally invading the warning lines of the other monkey groups, and soon attracted the counterattack of the other monkey groups. The stone forest fell into chaos, countless Jade-Eye Stone monkeys stood on their side, protecting their home and country, and began to kill each other. If they waited for another 10 years, the Stone Monkey King might grow into a 1,000-beast king, and completely unify the stone forest. But now, it was only a 100-beast king, and did not have the ability to control so many stone monkeys. Different groups of stone monkeys had sunk into a chaotic battle. For a moment, Fang Yuan's ears were filled with the screams of the stone monkeys. The 500 stone monkeys chasing after him were quickly held up by other stone monkey groups. However, that stone monkey king continued to chase after Fang Yuan relentlessly. Fang Yuan fought and retreated, and during this period, the stone monkey king ambushed him many times, each time causing him to expend a large amount of primeval essence. Luckily, he had advanced to the middle stage before this. Otherwise, how could the primeval essence of the initial stage support such consumption? Fang Yuan fell into an absolute disadvantage, and he could not find the Stone Monkey King's weakness. The only chance to counterattack was the instant the Stone Monkey King attacked him. But even if Fang Yuan reacted, he would not be able to make a counterattack. The Stone Monkey King had a stealth goo, and firmly held the initiative. It could attack Fang Yuan whenever it wanted. Even if Fang Yuan injured it, it could use the stealth goo to escape safely, and could be said to be in an invincible position. I don't have a stealth goo, and the chances of winning this battle are extremely small. If I had a large area of effect attack, I might be able to give it a try. But the Moonglow goo, unless I'm lucky and hit this Stone Monkey King, but the possibility is too small. Fang Yuan understood the situation, and immediately wanted to retreat. However, the Stone Monkey King seemed to have steeled its heart to kill him. When Fang Yuan was 100 meters away from the stone door, he suddenly stopped. I only have a little more than 10% of my primeval essence left. I can't hold on for 100 meters. Even if I enter the second secret room and close the door, this Stone Monkey King can still break in. Fang Yuan had thought that after chasing him for such a long time, this Stone Monkey King would have given up. But he did not expect it to be so persistent. At this time, he had already retreated from the stone forest, and there was an empty space around him. Countless stone monkeys were fighting in the stone forest, and their emotions were boiling. They let out a cacophony of noises that reverberated in this mountain space. Fang Yuan did not move. His battle instinct told him that the Stone Monkey King was hiding somewhere, waiting for his weakness to deal a fatal blow. Fang Yuan knew he was in a desperate situation. If it was an ordinary rank 2 Gu master, they would have already collapsed, unable to withstand this formless pressure. But Fang Yuan was still calm. This situation was also within his expectations, but the possibility of it happening was very small. According to logic, the Stone Monkey King also had the habits of a stone monkey, and was reluctant to leave home. But for some reason, this stone monkey king wanted to kill Feng Yuan no matter what. Since I chose to take the risk, I have to be prepared to pay with my life. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he started to take off his clothes. To be continued, end of chapter 117. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.